Chapter 001. The Matchmaker's Choice of a Billionaire Heiress. In the sweltering summer of the capital city, Gao Ran had just concluded his shift at the traffic police department when he received a call from his mother. "Son, your match for this blind date is a nurse from the First Municipal Hospital." The introducer mentioned she possesses a sweet appearance and a good heart. This time, the CAF for the meeting was chosen by the young lady herself. Although it is rather expensive, it is their first encounter, and she may wish to filter out men who are overly frugal, so we should be understanding. I've transferred 2,000 yuan to you. Be generous, make a good impression, and strive for a budding relationship. Oh, and by the way, the girl will be wearing a white shirt, and her surname is Wu, so don't mistake her. Upon seeing the location of the rendezvous, he felt a moment of disorientation. Xingyun CF. This establishment is quite renowned in the capital. It is said that a single cup of coffee costs no less than 300 yuan, and it is a rather diminutive serving at that. As it was now dinner time, if the two were to enjoy coffee and perhaps a small cake or other delicacies, the expenditures would indeed be substantial. 2,000 yuan might not suffice that he was merely a junior officer at the traffic police department, with a monthly salary barely exceeding 4,000 yuan. Though he had passed his assessments and his superiors hinted at a potential promotion next month, which would enhance his salary and benefits, attending a blind date at such a venue presented a considerable financial strain. Gao Ran gazed at the 2,000 yuan his mother had sent him via WeChat, yet he refrained from accepting it. He was a child of misfortune. His father had passed away when his mother was merely 7 months pregnant. For years, the two of them had relied on each other, and he was acutely aware of the hardships his mother had endured to raise him. "Mom, I understand. I'm on my way," he reassured her. "I have enough money, you needn't worry." Yes, he spoke soothingly to his mother. He realized that less than half an hour remained before their scheduled meeting. He hastily changed out of his work attire and, with reluctance, hailed a taxi to hasten to the CF. Upon arriving at the CF, he found that he had 5 minutes to spare before the appointed time. The server greeted him warmly. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" Gao Ran scanned the upscale establishment, a place he had seldom frequented, and hesitantly replied, "Hello, I'm here for a blind date." The server was taken aback by his forthrightness, her amused expression eliciting a slight smile as she lowered her gaze. He soon noticed that there were 2 girls in white shirts in the hall. Both girls had their heads slightly bowed, obscuring their features. One of the girls was adorned head to toe with logos of luxury brands, a Chanel hat, a lightweight LV shawl draped over her white shirt, and a Gucci bag prominently displayed on the table as if for exhibition. That moment, the server presented her with a lavish meal, the platter of delicacies stacked several layers high. Among the offerings was a steak, while the others were unfamiliar to Gao Ran. She gleefully snapped pictures with her phone, capturing the moment. Gao Ran pondered that, according to his mother, the young lady he was to meet for a blind date was a nurse. The nurse's spending capacity should not be so extravagant as to adorn herself entirely in luxury brands, should it? The introducer had also mentioned that she was sweet in appearance and kind-hearted. If she truly were the one, it would be quite unlikely that she had already ordered such an abundance of dishes before anyone else had arrived. Gao Ran's gaze shifted to another girl. This girl bore no visible brand affiliations. Her attire was neat and professional. She carried a simple bag, devoid of any logos, casually placed beside her seat. He surmised that she must be the one, as a nurse would hardly afford lavish luxuries, and the frenetic pace of the hospital would translate into a pragmatic demeanor in her daily life, fitting the description perfectly. With this thought in mind, before the waiter could speak again, Gao Ran strode confidently inside, declaring, "I have found her." The waiter responded, "Very well, sir. Please come in." Qu Yimian stirred her coffee absent-mindedly with a spoon. Her thoughts were preoccupied with how to decline her stepmother's attempts to match her with a suitor. Although the man in question was admirable, he happened to be her stepmother's nephew. While her stepmother termed it a familial connection, Qu Yimian found it quite distasteful. Years ago, when she had just entered junior high, her mother had passed away unexpectedly, and shortly thereafter, her father had discreetly married her stepmother. Over the years, her stepmother had taken considerable advantage of the Chu family for the sake of her biological brother. Both her grandmother and father were aware of this, but chose to overlook it, given that her stepmother had borne a daughter. Now that she had grown, her stepmother audaciously set her sights on her. Initially, when her stepmother proposed the idea, both her grandmother and father had helped her refuse. However, When her stepmother began to extol her nephew's achievements, a Yale University master's graduate who had successfully embarked on a business venture during his studies and mentioned that he could unconditionally join the Qu family, her grandmother and father were swayed. After all, the Qu family had no male heirs. Qu Yimian was the sole heir deemed worthy of trust within the corporation. Should she marry, her dowry would encompass the entire Qu group, essentially relinquishing generations of hard work to an outsider. Yet who among the truly capable and principled families would willingly offer their beloved son as a son-in-law? Thus, the emergence of her stepmother's nephew conveniently filled the Qu family's trifecta of desires: youth, capability, and a willingness to marry into the family with a known background. Qu Yimian was utterly exasperated. Was her stepmother truly willing to go to such lengths to seize the family fortune? Seeking a breath of fresh air, she wandered to a CAF directly across from the Qu Group building. However, upon settling down, she noticed a girl at the adjacent table, incessantly taking selfies with her phone. The girl was also engaged in a video call with her friend. As her friend recognized the CAF's backdrop through the phone screen, envy radiated from her as she expressed her admiration. To Qu Yimian's astonishment, the girl uttered a line that shattered her perception of reality. That little auxiliary police officer thinks he's worthy of a blind date with me? For me to grace him with my presence for a meal is already a generous concession. I shall order an array of delectable delights and refreshing beverages, compelling him to foot the bill. Should he be inclined to spend his money on me, I might entertain the notion of adding him as a friend, perhaps to share another meal in the future. Alas, the young auxiliary police officer does not possess abundant finances, yet he can certainly afford to take me to an upscale restaurant once or twice a month. I shall not deplete his resources after all. His earnings are meant for others as well. Qu Yimian initially intended to enjoy a cup of coffee and gather her thoughts before departing. However, upon hearing the girl's words, her curiosity was piqued. She resolved to remain and witness the unfolding drama. To her surprise, a striking figure abruptly stood before her. "Hello, I am your date for today. May I take a seat?" Qu Yimian, UM. Chapter 002. He shamefully felt his heart stir. Qu Yimian lifted her head. The moment Gao Ran caught sight of her visage, his entire face flushed crimson. Could such a beautiful woman truly exist in the world? The sensation of his heart racing was unmistakable. Yet, he endeavored to suppress it. Qu Yimian, taken aback, realized that this young auxiliary police officer bore an uncanny resemblance to a freshly returned idol from his trainee days, youthful and handsome. Her mind raced, and she smiled, saying, "Please, take a seat." Gao Ran pulled out the chair opposite her and sat down. The waiter approached, inquiring, "Sir, would you like something to drink?" Gao Ran replied, "An Americano will suffice." The waiter tapped the ordering device twice, responding, "Very well, sir. Is there anything else you require?" However, Gao Ran turned his gaze towards Qu Yimian, asking, "Is there anything you would like to eat?" Qu Yimian gently shook her head. "No, let us discuss the matter at hand." Gao Ran sat there, earnest and straightforward. "All right." The waiter departed. Qu Yimian glanced over at the adjacent table, where a girl appeared somewhat impatient, yet continued to adjust her phone to capture angles of the delectable dishes on the table, not forgetting to take selfies. Qu Yimian leaned closer, lowering her voice. "Let us speak quietly." Gao Ran was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her reasoning, yet obediently leaned in closer, responding softly, "All right." Qu Yimian found him rather intriguing. Stifling a smile, "You are an auxiliary police officer?" Gao Ran nodded, "Yes." Qu Yimian inquired, "What type of auxiliary police officer?" He replied, "Traffic auxiliary officer. Generally on the field." Qu Yimian understood, responding with a soft "oh," while casting a glance at the girl at the next table. At that moment, the waiter brought Gao Ran's coffee to the table. Gao Ran then spoke seriously yet quietly. "Miss Wu, I sincerely apologize, but I am not in a position to pursue a romantic relationship, nor consider marriage. However, my mother is quite anxious, which is why she sought assistance in introducing me to someone. I have come today to express that I am unworthy of you, so let us forego this matchmaking endeavor. Please, choose something to eat. I shall treat you, and once the bill is settled, I will take my leave." Qu Yimian, initially in a state of passive observation, suddenly felt a sense of dissonance as she processed his words. Was she being rejected? With her qualifications, how could she be turned down? Wait, what do you mean by that? Are you issuing a kindness card? Do you not find me appealing? The way her eyes widened in surprise was somewhat endearing, causing Gao Ran to feel shamefully stirred. Yet, He was acutely aware of his own limitations. A girl like her would likely require a dowry of several $100,000, if not millions, to marry. He thought it best to let it go. Miss Wu, he continued, I do not think poorly of you. I simply do not wish to engage in a romantic relationship or contemplate marriage at this time. I must be honest with you, my family's circumstances are quite ordinary. My father married my mother under financially strained conditions and tragically passed away when my mother was 7 months pregnant. My mother has endured much hardship throughout her life, and I have witnessed it all, understanding deeply that financial stability is the foundation of all happiness. I am currently a junior auxiliary police officer, earning a modest salary of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan each month. Do you believe I am worthy of you? I myself feel unworthy. Furthermore, my mother has endured considerable hardships, and all I desire now is to secure a permanent position and save diligently, so that she may enjoy a better life in the coming years. I wish to take her traveling and show her the wonders of the world. By the time I reach 30, I am confident that my career will have stabilized, and I will have accumulated some savings. Only then will I feel capable of providing a stable life for a girlfriend, and it would be more appropriate to pursue a romantic relationship at that stage. Otherwise, I would only bring harm to both myself and others. Miss Wu, with your beauty and remarkable qualities, I am certain there are many suitors of superior stature vying for your attention. I shall not indulge in such daydreams. I wish you all the best in your future endeavors. As Gao Ran spoke these words, he dared not meet Qu Yimian's gaze. A profound sense of responsibility, deep-seated insecurity, unvarnished honesty, and a touch of innocence converged within him at that moment. Qu Yimian remained silent for a considerable time. Noticing her continued silence, Gao Ran's unease grew. He mustered his courage and softly inquired, Would you like to eat? However, Qu Yimian interrupted him. My mother passed away when I was 13, and I miss her dearly. I tell my father every day that I wish my mother could return. Then my father brought home a stepmother who pretended to dote on me in public but was insincere behind closed doors. In my youth, she would deliberately frighten me with ghost stories, leaving me unable to sleep for nights on end. Gao Ran gazed at her in astonishment. Miss Wu, you. Qu Yimian's face softened. The days spent with a biological mother by your side are the happiest. Thus, your desire to honor your mother after you gain stability is the mark of a responsible man. Your mother cares deeply about your future marriage. Her concerns stem from her immense love for you. I believe that when you have a wife, your mother will wholeheartedly support your marriage, as she is a truly compassionate mother. I genuinely envy you. Gao Ran felt a lump in his throat and slowly lowered his head. Yes, my mother is indeed gentle and strong. Qu Yimian took a deep breath. I also envy your future wife, Gao Ran exclaimed. Huh? He abruptly lifted his head, disbelief evident in his eyes. Qu Yimian spoke with a sense of reflection. Because you understand the responsibilities of being a son as well as those of a husband, you will surely maintain a harmonious relationship between your wife and mother. Your mother will undoubtedly treat your wife well, unlike my stepmother treated me. Gao Ran had initially intended to order a couple of dishes and settle the bill, but now, with this beautiful woman becoming suddenly sentimental, he found himself at a loss, unsure whether to stay or leave. Qu Yimian suddenly posed a question. If your girlfriend comes from a well-off family but insists on a prenuptial agreement before marriage, would you agree? Gao Ran did not comprehend the motive behind her inquiry, yet he held firm to his principles. It's not my family's money to begin with. I have no desire for it. Why would I be unwilling? Qu Yimian, if your girlfriend's family hopes that you will have a son in the future, and he will carry her surname, how do you feel about that? Gao Ran shrugged. That is fine by me. Qu Yimian reached for a bag nearby, retrieving a piece of paper and a beautiful fountain pen. Please write down your name, ID number, and phone number. Why? I will contemplate the outcome of this blind date overnight and respond to you tomorrow. All right. Gao Ran understood that he likely had no chance. Yet, he found himself deeply enamored with the girl before him. The more they conversed and spent time together, the more he cherished her presence. When she spoke of her stepmother, it tugged at his heartstrings. Fully aware of the futility of their disparity, of the improbability of it all, he still, with flushed cheeks and audacious resolve, inscribed the details she requested. Chapter 003. It turns out he mistook someone. Gao Ran paid for 2 cups of coffee and left the CAF with Qu Yimian. They parted ways, one heading left and the other right. Unable to resist, Gao Ran glanced back at her several times until her silhouette vanished among the throng of people. Sigh. He shouldn't have encountered someone so stunning. How would he ever go on blind dates again? With a heavy sigh, he made his way towards the subway entrance. At that moment, his mother's call came through. Son, where are you? Miss Wu has been waiting for you for quite some time. Huh? I just parted ways with her. We were having coffee together at the CAF. However, the introducer just called to inform me that Miss Wu has been waiting at the CAF for you. She ordered dinner, hoping you would join her. Yet you have not shown up. What is going on? It's not Gao Ran was about to explain when suddenly a vision of another girl in a crisp white shirt flashed through his mind. She was adorned with logos and had ordered an array of dishes. Could it be? Had he mistaken the person? This couldn't be. Why did he address that girl as Miss Wu and claim he was there for a blind date? She hadn't shown any signs of confusion. Son, your appointment was at 6. Miss Wu waited until 6:20, and still, you did not appear. Are you perhaps avoiding her because you find that CAF too expensive? Fong Ting assumed her son was being frugal and had chosen to flee. Yet, recalling her son's sense of responsibility throughout his life, she doubted he would act in such a manner. Growing increasingly anxious, she pressed, "What on earth are you doing?" Just then, another call rang on Gao Ran's phone. It was an unfamiliar number. He recalled the girl he had just parted with, and a faint possibility crossed his mind. "Mom, I'll call you back. I need to take this call." He hung up on his mother and answered the unfamiliar call. "Hello?" A familiar voice responded. "Gao Ran?" Nervously, Gao Ran replied. "It's me." Qu Yimian continued. "I apologize. I am not the person you were supposed to meet for your blind date. Your intended match, Miss Wu, is the girl at the table next to mine. I asked you to keep your voice down because I witnessed certain events before you arrived, and I feel it is essential to inform you." Qu Yimian recounted the actions of Nurse Wu prior to Gao Ran's entrance into the CAF. Gao Ran was left dumbfounded. How could his mother have fallen for the introducer's misleading words? "Oh, I see. Thank you for letting me know," Gao Ran replied. Qu Yimian smiled gently. "Gao Ran, you should head home now. As for the outcome of our blind date today, I will provide you with an answer tomorrow." "Wait, what?" Before he could respond further, the call ended, leaving Gao Ran momentarily disoriented until his mother's call came through once more. He quickly connected the call. "Mom, I won't be going to the CAF today. The introducer is not a good person, and Miss Wu isn't either." He recounted everything he had seen and heard about Qu Yimian to his mother. However, he concealed some details regarding Qu Yimian, merely stating, "As soon as I entered, a girl kindly came over to remind me and shared her observations, which is why I promptly turned around and left." Upon hearing this, Fong Ting was also quite furious. "I understand now. I will confront the introducer." He took a 500 yuan red envelope from me. Who is he to introduce us to such a person? Gao Ran was incredulous. "You actually gave him a 500 yuan red envelope?" Fong Ting replied. "Is there anything that doesn't cost money nowadays? Why should the introducer provide introductions for free? It's just a matter of spending money. And for your lifelong happiness, your mother is willing to invest, but it's unacceptable to spend money and receive unreliable introductions, treating us like fools. I want to discuss this further. Hurry back home. We have vegetables, and come eat." Gao Ran replied, "Understood. I'm about to enter the subway." Time ticked by. Both Qu Yimian and Gao Ran drifted further away from the CAF. Meanwhile, Wu Rongxue, who was anxiously waiting inside, kept making phone calls. The waiter had just come over with the bill. Her table totaled 4,218 yuan, which was exorbitant. Why should she bear the expense alone? However, the introducer could not reach Gao Ran. She called several acquaintances who were originally waiting for her blind date to follow up. But upon learning that Gao Ran had not arrived, they all declined to join, citing prior commitments. With no other options, Wu Rongxue called 2 men who were pursuing her. One, upon hearing her CAF's location, stated he was not in the capital. The other, with a flirtatious tone, asked, "Shall I settle the bill for you in exchange for a few nights of your company?" Enraged, Wu Rongxue retorted, "You lecher. Do you think I'm that easy? Would I sleep with you over a meal? Your arrogance is astounding." The man chuckled, "Then forget it. I have other plans tonight." Wait. Wu Rongxue was on the verge of despair. Previously, there were several fools willing to pay for her, but as they sensed something amiss, they gradually distanced themselves. Now, she was genuinely broke. If her reputation hadn't preceded her, she wouldn't have been reduced to scamming money from a junior officer. Wu Rongxue thought, "Just for tonight. Come if you wish." Huh. One night. Over 4,000. For someone like you, who has been used and discarded, you think you're worth that? I might as well hire a college student. It wouldn't cost nearly as much. After saying this, the man promptly blocked Wu Rongxue. Ultimately, she sobbed as she swiped her credit card. With little left of this month's limit, she was uncertain how to repay it next month. She resolved to call the bank upon returning to discuss installment payments. In the most affluent district of the capital, Qu Yimian took a photograph of the note written by Gao Ran and sent it to her assistant for further investigation. It was just past 8 in the evening when all of Gao Ran's information appeared in Qu Yimian's hands. The details aligned remarkably with his description of her earlier that night. However, the Gao family harbored its own share of distressing matters. Gao Ran's father, Gao Hong, had tragically passed away during his tenure at the factory, resulting in a compensation of 700,000 yuan. Yet, Gao Ran's grandmother seized this sum, harboring concerns that Fong Ting, being too young, might remarry and thus squander the money. Consequently, she resolved to temporarily safeguard the funds, intending to allocate them to Fong Ting only after she bore a child, with the stipulation that if it were a boy, the funds would be released to her when the boy turned 18. Now, however, Gao Ran was already 23, and the Gao family had yet to provide a single penny. During this time, Gao Ran had encountered two extraordinary opportunities to alter his fate. Chapter 004. Her discovery of his secrets once, during the pivotal high school entrance examination. He fell just 3 points short of gaining admission to the city's most prestigious high school. This renowned institution boasted an astonishing 99 rate of students advancing to elite universities, signifying that merely entering its doors was akin to stepping onto the path of higher learning. In that era, it was permitted to purchase up to 5 points with money. Fong Ting had inquired and learned that it would only cost 30,000 yuan. However, the Gao family was unwilling to part with such funds, nor were they prepared to cover Gao Ran's tuition for a regular high school. Even when Fong Ting insisted that the money need not come from them and could be deducted from Gao Hong's death compensation, the Gao family remained obstinate. Fong Ting, struggling to support Gao Ran, found herself in dire straits. Rent, utilities, school expenses, and the ever-growing needs of Gao Ran, who was at that age of rapid development, consumed her scant resources. Despite her attempts to buy inexpensive clothing, they often required replacement. The most burdensome expense was the school uniform, which mandated 2 sets each for summer, autumn, and winter, plus an additional outfit for sports events. Each semester brought further costs for lunch, after-school programs, and class fees. Fong Ting herself endured severe deprivation, often subsisting on a meager meal every other day. Yet she would always ensure that Gao Ran had sufficient food, deceitfully claiming that she had already dined. Juggling multiple jobs took its toll, and eventually, she fell ill and was hospitalized, coinciding with Gao Ran's summer break after the entrance exams. It was only when Gao Ran received a medical report indicating severe malnutrition that he realized the extent of his mother's sacrifices. In due course, Gao Ran, now more mature, opted to attend the most affordable vocational school. Despite his exceptional academic abilities, his lack of high school education became a perpetual source of pain for Fong Ting. She felt a deep sense of guilt towards her son. After her discharge from the hospital, although she increased her own food intake, she worked even harder to earn a living. As she read this, Qu Yimian could not help but feel her eyes welling with tears. A poignant line from Yu Hua's writing echoed in her mind. Some individuals, merely existing, have already exhausted their utmost efforts. Qu Yimian continued to delve into Gao Ran's records with curiosity. The minimum requirement for a position as an auxiliary police officer in the Beijing Traffic Police Department was an associate degree. Gao Ran, through his own diligence and frugality, had managed to attain this degree from a subpar vocational school. His grades had initially qualified him for direct admission to a 5-year program. But the exorbitant tuition had deterred Fong Ting from borrowing more money, leading him to that less-than-ideal institution. The fact that he managed to secure a place in a college from such an institution was nothing short of miraculous. What utterly astonished Qu Yimian was the revelation that Gao Ran possessed a bank card with a balance of 17 million yuan. By tracing remittances, they uncovered that Gao Ran was, in fact, a newly emerging and somewhat renowned cultural relic restorer, a secret known only to him. Employed at the Traffic Police Department as an auxiliary officer, he enjoyed the benefits of 6 insurances and 1 fund. Fong Ting's greatest wish was for her son to enjoy the stability provided by the state. Having lived a tumultuous life, moving numerous times with her son, her deepest hope was for him to lead a secure existence. Thus, Gao Ran's decision to remain at the Traffic Police Department and strive for a permanent position resonated deeply with her aspirations. Unbeknownst to her, he had also taken on a considerable amount of private work. The most affordable remittances amount to 100,000, while the most expensive reach 600,000. Such opportunities are not always available. However, for Gao Ran, they undoubtedly represent a substantial side venture. A subtle smile graced Qu Yimian's lips as her interest in Gao Ran intensified. This young man possesses considerable talent. Before long, she discovered that Gao Ran had a remarkable opportunity to alter his fate. It was the family of Fong Ting, who had visited her hometown in search of her. Fong Ting, an orphan raised in the village by the benevolence of the community, became the object of many admirers due to her striking beauty. At that time, the Gao family rallied together to assure that Gao Hong would treat Fong Ting well. Misplaced trust led Fong Ting to marry into the family, only to become a widow shortly thereafter. Her husband's compensation ceased, and she was cast out by her in-laws while heavily pregnant. Not long after she gave birth to Gao Ran, wealthy merchants from the port city arrived in the village, seeking the long-lost infant girl, with villagers asserting it was indeed Fong Ting. Yet, recognizing the wealth and influence of the visitors, along with the presence of the county and town leaders, the Gao family feared retribution against Fong Ting. They falsely claimed that she had remarried and relocated to Shaanxi. Whether those individuals ever ventured to Shaanxi remains unknown. However, the Gao family managed to keep this information from Fong Ting, who remains oblivious to the two opportunities that could have transformed their destinies. When Gao Ran returned to his hometown as an adult seeking funds, the incident escalated dramatically, attracting the attention of the local police. The Gao family staunchly denied any wrongdoing, and the factory where Gao Hong had worked had since closed, leaving no evidence. Fong Ting produced a note from her late mother-in-law, stating the temporary custody of 700,000, but since the matriarch had passed, the Gao family insisted the note was a forgery, claiming the handwriting did not belong to the deceased. Ultimately, the funds, tied to Gao Ran's injuries and his grandmother's demise, vanished without a trace. Moreover, Gao Ran's uncle, Gao Wei, issued a fierce warning. My brother has been dead for over 20 years. How can we ascertain that Gao Ran is truly a member of the Gao family? You mother and son have long been severed from us. Now you dare to seek money? Leave at once. If you disturb us again, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Despite his youthful fervor and disbelief that there could be no justice in the world, Gao Ran was deterred upon witnessing his mother's injuries. She had only one son. While she could bear the loss of money, the thought of harm befalling her son was unbearable. Thus, Fong Ting resolutely told Gao Ran, "Let us forsake this money. We have hands and feet. We can earn our own." Before Gao Hong's untimely demise, he had received two 120 square meter houses from the relocation of the family land. However, when it came time for marriage, Gao Ran's grandmother insisted that the family keep this a secret from Fong Ting, and Gao Hong never mentioned it to her, leaving her in ignorance. After Gao Hong's death, Fong Ting was expelled by her in-laws while pregnant. Throughout the years, the titles to those houses remained in Gao Hong's name, one occupied by Gao Ran's paternal cousin and the other by his paternal cousin's family. Moreover, they have resided there for over 20 years. Even considering the premarital assets, Fong Ting and Gao Ran possess inheritance rights, yet they have audaciously appropriated everything for themselves. A fierce glint shattered in Qu Yimian's eyes. How could these unscrupulous individuals take advantage of a widowed mother and her orphan child? They are her own grandmother and uncle. For heaven's sake, they are nothing short of beasts. Qu Yimian closed her eyes momentarily, only to break into a smile. The troubles of the Gao family pale in comparison to the matters concerning her own family. With these documents in hand, Qu Yimian rose and made her way to her grandmother's chamber. The elderly lady had just finished bathing, and a masseur was attending to her feet. Upon noticing Qu Yimian's arrival with numerous documents, the grandmother quickly dismissed the masseur, leaning forward to beckon Qu Yimian. "Mian, come here. Sit with me. What brings you here?" Qu Yimian replied, "Grandma, I wish to marry this person." Chapter 005. What reason has she to marry you? Gao Ran spent an entire night in restless turmoil. Fortunately, his work schedule consists of 2 days on and 3 days off. Yesterday marked the second day of his shift, and he now enjoys a 3-day respite. Oh, the joys of being an auxiliary police officer. If he can secure a permanent position next month, he will be able to enjoy a conventional work routine, from 9 to 5 with weekends off. He glanced at his mobile device. No missed calls, no overlooked messages. He let out a deep sigh. Gao Ran, what are you truly anticipating? Do you expect a goddess like her from last night to graciously descend and marry you? What grounds do you have for such hope? Rising, Gao Ran proceeded to wash up and changed into a fresh outfit, preparing to embark on his day's work. He and Fong Ting were both industrious individuals. In her youth, Fong Ting managed 5 jobs simultaneously, tirelessly working day in and day out without a single complaint of fatigue. Now, as age has caught up with her, she faces various health issues. At Gao Ran's urging, she chose to retain her position at the supermarket. There, she is responsible for weighing fruits and vegetables, earning a meager 500 yuan a month, supplemented by an additional 200 yuan for meals. Despite the low pay, She remains committed due to the 6 insurances and a housing fund the supermarket provides. At this hour, Fong Ting is still at work. On the dining table, there are meat buns and soybean milk left for him by her. Gao Ran picked them up, eating as he walked down the stairs, finishing his meal and disposing of the trash along the way. Outside the community, he located a shared bicycle and rode it to the nearby bus station, where a black sedan awaited him. He approached and entered the vehicle, which whisked him directly to the residence of his employer, Yi Qingkong. Yi Qingkong is a renowned screenwriter in the historical drama scene, known for crafting many well-loved large-scale period pieces. Gao Ran was introduced to him through a mutual friend who collects antiques, such as the nature of this circle. Gao Ran's reasonable fees, paired with his exceptional skills, make him a natural recommendation among acquaintances. The car drove through the imposing gates of a villa. Before disembarking, Gao Ran took one last look at his phone, only to find no one reaching out to him. A fleeting sense of solitude washed over him. He turned off his phone and immersed himself in the studio. Today, Gao Ran was tasked with restoring a piece of Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain that had shattered into 37 fragments. To restore it to its former glory would demand an immense investment of effort. The restoration of ancient ceramics involves several key steps: disassembly, cleaning, adhesion, filling, polishing, and coloring. Disassembly entails carefully breaking down previously restored pieces that had not been flawlessly mended, following the original fracture lines. Cleaning involves the meticulous removal of chemical residues, clay, and any foreign impurities that do not belong to the artifact, typically employing ultrasonic cleaning to avoid damaging the relic itself. Adhesion is where the restorer's aesthetic sense and craftsmanship are truly tested, with specific requirements for the materials used, demanding absolute focus and precision. Having completed these initial phases over the past 2 months, Gao Ran's current task is to create a filling material from resin and mineral pigments to mend the damaged sections of the artifact. Meanwhile, in the study above, Yi Qingkong gazed at the monitor, watching the earnest efforts of Gao Ran as he meticulously restored the shattered Yuan blue and white porcelain. A sense of delight enveloped him. This exquisite piece had come into his possession by mere chance, requiring no financial investment at the time. Later, while perusing ancient texts, he stumbled upon the porcelain's origin and its original form, leading him to realize its remarkable rarity. He sought the expertise of numerous artifact restorers and enlisted the help of a knowledgeable friend, who ultimately introduced him to Gao Ran. Initially, Yi Qingkong harbored doubts, questioning the reliability of the young man, merely 23 years of age, who quoted a surprisingly low fee of 200,000. Consequently, he opted for a renowned master who charged 1,300,000 for the restoration. However, upon completion, he found himself dissatisfied with the results, prompting him to summon Gao Ran once more. As he observed the nearing completion of the task, with the porcelain progressively transforming in Gao Ran's capable hands, regret began to gnaw at Yi Qingkong. Why had he not engaged Gao Ran from the very beginning? After 3 days and 2 nights, knowing that Gao Ran abstained from tobacco and alcohol, Yi Qingkong cheerfully poured him a glass of lychee juice. During his work hours, it was the servants who delivered light meals to the studio, but it had become customary for them to share a hearty meal together before Gao Ran departed. Yi Qingkong's wife, Cunning, eagerly urged Gao Ran to indulge, eat more. Gao Ran, I must thank you. The palace bracelet you restored for me last time brought me immense pride at the social gathering. I had thought such an expensive antique was lost forever, yet you managed to repair it. And you didn't even charge me. How can you be so gracious? Gao Ran, feeling bashful from the praise, responded earnestly. I was already working on the Yuan blue and white porcelain, and I was being compensated by your family. The bracelet was a minor issue, a simple task that required little effort. And since you have been so generous with your meals, I could not possibly accept further payment. Chenningjia was quite fond of Gao Ran. You are a sincere young man. If only I had a daughter, I would surely want you as my son-in-law. Gao Ran's cheeks flushed crimson as he suddenly recalled the stunning visage of Qu Yimian from the CAF. He instinctively reached for his phone in his pocket. Given the necessity for unwavering focus on the restoration work, he had kept it powered off. It would be discourteous to engage with his phone during the meal with his employer. His mother, aware of his work outside, would not seek him out. But what of Miss Chu? Gao Ran understood full well that he was unworthy, and she likely paid him no heed. Yet, he could not help but harbor a shameful flicker of hope. What if she had taken a liking to him? Yi Qingkong ladled a bowl of soup for Gao Ran and added 2 beautiful sea cucumbers. Gao Ran, with your remarkable skills, why do you insist on becoming a community police officer? Thank you, Uncle Yi. Gao Ran replied, accepting the soup. My mother desires for me to have a stable position with benefits. She has toiled her entire life for me, and I cannot bear to cause her any worry. So I will continue with the community police work. Yi Qingkong's son, Yi Bowen, who was 2 years older than Gao Ran, had evidently grown familiar with him. He curiously inquired of Gao Ran, "By the way, didn't you mention last time that your team has some sort of assessment?" Gao Ran explained, "Well, I passed. And barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be officially recognized next month." Yi Bowen exclaimed, "Congratulations." Yu Qingkong echoed, "Congratulations indeed." Qinningjia. Being the head of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau and having navigated the political circles of Beijing with her husband for many years, naturally had connections in various aspects. Typically, for auxiliary police officers or any temporary workers aspiring to attain permanent status, it is essential for their families to make prior arrangements. Given that Gao Ran lacked such connections, Qinningjia genuinely felt a pang of anxiety for him. Chapter 006. The goddess wishes to marry him. Qinningjia raised her glass and clinked it with Gao Ran's. Her words laden with significance. "Congratulations in advance, dear. However, if you encounter any issues at work, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall assist you in any way I can. This society thrives on human connections. As a child without a background, you are quite susceptible to being bullied." Gao Ran felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. "Thank you, Auntie. I shall remember that." After satiating his hunger, the driver dropped him off at the bus station, from where he rode a shared bicycle home. Little did he know, upon his departure, Yu Qingkong and her husband gazed at Yi Bowen with disdain. "Look at you. Gao Ran is a child born out of wedlock, having endured so much hardship, yet he has cultivated such remarkable skills. And you? Our family has such favorable conditions. And here you are at 25, still achieving nothing. Truly, the adage the children of the poor mature early holds no falsehood. This is merely a routine occurrence in our household. Gao Ran's presence is just a matter of adding a few extra chopsticks. Yet he seems to believe it is a special invitation. This child has surely faced countless trials and injustices throughout his life. Husband, please assist him. He is truly a good child, possessing exceptional character. He is also quite handsome. I can't help but like him at first glance. Oh, how I wish we had a daughter. Gao Ran is truly handsome. I inquired if he wished to enter the entertainment industry, but he declined. Look, he has the opportunity to join the entertainment world but chooses to refuse it. And you? You have been acting since childhood, a child star in your own right. Yet you seem to fade further into obscurity as you grow older? Yi Bowen. He could hardly endure the tirade from his parents. With a resigned expression, he trudged upstairs, feeling utterly defeated. Upon returning home, Gao Ran found his mother on the balcony hanging clothes. "Mom," he called out, approaching to lend a hand. Fong Ting's eyes lit up upon seeing him. "I knew you would be back around this time. The strawberries at the supermarket went unsold today, so they gave us an internal discount. I've soaked them in salt water for you. Let me wash them and bring them over." Gao Ran smiled. His mother was always like this, diligently watching over the fruit and vegetable section of the supermarket. They sold fresh produce daily, and if anything remained unsold, priority would be given to staff, offering them discounted prices. Despite their modest means, his mother consistently found ways to provide him with the best. Once the laundry was done, the mother and son sat on the sofa, enjoying strawberries while watching television, relishing a moment of warmth together. As the clock approached 9, Gao Ran retreated to his room to take a shower. He felt utterly exhausted after the past 3 days and planned to retire early, avoiding any delays for the next day's field work. However, a sense of restlessness lingered within him. He yearned to check his phone yet hesitated. After lying there for a while, he thought, I must turn it on eventually. Resolutely, he chose to confront the harsh realities of life, relinquishing any unrealistic fantasies. Once he powered on his phone, a notification from Miss Chu appeared, along with 3 unread messages from her. "Why did you turn off your phone? I have added you as a friend on WeChat. Please accept my request. Call me back when you turn on your phone. I have something to discuss with you." Gao Ran could hardly suppress the smile that crept onto his lips, considering a possibility he had not dared to imagine. He promptly agreed to add Qu Yimian as a friend. Qu Yimian's profile picture featured an adorable, fluffy cat paw. Gao Ran clicked on it, eager to view her moments. But before he could, her call came through. The phone vibrated in his palm, sending his heart racing. Sweetness, anxiety, and nervousness swirled within him. He quickly pressed the answer button. "Hello?" Qu Yimian's voice betrayed no emotion. "What time are you free tomorrow?" Gao Ran pondered seriously. "I need to return to the team first, then I have an outdoor assignment. I'll have an hour and a half to rest at noon." And I finish work at 6 in the afternoon. Qu Yimian replied, bring your household registration book and ID tomorrow. I will find you at noon. Gao Ran's palms were clammy, his mind in a whirl. You are coming to see me? What do we need the household registration book and ID for? Qu Yimian seemed to delight in teasing him. You'll find out tomorrow. Gao Ran, feeling foolish, managed a simple "oh." Qu Yimian chuckled softly and added, will you have trouble sleeping tonight? Gao Ran was taken aback. Huh? Qu Yimian continued, I fear I might not sleep well. Gao Ran. Qu Yimian, I can't be the only one tossing and turning while you sleep soundly, so I wanted to give you a heads up. Gao Ran felt tense all over, his heart racing as if about to leap from his throat. It was only at this moment that he realized his deep affection for Qu Yimian. Though her appearance in his life had been abrupt, it had not hindered her from bounding into his heart, stirring his emotions into disarray. Gao Ran, I am on my way to your neighborhood. Huh? You live in Nanwan Happiness Community, right? Yes, but don't be nervous. You can come out now. There's a bus stop across from Blue Bay Happiness Community. I'll be there shortly. Can we talk when we meet? All right. He felt dizzy with excitement. Gao Ran sprang from his bed, then opened his wardrobe, trying on various t-shirts against himself. After selecting his outfit, he dashed into the bathroom to groom his hair meticulously. He then knocked on his mother's door. Mom. The unit called me in. I'll go check it out. Fong Ting opened the door, her face etched with concern. She instinctively feared there had been an accident, leading to a shortage of personnel. Helpless, she could only hope there would be no casualties. Oh, be careful on your way. Take the house keys with you. If I fall asleep, I might not hear you knocking when you return. Don't worry, Mom. I'll just check and come back. He changed his shoes, grabbed his keys and phone, and stepped out. On this summer night, the stars twinkled brilliantly. The old neighborhood's streetlights shone brightly, illuminating his path to meet the one he cherished. Fearing Qu Yimian might arrive before him, Gao Ran hurried along, running towards the quiet bus stop. Gao Ran stood alone, sending a text to Qu Yimian. I have arrived. Suddenly, from behind a large advertisement, a figure emerged. Qu Yimian's softly curled long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she donned a simple white t-shirt paired with denim jeans. On her feet were canvas shoes, and she carried a small crossbody bag. Though her attire bore no visible brand, she exuded an undeniable charm. She appeared even more approachable and vibrant than before. The night breeze tousled a strand of her hair, carrying the scent of her fragrance to his senses. Gao Ran was taken aback to find she had arrived earlier than expected, his heart racing. Hello, Qu Yimian. Holding her phone, approached with a smile. Gao Ran, could you do me a favor? Gao Ran replied, what favor? Qu Yimian responded, marry me. Chapter 007. Blushing at first sight, his face, ablaze with a sudden rush of crimson, caught him completely off guard. Neither he nor Qu Yimian anticipated that upon hearing those 4 words, he would react with such an overwhelming blush. As the warmth surged across his cheeks, Gao Ran even questioned whether he had come down with a fever, leading to a moment of auditory hallucination. He shook his head, fixing his clear gaze upon Qu Yimian. Miss Chu, I didn't quite catch that. Could you please repeat it? Qu Yimian was taken aback by his adorableness. How could he be this charming? Like a little white rabbit, she bounded a step closer, narrowing the distance between them. Her beautiful, glassy eyes locked onto his as she enunciated each word with clarity. Marry me. I am not joking. This is not a figment of imagination. It's the kind that does not end in divorce. Gao Ran stared at her, his chest rising and falling noticeably. Yet, he quickly shook his head, retreating a step, unable to meet her gaze. Miss Chu, I cannot afford to marry you. Qu Yimian retrieved a pen and a thick stack of documents from her bag. Upon opening it, Gao Ran realized it contained several pre-prepared agreements. Qu Yimian unfurled the papers and handed them to him. That day in the CAF, you provided me with the answer I longed to hear. After much contemplation, I have decided to marry you. Tomorrow at noon, we will go for a prenuptial property notarization. This is the prenuptial agreement. Please take a look. If there are no issues, after the notarization, we will directly go to register our marriage. I have made arrangements with both the notary office and the Civil Affairs Bureau to accommodate us during their lunch break. Gao Ran remained in a state of disbelief. He took the agreement and scrutinized it closely. The document primarily outlined economic constraints and freedoms between the two parties. For instance, their finances would remain permanently independent, and in the event of a spouse's demise, the other would have no inheritance rights. Such rights would instead go to their parents or children. Additionally, they were required to have a son who would bear the mother's surname. Furthermore, the woman would provide a marital home in the urban area, allowing the man to bring his mother to live with him, though he must remain in a concealed marriage. When and how to make their union public would be determined by the woman's wishes. Lastly, the man would have no right to initiate a divorce. After carefully reading through the agreement, Gao Ran looked at her with skepticism. But what about the bridal price? No need for that, Qu Yimian replied, straightforwardly explaining the rationale behind the agreement. My family has some business dealings and a modest fortune, but I am the only daughter. My stepmother had a daughter who, despite her ambitions, has proven to be rather ineffectual. Now, my stepmother has recognized her daughter's shortcomings and wishes to introduce her nephew to me for marriage, aiming to claim our family assets. I must make a preemptive strike before that occurs. I know you are a posthumous child, so I do not require you to move into my family. I only ask that we have a son who carries my surname, given the family interests at stake. A concealed marriage is essential, though it will eventually be made public, with the manner of disclosure adhering to my stipulations. I will not interfere with your freedom or that of your mother. You may do as you wish, and I will strive to be a good wife and daughter-in-law in private. What you are concerned about is merely the strain of financial pressures. However, I happen to be quite affluent, thus you need not worry about such matters, and I remain indifferent. Gao Ran, I can sense that both you and your mother are wonderful individuals. After all, you are in search of someone to marry, are you not? Why not assist me? Let us give it a try, shall we? Upon hearing all this, Gao Ran comprehended the gravity of the situation. She was not jesting. Moreover, 3 days prior, in the CAF, the questions she had posed were perfectly aligned with the current circumstances. Gao Ran hesitated to fathom how such a fortuitous event could befall him. A girl as splendid as her was to be bestowed upon him as a bride? The only sounds in his ears were the whispers of the wind and the rhythmic beating of his own heart. Why me? He found it perplexing. Her criteria were such that, even if she sought assistance, she could undoubtedly find many suitors far more suitable than he. In fact, with her wealth, she could procure sperm from the most esteemed Ivy League genes to bear the most exceptional offspring. Gao Ran gazed at Qu Yimian, eager to capture every nuance of her expression. Qu Yimian returned his gaze. Previously, she had harbored some trepidation regarding his potential refusal. Now, hearing his inquiry, she felt a sense of reassurance, her demeanor softening. Gao Ran, what led you to believe that the person you were to be matched with was me? Gao Ran stammered. Noticing his inability to respond, Qu Yimian smiled gently. I perceive it as a predestined connection. Fate, being a form of destiny, requires no explanation to anyone. Thus, Gao Ran, it is not I who chose you. It is you who have chosen me. It was getting late. We should return. Remember to bring your household registration and identification tomorrow. Qu Yimian suddenly waved her hand at him. Gao Ran tightened his grip on the paper and pen. Looking at her, how will you return? Allow me to escort you. Qu Yimian chuckled softly, gesturing to the surroundings. Only then did Gao Ran survey his environment. He had wondered why this bus stop was completely deserted. It turned out that there were bodyguards clad in black suits positioned all around, deterring any unwelcome intruders. Given this, it was evident that Miss Chu's family possessed considerable wealth, far surpassing that of Yi Qingkong's family, who did not boast such an entourage. Gao Ran felt a twinge of anxiety. His insecurities resurfaced, and he nodded slightly. See you tomorrow. Qu Yimian continued to smile and waved her hand. Gao Ran turned to cross the street, fading into the night. He recalled that the household registration was in his mother's room. Upon returning home, he removed his shoes and cautiously opened his mother's door, slipping inside and quietly opening the drawer to stealthily retrieve the household registration. He tiptoed back to his own bedroom. He gazed at the fountain pen and the triplicate agreement Qu Yimian had given him and glanced at the message on his phone from her. Get to bed early. See you tomorrow. The reality of it all intensified. A glance at his phone revealed it was already past 11. He hastily called his colleague, also an auxiliary police officer. Li Kai. The latter answered, his tone clearly displeased. What the heck? What time is it? My wife and I are already asleep. Why are you calling me at this hour? Gao Ran, with a cheerful demeanor, said, Li Gu, I apologize, but a sudden matter has arisen at home. Would you be able to swap shifts with me tomorrow? The auxiliary police typically work 2 days on and 3 days off, and while special circumstances allow for private arrangements, both parties must consent and ensure that no work is delayed. Li Kai replied, Come on, I've already worked 2 days straight, and the sun has been scorching, leaving me completely drained. Would 500 suffice? Gao Ran promptly responded, If you cover my shift for a day, I will give you a red envelope with 500 yuan. Li Kai inquired, Do you truly mean what you say? Gao Ran affirmed, Absolutely. I will transfer it immediately. Li Kai insisted, Then do it now. Go ahead and make the transfer, and I will set my alarm for tomorrow morning to take your shift. Chapter 008. The most expensive purchase of this lifetime. Gao Ran expressed his gratitude profusely and promptly transferred a red envelope containing 500 yuan to Li Kai. Li Kai quickly accepted it, sending back a smiling emoji and cheerfully voiced, "All right. I'll take care of it for you first thing tomorrow. What important event do you have that you're skipping work for?" After a moment's reflection, Gao Ran replied, "My family arranged a blind date, and the lady is only available during the day tomorrow. It's rather unfortunate that it coincides with my work schedule." Li Kai chuckled, "Haha, got it. Don't worry. I won't be late." Early the next morning, after sharing a meal with his mother and tidying up the dishes, Gao Ran donned a black backpack and set out for work. He strolled through the bustling city center, completing his errands before treating himself to a cup of milk tea. He settled on a bench in the plaza, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd. At 10:30 in the morning, Qu Yimian received a message from Gao Ran. Gao Ran, location, address, and photo of the diamond ring pickup slip. Gao Ran, Miss Chu, I purchased a diamond ring from this store for you, but I'm unsure of your ring size. Additionally, since you requested a private marriage, we certainly cannot make it public, so I chose a style and made the payment. I hope you can collect it from the store when you have time. The staff will adjust the ring size for you on site." After sending the message, Gao Ran waited in silence, his palms clammy with sweat. He felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, recalling the bodyguards beside her last night. He understood she had many superior options. Choosing him felt like an immense burden on her. Nonetheless, having promised to be with her, he was determined to provide her with the best he could offer. After approximately 5 minutes, his phone rang. It was Qu Yimian calling. Gao Ran hurriedly answered, "Miss Chu." Her voice carried a hint of delight. "What made you think to buy me a ring?" She was familiar with the brand. Renowned for its unique gimmick, a man could only purchase one of its rings in his lifetime. While it could not be compared to the likes of Cartier or Chaumet in the luxury segment, its premium was still significant when compared to ordinary jewelry stores. Gao Ran felt a flutter of nervousness. "I plan to marry only once in my life, and I wish to provide you with a sense of ceremony. Miss Chu, last night was rather hasty, and I did not consider everything thoroughly. Now, I would like to share some thoughts with you. Do you have a moment to listen?" Qu Yimian replied, "Go ahead, I'm available." She had just been in a meeting, but upon seeing Gao Ran's message, she paused the discussion. Before her was a floor-to-ceiling window, offering a panoramic view of the thriving commercial empire of the Jing Circle. Behind her lay a high-level meeting, where seasoned veterans, some much older and quite formidable, deliberated the group's policies. A secretary stood at the door, waiting, while the corridor was devoid of any passerby. The atmosphere was serene, yet from Gao Ran's end, the cacophony of the bustling street could still be heard. She stood amidst the cold steel and concrete. Feeling the weight of the moment, he basked in the warm glow of humanity's vibrant essence. Gao Ran cast a glance around and spoke earnestly, "Miss Chu, marriage is a matter for two, not merely one. Although my capabilities may be limited, I shall exert every effort to bring you happiness. I understand that my words may seem presumptuous in your eyes, but I am determined to try. I hope you find joy." In Qu Yimian's mind, the final words of her mother before her passing echoed, "My dear, we must ensure that every day is filled with happiness." Qu Yimian felt a warmth in her eyes. "All right, I understand. I will retrieve it shortly. Are you not working today? Do you still have time to buy the ring?" she inquired. "I swapped shifts with a colleague. Today is not a regular day, you see," he replied. Qu Yimian laughed cheerfully. I will contact you once I have the ring." "Good." He settled onto a bench in the square, with the store a mere 70 meters ahead. She intended to keep their marriage a secret, preventing him from accompanying her. Yet, he yearned to know if she had arrived, when she would come, if she liked the style he had chosen, and the expression on her face. Thus, he sat there, quietly awaiting her arrival. Qu Yimian swiftly concluded her meeting and hurried to the store. Upon entering, she was taken aback to discover that he had purchased a magnificent 3-carat ring for her. Gao Ran had an exceptional eye. The ring was so exquisite that it left her momentarily speechless. The skilled craftsman in the shop adjusted the ring's band for her. Initially, she intended to wear the ring on her ring finger. However, considering the inopportune nature of publicly displaying her married status, she looked at him with a hint of disappointment and said, "Let us put it on my middle finger for now. We can switch it to the ring finger when we have the wedding." To her surprise, the craftsman chuckled, "You young folks don't understand. There exists a phenomenon known as happy weight. When you marry, you may find that it fits perfectly on your ring finger one day, and during pregnancy, your body may swell, making it naturally fit there. Qu Yimian's earlier disappointment dissipated with the craftsman's words. Once the ring adorned her middle finger, she signed the receipt and took possession of the ring's packaging, invoice, and warranty. It was then that she noticed the invoice totaled over 230,000. A wave of warmth washed over her. Considering his part-time job, the difficulties he faced, and his spending habits since childhood, for him to purchase a ring of such value was no small feat. This was likely the most expensive item he had ever bought. With a smile, Qu Yimian addressed the shop assistant. "Hello, I would like to purchase a men's ring." Outside the store, Gao Ran watched as Qu Yimian entered. She looked exceptionally beautiful today, without a bodyguard in tow. After about half an hour, during which he finished his milk tea, she emerged from the store, her demeanor lively, wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. As soon as she stepped out, she called him. Seeing her excited expression, his anxious heart finally began to ease. "Miss Qu," Gao Ran, "your taste is impeccable. I truly adore the ring. Where are you now?" "I am seated on the bench opposite you, right by the greenery in the center of the square." "Ah?" Upon hearing her astonished voice, Gao Ran glanced over and spotted her looking in his direction. The radiant woman, adorned with reflective sunglasses, obscured her expression from his view. Yet, he vividly recalled her mention of a secret marriage, and he remained cautious, fearing to inadvertently cause her any trouble. Hastily, Gao Ran lowered his head and turned away, avoiding her gaze. Indeed, Qu Yimian concluded her call and exited through the other side of the shop without a backward glance. Soon after, Gao Ran received a text message on his phone. "Please take a taxi to the municipal notary office. I have arranged for someone to meet you there. You will understand when you arrive." "All right." After replying, Gao Ran rose and departed. Chapter 009. A sudden marriage. Just as Gao Ran was preparing to hail a taxi by the roadside, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards the entrance of a nearby Japanese restaurant. There, he caught sight of Captain Meng Jingwu and his fellow auxiliary police officer Zhou Xiuyuan laughing together at the restaurant's entrance. Being colleagues from the same traffic police team, Gao Ran could not have mistaken them. He paused momentarily, recalling Zhou Xiuyuan's previous failure in the assessment, and noted that Zhou and the captain had no prior interactions at work, appearing to be complete strangers. This left him perplexed as to why the two would meet privately at such an upscale Japanese dining establishment. His thoughts wandered back to a dinner at the home of employer Yi Qingkong, where Ye's wife, Jia, had alluded to something concerning. Pressing his lips together, an unsettling possibility flickered through Gao Ran's mind. Merely 2 seconds after spotting the duo, he quickly retrieved his phone to begin recording. He captured Zhou Xiuyuan presenting the captain with an exquisitely beautiful bag, presumably containing some luxurious gift. The captain accepted it with a smile, and the two men then embraced each other as they entered the restaurant. Gao Ran did not rush to leave, but instead approached the entrance and discreetly photographed the promotional price list displayed outside the restaurant. The most affordable sashimi set for two was priced at $799, with other packages ranging from $12.99 to $20.99. After taking these photographs, he cautiously saved them. He held no interest in invading anyone's privacy. He merely stumbled upon a situation that could potentially jeopardize his own interests, prompting him to gather evidence. He hoped fervently that his suspicions would prove unfounded. Upon arriving at the notary office designated by Qu Yimian, Gao Ran had just exited his vehicle when someone approached him. "Are you Mr. Gao Ran?" "Yes. Miss Qu instructed me to wait for you here. Please follow me." "All right." Gao Ran followed this individual through the back entrance of the notary office, navigating through the building until they arrived at an office on the second floor. The office was not particularly lavish, resembling that of an ordinary public servant. A large wall-mounted filing cabinet occupied one side, while a desk sat in the center, behind which a middle-aged woman was seated. Qu Yimian was positioned opposite her, with an empty chair beside him. Noticing his arrival, Qu Yimian smiled and waved. "Gao Ran. Over here." It was then that Gao Ran clearly discerned her expression. She had removed her cap and sunglasses, revealing a beautifully made-up face that radiated vibrancy. As she greeted him, the diamond ring on her fingers sparkled brilliantly. "Miss Qu." Gao Ran approached and took a seat beside her. Upon realizing that the ring she wore was indeed the one he had gifted her, warmth spread through his heart. Qu Yimian remarked, "Thank you for the ring. I adore it. It is truly stunning." Gao Ran replied, "I'm glad you like it." The middle-aged woman across from them chuckled. "It is indeed beautiful. Just a moment ago, Mian was showing it off to me. That diamond is quite substantial. You really spared no expense." Gao Ran felt a flush of embarrassment. Knowing that Qu Yimian came from a wealthy family, He feared that this 3-carat diamond ring might seem inadequate in comparison to her stature. He did not heed the words of the middle-aged woman, but instead turned his gaze to Qu Yimian. I will strive to buy a larger one for you in the future. Qu Yimian smiled, her eyes bright and pure as she replied, All right, I shall await that. The middle-aged woman chuckled softly. Qu Yimian quickly introduced. This is my mother's best friend, Aunt Fong, during her lifetime. You may address her as Aunt Fong. Greetings, Aunt Fong, Gao Ran exclaimed. Zhu Fong waved her hand and inquired, Have you brought the documents? Gao Ran promptly retrieved last night's agreement in triplicate. Zhu Fong asked, Have you examined them thoroughly? Are you certain? Gao Ran assured her, I have scrutinized them carefully, and there are no issues. Zhu Fong took a glance at the documents, confirming their validity before allowing them to sign in her presence. She then signed and stamped the documents herself, ensuring the entire process was recorded conventionally. Both individuals held their agreements and identification cards before the camera, remaining still for a moment. After Qu Yimian and Gao Ran complied, each received a copy of the agreement, with one retained at the notary office. Give me the household registration book, Zhu Fong instructed. Both of them, please. Qu Yimian and Gao Ran promptly handed over their household registration books, while their identification cards, previously taken out, were collected by Zhu Fong. 2 marriage application forms were placed before them. Gao Ran expressed surprise. This. Qu Yimian stifled a laugh. Did you not notice that the Civil Affairs Bureau is right in front of this building? Gao Ran had indeed overlooked it. Having never visited before, he had entered through the back entrance guided by someone else. He had assumed this was merely a notary office. They filled out the forms, and after making photocopies of their identification cards and household registration books, Zhu Fong made a phone call. The trio engaged in casual conversation for another 5 or 6 minutes before a man approached with a camera. Zhu Fong cheerfully stood up to greet him, and he glanced at Qu Yimian and Gao Ran, his eyes lighting up. Wow, your niece and nephew-in-law are quite the lookers. Are they perhaps movie stars? Zhu Fong laughed and waved her hand. Not at all. We simply have good genes. The man chuckled and directed Qu Yimian and Gao Ran to sit side by side on a chair against a plain white wall, assuring them that the background could be altered digitally later. Several photos were taken, all of which turned out well. After about 10 more minutes, their little red book was printed, complete with their wedding photo affixed and stamped. Qu Yimian turned to Zhu Fong. And Fong, may I borrow this space to speak with Gao Ran for a moment? Zhu Fong, smiling brightly, stood up. Of course. I shall head to the cafeteria for a meal. Just be sure to lock the door when you leave. I have the key. All right. Thank you, Aunt Fong. When Gao Ran and I get married, I will be sure to send you an invitation first. Zhu Fong, chuckling, picked up her bag and headed out. That would be wonderful. I shall await it. You two enjoy your conversation. Zhu Fong quickly departed, closing the door behind her. Qu Yimian turned to Gao Ran, who felt his heart racing uncontrollably. He had been pondering her name, as she had merely mentioned her surname, Chu. When they signed the agreement earlier, her signature was a flamboyant display of strokes, exuding a unique vigor, rendering her name somewhat elusive to him. It wasn't until the little red book was handed to him that he gazed at the photograph of the two of them nestled together, and then glanced at her name, Qu Yimian, a name imbued with lingering affection. How melodious! Gao Ran felt a surge of exhilaration, his emotions in tumult. He found himself at a loss for words. In essence, it was simply beautiful. Qu Yimian presented him with a square box. This is the men's ring I selected for you. Consider it a gesture of reciprocity. Gao Ran quickly accepted it, opening the box to find indeed a men's ring, and it was the very one he had tried on in the store. He was astonished. How did you know my ring size? Qu Yimian stifled a laugh. The sales clerk mentioned you had tried it on, and the size was just right. Everyone thought it suited you perfectly and assumed you would purchase it. Little did they know, you merely wore it for quite some time before returning it to them. Chapter 010. Waiting for my return to share a bed. Had I known that this matter would reach her ears, I would have refrained from the embarrassing act of trying on a men's ring. Qu Yimian produced the ring and took his hand, marking their first hand-holding and their inaugural physical contact. Gao Ran gazed at her, as if in this moment he would acquiesce to anything she desired. She could whimsically impose her will upon him. Qu Yimian placed the ring on his middle finger, declaring it beautiful. Thank you, Gao Ran replied, releasing his hand. Qu Yimian retrieved a document pouch from her bag and handed it to him. This is a wedding gift. The keys to our home, the car keys, and some pertinent information are all included. Gao Ran, I will be flying to Singapore tomorrow. I hope you can promptly inform your mother about our situation, as it will facilitate our interactions moving forward. You can move into the marital home at your earliest convenience. Upon my return from Singapore, I will come to the marital residence to find you. Qu Yimian understood the significance of Fong Ting in Gao Ran's life, which is why she had no intention of living separately from her mother-in-law. In fact, she had already prepared for the upcoming period, planning to reside alternately between the Qu family mansion and the marital home. Although the news of her marriage had not yet spread widely, she had already informed her grandmother. In the Qu family, the grandmother held the highest authority. Having informed her grandmother was tantamount to having secured her place within the family. Qu Yimian's sole desire was to bear a son. Had it not been for the urgency and unforeseen nature of her work in Singapore, she would undoubtedly have consummated the marriage with Gao Ran this evening. Gao Ran slowly accepted the document pouch, feeling its weight so heavy. He looked at Qu Yimian and said, "I have something to tell you as well." Qu Yimian smiled, encouraging him. "Go ahead." Gao Ran, gazing intently at her delicate features, mustered the courage to pull a bank card from his pocket and placed it in her palm. Qu Yimian was momentarily stunned. "What is this?" Gao Ran's ears turned crimson. "There is 1 million inside. Keep it as pocket money. I will strive to continue adding to this card." Although to her, this sum might seem insignificant, every penny represented his hard-earned labor, each a testament to his affection for her. Qu Yimian chuckled softly. "All right." Heeding her words, Gao Ran departed first, while Qu Yimian took 5 minutes before following suit, locking the office door for Zhu Feng before leaving. Unable to contain his excitement, Gao Ran hailed a taxi and headed home. Having missed dinner, and being frugal by nature, he seldom indulged in dining out unless absolutely necessary. He opened the refrigerator, prepared a simple bowl of spring noodles, and after finishing his meal, returned to his bedroom to open the document pouch Qu Yimian had given him, his heart fluttering with anticipation. The first items to spill out were a set of house keys and a car key, sending his heart racing once more. He extracted all the documents within, discovering a property deed. The apartment was situated in a high-end community within the city's second ring, boasting a spacious area of 164 square meters, comprising 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Additionally, he found a vehicle registration certificate. The vehicle is a polar gray Porsche Cayenne. The house is registered under Fong Ting's name, while the car belongs to him. Is this what Qu Yimian referred to as a wedding gift? Gao Ran felt a sudden sense of bewilderment. In comparison to the diamond ring and the 1 million in pocket money he had presented, these gifts seemed to be a significant downgrade. He had assumed that both the house and the car were in Qu Yimian's name, merely permitted for their use during the course of their marriage. Such lavish gifts were simply astounding. As he continued to peruse the other documents, his gaze fell upon 2 photocopies of property certificates, both bearing the name of his father, Gao Hong. The 2 houses were located in the same community, a resettlement area from a demolition project back in their hometown. Gao Ran was taken aback. His father had passed away over 20 years ago. Where could these 2 houses have come from? Upon closer inspection, he noted that the property registration date was 4 years prior to his birth. A chill ran down Gao Ran's spine. A possibility struck him, prompting him to hurriedly search through his mother's room next door. Eventually, he discovered his parents' marriage certificate nestled within a cabinet, now yellowed with age. The date inscribed upon it was 1 year before his birth. He immediately called his mother. Fong Ting answered promptly. "Son, what is it?" "Mom, did you know that Dad had 2 houses in his name before marrying you?" Upon hearing this news, Fong Ting was utterly shocked. "That is impossible. If they truly existed, I would have known. Your father never mentioned anything to me." Gao Ran took a deep breath. "Mom, just go to work for now. We can discuss this when you return home." After ending the call, he returned to his room to continue examining the materials Qu Yimian had provided him. Among them was a remittance record showing a transfer of 700,000 from the now-cancelled account of his grandmother, Miao Xilan, to his uncle Gao Wei. There were also property ownership documents for 2 houses under Miao Xilan's name and a handwritten note listing 2 phone numbers, Zheng Fengtai at 189-876 and lawyer Zheng Liangkai at 156-9999. Beneath the phone numbers were a few handwritten lines stating that Zheng Fengtai was the workshop director responsible for family support at Gao Hong's factory. Miao Xilan and Fong Ting had drafted an agreement in his office, witnessed by him, stating that the 70,000 in death compensation would be temporarily held by your grandmother. If needed, you could contact lawyer Jiang, who would assist you in reclaiming your father's assets and the compensation. After absorbing this information, Gao Ran's mind drifted back to that summer when he was 18, when he had returned to their hometown seeking money and was subsequently beaten by his uncle's family, resulting in 3 broken ribs and a hospital stay. At that time, 6 individuals, his uncle, aunt, cousin, cousin-in-law, and 2 cousins had attacked him with sticks. The pain was seared into his memory, an indelible mark. He was uncertain of the emotions that led him to send Qu Yimian a message. Thank you. He felt utterly inadequate, as so many disgraceful family matters had come to light through her investigation. He bore no resentment toward her for delving into his past. After all, she is about to marry. She is entrusting her entire life to a man, and should she not be aware of his true nature? Even when making a purchase, one possesses the right to be informed, how much more so when it concerns the one who will share her bed in the future. He merely feels discomfort, a sense of shame, and an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Yet all this discomfort is in vain. He must rise up and ensure that those who once bullied him and his mother pay the price. His phone chimed softly. Gao Ran glanced at it and saw a message from Qu Yimian. Miss Chu, we are married, so please do not feel awkward about me knowing these matters. You will soon discover that my family's situation is far worse than yours. I have already spoken to lawyer Jiang. You can contact him anytime you need. Gao Ran, thank you. Miss Chu, you should be mentally prepared. When I return for our consummation, refrain from smoking and drinking for these few days. Go to bed early and rise early. Do not overexert yourself, as this will ensure the quality of the little tadpoles, and the baby's health will be better. Chapter 011. Confessing everything to Mom. Gao Ran's flushed face was ablaze with emotion. He typed a line of text on his phone, only to delete it, then type again. It seemed that no matter how he approached the conversation, it felt wrong, as if his thoughts were entangled in a chaotic knot. Qu Yimian observed him from a distance, watching as he alternated between typing and pausing. Ultimately, he received a message, safe travels, waiting for your return. Due to her son's phone call, Fong Ting felt restless throughout the afternoon. As evening fell and work concluded, she hurried home. Upon entering the house, she was greeted by the sight of Gao Ran having prepared a meal. The table was set with 3 dishes and a soup, stir-fried pork with green peppers, cola chicken wings, mapo tofu, tomato, and egg soup, accompanied by rice. Mom, wash your hands and let's eat, Gao Ran said, bringing a plate of sliced pineapple and washed strawberries to the table. Fong Ting grasped his arm, her anxiety palpable as she pressed. What did you mean by what you said on the phone? Gao Ran replied gently, wash your hands first. We can sit down and talk while we eat. Fong Ting plopped down onto a chair, exclaiming, oh, just tell me. If you don't say it first, I want to have the mood to eat. Seeing her genuine urgency, Gao Ran removed his apron and sat across from her, gazing at her with a mix of seriousness and nervousness. Mom, this matter is quite lengthy, but please don't rush me. I will clarify everything for you today. Do you remember that day I went on a blind date? There was a girl who mentioned Nurse Wu as soon as I walked in. Well, that day, I mistook someone for her. At the CAF entrance, I saw 2 individuals in white shirts, and then Gao Ran explained the situation slowly and clearly, detailing his initial encounter with Qu Yimian, their impulsive marriage, and their visit to obtain the marriage certificate today. He recounted how Qu Yimian gifted him a folder as a wedding present, which unveiled secrets that the Gao family had kept hidden from them. Gao Ran felt a surge of guilt for having concealed the truth from his mother. Now, having laid everything bare, he felt a mixture of tension and relief. He presented the marriage certificate and the folder to Fong Ting. She was utterly bewildered, trembling. She took the little red book, gazing at the wedding photo of Gao Ran alongside a beautiful girl. As she read the girl's name, tears inexplicably welled up in her eyes. Startled, Gao Ran quickly handed her a tissue. Mom, why are you crying? Is it that you have something against Miss Chu? You're talking nonsense. Fong Ting interjected, her eyes narrowing as she scolded him. What could I possibly have against Miss Chu? My grievance lies with you. Have you even considered your own circumstances? What gives you the right to be with such a wonderful girl? Look at how beautiful she is. Gao Ran felt a sense of relief wash over him and replied, but I'm not too shabby either. Am I? When I was in vocational school, girls were practically going mad over me. This was no exaggeration. Gao Ran had inherited his mother's good looks and was indeed handsome. During his vocational high school years, the young lad bore a heavy burden upon his shoulders, a consequence of his impoverished family background that stifled any fanciful aspirations. He dared not squander a single moment but instead immersed himself in his studies, striving relentlessly for a better tomorrow. Though surrounded by numerous young couples, some even skipping classes to rendezvous, Gao Ran remained untainted, devoid of any romantic entanglements. Fong Ting caressed her son's cheek, filled with remorse, lamenting, I am so sorry. My child, Gao Ran replied with a smile. No, mother, you are the best mom in the world. He then added, oh, by the way, here are the documents from Miss Chu. He pushed the property deed, vehicle registration, house keys, and car keys towards Fong Ting. Upon hearing Gao Ran mention that the house was under Qu Yimian's name, she initially found it hard to believe. However, upon examination, her disbelief was confirmed. Startled, she exclaimed, "How can this be? This is impossible." Gao Ran's thoughts drifted to Qu Yimian, and his expression softened. "Mother, Miss Chu's family must be quite affluent. When she came to find me that night, she was accompanied by several bodyguards. Her ability to easily uncover details about our family indicates her extensive connections and high social standing. Otherwise, many departments would not heed her." He continued, "Her swift acquisition of the property and the fact that it bears your name suggests she genuinely wishes to build a life with me. Mother, you have yet to meet her in person. Her grace and demeanor are exceptional. She truly is a remarkable individual." Observing her son, Fong Ting grasped the situation. Regardless of Miss Chu's sincerity, Gao Ran was undeniably smitten. She lowered her gaze to continue perusing the documents and stumbled upon a handwritten note. As she read the words, she froze, tears streaming down her face. Gao Ran, concerned, inquired, "Mother?" Fong Ting, wiping her tears, replied with anguish, "Look at us, the impoverished. Bent under the weight of these trivial matters. You have endured violence from your uncle's family, and when we reported it to the police, they dismissed it as a family dispute. Over the years, you've consulted several lawyers, yet they merely took our money without offering any assistance. We cannot contend with them. The pursuit of justice is so daunting. Now consider the wealthy. To them, our struggles are inconsequential. These issues threaten to drain our very essence. Yet for the affluent, a top-tier lawyer suffices to handle their affairs, leaving them to await the results. What kind of world is this? Oh, how I lament." Suddenly, Fong Ting began to weep. Covering her mouth as she choked on her sobs, "How could I have been so blind to marry that heartless wretch, Gao Hong? When I last spoke to him before his demise, he pleaded with me to bear his child, even in his final moments. He never intended to inform me of the 2 properties he possessed. All these years, we, mother and son. If I had known about those 2 houses, I would have sent you to a prestigious school. With your efforts, surely you could have qualified for a top university. This beast has ruined both my life and my son's. How could I have been so blind?" With a heavy heart, Fong Ting found herself increasingly engulfed in sorrow. The actions of Gao Hong and his family had been laid bare before her, and the pain pierced through her like a sharpened blade. Initially, she felt dazed, soon followed by a tingling sensation on her scalp, and her body was enveloped in a shiver, culminating in an agonizing heartbreak. Gao Ran had never witnessed his mother weep with such fervor. He approached her and enveloped her in his embrace, soothing her as she had done for him in his childhood, gently patting her back. It was only after a considerable time had passed and her emotions had calmed that he released her, hastily making his way to the bathroom to fetch a clean, warm towel to wipe her face. As Fong Ting washed away her tears, she realized she had lost her composure that day. She looked up at Gao Ran and asked, "So, what do you intend to do?" The son-in-law of Gao Wei worked at the local police station, and although she had been unaware of the beating he had received, she had still called the authorities, only to find that. Chapter 012. Indeed, there's a trick. Gao Ran gently patted Fong Ting's hand and said, "Mom, I've made up my mind to enlist the lawyer recommended by Miss Chu to handle this matter. He won't need to show his face. Nor will it be a hassle. I shall leave everything to him, and things will unfold as they should." Since Gao Ran began taking private jobs 3 years ago, he has encountered numerous affluent individuals. He gradually realized that it is primarily the impoverished who cling stubbornly to trivial matters. The time cost for the wealthy is exceedingly high. For instance, for Yi Qing Kong, it would be utterly unworthy to abandon all his affairs to engage in a protracted struggle over 700,000 yuan, risking mental strain and delaying script creation and the commencement of the production. Thus, the affluent often prefer not to quibble over minor issues. In their eyes, one may not even merit their attention, let alone their personal investment of energy to address grievances. While Gao Ran is not yet exceptionally wealthy, he has begun to grasp this sentiment. He still has work lined up, with antique restorations booked through the end of the year. Upon completion, the final payments from his clients will amount to over 4 million yuan, which he expects to receive before New Year's Day, barring any unforeseen circumstances. However, if he were to divert his focus to settle scores with those from his hometown, he would not only forfeit that substantial sum but also breach contracts, tarnishing the hard-earned reputation he has built over the past 3 years, essentially jeopardizing his future prospects. Is that truly worthwhile? Gao Ran carried the soup to the kitchen and called out, "Mom, I'll heat the soup. Please wash your hands so we can eat quickly." Fong Ting regained her composure and replied, "All right." Yet, resentment lingered in her heart, resentment towards the Gao family, and even more so towards Gao Hong. After they finished dinner, around 8:30, Gao Ran, in the presence of Fong Ting, dialed the lawyer Jiang Lianggai. As soon as the call connected, the lawyer greeted him with a smile. "Is this Mr. Gao Ran?" Gao Ran paused momentarily, replying, "Yes, it is I, lawyer Jiang." Jiang Lianggai maintained a courteous and warm demeanor. "Good evening, Mr. Gao. Ms. Chu has briefed me on your situation, and I have verified the relevant information. What are your thoughts on how we should proceed?" Gao Ran responded, "If I wish to fully entrust you with handling these matters, is that acceptable?" "Of course," Jiang replied. "Do you have any anticipated outcomes in mind?" Gao Ran fell silent for a considerable time before stating, "I want them to pay the highest price." He recounted how he had once returned home to seek payment, only to be severely injured and hospitalized, with his mother frightened enough to call the police. His cousin's husband, an officer at the local station, muddied the waters, and Gao Ran hoped for them to face the appropriate consequences. "Not a problem. Mr. Gao, leave this matter to me. You can rest assured. I will head to Fengquan Town tomorrow, and I will keep you updated on any progress," Jiang assured him. "Thank you so much." Gao Ran expressed his gratitude. "Ms. Chu is my employer. It is my duty to assist you and your wife," Jiang concluded the conversation. As the call ended, Gao Ran shared a glance with Fong Ting. She remarked, "Son, why does this feel so surreal?" Gao Ran felt a wave of emotion wash over him, replying, "Mom, I will work hard to ensure you live a good life." Fong Ting shook her head. "I have little hope in you. You will also need to rely on your wife." At this moment, Fong Ting was filled with mixed emotions. She had always believed her son to be a person of great responsibility, capable of shouldering burdens. Yet now, he had seemingly become a dependent. Gao Ran pressed his lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. He yearned to confide in Fong Ting about his clandestine work in artifact restoration, wishing to convey that he possessed the ability to earn a living and that the future held promise. However, recalling his master's admonition, he sighed inwardly. Perhaps it was best to keep this to himself. He had promised his master not to disclose this matter to anyone. "Very well, then I shall be a dependent," Gao Ran declared, seemingly unfazed, though he could feel a faint heat creeping to his ears. The following day, Gao Ran returned to duty, clocking in before heading out with his colleagues for an external assignment. Despite the sweltering summer heat, he remained clad in uniform, standing resolutely as he directed traffic. As Qu Yimian's car departed for the airport, she caught sight of Gao Ran standing on the small island at the intersection through the window. "Slow down," she instructed the driver, her mood buoyant as she retrieved her phone and snapped several photos of him. From their previous encounters, she had known him to be quite handsome. Research indicated that his mother, Fong Ting, was renowned for her beauty throughout the region, considering the potential attractiveness of the next generation. Qu Yimian mused that Gao Ran's genes were indeed commendable. Any child they might have together would surely be stunning. However, she had not anticipated how striking he appeared in uniform. After taking numerous photos and carefully selecting the best one, she set it as her phone's wallpaper. On the way to the airport, she sent him 2 of his most dashing images. It wasn't until noon, when a colleague arrived to switch shifts, that Gao Ran had the opportunity to glance at his phone. Upon seeing the photos Qu Yimian had sent, he realized she must have seen him that morning. An indescribable joy surged within him. Back at the station during lunchtime, he observed his senior colleagues, seasoned and established, leisurely emerging from the air-conditioned office. He felt no envy. He believed that these veterans had also faced their share of hardship. His goal was to remain grounded and confront challenges head-on. Traffic police often formed their own circles, typically dining together with friends or peers. After getting his meal, Gao Ran joined 3 fellow auxiliary police officers at their table. Suddenly, his colleague Li Yulin leaned in and whispered, "By the way, did you know? I heard there's only 1 spot left for conversion next month, and it's already been claimed by Zhou Xiuyuan." Gao Ran's mind flashed back to the previous day when he had seen Captain Meng Jingwu meeting Zhou Xiuyuan outside a Japanese restaurant. The video he had recorded of their gathering and gift exchange still lingered on his phone. The 2 at the table reacted with displeasure. Huangsu exclaimed, "No way. Didn't we all just take the assessment? Is Gao Ran the only one who passed?" Shen Fenghua added, "I can accept Gao Ran's promotion. After all, he earned it himself. But Zhou Xiuyuan? His score isn't even higher than mine." Gao Ran calmly swallowed a mouthful of rice and turned to Li Yulin. "How do you know this? Is the information reliable?" Li Yulin glanced around and whispered, "It is likely to be reliable. To be honest, I initially intended for my family to leverage some connections on my behalf, but the captain mentioned that this year's quota has been allocated to Zhou Xiuyuan. Li Yulin felt a sense of discontent within, which prompted him to voice his grievances. My family had hoped for me to secure a position, but now it appears I must wait another year. If Qu Yimian has indeed been granted this year's quota, and with Gao Ran still in the picture, we certainly cannot compete with him. When will I ever achieve a permanent position? I simply cannot afford to wait any longer. My brother and 2 friends are planning to open a farmstay in the outskirts of Beijing. They have secured a substantial area that includes a vegetable garden and a fish pond. I will work until the end of the month, then return home to assist my brother with the farmstay. He assured me that I would earn 8,000 a month and promised to increase my salary if I performed well. Chapter 013. No good deeds. Li Yulin was genuinely unwilling to linger in this situation any longer. Thus, he resolved to stir the waters before his departure. After speaking, he, along with Huang Su and Qin Fenghua, turned their gaze towards Gao Ran, all 3 eagerly hoping for a reaction from him, preferably one that would incite a commotion. They wished for chaos to ensue, causing Qu Yimian to falter and Gao Ran to feel unwelcome in the team. This sentiment might be somewhat despicable, yet with only one opportunity to ascend, the camaraderie displayed during everyday exchanges, such as sharing meals or swapping shifts, seemed to dissipate when personal interests were at stake. Everyone feared the impoverished and resented the affluent. Gao Ran remained engrossed in his meal, silent as ever. Li Yulin glanced at Huang Su and Qin Fenghua, determined to stoke the flames further. Before this opportunity is officially announced, do you think there is still a chance for change? Huang Su swallowed a mouthful of rice and quickly urged, Gao Ran, speak up. We're all rooting for you, brother. What are your thoughts? Qin Fenghua chimed in softly. Indeed, for auxiliary police, what could be more vital than securing a position? Gao Ran, you earned this through genuine merit. We respect you as brothers. But what is Qu Yimian even worth? Gao Ran sipped the cabbage leaf soup from the cafeteria, continuing to eat without a word. Noticing Gao Ran's indifference, Li Yulin cleared his throat twice. Well, I've shared this matter with you, and I must take my leave. I have field duties to attend to shortly. He stood, casting a regretful glance at Gao Ran, heaving a sigh as if to express disappointment in his lack of ambition, genuinely anxious for Gao Ran's predicament. Yet, Gao Ran remained as steadfast as a mountain, unresponsive and unmoving. Li Yulin looked again at Huang Su and Qin Fenghua. In my opinion, one shouldn't place all their eggs in one basket. If you can find alternative avenues, do so. Otherwise, without a proper position, how can we survive on this meager salary? Gao Ran chuckled coldly within. The 3 surrounding him were disparaging Qu Yimian, yet were they truly virtuous themselves? Li Yulin merely delayed bribing the captain. Had the opportunity fallen into his lap, would he have come to offer them a warning? Huang Su and Qin Fenghua merely wished for him to create a disturbance, enabling them to benefit from the ensuing conflict. Gao Ran would not acquiesce to their desires. Once satiated, he rose and departed. He made his way to the auxiliary police office, seated himself at his workstation to rest. Taking out his phone, he established a group chat comprising the 4 individuals who had just dined together. He shared the video of Qu Yimian's private meeting with the captain in the group. Gao Ran glanced around before adding 3 messages. Yesterday, my family arranged a blind date, and I swapped shifts with the Kai from Group 4. Coincidentally, I spotted the captain and Qu Yimian at Wanjin Square during lunch. Isn't that a coincidence? I initially intended to greet them, but the distance was a bit far, and my date was waiting for me in another shop, so I refrained from approaching. I hadn't anticipated such a serendipitous encounter. I planned to record a video to send them after the blind date, inquiring about their activities, and I might have joined them for some fun. Unexpectedly, the camaraderie between the 2 was quite profound, and they had entered such an expensive restaurant. Upon reflection, Gao Ran decided it was best to let it be. He chose not to mention the incident that Li Yulin had referred to earlier in the cafeteria. After posting the video, he added these 3 lines of text and left it at that. Li Yulin was instantly incensed. Damn, I knew that news was accurate. Qu Yimian is indeed engaging in underhanded dealings. Gao Ran, what do you say? Whatever you choose to do, we will support you, brother. Huang Su added. Yes, Gao Ran. We cannot allow such corrupt practices to fester around us. Since you have captured evidence, you must expose it. Qin Fenghua chimed in. Gao Ran, the fact that you stumbled upon this suggests that fate is on your side. Under the imperial gaze of the capital, within the system, how can someone like Qu Yimian be tolerated? Gao Ran replied, I believe the situation is not as dire as you suggest. What if Qu Yimian truly has a familial connection with the captain, something we are unaware of? Wouldn't that be unjust for him? I think it prudent to await the final notification before taking action. If the sole opportunity for a permanent position indeed falls to Zhou Shiyuan. I shall certainly demand a justification from the team. Li Yulin retorted, Heh, by then, Zhou Shiyuan will have already secured his position, and it will be too late. Huang Su exclaimed, It is all quite evident. What are you still waiting for? Chen Fanghua questioned, Seriously, Gao Ran, how have I never noticed your timidity before? If that news is true, Zhou Shiyuan has taken your opportunity. Gao Ran chuckled. So, they've resorted to provocation, have they? He responded calmly, Yet. I cannot wrongfully accuse someone. I must take my leave. I have outside duties. He tucked his phone into his pocket and stood up to depart. This left Li Yulin and the others in a state of panic. Even by evening, after work, Gao Ran showed no signs of acknowledgement regarding the matter. It was as if he had entirely forgotten about it. He only called Li Kai to inform him that he would cover for him the day after tomorrow. Expressing gratitude for Li Kai's previous agreement to switch shifts, he mentioned he had taken a particular liking to his date from yesterday, and they had already connected on WeChat and were progressing well. Li Kai, having received 500 yuan from Gao Ran, now felt somewhat embarrassed. No need. Brother, truly unnecessary. I took your 500, worked a day for you, and we are even. If I took your money and then had you cover for me, what kind of person would I be? If your date goes well, that is splendid. When the opportunity arises, bring her over. And let your sister-in-law prepare a few delicious dishes. We shall gather and enjoy. Despite Li Kai's insistence, he would not accept Gao Ran covering for him. Gao Ran expressed his thanks repeatedly before concluding the call. Upon returning home, he found his mother already bustling in the kitchen. After taking a shower and changing into fresh clothes, he joined his mother for dinner. The meal consisted of cucumber salad, cold sliced beef, vermicelli with minced pork, winter melon and seaweed soup with ribs, and rice. As they ate, Fong Ting looked at Gao Ran and asked, Son, are you going out tomorrow? Gao Ran replied, I am. I will leave tonight, Mom. I want to be home for the next 3 days. Don't hold back. Eat and drink as you please, all right? Fong Ting smiled gently. Understood. Before each outing, do you really have to remind me once again? Gao Ran chuckled softly and continued to eat heartily. Earlier, he had mentioned to his mother that a former middle school classmate of his is now engaged in real estate, having become quite wealthy. This acquaintance needed a trustworthy individual to oversee the construction site, requiring only a few days of attention each week. Gao Ran also noted that while the job is arduous, the compensation is substantial, offering 1,000 yuan per day. The sole drawback is that the work is tedious and exhausting. A moment's distraction could lead to mistakes, which is why he decided not to call home for 3 days. Fong Ting, too, wished for her son's safety, fearing that a phone call might distract him and lead to accidents on site or hinder his work. Thus, she refrained from reaching out to him during these 3 days. After finishing the meal, Fong Ting retrieved a basket of mulberries from the kitchen and handed it to Gao Ran. My dear son, these mulberries are exceptionally sweet. I saved 5 pounds of the finest for your classmate. Do take them to let him savor the taste. Chapter 014. He longed for her news not long after. When Gao Ran arrived at Yi Qingkong's residence, he carried a basket of fresh mulberries. Gao Ran plunged into the studio while Yi Qingkong instructed someone to wash the mulberries, and they tasted them together with family. The sweet and juicy mulberries brought back vivid memories of Yi Qingkong's childhood, playing joyfully with the village children in the countryside. He recalled having mulberries that were just as sweet and succulent, prompting a heartfelt reflection on Gao Ran's thoughtfulness. Yi Bowen, with his mouth stained from the fruit, chuckled. Is sending a fruit basket really such a commendable act? Yi Qingkong shot his son a disapproving glance. After all these years of raising you, not once have you brought me a segment of orange. Yet Gao Ran knows to present me with an entire basket of mulberries. Now tell me, who truly understands gratitude here? Yi Bowen merely smiled, choosing not to retort, and continued indulging in the fruit. His demeanor could be described as laid-back if one were to be charitable, less so if one were to be blunt. He was an undistinguished second-generation wealthy individual who obtained whatever he desired without effort. Sheningjia, having grown up in the capital, had always associated mulberries with rural or mountainous areas. Although they later became available in supermarkets and fruit stores, she had never purchased them, nor had the housekeeper ever brought them home. Today marked her first tasting, and she was pleasantly surprised by their delightful flavor, sweet, juicy, and utterly delectable. She looked at Yi Qingkong with a smile. Darling, has Gao Ran mentioned anything about his formal appointment? Has there been any notification? Yi Qingkong replied. Did they not say the results would be out next month? It's only the 27th. There are still a few days left. After a lengthy pause, Sheningjia finally spoke. I inquired yesterday through some contacts. Gao Ran's team leader is named Ming Jingwu, who had previously been reported for accepting bribes. However, due to a lack of evidence, the matter was dropped. Both Yi Qingkong and Yi Bowen turned their attention to Qiningjie. Yi Bowen remarked, "Gao Ran can't be that unfortunate, can he?" Qiningjie continued, "In theory, there's an annual public assessment, and all procedures are transparent, leaving no loopholes to exploit. I know a few individuals from Gao Ran's system, and they are quite upright. Moreover, we are in the capital, where the scrutiny against misconduct is notably stringent. As for Meng Jingwu, when my friend investigated yesterday, there was an unmistakable reluctance to comment on him. It's hard to articulate, but the general sentiment seems unfavorable." At that moment, the family of three sat together, enjoying the mulberries while watching the large screen displaying Gao Ran, completely engrossed in the restoration of antiques. Initially, it was only Yi Qingkong who took pleasure in watching. However, he soon discovered that observing Gao Ran's restoration work was not only enjoyable, but also therapeutic. Whenever he found himself lacking inspiration while writing, he would watch Gao Ran restore artifacts, which filled him with vigor and profound insights. Now, even his wife and son had joined in the enjoyment. From Gao Ran's diligent and orderly actions, they could all sense the young man's steadfastness, industrious spirit, and tenacity in striving for success. Yi Qingkong took a wet wipe to cleanse his hands and discarded it into the trash bin. His expression darkened. Gao Ran was the only one to pass the assessment this year. If his position were usurped by another, would that not be a cruel injustice to an orphan? Such a heartless act, how could any person commit it? Yi Bowen remarked. Yet some individuals are solely fixated on their own interests, indifferent to whether you live or die. Worse still, those who know of your orphan state might feel emboldened to exploit you even further. Qiningjie abruptly rose. "I shall make a phone call to inquire about this matter. Waiting for the results next month feels too delayed. I will keep an eye on it. At the very least, I want Meng Jingwu to be aware that this year's quota has garnered attention from above. Should he dare to bully Gao Ran under such pressure, I will not let him off lightly." Qiningjie, the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, appeared to have no direct connection with the Transportation Bureau. Yet both were entrenched in the political landscape of the capital. The Qin family has been influential in the bureaucracy since her grandfather's time. Once these connections are woven together, intersections are inevitable. Neither Yi Qingkong nor Yi Bowen attempted to dissuade her. In fact, the father and son duo seemed to be inclined to rally behind her, their gazes filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, Meng Jingwu was at his daughter's home, playing with his little grandson alongside his wife. Due to her frail health, his wife had retired early on medical grounds. His daughter was a music teacher at a community elementary school, while his son-in-law taught mathematics at the same institution. In recent years, since the birth of his grandson, Meng Jingwu cherished these moments, frequently visiting with gifts to alleviate his daughter and son-in-law's burdens. Just as he relished these familial joys, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from the director himself. He quickly excused himself to step onto the balcony to take the call. "Director Wang." "Ah, Lao Meng, the higher-ups are scrutinizing matters closely. Is everything all right with your work?" "Indeed, Director Wang, you know me well. I've been diligent for decades." "Lao Meng, we are currently in a sensitive period concerning the probationary police assessments. You have been reported in the past, albeit without evidence, yet such disturbances can tarnish your reputation. For some reason, the rumors have resurfaced this year. You must conduct a self-review. You are just 2 years away from retirement. Do not falter at the final hurdle due to misconduct. Director, there is nothing to worry about. Our unit's assessments have always been transparent. Rest assured, Meng Jingwu." The other party suddenly shouted, startling Meng Jingwu into silence. "Do not dismiss this lightly. Merely agreeing without consideration serves no purpose. This is not a jest. If any issues arise with this year's assessment, it won't just be you facing the consequences, I will be in trouble as well. Do you think I have nothing better to do than to call you at night for amusement? Meng Jingwu, I warn you. Those at the top are keeping a close watch. You would do well to keep your hands and feet to yourself. Otherwise, it would be best for you to leave at once." After delivering this stern warning, the other party abruptly ended the call. Sweat trickled down Meng Jingwu's forehead. He had never encountered such a situation before. As the opportunities were swiftly dwindling, how could this chaos arise? 3 days later, after dining with the Yi family, Gao Ran departed from their residence. He unlocked his phone and immediately checked WeChat, wondering if Miss Chu had returned to the country, eagerly hoping to receive news from her. Chapter 015. Unable to take on your tasks, Gao Ran felt a fleeting sense of disappointment as he noted that Qu Yimian had not sought him out. Perhaps she was preoccupied with work abroad. After a moment of self-reassurance, he noticed a new friend request awaiting his acceptance. upon opening it. He saw the note, introduced by Uncle Guan. Exiting the interface, he discovered a message from his former employer, Uncle Guan, Gao Ran. I have a significant business opportunity for you. This individual is a close friend of mine, but he requires you to travel to another province. I've sent him your business card. He will be in touch. A glimmer of understanding passed through Gao Ran's eyes as he promptly replied, Understood, Uncle Guan. Thank you for the introduction. Uncle Guan, a descendant of the Manchu nobility, possessed numerous antiquities in his family collection. However, due to past policies and the Cultural Revolution's Four Olds campaign, many items were buried underground, left untouched. As conditions improved, Uncle Guan gradually began to part with some of these treasures, thereby amassing considerable wealth. Gao Ran's initial fortune in the industry had been earned through him. And thanks to Uncle Guan, he had subsequently taken on 3 or 4 more projects, thereby establishing his reputation within the circle. Gao Ran quickly accepted the friend request. The individual's nickname was rather intriguing, Wang Laowu. Before Gao Ran could reach home, Wang Laowu sent over 6 images and directly inquired, Can you repair this? Gao Ran responded, Hello, I will be home in about 10 minutes. I'll examine it on my computer as the phone screen is too small. I'll get back to you shortly. Wang Laowu replied, All right. Upon returning home, Gao Ran opened the images on his computer and meticulously scrutinized them. The first 2 pictures depicted the same item, a Ming Dynasty Yongle blue and white ewer. The ewer was rounded and full-bodied, with a close-up shot of the area that required restoration, which was a straightforward repair. The difficulty level of this restoration was minimal. Gao Ran quickly moved on to the 3rd image, frowning as he recognized the Qingxi lotus face, of which only 2 exist worldwide. One resides in the Nanjing 6 Dynasties Museum, and the other in the National Museum in Beijing. The Qingxi lotus vase is celebrated as the King of Qingxi, being the largest and most exquisitely crafted piece of its kind. During his apprenticeship, Gao Ran had devoted 2 years to mastering the technique to perfectly replicate one of these vases. Upon successful replication, his master informed him that he was ready to set out on his own in the realm of Qingxi. Thus, Gao Ran was quite familiar with this item, which was renowned for its intricate craftsmanship, often regarded as the pinnacle of Qingxi art. Furthermore, given its southern dynasty's origin, it could rightfully be classified as a national treasure. As he skimmed past the 3rd image, he noted that the 4th was indeed of the same object but lacked any close-ups of the areas needing repair. The 5th and 6th images also depicted the same item, a crown made of pure gold. This crown bore resemblance to the one worn by Emperor Yang of Sui and his empress, yet it was more opulent, adorned with a greater variety of vibrant gemstones, showcasing the pinnacle of gold filigree craftsmanship. Heir magnified the image, revealing 12 lotus-shaped treasures and 13 floral trees, with the flower stems crafted from gilded copper and the flower cores made of Han white jade. The intricacy of the process was extreme. The area requiring restoration was situated on the left side of the back of the head, where a section had caved in, along with the golden flower core that had also been crushed. Heir had a clear understanding of the situation. He messaged Wang Laowu, Hello. I can handle items 1 and 3, but item 2 is beyond my capability. Wang Laowu promptly returned the call. Heir answered, Hello, this is Heir. Wang Laowu's Mandarin was somewhat unrefined, predominantly using flat tones with a slightly husky voice. However, his demeanor conveyed a cheerful personality. He immediately inquired, Brother Gao, I am primarily looking for you to work on item 2. Rest assured, I was referred by old Guan. Would I deceive you? If you come here and restore all 3 items, I will pay you 8 million. Will you reconsider? Heir responded candidly, Mr. Wang, since you were introduced by Uncle Guan, I trust you are aware of my principles. I have 3 stipulations. First, I do not accept replicas. Second, I do not accept cultural relics listed for national repatriation. Third, I do not accept antiques of uncertain provenance. This Celadon lotus vase is one of only 2 in the world. One is housed in the Jinling Museum, and the other in the National Museum of the capital, both of which are national treasures. The photos you sent me appear to be genuine, with no damages requiring my restoration, clearly indicating your intention for me to fabricate a counterfeit, which would violate my principles. I cannot comply. Wang Laowu burst into laughter. Brother Gao? The 8 million I mentioned was for your work on items 1 and 3. For the Celadon lotus vase, I will offer you a separate 1 million. What do you think? Heir replied, I am afraid I cannot do it. Wang Laowu countered, You must do it. Otherwise, you could sell me the replica you made at 17. Heir's mind raced with alarm. How did this man know about his past endeavors? Wang Laowu continued, Your mother sells fruit daily at Zidawato supermarket, working hard for a meager income each month. If you accept my offer, you could provide a better life for her, enjoying delicious food and comforts. Why persist in opposing financial gain? Heiress asked, are you investigating me? Wang Lao responded, what could you possibly have that warrants investigation? The only one worth investigating is your master. I have been searching for your master for many years, and upon discovering a clue that led to you, I followed the trail. I learned that you have worked for old Guan, whom I also know, hence devising a scheme to have him introduce us. Brother Gao, do you know how many people worldwide are searching for your master? I can keep your secret safe, but you must hand over the Celadon Lotus face, otherwise I fear the consequences will be too great for both you and your mother to bear. Heiress replied, the one I made previously has already been destroyed. Wang Lao insisted, then you shall create another one for me. In this world, only your master Zheng Jinshou possesses the ability to perfectly replicate the Celadon Lotus face. Now, having bequeathed all his skills to you, you have successfully crafted one. If I do not seek you, whom shall I seek? Upon hearing that his master had passed away, Gao Ran felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed that his master's ingenious escape had not been fully uncovered. He cautiously pressed, why do you insist on the Celadon Lotus vase? Wang Lao burst into laughter. How foolish you are. Of course, it is for profit. There are numerous buyers overseas eager to pay exorbitant prices for replicas, and with your skills and my connections, why should we not collaborate? Apologies, but I cannot partake in your endeavors. Gao Ran resolutely concluded the call. He could never engage in illegal activities nor conspire with criminals. Chapter 016. Just waiting for you. Gao Ran abruptly ended the call with Wang Lao and promptly blocked him. When Wang Lao attempted to call again, WeChat displayed the notification. You are not yet friends with this person. Wang Lao muttered to himself, you little rascal, you've got some nerve. The following day, Gao Ran arrived at work, radiating a sense of righteousness. It was Monday, the day designated for a brief morning meeting, a customary practice. As auxiliary police officers, their meeting procedures were rather straightforward, typically presided over by the team leader. However, upon entering the small conference room today, Gao Ran was taken aback to discover Captain Meng Jingwu seated prominently at the head of the table. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and greeted the captain along with the others before taking his seat. Once everyone was settled, Meng Jingwu surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on each individual. He was still preoccupied with the warning phone call he had received from the director 3 days prior. Clearly, some information had leaked, jeopardizing someone's interests, and this individual happened to possess connections, had an influential background, and was in need of a promotion this year, all under Meng Jingwu's purview. Meng Jingwu perused the files of the auxiliary officers, scrutinizing them thoroughly. His attention eventually fixated on Li Yulin. Previously, Li Yulin's family had sought connections to inquire about the quota. Meng Jingwu had informed them that it was too late for this year, suggesting they return next year. The other party had appeared polite, yet he had not anticipated such underhanded tactics behind the scenes. Aside from Li Yulin, Meng Jingwu could not conceive of anyone else involved. He had never deemed Gao Ran a threat. Despite Gao Ran being the only one to pass the assessment, he had awaited a gesture from Gao Ran after the announcement, which never materialized. He found it perplexing that such a seemingly astute young man could be so oblivious. It was then that he recalled reviewing Gao Ran's employment records and family background. Gao Ran, it turned out, was a posthumous child. His mother had worked at a supermarket, and their family had migrated from afar, living in dire poverty. Meng Jingwu realized that it was indeed a misfortune for such a rare opportunity to fall into Gao Ran's hands. He discovered that Zhou Xiaoyuan's family was comparatively well off. With a slight hint, they had delivered cash to his home, privately invited him out for a meal, and formally presented gifts in gratitude. Meng Jingwu thought to himself that such a child exhibited a sense of responsibility. Yet, unexpectedly, Li Yulin had emerged as a contender. Throughout the meeting, Meng Jingwu had remained silent, but once it concluded, he instructed, Li Yulin, stay behind. Everyone else, you may leave. Meeting adjourned. Gao Ran quietly departed for field work. The small conference room was left with only Meng Jingwu and Li Yulin. With a puzzled expression, Li Yulin approached. Captain, did you need to speak with me? He was already resolved to resign by the end of the month. Could it be that there was still a glimmer of hope regarding the quota? Meng Jingwu fixed his intense gaze upon him, and suddenly a smile crept across his lips. Ah, young Li, there are only 1 or 2 assessment quotas each year. With so many auxiliary officers participating, it is only natural that some will rejoice while others will lament. This situation is entirely normal. If you were not selected this year, there is always next year. There is no need to cut off all avenues, as that would hardly benefit you, would it? Li Yulin's eyes flickered as he pulled out his phone and retrieved a video he had saved long ago. With a simple tap, he pressed play and placed the device on the table. The footage recorded by Gao Ran was now vividly displayed before Meng Jingwu. As Meng Jingwu gazed at the screen, a wave of regret washed over him. Why on earth did he allow that boy to film it? He had suspected it all along. It was indeed that lad. Li Yulin chuckled. Captain, I'll be resigning at the end of the month, so what is all this talk about quotas? I fail to comprehend your meaning. What does it have to do with me? With that, he tucked his phone away and exited the small conference room. Meng Jingwu's expression turned icy, and his lips twitched in frustration before he slammed his fist onto the table in anger. Meanwhile, Li Yulin cheerfully prepared to head out for fieldwork. In the past 3 days, he had visited a rural leisure spot in the outskirts of Beijing. The place was truly expansive, the facilities remarkably well appointed, and the scale was truly impressive, far from the roadside eateries he had imagined. It had been arranged by his elder brother and partners to resemble a quaint farmhouse. His brother had promised him that initially he would earn 8,000 a month, with increases thereafter, ensuring that if he worked for a full year, his monthly income would surpass 10,000. His brother would then pursue other ventures, leaving the oversight of the leisure spot to him. Li Yulin had come to terms with his situation. While a government job provided stability with a paycheck guaranteed each month, he pondered how many actually became wealthy from such means. Thus, he resolved to work until the end of the month and then depart. It seemed Meng Jingwu had caught wind of something, prompting his cautious probing. However, Li Yulin remained indifferent. The murkier the waters, the better for him. If he were to leave, he would ensure they wouldn't benefit either. During lunch, Gao Ran received a call from Qu Yimian. He quickly rose and stepped aside to take the call, prompting his colleagues to exchange knowing glances. According to Li Kai, Gao Ran had successfully found a match through a blind date, and the news had spread like wildfire through the team. Many were eager to learn about the appearance and occupation of Gao Ran's date. After all, the combination of high looks and a modest salary was a rarity embodied in Gao Ran. Everyone was curious whether the young women prioritized his looks or his earnings. As Gao Ran listened to the banter behind him, he moved to the side to answer the call. Hello? Qu Yimian replied. Haven't you all come over? I mentioned that after returning home, I would invite you to see the new place. Gao Ran explained. Well, it's your house after all, and we've never visited. My mother and I feel you are the true owner of that property, so we thought we'd wait until you return to take a look. Qu Yimian continued. The car is parked in the community lot. My secretary advised me to buy a ground-level space, as I heard the basement tends to flood during the summer rains. I just got back this morning, and upon entering, I didn't see you all and thought perhaps you didn't like it here. If you do not like this place, I will buy something else for you. There is no dislike, Gao Ran hurriedly explained. I just want to wait for you to join. Qu Yimian's tone, initially formal, softened. Well then, shall we have dinner together tonight? Gao Ran recalled the matter of their concealed marriage. Realizing that dining out was not an option, sure. At home, perhaps? Qu Yimian replied. Yes. I will have my secretary purchase the dishes from the restaurant in advance. No need. Gao Ran chuckled gently. What do you like to eat? Tonight. I will cook for you, so you can also sample my culinary skills. Qu Yimian was taken aback. You can cook? Gao Ran continued to smile indulgently. Of course. At least thus far, no one who has tasted my cooking has ever claimed it was unsatisfactory. Chapter 017. She has a mother again such confidence, indeed? Qu Yimian was pleasantly surprised. The information she had gathered earlier did not reveal that Gao Ran possessed exceptional culinary skills. Lowering her voice slightly, she asked with a hint of seriousness, Have you spoken to your mother about us? Gao Ran's heart fluttered as he replied, I have. When she saw her name on the property deed, she was so startled that her hands trembled. She felt quite guilty about taking your things without merit. I even showed her your photograph. She has been praising your beauty, saying you must be an extraordinarily kind person, and that I am truly fortunate to have married you. Gao Ran naturally expressed everything in the most flattering manner. He listened intently, eager for her response. Then, he heard the delightful sound of laughter on the other end of the line, which lifted his spirits as well. Haha, we are all family. Even though the house is in her name, it will ultimately belong to you, so it matters not whose name it bears. We will all reside together as one family. Gao Ran, do you remember I mentioned that once we marry, divorce is not an option? Therefore, I am indifferent to such matters. Ultimately, everything is for our future children. If putting your mother's name on the deed increases her fondness for me, then why would I object? Of course, this is just between us. You must not share it with your mother, understand? Qu Yimian's words to her hastily wed husband were a testament of her sincerity. A warm feeling surged within Gao Ran. Only someone who had truly committed to building a life together, with no thoughts of divorce, could harbor such sentiments like Qu Yimian did. Anyone contemplating a safety net would never equate having the mother-in-law's name on the property with that of any family member. I understand. Gao Ran's heart raced slightly. He recalled that he wouldn't finish work until 5:30 in the evening, leaving him no time to purchase groceries. He promptly said, I will call my mother right away. She happens to be off today. I'll ask her to buy the groceries in advance, and I can take her over once I finish work. Qu Yimian evidently had the same thought. What time will you finish work? Give me your mother's number. I will contact her. Since she is home today, let us have her prepare, and I'll send a car to pick her up. In truth, Qu Yimian already possessed Fong Ting's phone number. She had done her research well in advance. However, reaching out through Gao Ran was a sign of respect towards him. Moreover, when purchasing the house, she had considered both Gao Ran's workplace at the traffic police brigade and Fong Ting's job at the supermarket, carefully selecting the best property within that area. The new home was only a 5-minute walk from Fong Ting's workplace and a mere 9 minutes from Gao Ran's. Gao Ran relayed Fong Ting's phone number, and Qu Yimian diligently noted it down. He then felt a surge of concern about the smallness of the house he shared with his mother. He worried that Qu Yimian might feel embarrassed upon seeing it. Yet, since she had already researched him, she likely knew the details, and he felt it was perhaps not a matter of great significance. With mixed feelings, Gao Ran asked, Will you go? In a gentle and warm tone, Qu Yimian expressed her apprehension about being photographed, deciding instead to wait for her mother at her new home. Rest assured, I will get along well with Mom. See you in the evening. See you tonight, Gao Ran replied. As the call concluded, Gao Ran felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he quickly dialed his mother. Hello. The number you are trying to reach is currently busy. Gao Ran realized that it must be Qu Yimian on the other line. He turned back to the cafeteria to continue his meal. The food had long cooled, yet he savored every bite, a goofy smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, Fong Ting indeed received a call from Qu Yimian. Initially, she paid little heed, answering the phone while tossing a handful of dried mushrooms into water to soak, intending to prepare a chicken stew for Gao Ran's return that evening. Hello? Mom, it's me. Fong Ting was taken aback by the cheerful and lively voice on the other end. My surname is Chu, and my name is Qu Yimian. I am Gao Ran's new wife. He must have mentioned me to you, right? Suddenly, Fong Ting remembered. Oh, yes. It's Miss Chu, I know. Qu Yimian continued with a smile. Mom, I just returned from a business trip. I spoke with Gao Ran earlier, and he mentioned you weren't working at the supermarket today. I thought, since you have the day off, I could arrange for someone to help tidy up the house, so you and Gao Ran can move in together. Fong Ting quickly declined. No, Miss Chu. I want to be moving into the new house. You and Gao Ran can live there together, Qu Yimian spoke earnestly. Mom, you are the most important person in Gao Ran's life. I believe he wishes to live with you. I do not want my presence to create distance between you two. Moreover, you have raised Gao Ran with great effort. If he were a man who would abandon his hard-working mother for a wealthy wife, how could I possibly marry someone of such poor character? Fong Ting was rendered speechless, tears welling in her eyes. Qu Yimian candidly stated, Mom, I trust that Gao Ran has shared my circumstances with you. In a financially secure situation, my primary criteria for a partner is the character, morals, and values of both him and his family. I am seeking a lifelong commitment and a marriage that offers peace and ease. How you and Gao Ran have lived before remains unchanged, except for my desire for a warm and harmonious addition. If you insist on living alone, it will only jeopardize the relationship between Gao Ran and me. Fong Ting, a woman of sincerity, felt touched by her daughter-in-law's words, but also a hint of fear at the implications. Qu Yimian did not allow her the chance to ponder. Mom, I have already discussed this with Gao Ran, and he knows I will be bringing you over. He mentioned he is quite the cook and plans to prepare dinner for me tonight. Finally regaining some clarity, Fong Ting acknowledged, Oh, Gao Ran does have good culinary skills. However, by the time he returns home to prepare dinner, it will be quite late. Qu Yimian chuckled softly and said, Well, Mother, why not tidy up a bit now? I shall send someone to fetch you. Please prepare a list of ingredients, and I will have someone purchase them. I possess a slight interest in cooking, so why not let you teach me hands-on today? We can prepare a meal together and wait for Gao Ran to return from work to enjoy it, shall we? Fong Ting felt a pang in her heart and replied, Yes, indeed. Qu Yimian continued, Then it's settled. I will send the driver to wait for you downstairs at your residence. Take your time. Once you are ready, just call the driver, and he will assist you in bringing your things down." Fong Ting responded, "Thank you for your trouble." Qu Yimian's voice took on a tender tone. "Mother, we are family now. There is no need to mention trouble in the future. Furthermore, I am truly grateful to you. My mother passed away when I was 13, and my stepmother was never sincere towards me. I have never called her mother. Thank you for your presence alongside Gao Ran, for allowing me to have a mother once more." Chapter 018. The first meeting between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law after concluding the call. Fong Ting and Qu Yimian added each other as friends on WeChat. Qu Yimian sent the driver's contact number to Fong Ting. After tidying up for over 2 hours at home, Fong Ting finally finished organizing. The house was modest in size, and she and Gao Ran had few belongings, so there was not much to arrange. Before departing, she double-checked all the utilities in the house: water, electricity, doors, windows, and gas, to ensure everything was securely turned off. And then she dialed the driver's number. Soon, 2 individuals arrived to assist with the transportation of her belongings. Fong Ting locked the door and descended the stairs with them. Once in the vehicle, she texted Gao Ran, "My dear son, mother is on her way to the new home this evening. Miss Chu and I will prepare dinner for you. Please take a taxi directly here." Gao Ran did not respond. Fong Ting understood that her son was on duty, and he would see the message when he had a moment. She then sent another message to Qu Yimian. "Miss Chu, I have boarded the vehicle." Qu Yimian replied with a voice message, her tone reminiscent of a child playfully coaxing an adult. "Call me Mian, mama." Fong Ting recalled that Gao Ran had mentioned Qu Yimian lost her mother at the tender age of 13 and that her stepmother was not genuinely kind to her, stirring a wave of sympathy within her. Fong Ting responded, Mian, I will prepare something delicious for you shortly." Qu Yimian replied eagerly, I look forward to it." A smile graced Fong Ting's lips as she pondered the tumultuous journey of her earlier life. Now unexpectedly blessed in midlife, it felt almost dreamlike. Before long, they arrived at the new residence. Fong Ting followed them upstairs. Just as she emerged from the elevator, she was greeted by a stunningly beautiful young girl, adorned with a pink headband featuring bunny ears, dressed in a Hello Kitty-themed pink pajama set, and donning cartoon slippers. With arms outstretched, she beamed a welcoming smile. "Mama, I am Mian." On her way, Fong Ting had mentally prepared herself for this moment. She had never anticipated that this affluent young lady would be so approachable. Moreover, the marriage certificate indicated Qu Yimian's birth date, revealing she was 3 years older than Gao Ran, yet she appeared to be 2 or 3 years younger. Surely, this girl had just reached adulthood, so youthful. Fong Ting approached Qu Yimian for an embrace. Mian. Qu Yimian beamed with joy. After a brief hug, she stepped back to scrutinize Fong Ting closely. The gentle, kind-hearted appearance of Fong Ting bore a striking resemblance to her ideal image of a mother. What was truly remarkable was the tender yet resolute aura that emanated from Fong Ting, reminiscent of her biological mother. With tears welling in her eyes, Qu Yimian could not resist another embrace. "Mama." Fong Ting, both amused and touched, held her close, gently patting her back. Suddenly recalling something, she quickly released Qu Yimian and retrieved a thick red envelope from her crossbody bag, presenting it to her. Mian, this is a red envelope for you. As it is our first meeting, it is customary. Please accept it." In their culture, it was traditional for a girl to receive a red envelope when meeting her prospective in-laws for the first time. Qu Yimian gazed at the substantial envelope, momentarily hesitant. "This seems a bit much. Mama, my monthly salary at the supermarket is hardly this amount. Such thickness, how long must mother save up?" How could Qu Yimian bear to take it all at once? Fong Ting insisted on placing it in her hands. "It's not much, really. It's only 19,990. Please don't disdain it." Seeing Fong Ting's anxious demeanor, Qu Yimian hurriedly accepted. "I wouldn't disdain it. This is mother's heartfelt gift." "Thank you, Mom." Only then did Fong Ting reveal a smile. Qu Yimian led her into their new home, changing into slippers at the entrance before proceeding to explore. This spacious flat comprised 2 master bedrooms, each with an ensuite bathroom, a cloakroom, and a balcony, one for Fong Ting and one for Gao Ran and Qu Yimian. There was another room Qu Yimian wished to transform into a children's room, and another intended for a study. As she spoke, she sought Fong Ting's opinion, to which Fong Ting eagerly agreed. She noticed a subtle detail. Since entering and changing her shoes, Qu Yimian had held her hand without ever letting go, which warmed Fong Ting's heart immensely. Once their conversation had progressed sufficiently, the driver mustered the courage to speak. "Miss Chu, there is something I would like to report." Fong Ting, perceptive as ever, rose from the sofa. I brought some ingredients. I'll head to the kitchen to familiarize myself and prepare. Qu Yimian cast a suspicious glance at the driver, but smiled at Fong Ting. All right, Mom, you go ahead. I'll join you in the kitchen shortly. With a cheerful smile, Fong Ting departed. Qu Yimian made her way to the study, and the driver followed her inside, closing the door behind them. The warmth and innocence on Qu Yimian's face vanished, replaced by a solemn expression as she fixed her steady gaze on the driver. What is it? The driver replied. Miss Chu, while we were waiting for Mr. Gao Ran's mother downstairs, we noticed several suspicious individuals lurking in the hallway, seemingly lying in wait. At first, I didn't pay much attention, but when Mr. Gao Ran's mother descended, those individuals clearly intended to rush forward. However, our personnel, carrying boxes, followed closely behind her, causing them to abruptly change direction. When I drove away, I spotted them gathering at the side, watching us through the rearview mirror. Qu Yimian pondered. Are you suggesting that someone intends to harm my mother-in-law today? The driver confirmed. Exactly. If they weren't targeting Mr. Gao's mother, they wouldn't have been watching us as we left. Qu Yimian fell into deep thought. Could it be that Gao Ran has offended someone outside? But as a mere assistant police officer, who could he possibly anger? Moreover, Fong Ting and Gao Ran have ordinary social standings, making them of little value for kidnapping. The driver interjected. They don't appear to be ordinary thugs. Their physiques and gazes suggest they are skilled individuals. Qu Yimian's eyes brightened. She suddenly recalled that Gao Ran had a side business in artifact restoration. This venture could connect him with individuals of a higher caliber. Given Gao Ran's upright character, it was indeed plausible that he had made enemies. Qu Yimian declared, since they failed to target my mother-in-law, they may seek out Gao Ran directly. You must take people over there now, discreetly ensuring his safety without his awareness. Additionally, arrange for 2 teams to secretly protect both my mother-in-law and Gao Ran starting today. The driver affirmed, understood, and exited the study. Qu Yimian's face instantly brightened with joy as she skipped merrily into the kitchen. Mom, what delicious treat are you preparing for Gao Ran and me? Please show me. Upon entering the kitchen, she found Fong Ting deftly donning an apron and skillfully slicing tomatoes. The tomatoes had already been scored with a cross and blanched to remove the skins. Once peeled, they were diced and placed in a white porcelain bowl, generously sprinkled with sugar to marinate. With a smile, Fong Ting said, let us put this in the refrigerator for a while. Soon we shall indulge. Qu Yimian looked puzzled. Huh? Fong Ting opened the fridge door and placed the bowl inside, assuring her, trust your mother. This will be the most delightful treat of the summer. Chapter 019. A disturbance after finishing work, Gao Ran returned to the team to change his clothes. He then took a refreshing shower in the communal bathroom before heading towards his new residence. The new home was conveniently located a mere 10-minute walk from his workplace. However, after walking for only a couple of minutes, he was suddenly approached by several individuals who seized his arms from both sides. Just as Gao Ran was about to speak, one of them swiftly covered his mouth and nose with a handkerchief. Immediately following this, a low voice threatened him. Don't scream. Gao Ran's heart raced with terror, and within 2 seconds, he lost consciousness. When he regained consciousness, he found himself bound hand and foot, seated in a chair. The room was brightly lit, yet devoid of any presence. As his awareness returned gradually, he inhaled deeply and attempted to free his hands, but the ropes were tied too tightly. He began scanning the empty room, seeking any clues. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the space. Awake? Wang Laowu, Gao Ran exclaimed involuntarily. The person chuckled lightly and replied, you really are foolish. Just because I wrote Wang Laowu as my WeChat nickname, you think that's my real name? Panic began to swell within Gao Ran. Would Miss Chu and his mother be worried, having not heard from him? The thick curtains in the room were drawn, obscuring any view of the outside world. But he felt an unsettling hunger, indicating it was likely quite late. His gaze swept around the room, but he found no cameras. However, he did notice small speakers positioned in each corner. The voice of Wang Laowu, who was conversing with him, emanated from these speakers. Gao Ran realized that he was undoubtedly being watched intently. He raised his voice in defiance, demanding, what do you want from me? Wang Laowu responded with a sneer. Your master taught you the craft, but neglected to teach you to think. Didn't I call you earlier? You asked what I wanted. Gao Ran fell silent for a moment. This man still desired the Celadon lotus vase. I will never conspire with you. I advise you to release me at once. Otherwise, my family will certainly call the police. There are surveillance cameras everywhere on the streets. Do you really think you can escape? Wang Laowu erupted into laughter. Call the police? Let them do so. You've been secretly taking on jobs restoring antiques without reporting a single cent to the national tax authorities. Those replicas you crafted during your apprenticeship, aren't they considered counterfeit artifacts? If you report it, the police will come to investigate your tax evasion, and they might uncover the counterfeit operation you and your master have going. Gao Ran felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had no strength to refute Wang Lao's claims. Yet, the man's words sparked a realization in Gao Ran. He needed to establish an antique restoration studio as soon as possible, so that every transaction could be recorded under the studio's name, allowing him to pay taxes and avoid the incriminating evidence of tax evasion. As for the replicas he created during his apprenticeship, I'll be honest with you, Gao Ran stated. I destroyed the Celadon lotus vase once I finished it. I did not keep it. After some contemplation, he added, the replicas I previously created have also been destroyed. Wang Lao was unimpressed and quickly responded, I offer you 3 choices. At that moment, the door to the room swung open. 2 imposing figures entered, clad in black hoods and masks. One of them brandished a syringe, waving it in front of Gao Ran, allowing him to clearly see the pale blue liquid within. Gao Ran's body was engulfed in a chill of dread. What do you intend to do? He exclaimed. The other man approached, seizing Gao Ran's hair with his left hand, forcefully tilting his head back so that his face was directed towards the ceiling. With his right hand, he pressed down on Gao Ran's shoulder, rendering him immobile. The 2 men remained silent, while the voice of Wang Lao echoed from behind the speakers. Gao Ran, I have no desire to be your enemy. I merely seek the Celadon lotus vase. Here are your 3 options. First, surrender the lifelike replica you previously created, and I shall pay you 10 million. Second, accompany me. When you produce another convincing replica, I will release you and still provide you with 10 million. Third, if you refuse, I will administer a shot that will leave you in a state far worse than death, begging like a dog for mercy. At that point, I am certain you will divulge not only the whereabouts of the Celadon vase, but also the location of your master's grave. Gao Ran, I will not indulge in pretense. Choose one of these 3. Gao Ran felt the painful grip on his scalp, his face reddening in a mix of anger and fear as he warily focused on the man holding the syringe. The figure's face was obscured, and even the hand that held the syringe was gloved. He slowly advanced towards Gao Ran, removing the plastic cap from the needle. The silver needle glinted ominously under the light, inching closer to Gao Ran's arm. Get away. Leave me alone. Don't touch me. Gao Ran struggled desperately. But his efforts were futile. His strength was insignificant, and all he managed was to make the chair wobble slightly. The ropes around his wrists and ankles chafed painfully against his skin. Suddenly, the man gripping his hair delivered a fierce slap to Gao Ran's face. Am I being too generous? He sneered, following it up with a brutal punch to Gao Ran's abdomen. The pain made Gao Ran feel nauseous. Tears welled in his eyes as he instinctively curled up, but his hair was seized once again, and a dagger was lightly pressed against his cheek. What a beautiful face. It would be a pity to ruin it, the enforcer remarked. Our boss simply desires the object. You hand it over, and he will provide you with money. You could leave immediately without suffering any further punishment. Why must you persist in this path of self-destruction, resisting both yourself and your fortune? The henchman traced the dagger along Gao Ran's face, as if a mere slip could result in a grievous wound or sever his nose. The terror of the situation sent shivers down Gao Ran's spine. He bit his lip, refusing to speak, though his eyes involuntarily darted towards the syringe. Every fiber of his being screamed in defiance. The voice of Wang Lao echoed once more. Do not delude yourself into thinking that because you have assisted a few patrons in restoring antiques, they will assign bodyguards to protect you. Ha, ha, ha. The individuals they dispatch for your protection are all foolish. They have but one vehicle, trailing you at a distance neither too close nor too far, while we have deployed 2 cars, effectively cutting you off. By the time they manage to find you, you will already be here. Therefore, I advise you to abandon any hope that anyone will be able to locate you. At this moment, your only salvation lies within yourself. Gao Ran bit his lip in silence. Wang Lao continued, I will count to 3, should you fail to make a choice. I shall assume you have opted for the injection. Chapter 020. She came in person. Gao Ran fixed his fiery gaze upon the man opposite him. Just as Wang Lao called out 3, the man abruptly lifted his arm, poised to thrust the syringe's needle violently into Gao Ran's body. In a state of panic, Gao Ran shouted, I choose 2. I choose 2. The Celadon lotus vase has truly been destroyed by me. I cannot, but I can do it for you. Take me away, and I shall do it for you. With his eyes tightly shut, Gao Ran dared not look. After his loud declarations, he felt no pain at all in his body. Only then did he slightly open his eyes. The man across from him held the syringe. His gaze filled with mockery as he scrutinized Gao Ran. Gao Ran heard Wang Lao's voice echoing through the air. But what can we do? I have changed my mind. The choices are only 1 and 3. Option 2 is nullified. Gao Ran exclaimed. I truly destroyed it. Even if you allow me to transform now. I am incapable of doing so. Wang Lao retorted. Do you think I would recklessly come to you without having unearthed any clues? Gao Ran. I advise you to be more compliant. Gao Ran pondered. How on earth did this guy discover him? How did he know he could create a convincing imitation of the Celadon lotus vase? And was it true that someone was secretly protecting him? If it were true, there was only one possible person, Qu Yimian, since other employers ceased their collaborations with him. They would not contact him privately unless it was to either resume partnership or refer new business. Currently, his closest connections were Uncle Guan and Yi Qingkong. Yet, neither would privately send bodyguards to protect him. If it truly were Qu Yimian, and he had agreed to dine at her new residence tonight yet had not attended, then Qu Yimian's people might have intercepted him on the way, and both she and his mother would likely have received news of his abduction. With her extensive network, discovering his whereabouts would merely be a matter of time. Thus, his immediate goal was to buy time. It wouldn't be impossible to have him choose option 1. But that item was not even in the capital. Even if he wished to present it to him now, he was utterly incapable of doing so. After clarifying his thoughts, Gao Ran felt considerably calmer, though beads of sweat still formed on his forehead. His fear had significantly diminished. Wang Lao fell silent for a moment, then said, Tell me where it is, and I shall send someone to retrieve it. You need not worry. My connections are vast. I have friends in every province. Just provide me with an address, and I assure you, I will acquire the item tonight. Once it is in hand, I will immediately release you. Gao Ran felt somewhat speechless. That location is rather remote, and I have hidden it well, only I can find it. Wang Lao replied, That is of no concern. Just tell me what it is. Gao Ran thought, what nonsense is this? If he revealed it, he would expose many secrets. At that moment, his mind was filled with thoughts of how to stall for time and deceive Wang Lao. Just then, a sudden cacophony of violent scuffles erupted from outside the door. The 2 men guarding Gao Ran also turned their vigilant gazes toward the entrance. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. In the ensuing chaos, Wang Lao's voice had vanished entirely from the sound system. 2 men rushed forward to engage in a struggle with the intruder at the entrance. But they soon found themselves at a disadvantage. A man with an icy demeanor strode purposefully towards Gao Ran. Mr. Gao, he approached from behind, extracting a dagger to sever the binding ropes, assisting him to his feet. Mr. Gao, it was President Chu who sent us. Are you all right? I am fine. To his astonishment, Gao Ran was smiling, despite the abrasions on his wrists and ankles and the throbbing pain in his scalp. Before long, the remaining assailants were subdued, and Gao Ran was escorted away by Qu Yimian's men. Upon exiting the house, Gao Ran realized they were in a private villa, somewhat isolated, as if it stood alone amid vast, empty fields. Several cars were parked at the villa's entrance, their headlights illuminating the courtyard with a bright glow. Gao Ran. Suddenly, a delicate voice called out from a distance. He looked up to see a slender figure in a trench coat rushing towards him from beside one of the car's headlights. Recognizing Qu Yimian's voice, he was taken aback. He never expected her, who had repeatedly insisted on a secret marriage, would personally come to his rescue. Although he felt a surge of gratitude, he also felt somewhat awkward. Did this not make him appear utterly helpless? As Qu Yimian spotted Gao Ran, she ran directly towards him. As he walked towards her, she dashed forward, colliding into him like a playful calf. She wrapped her arms tightly around him, burying her face in his chest. The only sounds in his ears were the wind and the rapid beating of his own heart. At that moment, it felt as if the universe contained only the 2 of them. He enveloped Qu Yimian in his embrace. I'm fine. Qu Yimian looked up at him with a hint of remorse in her eyes. This afternoon, when I sent someone to bring my mother over, my people noticed someone watching her, intending to harm her. Fortunately, my men were present and did not let them seize an opportunity. I feared they would come for you as well, so I dispatched personnel to protect you, but I never anticipated they would be intercepted. Gao Ran's gaze softened. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I truly do not know how I would have fared today. Qu Yimian replied, Let us go home. My mother is waiting for us. All right. The 2 clasped hands as they entered the car. However, the intimate atmosphere they had just shared dissipated once inside, leaving them feeling somewhat estranged, their fingers still interlocked. Gao Ran gazed out of the window, as did Qu Yimian. Both felt their cheeks flush, turning their heads away from each other. The driver, sensing the tension, remained silent as he drove. Eventually, he found a moment to address Gao Ran. Mr. Gao, I apologize. It was I who brought personnel to protect you this evening. Unfortunately, we were intercepted by the adversary. We were careless and did not foresee such tactics. There is no need for apologies. After all, it was the other party's cunning that caught us off guard. Gao Ran reassured the driver. He followed up, saying, "The person who kidnapped me." The driver interjected, "The mastermind is not in the villa. He is remotely controlling those individuals through a video call. However, Mr. Gao, rest assured, we have already apprehended them and will soon deliver them to the police station in Xiqing. Our people are there, and I will personally oversee the proceedings tonight to ensure that we rectify the situation." Gao Ran felt a surge of anxiety. Deliver them to the police station? Qu Yimian recalled something and gently reassured him, "Do not worry. I will arrange for someone to help you establish a studio tomorrow, and we will cover any taxes that arise. Furthermore, the fact that you refuse to cooperate in the trafficking of counterfeit cultural relics is precisely why they resorted to kidnapping and threats against you, which indirectly attests to your innocence. After all, how many individuals studying cultural relic restoration do not eventually learn to replicate artifacts? Were calligraphers and painters not also once engaged in imitation? This is hardly an issue." Gao Ran felt suddenly exposed in her presence, as though he were devoid of clothing. What was happening? Chapter 021. Returning home with her, Gao Ran soon regained his composure. This individual had been introduced to him by a man named Uncle Guan, who had treated him with great kindness. He recounted the incident to the driver and Qu Yimian, deliberately omitting his master from the conversation. He believed that if the kidnappers refused to divulge the identity of their mastermind, they could potentially leverage information from Uncle Guan. The driver listened attentively and replied, "Understood, Mr. Gao Ran. This Uncle Guan is a vital lead in our pursuit of Wang Laowu, and we will certainly investigate further." Gao Ran expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts." The driver, displaying a humble demeanor, introduced himself, "Mr. Gao Ran, my name is Su Wei. You may call me Wei Zi, Xiao Su, or simply Su Wei. I have been working alongside Mr. Chu since I was 19, so there is no need for formality. Please feel free to give me any instructions." Gao Ran glanced at Qu Yimian, who was now scrutinizing his face more intently. The previous lighting in the courtyard had been insufficient, but now, in the car, she activated the overhead light and noticed 5 distinct fingerprints on one side of his cheek. Her previously glistening eyes narrowed suddenly, and Gao Ran caught a glimpse of a fierce determination he had never seen before. Qu Yimian recalled something and lowered her gaze to inspect Gao Ran's body. "Are there any other injuries?" Gao Ran reassured her, "No, I'm fine." However, Qu Yimian observed the skin on his wrist, which was red and swollen from the rope, and asked with concern, "This must be painful as it's broken skin." Gao Ran replied, "It's nothing." Qu Yimian asserted, "When I left earlier, I had someone prepare a first aid kit. I will help you tend to it once we return." "All right," he agreed. The convoy halted at the entrance of the new residence. Qu Yimian instructed Gao Ran to exit first and exchanged a few words with Su Wei before descending to join him and ascending the stairs. In the elevator, Qu Yimian advised, "I suggest you do not keep your mother in the dark. She is quite worried about you. Women truly need honesty above all." After pondering her words, Gao Ran resolved, as the elevator doors opened, "Yes, I will explain everything to her slowly during dinner." Qu Yimian smiled. Her little husband, besides his striking looks, was quite obedient. This was ideal, as it made their interactions more effortless, precisely what she desired. At that moment, Fong Ting was anxiously seated on the sofa, her mind restless. Earlier, someone from Qu Yimian's team had called to inform her that Gao Ran was missing. Subsequently, Qu Yimian instructed her to wait at home while she and her team went out, which had now stretched to over 3 hours without any news. Fong Ting had never experienced such a situation before. Anxiety gnawed at her, and countless scenarios raced through her mind, none of which made sense. Just then, the doorbell rang. Fong Ting hurried to the door, peering through the peephole to see Gao Ran and Qu Yimian returning. Her heart soared, and she promptly opened the door. "Son, Mian, you're finally back," she exclaimed, her gaze instinctively darting towards Gao Ran. With a smile, Gao Ran said, "Mom, let us talk inside." Fong Ting, buoyed by relief, entered with a light step, cheerfully stating, "You must be starving. Dinner is ready. Go wash your hands, and I'll bring the food to the table right away." Soon, the dining table was adorned with a splendid array of 5 dishes and a soup: chicken stewed with mushrooms, braised pork belly with preserved vegetables, garlic spinach, stir-fried yam with black fungus, chilled sweet tomatoes, and seaweed egg drop soup. Fong Ting cheerfully arranged the utensils, exclaiming, "These are all dishes that Mian and I prepared together." Qu Yimian, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, Actually, I mostly just watched. My mother did most of the cooking. Gao Ran, who was already starving, found himself devoid of appetite as he gazed upon the sumptuous feast. A sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through his abdomen, causing him to bend over uncontrollably, unable to suppress the urge to vomit. What came forth was merely clear water and bile. Fong Ting, alarmed, hurriedly brought over a trash bin while gently patting Gao Ran's back. Qu Yimian returned with a medicine box and, upon seeing Gao Ran's pallid complexion, uncertain of his condition, inquired, "Gao Ran, shall we go to the hospital?" Chapter 22. Heart-to-heart between mother and son. Upon hearing that Qu Yimian was heading to the hospital, Fong Ting felt a surge of anxiety. What on earth is happening? What could possibly be the matter? Gao Ran was suffering from excruciating abdominal pain and was far too preoccupied to consider anyone else. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. 40 minutes later, in a private hospital room, Gao Ran lay on the hospital bed, still deeply unconscious, with an 4 drip in his hand. Fong Ting was sitting by his side, tears staining her eyes as she gazed longingly at her son. Although Qu Yimian was not present, she had arranged for a doctor to attend to Gao Ran in advance. By the time he arrived at the private hospital, medical personnel were already there to receive him. After conducting a thorough examination, the doctor confirmed that there were traces of a sedative in Gao Ran's bloodstream. Coupled with the trauma he experienced during his abduction, the emotional shock, and the physical beating he endured, this had led to his secondary fainting spell. The doctor's current task was to treat the abrasions on his wrists and ankles and to administer fluids to expedite the elimination of the sedative from his system. When Gao Ran finally awoke, it was already 1:30 in the morning, roused by hunger. Upon seeing his mother still vigilantly by his side, he was overwhelmed with guilt. "Mom. Son, you're awake," Fong Ting exclaimed, grasping his hand and inquiring with concern, "Are you hungry?" Mian had someone bring over some porridge. As she spoke, she glanced at a thermal container on the bedside table. Following her gaze, Gao Ran nodded. "Yes, Mom, I am hungry." The doctor had also mentioned that he would feel hungry upon waking and could have some porridge. Fong Ting quickly helped him sit up, placing a pillow behind his back, then opened the thermal container and poured a bowl of delicious vegetable and lean meat porridge. Gao Ran's eyes wandered around the hospital room. "Mom, is this the hospital? Isn't Miss Chu here?" Fong Ting set up the bedside table attached to the bed and placed the bowl of porridge on it, handing him a spoon. As he accepted it, she quietly asked, "Son, please be honest with me. This time, being kidnapped and beaten, did Mian have anything to do with it?" Gao Ran was taken aback, immediately refuting her claim. "No. Mom, what are you thinking? But we are just a mother and son. What could possibly warrant someone kidnapping you? Moreover, you never faced such things before meeting Mian. All these troubles began after you met her." "Mom." Gao Ran interrupted her, quickly clarifying, "You misunderstand. This trouble is entirely of my own making. If it weren't for Miss Chu coming to rescue me tonight, I would still be trapped there, unsure of how to escape. Please, do not blame the good person." Fong Ting furrowed her brow in concern. "Then how did you get into such trouble?" Gao Ran looked at her, his spoon absently stirring the warm porridge. His gaze flickered, recalling Qu Yimian's words. Women truly need honesty above all. Gao Ran pondered for a moment before speaking. "Mother, I must confess that I have been concealing the truth from you. That classmate of mine from the construction site does not exist. Each time I take a 3-day leave, I am actually engaged in private work, restoring artifacts for others." Fong Ting struggled to keep up with the revelation. "What? Restoring artifacts?" Gao Ran earnestly explained to his mother, "My master is an extraordinary person, and he has forbidden me from discussing his matters. I cannot disclose anything about him to you. However, he is a remarkable individual. I fortuitously met him when I was 12, and he recognized my talent, taking me as his apprentice and imparting his lifelong skills to me. I studied diligently for 8 years and only graduated at the age of 20. Thus, I have only begun to take on private jobs in the past 2 years. The individual I am currently working with was introduced to me by my first client." Avoiding details about his master's privacy, Gao Ran shared everything he could with Fong Ting, including how he had given Qu Yimian 1 million yuan as pocket money and purchased her a wedding ring worth over 200,000. "Mother, do you remember when I promised to buy you a large house in Beijing before I turned 30? At that time, you thought I was joking. But I have been diligently saving money. However, the responsibility of buying that house has now fallen to Miss Chu. The funds I saved for your house have become redundant. I used a portion to buy her a ring and also gave her 1 million as spending money. The remainder is untouched, as I plan to continue saving until I can give you 1 million as well. Mother, you have sacrificed so much for me over the years, and I assure you, I will not forget my mother after marrying. Moreover, Miss Chu is willing to live with you, which is why she has put your name on the marriage residence." Gao Ran recounted everything earnestly, while the porridge before him grew cold. Fang Ting lowered her head. "You should eat first." The news her son had just shared was overwhelmingly shocking, far surpassing her imagination. She needed time to process this information. After finishing his porridge, Gao Ran checked the time. "Mother, let us head home now. I have work in the morning." Fang Ting was concerned about his health. What if the lingering effects of the drug in his system hadn't completely dissipated and he fainted at work? "You rascal! Why didn't you tell me sooner? Had I known you were earning money, I wouldn't have harped on about your job status." Gao Ran replied. "But you said that working for the government is the safest option." Fang Ting found herself unable to refute him, shooting him a glare. "Really? Today we just moved into our new home, and we haven't even had a proper meal yet. And you've already brought so much trouble upon yourself with Qu Yimian. I will consult the attending physician. If you are cleared for discharge, we shall return home. Your job status is irrelevant now. If it interferes with your artifact restoration work, you should resign at once." Gao Ran was taken aback. Huh? In his understanding, his mother was not one to be swayed by money. Fang Ting leaned closer, speaking earnestly. "Son, while I may not grasp grand principles, I understand that your current relationship with Yimian places you in a dynamic where she is the strong one and you the weaker. She claims she will not divorce you. But one cannot predict what the future may hold. Whether you serve as an auxiliary police officer or hold a formal position within the traffic police, it is insufficient to allow you to stand alongside her. What your mother means is that you must find a way to elevate yourself. After all, you are a man and cannot allow yourself to be overshadowed by a woman." Gao Ran pondered this seriously. "All right, mother, please call the on-duty doctor. I shall discharge myself first. As for whether I will continue with the traffic police, I will contemplate that later." Fang Ting went to find the doctor. The doctor assessed Gao Ran's mental state and suggested that he undergo a blood test the following morning. Fang Ting insisted on restraining Gao Ran from leaving the hospital. The next morning at 6, the nurse arrived to draw blood from Gao Ran, and by 6:30, the report was ready. The presence of the sedative in his blood was negligible. Seizing the opportunity, Gao Ran arranged for his discharge and headed directly to the traffic police station. Chapter 023. The quota for regularization has been taken. Fang Ting watched as Gao Ran boarded the bus, then lowered her head to send a message to Qu Yimian. Mian, Gao Ran has started working at the traffic police station. What would you like for breakfast? I'll bring something back for you." A twinge of guilt stirred within her. The events of the previous night had unfolded so abruptly that she instinctively believed the misfortune stemmed from Qu Yimian. However, this was a narrow-minded conclusion. Not only had Qu Yimian purchased a house for her as a mother-in-law, but she had also rescued Gao Ran and arranged his hospitalization. The young woman bore no resentment towards Gao Ran for the troubles he had caused. Yet, Fang Ting, as a mother-in-law, had let her suspicions fall upon the daughter-in-law instead. Reflecting on this, she felt even more ashamed. All she desired was to make amends by treating Qu Yimian with utmost kindness. "Mama, I've arrived at the company. By the way, are you working today?" Qu Yimian texted. Fang Ting, instead of answering, inquired, Mian, you're at the company so early? Have you eaten?" "The company has a cafeteria. My secretary will bring me a sandwich and coffee." "Mama, I'll be staying at the Chu residence for the next couple of days, and one be returning to the new home. You and Gao Ran should acclimate to the new environment. I'll be back the day after tomorrow," Qu Yimian replied. Not entirely aware of Qu Yimian's schedule and fearing to impede her plans, Fang Ting hastily responded, "All right, I understand. Just follow your own schedule." Qu Yimian replied. Fang Ting put away her phone. Her supermarket shift didn't begin until 9 in the morning, and it was only 7 now. Returning to the new home would afford her over an hour to tidy up. She recalled the rush of the previous night, the meals and dishes likely still scattered across the table. Resolutely, she quickened her pace towards the new residence. Meanwhile, as Gao Ran alighted from the bus, Captain Meng Jingwu passed by in a Honda CR-V, casting a disdainful glance his way before driving into the traffic police station's compound. After changing into his uniform upon returning to duty, Gao Ran approached the machine for facial recognition, clocking in, thus commencing his day's work. Unlike the previous day, he was not required to direct traffic from the island platform. His task today was merely to stand guard at the intersection. Yet, even while stationed, he could not afford to let his guard down. He had to remain vigilant, with eyes open to all directions and ears attuned to every sound. Although he was not formally enlisted, the section he was assigned to had a responsibility system in place. Should any incident arise, his chances of regularization would dwindle. August was the peak of summer in the capital. After enduring a long day, Gao Ran returned to the station only to find a crowd gathered around the bulletin board. He joined them, his gaze landing on a notice. It was the announcement of Li Yulin's regularization. The team leader stood nearby, beaming as he spoke. "Yulin, congratulations. This year, a regular quota for the Iron Riders has been allocated to you. What a stroke of luck. From now on, we'll be even closer as colleagues." Li Yulin chuckled. "That's thanks to the team's nurturing. I have faith in our unit. I will certainly cooperate actively and work diligently." Many colleagues nearby chimed in with their congratulations. However, a few individuals subconsciously glanced towards Gao Ran. After all, the previous assessments were divided into 3 segments: the physical fitness test, the written examination, and the interview, in which only Gao Ran had achieved high scores. Logically, the sole spot for the Iron Cavalry should rightfully belong to him. Yet, Li Yulin had failed the physical fitness test, and his written exam results were far from satisfactory. It seemed implausible that he could claim the spot, regardless of Gao Ran's standing. At that moment, the gazes of everyone turned somber. It appeared that Li Yulin had some hidden tactics. Gao Ran stood at the back of the crowd, observing Qinfenghua and Huang Su. On that day in the cafeteria, it was Li Yulin who mentioned he would assist his brother at a rural leisure farm, and he suggested that the spot seemed to have been secured for Zhou Xiuyuan. Subsequently, Gao Ran had shared a video in their small group of Zhou Xiuyuan whining and dining Mengjingwu. At that time, they were all indignant, asserting that while they respected no one, they did respect Gao Ran. But now, Li Yulin had solidified his position, abandoning the leisure farm. Qinfenghua and Huang Su, fully aware of the underlying issues, still smiled sycophantically and congratulated Li Yulin. Even Zhou Xiuyuan, who had spent money, now joined in the merriment, urging Li Yulin to treat everyone to a meal with his first paycheck after securing his position. The scene was lively, with laughter echoing around. Yet Gao Ran found no joy in it. For 2 years, even with a schedule of 2 days on and 3 days off, the hardships of being an auxiliary police officer were not something just anyone could endure. Moreover, he was not without merit. He had the capability. The opportunity that should have rightfully belonged to him, earned through diligence and hard work, had instead gone to another. How could Gao Ran possibly find a reason to smile? Suddenly, someone cleared their throat a couple of times, seemingly just noticing Gao Ran's presence. "Gao Ran, you're off duty?" At that moment, all eyes turned towards him. Li Yulin, startled, spun around and embraced Gao Ran, pulling him away from the crowd while whispering urgently, "Brother, stay calm. Go change your clothes. Tonight I'll take you out for barbecue and beer," and explained everything in detail. Gao Ran steadied himself, pushing away Li Yulin's hands. Li Yulin persisted in clinging to him. After pushing him away twice, Gao Ran's annoyance flared at Li Yulin's stubbornness. He yelled, "Get off me. Don't touch me." His voice was louder than intended. Li Yulin stood frozen, taken aback by Gao Ran's sudden outburst, which was uncharacteristic of the usually mild-mannered and hard-working individual. He forced a smile. "Brother. You who is your brother?" Gao Ran glared at Li Yulin. "My surname is Gao. Yours is Li. Don't pretend we're family." Everyone stared in shock at the confrontation. The team leader, with a stern expression, warned Gao Ran, "Don't cause trouble. Remember, you're just an auxiliary officer. Understand the consequences of causing a scene here." Li Yulin exchanged glances with Qinfenghua and Huang Su. They understood the cue and rushed forward, with Li Yulin joining them. As they all attempted to restrain Gao Ran and rummage through his pockets in search of his phone. Just yesterday, Mengjingwu confronted both Li Yulin and Zhou Xiuyuan simultaneously. In the presence of Li Yulin, he returned the gifts sent by Zhou Xiuyuan, stating that he would soon retire in 2 years and wished to avoid any trouble. He declared that this year he would recommend Li Yulin and next year Zhou Xiuyuan, asserting that Zhou would not need to offer anything further, as the position was his, compelling Zhou to wait another year. Zhou Xiuyuan initially disagreed, but upon seeing the video in Li Yulin's hands, he panicked. If Li Yulin caused a scene, not only would Zhou's chances of formal approval vanish, but his reputation would also be tarnished, leaving him with little hope for future employment. Thus, the 3 reached a consensus. Furthermore, last night, Li Yulin discreetly provided Qinfenghua and Huang Su with 30,000 yuan each, assuring them that as long as he had a share to eat, they would too. Li Yulin also mentioned that after Gao Ran finished work today, they would seize his phone to delete the evidence and subsequently remove Gao Ran from the team. Qinfenghua and Huang Su, already facing bleak prospects for formal approval this year, saw greater opportunities for approval next year if Gao Ran were eliminated. With the prospect of immediate payment and the chance to make Li Yulin indebted to them, they naturally chose to comply. Thus, Li Yulin, Qinfenghua, and Huang Su became allies. Let go of me. Gao Ran struggled desperately against the rough and resentful grip of the others, feeling the pain intensify. Chapter 024. Silence him. Gao Ran's wrists and ankles were injured, and after standing under the scorching sun all day, drenched in sweat, every effort to struggle intensified the searing pain. Li Yulin, recognizing Gao Ran's tenacity, decided to apply force to the bend of his knees. With a resounding thud, Gao Ran's knees buckled to the ground. Following this, Huang Su and Chen Fanghua pressed him firmly down. The bystanders, fellow colleagues, were momentarily taken aback. However, those who shared a good rapport with Gao Ran quickly reacted, rushing forward to intervene. Let Gao Ran go. What are you doing? The team leader, startled, exclaimed, Get up. What are you doing? This is the traffic police brigade. What do you think you're doing? Gao Ran's face paled, his body slick with sweat from the pain. Just as Huang Su's hand reached for his phone, he shouted, I have videos on my computer. Even if you take my phone, it won't matter. Li Yulin commanded, Cover his mouth. Chen Fanghua reached out to silence Gao Ran. A few others attempted to pry them apart, insisting, Let him go. You're going too far. We are colleagues. Do you intend to crush him? Get up. Don't pile on him. At that moment, Huang Su triumphantly raised the phone, finally standing up. I've got it. I got it. Excitement radiated from Li Yulin and Chen Fanghua. Just then, Gao Ran's phone suddenly rang in Huang Su's grasp. Instinctively, Huang Su considered rejecting the call, but upon seeing the caller ID, Director Chen, he froze in shock. What could this mean? Moreover, it was a WeChat call. Did this person have a close relationship with Gao Ran? Li Yulin questioned, What are you doing? He snatched the phone, but halted mid-sentence. The team leader and several others struggled to lift the nearly incapacitated Gao Ran from the ground. Glancing over, they noticed the voice call from Director Chen persistently ringing. As time dragged on, the system eventually terminated the call, just as Li Yulin began to relax. The voice call returned, still from Director Chen. The team leader, flustered, seized the phone from Li Yulin and handed it to Gao Ran. Gao Ran, is this for you? Despite knowing it was Gao Ran's phone, disbelief flickered across everyone's faces. When Gao Ran joined the workforce, he had submitted his political review materials. His family background was simple. His mother sold fruits at a supermarket, and his father had long passed away. No relatives like grandparents or uncles were in the picture. How could he have a Director Chen in his WeChat contacts? Gao Ran, breathless, reached for his phone. Director Chen was the name he had assigned to Chen Jiaying, the spouse of Yi Qingkong, when he first visited the Yi family. At that time, he was unfamiliar with them, and, knowing Chen Jiaying was the director of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau, he had simply labeled her as Director Chen. He had no intention of boasting about knowing a director. It is purely a matter of respect. Addressing someone by their name could be perceived as disrespectful to their elders, while referring to them as auntie may seem presumptuous. After much contemplation, and given my unfamiliarity at the time, I casually wrote down Director Chen. Little did I know that this seemingly trivial action would, months later, provide an opportunity for the aggressor to be silenced. Hey, Gao Ran, have you arrived yet? Hurry. Your Uncle Yu has had a stroke of luck today, catching a 16-pound fish. I've asked the kitchen to prepare your favorite boiled fish. We're just waiting for you to come and eat. Around him, people leaned in, their ears perked up. The atmosphere turned eerily silent. Although Gao Ran had not activated the speaker, everyone present could hear the clear voice of the woman emanating from the microphone. Gao Ran replied, I'll come over shortly. Chen Jiaying's tone grew serious. Gao Ran, why does your voice sound off? Are you still at the station? Yes. Did you not finish your shift? Why are you still there? By the way, Gao Ran, have the positions for your team been finalized? Unbeknownst to him, many in the vicinity subtly edged closer to Gao Ran. Several individuals, clearly anxious, began to exhibit signs of tension. Li Yulin pressed his lips together, his gaze towards Gao Ran brimming with malice. Chen Fanghua exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Su. Meanwhile, Zhou Shiyuan's forehead glistened with sweat, if he had heard correctly. Gao Ran had mentioned that there was a video on the computer. Was that the one on Li Yulin's phone? Gao Ran responded, It has been finalized, but it wasn't me. His voice faltered slightly. Throughout his life, he had been a diligent child, devoted to his studies and work, approaching everything with earnestness. He understood that his reserved nature prohibited him from being ostentatious or offending others, for his family was fragile. Any misstep could spell disaster for both him and his mother. From childhood, every event that unfolded in his life had never afforded him the confidence to assert himself. He lacked any support or foundation. And now, Chen Jiaying's phone call felt like a lifeline, arriving at a most opportune moment. Suddenly, he was overcome with a surge of impulse, a longing for protection, for reliance. He yearned to experience the sensation of someone taking charge, a feeling he had never known. Gathering his courage, he cautiously inquired in a hoarse yet sorrowful voice. "Could you come by? I was just pinned to the ground and beaten. All I want is justice." Gao Ran thought, after all, Qin Jiaying was the employer's wife. If she was willing to come, he would be immensely grateful. If she chose not to, he had no grounds to blame her. She owed him nothing. Worst case, he could resign and return home to restore artifacts. Before Qin Jiaying could respond, a wave of emotion swept through the crowd. Soon, her furious voice crackled through the phone. "Gao Ran, I'm coming to get you right now. I'm calling Director Wang from the Public Security Traffic Management Bureau and Director Zhao from the Municipal Public Security Bureau to accompany me. Just wait. I'll be there in no more than 15 minutes. Gao Ran, well, thank you." The atmosphere was utterly silent. Those who had not participated in the brawl or attempted to mediate were eager to remain and witness the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Li Yulin, Zhou Shiyuan, Chen Fanghua, and Huang Su began to feel a sense of unease. The more Li Yulin pondered, the more he sensed something amiss, and he spoke in a hushed tone. "Gao Ran, do not." Chapter 025. Striking the worms at that moment, someone approached Gao Ran, offering concern and warmth. "Gao Ran, are you all right? I was terrified when they piled on top of you. Yin Chao and I desperately pulled them off you." Yin Chao added, "Indeed, Gao Ran. Although we are not in the same team, we are still colleagues. I would never resort to such cruelty against a fellow worker." Instantly, those who had supported Li Yulin fell silent. The team leader's gaze shifted back and forth between Gao Ran and Li Yulin. Suddenly, he smiled and asked, "Gao Ran, who were you on the phone with just now?" Gao Ran, now seated on a chair, replied, "The director of the Municipal Bureau of Culture and Tourism, Qin Jiaying." Li Yulin skeptically inquired, "Can the Bureau of Culture and Tourism intervene in our traffic police department?" Gao Ran completely ignored him, taking a deep breath to bolster his courage. Li Yulin warned, and Gao Ran, "Do not intimidate anyone here. I must inform you that impersonating an official carries legal consequences." Only then did Gao Ran cast him a sidelong glance. "When they arrive, you will know whether it is true or not." Seeing Gao Ran's unwavering confidence, a few in the crowd began to believe him. Someone promptly turned and rushed outside to call Captain Meng Jingwu. Upon noticing someone leaving, Chen Fanghua also grabbed Huang Su, attempting to quietly slip away from the scene. However, Yin Chao's keen eyes caught them. "Xiao Chun, Huang Su, where are you two off to?" Chen Fanghua looked back anxiously. "I have nothing to do with this. I didn't pass the assessment. This spot was never meant for me. Whatever complications arise, they are of no concern to me." Yin Chao scoffed. "I never mentioned anything about spots. Why are you bringing that up?" Li Yulin shot Chen Fanghua an exasperated glance. "What a useless ally." He turned and declared, "I'm off work. I'm going home." The team leader commanded, "Stop." Li Yulin responded, "Team leader, I'm leaving. I have no time to stay here with Gao Ran." Just then, the team leader's phone rang. He glanced down, then surveyed the room. "Everyone, remain in place. Do not leave." He answered the call, "Captain." Meng Jingwu replied, "What is going on in the team?" Director Wang insisted I return immediately and mentioned he would wait for me at the station. He even mentioned Gao Ran's name. What on earth has happened? As Gao Ran was part of their team, Meng Jingwu had directly called to clarify. The team leader, drenched in sweat, urged, "You should come over quickly. The situation may be quite serious." Meng Jingwu pressed, "What exactly is going on? What happened to Gao Ran?" He could not fathom why such urgency had compelled Director Wang to personally reach out to him regarding Gao Ran. He blurted out, "Did something happen during Gao Ran's field duty on the route he was responsible for?" At that moment, the team leader understood that Gao Ran indeed had significant backing, and the connection was profound. Therefore, he could not possibly disclose anything to Meng Jingwu in front of Gao Ran, for that would surely offend him. He could only grit his teeth and urge, feeling quite aggrieved, "It's not something that can be explained in just a word or two. Please hurry over." After a moment's contemplation, Meng Jingwu replied, "I shall be there shortly." The call ended. The team leader glanced at the surrounding individuals and stated, "Director Wang from the Municipal Traffic Management Bureau just called the captain, instructing him to return to the team immediately. All of us shall remain on standby." The crowd responded in unison, "Received." "Yes, yes." In that instant, whether eager to leave or reluctant, everyone stood silently in place, many with a sense of anticipation, while others began to feel increasingly anxious. The team leader took a moment to search for information on Qin Jiaying from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. The results were startling. Qu Yimian hailed from a family with a long political lineage. Her grandfather had served as a representative and committee member in the capital. The political connections within her family were intricate. Uncles, aunts, cousins, all engaged in governance. Beads of sweat began to form on the team leader's forehead. He realized that Meng Jingwu might not retire unscathed after all. Just then, several figures hurriedly approached the team. Among them was a young man who looked somewhat familiar, as if seen on television. Upon entering, he searched through the crowd for Gao Ran. Spotting him, he rushed over, exclaiming, "Gao Ran, are you all right?" Gao Ran was taken aback by the arrival of Yi Qingkong and Yi Bowen. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he stood up. "Uncle Yi, Brother Bowen, you also came?" Yi Bowen surveyed him from head to toe, asking, "Are you injured anywhere?" Yi Qingkong's expression was grave as he reassured, "Do not fear. Aunt Chen has also arrived. She encountered Director Wang at the entrance, and they are conversing now." Gao Ran felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry for causing you worry." At that moment, he truly felt that disheveled was an apt description of his state. Having worn his uniform all day and rolling on the ground, he was now quite dirty. His face bore remnants of being pressed against the ground, and his hair was similarly soiled, unmistakably showing signs of a rough encounter. Yan Chao exclaimed in surprise, "Director Yi, you are Director Yi Qingkong." "Ah, I remember now. Yi Bowen, you were a child star. I grew up watching your performances." The group looked at Yi Qingkong and his son in astonishment, followed by a series of enthusiastic praises. "Director Yi, hello, I'm your fan. Yi Bowen. I grew up watching your shows. Director, may I take a photo with you?" Yi Qingkong replied coldly, "I'm sorry, this occasion is not suitable. Perhaps next time." The individual reconsidered and sheepishly put away their phone. Before long, Director Wang and Qin Jiaying approached, deep in conversation. The team leader quickly stepped forward, "Director Wang." The crowd stood attentively. "Director Wang." Wang surveyed the room, frowning in anger. "Has Meng Jingwu not arrived yet?" The team leader replied, "The captain is on his way." Wang ordered, "Find a meeting room and bring everyone there." Director Zhao from the Municipal Public Security Bureau has also arrived. Regarding today's events, should there be any instances of favoritism, corruption, bribery, or deceit within our ranks, those responsible will be promptly handed over to the authorities for prosecution. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. Is it not said that family scandals should remain concealed? There are no penalties or opportunities given, merely a direct referral to the police. Qin Jiaying observed Gao Ran's expression, suppressing her concern and refraining from greeting him. Instead, she addressed Director Wang. "Truly commendable, Director Wang. I have always believed that under your leadership, our city's Traffic Management Bureau would undoubtedly uphold fairness and transparency. However, it seems that there are always a few pests who delight in exploiting loopholes, tarnishing the reputation of the Traffic Bureau and polluting the work environment of their colleagues. Such vermin must be met with resolute measures." Chapter 026. Your connection to the case. The Traffic Police Department possesses a considerable number of meeting rooms. When addressing traffic disputes, both parties are typically summoned for mediation and liability allocation, resulting in numerous small conference rooms. The team leader specifically selected the cleanest one, arranging several chairs within. It was only at this moment that Qin Jiaying had the opportunity to converse with Gao Ran. As she approached, intending to touch him, he instinctively recoiled. She gazed at him in surprise, witnessing this honest young man express his gratitude and shame in a tone that revealed his discomfort. "Aunt Chen, I am dirty." Qin Jiaying had long noticed the dust on his clothes and face. Having known Gao Ran for several months, their relationship, though limited to dining together twice weekly, had cultivated a fondness for this endearing boy. His pitiable background evoked a maternal instinct within her, akin to that of a mother whose son was away at boarding school, returning home after a few days. With tears welling in her eyes, she reassured him, "It's all right, Gao Ran, please take a seat." The conference table was oval-shaped, yet no one occupied the head position at that moment. Director Wang and Qin Jiaying sat side by side in the first and second positions on the right, while Gao Ran and Yi Qingkong, father and son, settled behind them in the third, fourth, and fifth seats. The opposing row was implicitly reserved for Director Zhao from the Municipal Police Bureau and team leader Meng Jingwu. Gao Ran's colleagues gathered at the end of the table, each hesitant to move forward, particularly Li Yulin. The team leader brewed tea for them, smiling as he remarked, "I'll go greet them at the door." In the courtyard of the police station, Meng Jingwu had just parked his car when he noticed Director Zhao from the municipal police arriving. Confused, he hurriedly approached. Bowing and offering assistance in closing the car door, "Director Zhao, what instructions do you have? Just let me know if there is anything you need." "There's no need for you to come in person. Director Zhao cast a sidelong glance at him. Team leader Meng, you were truly bold. The previous night, the Qu family's heir had informed him, sending several kidnappers his way for a thorough investigation. Upon inquiry, he learned that the victim, Gao Ran, was a junior auxiliary officer at the traffic police department. At that moment, Director Zhao sensed that this junior officer's identity might be quite significant. Little did he anticipate that the kidnapping case was still unresolved when, the following day, the traffic police department encountered another incident. This time, it was Director Qin from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau who personally reported that a junior officer named Gao Ran had been subdued and beaten by his colleagues, implicating the team leader in corruption. Zhao was requested to attend in person. At this juncture, Zhao bore the weight of two formidable pressures, the Qu family and the Qin family. One was immensely wealthy, while the other wielded considerable influence in the capital. As someone from humble beginnings who had painstakingly risen to his current position, he could not afford to offend either family. Meng Jingwu, puzzled by Zhao's demeanor, asked, Director Zhao, what do you mean? Please clarify. With a cold snort, Zhao proceeded inside. At that moment, the team leader emerged, greeting them before leading the way. Before long, the meeting room was filled to capacity. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Director Zhao took his seat, his gaze settling on Gao Ran. After observing for a moment, he gently remarked, the situation appears to be somewhat intricate. Let us first hear the victim's account. Director Wang let out a sigh of relief. It was fortuitous to have someone break the impasse. Gao Ran, please recount the details from beginning to end for Director Zhao. Yi Bowen whispered encouragingly, Gao Ran, be bold. Do not fear. Steadying his nerves, Gao Ran stood up with his phone in hand and began. The brigade has an annual assessment consisting of 3 parts, a physical fitness test, a written examination, and an interview. Those who pass all 3 can transition to formal status. Director Wang nodded in agreement. Indeed, the requirements are quite stringent. Very few are granted formal status each year. Gao Ran continued. I scored 48 out of 50 in the physical fitness test, achieved full marks in the written examination, and also excelled in the interview. A week after the assessment, I inquired with Captain Meng Jingwu, who informed me that I was the only auxiliary police officer to pass this time, ensuring my transition to formal status was certain. I was overjoyed but refrained from boasting, patiently awaiting the official notification. Director Wang glanced at Qin Jiaying and suddenly recalled that she had previously mentioned Meng Jingwu's history of leveraging his position for personal gain. He had even called Meng to offer a warning, to which Meng assured him that there would be no issues this time. It all became clear. Qin Jiaying's reminder was prompted by Gao Ran's situation. Director Wang glared at Meng Jingwu in frustration. This troublesome individual had squandered the opportunity for a timely warning truly. One cannot save those intent on self-destruction. Gao Ran continued. However, last week, I unexpectedly witnessed fellow auxiliary officer Zhou Shiyuan presenting a gift to Captain Meng Jingwu outside a high-end Japanese restaurant. Meng accepted the gift with a smile and entered the restaurant with him. I have video evidence to substantiate this. My family had arranged a blind date, and as the time approached, I refrained from approaching them. Yet, the more I pondered, the more suspicious I became, and I was grateful to have captured the incident on film. Gao Ran opened the video on his phone. Qin Jiaying interjected. Allow me to create a group chat for the 3 of us. Gao Ran, please send me the video, and I will share it in the group. The others nodded in agreement, and Gao Ran sent the video to Qin Jiaying, who subsequently shared it in the group. Directors Wang and Zhao began to view the footage, which indeed depicted Meng Jingwu alongside another young man, precisely as Gao Ran had described. Meng Jingwu was now sweating profusely, realizing he was in deep trouble due to Li Yulin's actions. How had this video, originally claimed by Li, now come to be attributed to Gao Ran? It was at this moment that he recognized the young man was not as simple as he appeared. He had underestimated Gao Ran. Li Yulin also sensed a rising panic. Zhou Shiyuan exchanged a glance with Huang Su, both resolving to maintain their distance from the unfolding turmoil. Zhou Shiyuan cast an indignant gaze towards Li Yulin, realizing that this scoundrel had deceived him, delaying his opportunity for promotion this year. It turned out that the video was filmed by Gao Ran. Meng Jingwu interjected, actually. I asked Zhou Shiyuan to assist me in procuring some items. I provided him with cash, and the Japanese meal was my treat. Wasn't it, Zhou Shiyuan? Zhou Shiyuan quickly comprehended that Meng Jingwu was attempting to defend him. He promptly stood up, exclaiming, indeed. The gift, oh no, it was not a gift. That item was something Captain Meng requested me to bring. Both of you, silence. Zhao Ju admonished, directing a stern look at Meng Jingwu before turning his gaze upon Zhou Shiyuan. You, move over here. Zhou Shuyuan shook his head in resistance. I'm fine sitting here. Zhao Ju asserted, you are implicated in this case. Come sit over here. Zhao Ju's commanding presence silenced Zhou Shuyuan, who, feeling intimidated, could only muster the courage to relocate to their row, facing Gao Ran and the others. Chapter 027. Witnesses and evidence present. Director Zhao surveyed the room and reiterated. I shall state this once more. Gao Ran is currently recounting events. No one is permitted to interject. Should there be any inquiries, please hold them until he has finished. The atmosphere was palpably tense, silence enveloping the space. Zhao continued, Gao Ran, please proceed. Gao Ran resumed. At that moment, I felt a sense of trepidation, pondering whether this might be related to the matter of quotas. The following day, during lunch at the cafeteria, I found myself at a table with Li Yulin, Huang Su, and Chen Fanghua. It was then that Li Yulin, with an air of mystery, confided that his family had attempted to curry favor with Meng Jingwu regarding his confirmation, only to be rebuffed. Meng had stated that this year's quota was allocated to Zhou Shuyuan. Disheartened, Li Yulin resolved to assist at his brother's newly opened restaurant in the suburbs, planning to depart by the end of the month. This revelation incited anger in Huang Su and Chen Fanghua, who vehemently protested that Zhou Shuyuan was unqualified for confirmation. This prompted me to reflect on the video I had captured the previous day, which I subsequently shared in our small group. They all viewed it, their indignation palpable. Despite the fervor around me, I resolved to wait until the official notification arrived before voicing my thoughts. I shared the chat history of our group with Chen Jiaying, capturing it in a lengthy screenshot. Upon examining the original image, she coldly forwarded it to the group of the 3 directors. Both Director Wang and Director Zhao quickly perused its contents. It was at this moment that Meng Jingwu and Zhou Shuyuan comprehended the source of Li Yulin's video. They were seething, yet dared not reveal their emotions. Li Yulin, in a state of panic, felt perspiration pooling in his palms, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. All he could do was wait for an unexpected turn of events. Contemplating the worst outcome, resigning and returning to assist his brother at the agritourism venture, he found a semblance of calm. Gao Ran continued, then I waited until today, when the notice board displayed Li Yulin's confirmation. I was perplexed. Had he not intended to venture to the agritourism site? Just as I was grappling with this surprise, Li Yulin, Huang Su, and Chen Fanghua lunged at me, pinning me to the ground and assaulting me. Li Yulin kicked me twice and snatched my phone, intent on erasing all evidence, while the team leader and remaining colleagues observed the entire ordeal. Director Zhao abruptly directed his gaze toward the team leader. Is there surveillance footage? The team leader instinctively glanced at Meng Jingwu. Zhao forcefully struck the table, declaring, his downfall is imminent. Are you still heeding him? Quickly, retrieve the surveillance footage. The team leader, frightened, hurriedly responded, I will go right away. Meng Jingwu's hands began to tremble. With only 2 years remaining until retirement, he envisioned a life of leisure, collecting his pension each month, allowing him to enjoy a tranquil existence at home. How had such a calamity come to pass? Observing his trembling hands, Gao's keen gaze discerned the underlying truth. He gestured for Gao Ran to continue. Gao Ran recounted, just as they were about to delete the evidence. I received a call from Aunt Chen. I was acquainted with her, albeit our relationship was not very close when I added her on WeChat. So I had saved her under the name Director Chen. Perhaps upon seeing the title Director Chen, they were seized by fear, prompting them to return the phone to me. At that moment, several of my colleagues rushed to lift me up. Had it not been for their timely assistance, I might have been crushed. I answered Aunt Chen's call and promptly relayed the situation. Shortly thereafter, you all arrived. During this, Director Zhao attentively noted a few names. Indeed, I have comprehended the circumstances as recounted by Gao Ran. Where is Li Yulin? Li Yulin trembled as he stood. Leader, it is I. I am Li Yulin. Director Zhao tilted his head slightly. You sit next to Zhou Shuyuan. Li Yulin, filled with trepidation, shuffled over. Director Zhao inquired, Huang Su, where is Chen Fanghua? Huang Su and Chen Fanghua hesitated to approach, sensing that their presence might lead to handcuffs. Huang Su rose, stammering, leader, I have erred in this matter. I should not have been greedy and accepted 30,000 yuan from Li Yulin. Chen Fanghua suddenly sprang to his feet, startling those around him. He raised his hand. I too have erred. I also took 30,000 yuan from Li Yulin. Director Zhao instructed, one at a time, recount the situation. Huang Su, you first. Huang Su began. The events unfolded exactly as Gao Ran described, except that last night, Li Yulin approached Chen Fanghua and me for drinks, handing us each 30,000 yuan in cash. I have not spent a single cent. It remains at home, and I can retrieve it at any moment. Director Zhao frowned. Get to the point. What did he approach you for? Huang Su replied. He stated that he had coordinated with the captain and Qu Yimian, asserting that this opportunity belonged to him. He was concerned that something might go awry with Gao Ran. Hence he urged us to seize Gao Ran's phone and delete the evidence. This way, should Gao Ran seek justice, he would possess no proof, without evidence. He would merely be making baseless accusations. Once Li Yulin secured his position, we could then eliminate Gao Ran. At that moment, I thought that since I would not be securing my position this year, once Li Yulin was established, he could provide mutual support in the team. And with the money he offered, I succumbed to temptation and accepted. Chen Fenghua added. So did I? The situation is identical to what Huang Su recounted. The only difference is that I gave the 30,000 yuan to my wife. I will return home to retrieve it. Director Zhao glanced at Li Yulin. Is this the case? Li Yulin, fully aware that all was lost, sat rigidly, as if devoid of spirit, closed his eyes, and nodded. It is so. Only then did Director Zhao turn to Meng Jingwu. What do you have to say for yourself? Meng Jingwu, unwilling to concede, sought to wriggle out of the situation. He still needed to secure his retirement funds. He hastily countered. I must speak. A single video does not signify anything. Indeed. Gao Ran captured footage of me and Qu Yimian, but I merely requested Qu Yimian to assist me with something. I provided him with the money. He did not bribe me. I was the one who treated during the meal. Qu Yimian fervently nodded. Yes, yes. Director Zhao sneered. How do you explain that Li Yulin ultimately became the beneficiary of the position? Gao Ran stated that he was the only one to pass all 3 subjects in this assessment. Was Li Yulin also? At that moment, many colleagues sitting at the back, unable to tolerate the situation, shouted that Li Yulin had failed both the written examination and the interview, and had only barely passed the physical assessment. This was public knowledge. Once the tests were completed, everyone was aware of the results, and it was evident to the entire team that he had not qualified. Qu Yimian had also not qualified. Director Zhao turned to Meng Jingwu and inquired, could you explain how this position ended up assigned to Li Yulin? Meng Jingwu's eyes darted around, but he could not devise a reasonable explanation. Indeed, it was inconceivable for someone who had failed in 2 subjects to pass the assessment. Director Zhao then looked at Li Yulin and asked, are you aware of how you obtained your permanent position? Chapter 28. To gain strength and dignity from a high position Li Yulin. I shared the video of Gao Ran with the captain, who subsequently summoned Qu Yimian to discuss it with me. He mentioned that this opportunity would be given to me, while Qu Yimian would receive it next year. I was instructed not to mention the video again, as they were initially apprehensive and asked me to delete it. I assured them that I would delete the video in their presence once the opportunity was secured. Meng Jingwu abruptly stood up. You are shameless. You slander me. Qu Yimian also rose. Li Yulin. One may indulge in all manners of food, but one must not speak carelessly. When have I ever said such things to you? At that moment, the team leader returned, holding a laptop. He proceeded to play a recording of Gao Ran's ordeal after work, detailing how he was suppressed and received a phone call. Witnessing the humiliation and the covert kicks and blows inflicted upon Gao Ran enraged the Yi family. Yu Qi-Kong, with unrelenting candor, remarked, I had contemplated writing a script about corruption, but lacked inspiration until now. Upon hearing this, Director Wang's demeanor soured. He rose with a smile, bowing courteously to Yi Qi-Kong. Mr. Yi, the esteemed screenwriter, the illustrious director, I implore you, we shall ensure that Gao Ran's matter is resolved satisfactorily today. Once settled, you are invited to dine at my home. Director Zhao chimed in. You may also join us at my residence for a meal. Qin Jiaying, feeling sympathy for Gao Ran, managed a strained smile. Do not mind old Yi. He simply speaks too freely. We should focus on what needs to be done. Director Wang sat down, adopting a serious tone. We now possess both witness and material evidence. As the head of the Transportation Bureau, I feel utterly ashamed to have such a parasite within our ranks. Since Meng Jingwu refuses to shed tears until he sees the coffin, I request Director Zhao to escort him and his associates for thorough questioning. Meng Jingwu's expression shifted dramatically. Director Wang rebuked him. I have warned you time and again. It is your own failure. Do not blame anyone else now. You are well over 50 and should understand that you are responsible for your own path. In the end, Director Zhao took Meng Jingwu, Qu Yimian, and Li Yulin into custody. Even Huang Su and Chen Fenghua were taken away, for they were equally complicit with Li Yulin, having accepted bribes and taking the opportunity to assault Gao Ran, all of which was captured on video, constituting intentional harm. In the parking lot, after exchanging pleasantries, everyone departed in their respective vehicles. Gao Ran was escorted by the Yi family to their residence. Inside the car, Qin Jiaying contacted the butler, requesting the medical kit. Yi Bowen remarked, "This incident may have turned fortuitous. At least Gao Ran's position is secured, and with Ming Jingwu's absence from the team, brighter days await Gao Ran." Qin Jiaying expressed her indignation. This is precisely the atmosphere that law enforcement agencies should embody. Colleagues united, with all matters conducted openly and fairly, should be the norm. Yi Qingkong sighed as he drove. While we understand the principles, sometimes clarity leaves no room for life. Yi Bowen continued, "Gao Ran, not to criticize you, but you were rather weak. Perhaps you should train with me in boxing to strengthen your physique." Gao Ran remained silent, feeling somewhat unfortunate himself. His physical fitness is quite commendable. After all, the assessment for auxiliary police officers is notoriously challenging, and one cannot secure such a position without a decent level of physical capability. However, he is acutely aware that a single pair of fists is no match for four. In the past, when he returned to his hometown to negotiate compensation, he was beset by a group assault from his uncle and his family. Today, he found himself once again overwhelmed by three burly men. He firmly believes that in a one-on-one confrontation, he would not necessarily be at a disadvantage. Yet, Yi Bowen's perspective holds merit. Should he delve into the study of martial arts, taking on three opponents should not pose a significant challenge. With this in mind, Gao Ran declared, "Indeed, I shall seek a skilled mentor to teach me martial arts. It is high time I commence my training, else I shall forever be the target of beatings." Yi Bowen pragmatically responded, "Mastering martial arts is a strenuous endeavor that demands dedication. With your current work schedule and sporadic lessons, progress will surely be limited." Gao Ran turned his gaze to the window, watching the neon lights and countless homes fade into the distance. After enduring so many trials, he realized he remained too weak. Even if he were to secure a permanent position in the traffic police, it would not significantly enhance his life. What he truly must do is grow stronger, no longer fearing his uncle's family, no longer suffering humiliating assaults, and ultimately standing shoulder to shoulder with Qu Yimian. Without the dread of being cast aside by her one day, he pondered deeply, recalling a moment when he had assured his mentor that he would strive earnestly to forge a good life with his own hands. The fleeting smile in his mentor's eyes then was misinterpreted as pride. Now he comprehended it was a prescient acknowledgement of the folly that awaited him. His mother had also conveyed yesterday that if he did not become stronger, the chasm between him and Qu Yimian would only widen. Previously, he had deemed reliance on others as shameful. Yet, yesterday, had it not been for Qu Yimian's timely intervention, or today, the assistance of the Yi family, he would have been left defenseless against bullying. It was no longer a matter of dignity or shame. Only from a position of strength could one truly possess dignity. He resolved to concentrate all his efforts, leveraging every connection available to fortify himself. Once he had gained strength, he could contemplate other matters. With this clarity, Gao Ran's eyes shone brightly with determination. "I no longer wish to continue. Upon my next return, regardless of how they manage the outcome, I intend to resign." This declaration elicited astonished glances from those present. Gao Ran smiled and elucidated, "I had always believed my mother's greatest wish was for me to secure a stable position and enjoy the benefits of government employment. However, after confessing to her about my work restoring antiques, she asked why I didn't establish a workshop dedicated to this craft. It dawned on me that her true desire was not for me to enjoy government provisions, but rather to ensure I could always have enough to eat. As long as I am well fed, she will find peace." Having experienced these events, he learned valuable lessons. He must become stronger, or he would continue to be bullied. Thus, he plans to open a personal workshop for antique restoration, bidding farewell to his career in the traffic police. Yi Qingkong smiled. "It seems you have indeed found your true calling. With your talent, as long as you apply yourself diligently, business will surely flourish." Qin Jiaying was also quite pleased. "Your idea of opening a studio is excellent. Being your own boss means you won't have to put up with anyone's nonsense. However, I will keep a close watch on Meng Jingwu and his associates, ensuring that Zhao and Wang deal with them sternly. As for those who have targeted you, they are utterly despicable and must be taught a lesson." Yi Bowen, seated in the passenger seat, turned around excitedly to look at Gao Ran. "Gao Ran, have you decided where to establish your studio? On the grand opening day, I will arrange for a lion dance troupe to come and perform, bringing you an abundance of joy." Chapter 29. Substantial reward. Gao Ran was amused by Yi Bowen's jest. "There's no need for the lion dance. Just introduce me to some business opportunities." He planned to stroll through the streets in a couple of days, hoping to discover some promising places. Qin Jiaying, perceiving the strain Gao Ran was under, suggested, You should take a couple of days to rest and relax, gradually regain your momentum before embarking on your next endeavor. If you need anything, feel free to ask. Don't hesitate. Gao Ran felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. Thank you, and Chen. Upon arriving at the Yi residence, Chen Jiang first tended to Gao Ran's wounds, applying medicine where necessary. Only then did they sit down together for dinner. After the meal, Yi Bowen encouraged Gao Ran to rest in the guest room for the night. However, Gao Ran, ever preoccupied with work, immediately retreated to his studio. In just 2.5 days, Gao Ran completed the entire project. He flashed an OK gesture to the camera above, then smiled as he removed his mask, protective sleeves, and work attire. Within 2 minutes, the studio door swung open, and Yi Qingkong rushed in, brimming with excitement. He grabbed a pair of gloves and a magnifying glass, eagerly scrutinizing the large vase of root porcelain that Gao Ran had meticulously restored. The more he examined it, the more exhilarated he became. Once he confirmed its authenticity, it was time for Yi Qingkong to settle the payment. They had previously agreed on a restoration fee of 200,000. Yi Qingkong had already paid 100,000, and now he was to pay the remaining 100,000. However, he handed Gao Ran a staggering 100,000. Staring at the figure on his phone, Gao Ran was utterly flabbergasted. Uncle Yi, you've made a mistake. You've added an extra 0. Yi Qingkong, lost in admiration for the vase, replied without turning his head. Is that so? Gao Ran insisted. Yes, look, this is 100,000, not 100,000. You truly added an extra 0. Only then did Yi Qingkong turn to face him, a serious expression on his face. Silly boy. Do you think your Uncle Yi is foolish? Accept it. Your craftsmanship is undeniably worth 100,000. Gao Ran, looking earnest, protested. No, Uncle Yi. Please give me your bank account. I must return the excess. Are you denying me as your uncle? Yi Qingkong's expression darkened. You will need money for renting a place, setting up a studio, and registering your business. Moreover, the vase you restored for me can be sold for many times its value. These fragments of root porcelain were a windfall for me. I spent not a penny on them. Now, through your skill, they have been transformed from waste to treasure, and I owe you my gratitude. As a person who values calculations, I will not shortchange myself. Therefore, take it. It is yours. Furthermore, should I require any antique restoration in the future, I would feel remiss if I could not approach you. If you refuse, it would mean you do not recognize me as your uncle. Gao Ran was troubled. But there are rules in every profession. We had already agreed on a price before I started work, and there should be no mid-project increases. Yi Qingkong replied, You have not increased the price. It is merely that I, as the employer, am exceptionally satisfied and willing to offer you a bonus. Is that not acceptable? Gao Ran, but Yi Qingkong, enough. Are you dissatisfied with the amount I gave you? If so, I shall transfer another 1,000,000. He pretended to retrieve his phone to execute the transaction. Gao Ran, alarmed, hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. No, that's more than enough. Uncle Yi, please, I accept it. Yi Qingkong smiled victoriously, his tone softening considerably. Silly boy, that is more like it. Gao Ran's thoughts wandered to Qu Yimian, recalling her earlier statement about staying at the Qu residence for a couple of days, and he wondered if she had returned to her new home yet. Seeing that matters here had concluded, he smiled and said, Uncle Yi, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. My mother is still waiting for me at home. Yi Qingkong paused in surprise. Aren't you staying for a meal? That's simply one tea do. Aunt Chen specifically had bluefin tuna flown in, and this delicacy must be savored fresh. The chef will prepare it tonight. Gao Ran sincerely replied, No, thank you, Uncle Yi. Should you require any repairs at home, feel free to reach out to me. I need to return. I have no intention of continuing as a traffic officer, and I still need to find a studio for my shop. There is much to attend to. Yi Qingkong recognized his earnest desire to leave and did not press him to stay. However, he opened the storeroom and retrieved a bounty of large dried sea cucumbers, as well as fish maw and bird's nest, instructing the driver to bring them to Gao Ran and ensure he got home safely. Gao Ran felt quite embarrassed by the generosity. His face flushed, and as he got into the car, he managed to utter through the window, Uncle Yi, I promise not to charge for any repairs at your home in the future. Yi Qingkong chuckled in disbelief. Hurry home. Silly boy. Thus, Gao Ran returned. He asked the driver to drop him off at his new residence. On the way, he called his mother and learned that she and Qu Yimian were at home making dumplings. The car halted at the entrance of the community, and Wei Zi approached to assist him with his belongings. The driver glanced at them, and upon seeing Gao Ran smiling and waving goodbye, he turned the car around and departed. Wei, sir, your Qu Yan has gathered dust in the garage. It would be more convenient for you to drive yourself from now on. Rest assured, I will arrange for 2 individuals to discreetly protect you wherever you go, ensuring that incidents like the last one do not recur. Gao Ran recalled the polar gray Porsche Qu Yan that Qu Yimian had purchased for him. Yes, I shall drive myself from now on. Initially, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and a hint of shame. However, after enduring the trials of society, his perspective had undergone a profound transformation. Dignity is a privilege reserved for those in power. Before one becomes stronger, seeking respect from others is nothing short of absurd. Wei accompanied Gao Ran to the property management office, where he registered for facial recognition access, facilitating his entry and exit from the community. The entrance and hallways were all equipped with facial recognition technology. Upon returning home, Gao Ran changed his shoes and walked inside, only to find Qu Yimian dressed in the delightful pink cartoon loungewear from last time, sitting across from his mother, Fong Ting, at the coffee table, making dumplings. Qu Yimian smiled at Gao Ran. Hurry and wash your hands. The kitchen is already boiling water. Once it reaches a boil, we can cook the dumplings. On the coffee table rested 2 large bowls, each containing a distinctly prepared filling for dumplings. Fong Ting had already rolled out all the dumpling wrappers and was now busy folding them alongside Qu Yimian. Qu Yimian's creations were somewhat unrefined, and Gao Ran could easily discern which ones bore her touch. Nonetheless, he found an undeniable charm in her dumplings, even if they lacked aesthetic appeal. Mom, Minion. Gao Ran called out, his ears slightly flushed. It was his first time addressing his newlywed wife by a term of endearment. Noticing that Qu Yimian exhibited no signs of discomfort, he mustered the courage to continue. I intend to resign from my position at the traffic police department and open an antique restoration studio, dedicating myself solely to the art of restoring antiques. What do you think? Chapter 030. The fiery first kiss. Fong Ting's face lit up with joy. It seemed her son had taken to heart her earlier words at the hospital. However, now that her son had a wife, she was uncertain of Mian's feelings, prompting her to instinctively glance at Mian. Qu Yimian, who had been smiling, now wore an even broader smile. I was just about to discuss this with you. Initially, I intended to assist you in registering the studio directly. However, I lack knowledge regarding antique restoration. I am unaware of the space required or the protective environment necessary for the antiques that need restoration. Furthermore, I am also oblivious to the tools and equipment you might need. When registering the studio, it is essential to provide the location. And should I inadvertently enter a temporary address that does not correspond with your actual location, I worry that someone might intentionally cause you trouble later on. Thus, I was planning to consult with you, and we can get the studio affairs settled in the next couple of days. Qu Yimian's voice was soft and gentle. As she spoke, she fiddled with the dumpling nestled in her palm, occasionally casting tender glances toward Gao Ran. This elicited a sweet sensation within him. He gently explained, "The location must be secure. I envision a studio where clients can entrust their antiques to me for safekeeping, allowing them to collect them at a later time. This way, my working hours can remain relatively flexible." Qu Yimian pondered, "That necessitates an absolutely secure environment. Otherwise, if antiques were stolen, even a single incident could ruin your business completely, leaving no one willing to seek your services again." Gao Ran's greatest concern mirrored hers. If theft occurred, it wouldn't merely jeopardize his business, it would leave him financially ruined. Qu Yimian set down a freshly wrapped dumpling and looked up at him. "What other environmental requirements do you have? Temperature, humidity, and the necessary tools and materials?" Gao Ran responded, "These factors depend on the materials of the antiques themselves. I plan to categorize them into different rooms, storing various materials separately. We will also need several vacuum glass storage cabinets, as some antiques cannot be left exposed to air for extended periods." Qu Yimian replied, "Write all of that down. I will arrange for someone to procure everything you need. As for the studio's location, I will help you find a place that is undoubtedly safer than any you might locate." Seeing their engaging conversation, Fong Ting felt somewhat out of place. Not wanting to intrude, she decided to leave them alone for a while. Cheerfully, she carried a large tray of dumplings toward the kitchen, saying, "I will go boil the dumplings. You two can continue your discussion." While Fong Ting was present, Gao Ran felt at ease. Yet, now that the living room was solely occupied by him and Qu Yimian, his face suddenly flushed crimson, inexplicably. Qu Yimian chuckled, "Why do you blush so easily?" Gao Ran's face reddened further, his entire being radiating a sense of bewilderment. I. Qu Yimian continued to smile. He then picked up the television remote and suggested, "Let us watch some TV." Before long, the dumplings were ready. Fangting and Gao Ran collaborated to tidy up the coffee table, presenting 4 large platters of dumplings along with 3 bowls of perfectly mixed dipping sauce. The customs of the Qu family are quite stringent. The tea table serves as a space for guests to enjoy tea, perhaps a light afternoon snack. But proper meals must be taken in the dining room. Moreover, one must wait for the matriarch to descend before the younger generation can lift their chopsticks. It is indeed a novel experience for Qu Yimian to partake in staple foods at the tea table. However, she does not resist. Having chosen Gao Ran as her husband, she is determined to integrate herself into his life and that of his mother. Life's lessons have taught her that all things are reciprocal, particularly in relationships. Both Fangting and her son are kind individuals who treat her well, and thus she feels compelled to reciprocate their kindness sincerely. Qu Yimian exclaimed, "Wow, this is delicious." To which Gao Ran replied, "Indeed, it is truly delightful." Fangting added, "The little rabbit that Mian made is also quite tasty." Qu Yimian chimed in, "Mom's filling is delicious." Gao Ran echoed, "Everything is delicious." Soon enough, both Fangting and Qu Yimian noticed that while Gao Ran claimed everything was good, he selectively chose the oddly shaped dumplings, which were Qu Yimian's creations. He devoured them with great enthusiasm. Qu Yimian's previously composed demeanor began to falter. A faint blush gracing her ears, and a sweet sensation blossomed within her heart. Fangting observed silently, suddenly feeling superfluous. After dinner, she gathered the dishes and announced, "There are still a few matters to attend to at the old house. I shall stay there tonight and return tomorrow." This action left both Qu Yimian and Gao Ran feeling somewhat awkward. Qu Yimian urged, "Mom, you can take care of those matters tomorrow." Fangting insisted, No. I seem to have forgotten to turn off the solar water heater." Upon hearing this, Gao Ran's expression shifted dramatically. "Mom, when did you turn on the solar heater? If it was a few days ago, the entire neighborhood would have been flooded." Fangting shot an exasperated glance at her foolish son. "That's none of your concern. You stay and keep Mian company." Qu Yimian suggested, "Mom, let Gao Ran drive you back." Fangting declined, "No need. It's south quite close." She changed her shoes and rushed out the door, closing it behind her as if to escape any pursuit. Gao Ran peeked outside, only to find that his mother had already vanished from the corridor. His mother, usually so composed, had never moved with such swiftness before. While he stood in disbelief, he suddenly felt a warm presence press against him from behind. Qu Yimian embraced him tightly, igniting a fire in his back. He could feel her alluring figure, causing him to swallow hard. "Darling, shall we take a shower and retire early tonight?" Qu Yimian's voice was laced with an irresistible allure. Gao Ran, having never interacted with any woman aside from his mother, felt himself stiffen at her unexpected proximity. Slowly turning to face her exquisite visage, he closed the door. And Qu Yimian pulled him closer, her sweet lips nearing his. Gao Ran allowed her to peck at him, his hands instinctively embracing her soft form at his side. He closed his eyes, intending to deepen the kiss, when he suddenly heard Qu Yimian giggling joyfully. Startled, Gao Ran opened his eyes to find Qu Yimian planting a kiss on his cheek, teasingly saying, "Isn't this our first kiss? Must you be so obvious?" Gao Ran felt like a marionette as Qu Yimian took his hand and led him to the bathroom. While kissing him, she began to remove his clothes. Alarmed, he stammered, "I can do it myself." Noticing his shyness, Qu Yimian gently replied, "Then wash up properly. When you come out, don't wear anything. I'll use another bathroom. See you soon, darling." Chapter 31. The night is long and alluring. Gao Ran truly did not anticipate that Qu Yimian would be ready to consummate their union so soon. He had thought they would take some time to become better acquainted. The bathroom was replete with a myriad of colorful bottles, and despite his fluency in Mandarin and English, the labels appeared to be in French, an unfamiliar language to him. Thus, he resorted to opening each bottle to discern its contents. Qu Yimian took nearly 15 minutes for her bath. Once she had dried her hair, she returned to the master bedroom and reclined on the large bed. In contrast, Gao Ran busied himself in the bathroom for half an hour. Qu Yimian poured 2 glasses of red wine and brought over a fruit platter that Fangting had prepared before leaving, placing it on the bedside table. When Gao Ran finally emerged from his shower, he realized there were no clothes for him to change into. In the flurry of being ushered in, he had been so dazed by her kiss that he had forgotten to grab even a single pair of underwear. He hastily grabbed a white towel from the rack, only to discover it was a bathrobe. He donned it, feeling awkward as the sensation of being completely unadorned within was quite disconcerting. He intended to sneak into the wardrobe to find a couple of garments before Qu Yimian noticed. However, upon opening the door, He was greeted by dim lighting and a faint scent of aromatherapy filling the air. A few exquisite scented candles adorned the windowsill, from which the fragrant aroma seemed to emanate. On the bed, Qu Yimian lay draped in a sheer black lace nightgown, her figure gracefully side-lying upon sheets strewn with rose petals. With one hand propping her head, she held a glass of red wine in the other. Her fair skin glimmered under the contrast of the black lace, and her alluring curves resembled the fluctuating rhythm of Gao Ran's heart, which raced erratically. He stood frozen, taken aback by the enticing sight before him. Particularly, the semi-transparent nature of her nightgown revealed that she was, in fact, quite bare beneath it. Qu Yimian's long hair cascaded over her alabaster shoulders. Upon noticing his presence, she smiled playfully and extended the glass of wine towards him, saying, "Here you go, darling." Gao Ran swallowed hard, feeling a rush of warmth flood through him. In a daze, he stepped forward to accept the glass, drinking it down in one gulp like a simpleton. Qu Yimian beamed with delight, reaching for his bathrobe tie and giving it a vigorous tug. In an instant, all of Gao Ran's modesty was laid bare. Yet, before he could process his astonishment, she had pounced on him, pushing him onto the bed, wrapping her arms around his neck. The night was long and seductive. The following day, Fong Ting returned home quietly. At the entrance, she noticed the shoes of her son and daughter-in-law, along with the car keys, indicating they had not only remained at home but perhaps had yet to rise. With a mischievous grin, she tiptoed into the kitchen for a glance and silently set about her chores. When Gao Ran awoke, it was already 10:30 in the morning. In his arms, Qu Yimian was still peacefully asleep. Captivated by her serene, unadorned beauty, he couldn't resist planting gentle kisses on her forehead. Last night had truly exhausted him. The woman seemed intent on exhausting him completely, persistently demanding throughout the night. What could he do? He could only comply, continuing until she begged for mercy, repeatedly pounding on him while exclaiming, "Enough, enough." Gao Ran found himself embracing Qu Yimian even tighter. There was no other woman in the world as perfect as her, and he was determined to cherish her for a lifetime. However, Qu Yimian felt that Gao Ran's embrace was too warm. She murmured and turned over. Gao Ran, both amused and exasperated, pinched her cheek gently before rising to take a shower. This time, he brought his clothes with him. When he emerged, he was already dressed. Noticing she was still asleep, he quietly twisted the doorknob, intending to prepare some food in the kitchen. To his surprise, as he stepped outside, he saw several dishes laid out on the dining table: sweet and sour pork, edamame with chicken, braised ribbon fish, cucumber salad, jellyfish salad, stir-fried yam with black fungus, and lotus root soup with ribs. Sounds from the kitchen were also wafting through the air. Curious, Gao Ran walked toward the kitchen and found Fong Ting tying on an apron, busy making soybean milk. "Mom, when did you come back?" he asked. Fong Ting turned to him, grinning. "I returned at 7 this morning." "Where's Mian Mian?" Gao Ran felt a wave of embarrassment. He and Qu Yimian had only just settled down at 5 that morning, and 7 was right in the midst of their slumber. Seeing his expression, Fong Ting couldn't help but chuckle. She looked at Gao Ran and inquired, "You two consummated your relationship last night, didn't you?" Gao Ran's face flushed. "Mom, why are you asking this? I'm an adult now." Fong Ting, realizing her son was flustered, beamed with joy. All right, I understand. I made yam and simmered rib soup for lunch to nourish you. Both yam and ribs are good for the kidneys." Gao Ran could only respond with silence. Fong Ting sweetened the soybean milk and placed it in the refrigerator to chill. She then served Gao Ran a large bowl of rib soup, asking, "Son, when will your studio open?" Gao Ran accepted the soup, savoring each bite. Fong Ting continued, "The job at the supermarket doesn't pay well. It's only 2,500 a month, with an additional 200 for meals. If it weren't for the benefits, I would have quit long ago. If your studio opens, could I transfer my work there so you can assist with my contributions?" Her job at the supermarket involved weighing fruit and paid a meager sum, not enough to sustain anyone in the high-cost city. In the past, she had no choice but to work. Now that Gao Ran was earning money, she wished to leave her job behind. Gao Ran nodded, swallowing his food. "Sure. Transferring to my studio is no problem. However, I'm unsure when it will officially open. The location hasn't been finalized yet." Fong Ting smiled. "No hurry. It's bound to happen eventually. There is one more thing, son, I'd like to discuss with you." Gao Ran continued to eat, gesturing for Fong Ting to proceed. "Fong Ting, although my mother no longer works in the supermarket, she is still young and cannot simply remain idle at home. Therefore, I plan to resume my previous venture of selling breakfast in the mornings. My mother will sell pancakes, buns, and soy milk at the entrance of the high school, where students arrive early, and at that time, The urban management officers have not yet begun their duties, so no one will interfere with me. For 6 consecutive years, Fangting juggled multiple jobs each day. In the mornings, she sold breakfast at the entrance of the middle school, worked at the supermarket during the day, washed dishes in a restaurant-esque kitchen in the afternoon, and even set up a stall in the evenings. It was during this period that she managed to save enough money to make a down payment on a 50-square-meter secondhand studio apartment in the capital, which she later had specially designed into a compact 2-bedroom layout. However, no profession can guarantee a secure future or provide for retirement. Eventually, after repaying the mortgage and with Gao Ran also employed, Fangting retained one job at the supermarket. Now, she yearns to sell breakfast again, as it yields quick profits. She intends to save the money, knowing it will be useful in the future. Gao Ran furrowed his brow. No way. Chapter 032. Perform well tonight. Fangting anxiously patted her son, exclaiming, "You little rascal. What do you know? There are no businesses in this world that can succeed indefinitely." Just the other day, the news reported that a major corporation in America, a so-called wealth group, went bankrupt due to a financial storm. You, as an antique restorer, are merely a craftsman. How can you possibly compare to such a large conglomerate? If even they can fail. Just because you are making money today does not guarantee you will continue to do so in the future. I am still relatively young and capable. Preparing breakfast is a task I handle with ease. I only sell for a short hour each morning, and the rest of the day is quite relaxed. If we can save a little, what's wrong with that? Gao Ran retorted, of course it's not good. While you may manage to sell breakfast in an hour, you still need to buy groceries during the day and prepare the meals in the dead of night. All these preparations are time-consuming and exhausting. When I was younger and still in school, I couldn't assist you. Now that I have the ability to earn money, how could I let you endure such hardships? Fangting stomped her foot in frustration, declaring, "This is how I express my life's value. What do you understand?" Gao Ran insisted, "If I say no, then it is no. From now on, I will give you 20,000 yuan in pocket money each month. If you truly have nothing to do, then you can cook and brew tea at my studio." Fangting countered, "What I want is to earn my own money. I do not want your handouts. What you give me is still from our household." Gao Ran firmly stated, "I will not agree to you setting up a breakfast stall again. That is simply out of the question." Just as the mother and son seemed on the verge of an argument, a melodious voice suddenly chimed in from the kitchen door. "I support what Mom says." Fangting and Gao Ran turned to see Qu Yimian, who had just woken up. Although she was barefaced, her complexion was visibly radiant. She wore a set of cartoon-themed loungewear, and her long hair was simply tied back in a low ponytail. The moment Gao Ran laid eyes on her, he found it hard to look away. Fangting, filled with joy, rushed over. Mian, you're awake. Just in time, Mom has prepared the meal. Come, let's eat." Before long, the three were seated at the dining table. Fangting brought over a pot of hot rib soup, while Gao Ran served 3 bowls of steaming rice from the rice cooker. The dishes had been prepared earlier and were no longer hot, but during summer, that was hardly an issue, especially since the soup and rice were warm and palatable. Fangting eagerly served vegetables into Qu Yimian's bowl. Concerned that she might not be accustomed to it, Gao Ran interjected, "Mom, let her serve herself." Qu Yimian laughed. "It's all right. I love the dishes that Mom serves me. Besides, her cooking is particularly delicious. I enjoy it." Gao Ran thought to himself, "Well, it seems I worried for nothing." Fangting shot her son an exasperated glare. "You eat your food and stop talking. When you were born, I regretted that you weren't a little girl. After all, daughters are more considerate. But now, it doesn't matter. Even without a daughter, having a daughter-in-law is just as comforting." Qu Yimian rested her head on Fangting's shoulder, nuzzling gently. This sticky scene was simply unbearable to witness. In stark contrast, Gao Ran appeared as if he were a stranger picked up along the way. After eating for a while, Qu Yimian remarked, "I believe my mother's values are commendable. Regardless of others' opinions, we must strive to realize our own life's worth. My mother aspires to be self-sufficient and to create value, which signifies her yearning to be a person of utility in society, a truly noble aspiration. We ought to support her." Fangting paused, her eyes illuminating with delight. "Is that so? Am I really harboring a noble dream?" Qu Yimian nodded earnestly. "Absolutely." Gao Ran interjected, "However, I still advise against her setting up a stall so early in the morning. You have no idea how today's high school students arrive at school by 5 or 6 o'clock. By 2 or 3, my mother has to start preparing ingredients. Making soy milk ahead of time, frying the crispy dough, and stir-frying the shredded potatoes and kelp for the pancakes. Some children dislike the crispy dough and prefer fried dough sticks. so she must prepare those in advance as well, along with eggs. Recalling his childhood, witnessing his mother's daily toil brought a pang to his heart. He turned to Qu Yimian. Setting up the stall only takes an hour. But there are so many other tasks, it's genuinely taxing. In the biting cold or sweltering heat, through wind and rain, and even snow. She must also fear being chased away by the city management. Qu Yimian detected a hint of hoarseness in his voice. She promptly grasped his hand. Gao Ran. Let's rent a breakfast shop for Mom, hire a few people, and let her be the boss. Gao Ran pondered. Rent a shop? His gaze momentarily swept across Fong Ting's face. Indeed, renting a shop would alleviate concerns about his mother being driven away by city officials. And they could hire staff to lighten her load. No need to fear the elements, with the shop providing shelter. Fong Ting, upon hearing this, felt her heart stir as well. Yet, she considered the investment versus returns. If they rented a shop and opened a store, the initial cost would be significant. Although intrigued, she harbored some apprehensions. Gao Ran's tone softened. We can rent a shop. Mom, if you truly wish to find something to engage in, I'll help you secure a shop in the next couple of days. Fong Ting hesitated. Let me think it over. There is no rush. I'll resign from the supermarket first, and then decide. Qu Yimian remained silent, quietly finishing her meal. However, afterward, she engaged Gao Ran in extensive conversation, prompting him to compile a list, most of which comprised materials and special equipment necessary for antique restoration. Once she comprehended all of Gao Ran's needs, Qu Yimian pulled his head closer, planting a kiss on his forehead. I will have Wei Zi find a suitable place, and all the necessary items will be procured. Given your remarkable performance last night, I shall consider everything required for your studio as a reward for you. Gao Ran quickly shook his head. I have a little money saved up, though it's not much. Still, the rent and equipment. Qu Yimian was well aware of his financial situation. Your mother intends to open a shop as well. Are you sure your funds will suffice? Gao Ran felt a surge of excitement as Qu Yimian smiled softly. We are family. You know I am never short of money. So there is no need to concern yourself with such trivialities. She rose and cast him a flirtatious glance. Make sure to perform well tonight. I am going to discuss some matters regarding the studio with Wei Zi, and I shall return for dinner. With that, Qu Yimian gracefully exited. The mere thought of spending the night with her stirred a parched longing within Gao Ran. He was filled with anticipation, eager for the evening ahead, savoring the moment. Qu Yimian, however, only spent half an hour with Wei Zi before returning to the corporate office. Just as Wei Zi was about to meet with the agent to explore potential studio locations, he received a call from the matriarch of the Chu family. Old madam, she began, I have heard that the marriage home is registered under her mother-in-law's name. Furthermore, the place they currently reside in is just over 100 square meters, which is smaller than Qu Yimian's private suite in the Chu family estate. Chapter 033. Why are you always favoring your sister? Su Wei, indeed. The eldest young lady mentioned that the location of the new residence is quite close to where the son-in-law works, making the commute convenient. Furthermore, she fears that residing in an overly lavish home might intimidate them. A smaller abode would better foster familial bonds and exude a sense of warmth. Aware that the elderly matriarch and the eldest young lady share a common understanding, Su Wei relayed all that he knew. The matriarch was quite pleased with Fong Ting and her son's attitude toward her granddaughter. However, she still felt that partitioning over 100 square meters into 4 rooms and a living room was rather unfair to her granddaughter, especially considering that in the Chu family's private suite, she enjoyed 200 square meters. Upon further inquiry, Su Wei revealed that he was assisting Gao Ran in finding a studio with good security and was also helping Fong Ting locate a small eatery for breakfast sales. The matriarch furrowed her brow. What is the connection between these matters? Su Wei smiled and explained each point again. After listening, the matriarch rubbed her aching temples and organized her thoughts. I possess a property in Ziyu Mountain Villa. I will have your grandfather take some people over shortly to tidy it up. You should also visit to see what needs to be added. This house has 2 underground levels and 4 above, totaling 6 floors, with a large courtyard in both the front and back. This residence is to be gifted to Mian Mian and Gao Ran as their wedding home, and Gao Ran's studio can be arranged there as well. Su Wei's eyes lit up. Ziyu Mountain Villa is renowned as one of the premier affluent enclaves in the capital. Many celebrities reside within, and the security is top-notch, featuring 24-hour real-time monitoring and patrols, ensuring utmost safety. By arranging additional staff and implementing anti-theft measures in the villa, no matter how expensive the antiques sent there for restoration, they are guaranteed to remain secure. Su Wei, yes, I will take care of it immediately. The matriarch admonished. Inform Yimian only after everything is set. That child is so filial that she would feel reluctant to move my belongings. Oh dear, she is rather foolish. All my possessions will eventually belong to her anyway. Su Wei understood. At the same time, Qu Yimian was quite swift in her actions. While at work, she passed through a bustling commercial area and instantly spotted a thriving 7-Eleven store, seemingly part of a global chain. Its location was impeccable, flanked by a large hospital on the left, a middle school on the right, and an elementary school nearby, with residential buildings across the street. Clearly, the customer base would not be a concern. Qu Yimian, with keen eyes, instructed the driver to halt, leaning forward to scrutinize the 7-Eleven. This small supermarket offered daily necessities. Common fruits, fresh dairy products, bread, and sandwiches, alongside a spacious dining area that was currently filled with patrons indulging in instant noodles, buns, and microwave meals purchased from the store. Numerous students in uniform were lined up, purchasing oden and grilled sausages. Qu Yimian smiled slyly, promptly returning to the car to send Su Wei the address of the establishment. Su Wei was indeed busy, procuring the necessary equipment and materials for Gao Ran, while also accompanying his grandfather to Ziyu Mountain Villa for cleaning and arrangements. Then, he received a text from Qu Yimian and hurried to the small supermarket. Su Wei, where is your boss? Staff, the boss is not here. Su Wei, what is the boss's phone number? Staff, is there something you need? Su Wei, I wish to purchase this supermarket and require your boss to quote a price. Staff, after finishing her work, Qu Yimian took a moment to return home. Su Wei's grandfather was the chief steward of the Qu family, yet he was nowhere to be seen. Though Qu Yimian did not dwell on it. She merely intended to go upstairs to fetch a few items and then return to the new residence to dine with Fong Ting and Gao Ran in the evening. However, she was utterly unprepared for the sight that greeted her. Her father, stepmother, and half-sister were all seated in the living room on the first floor, evidently enjoying afternoon tea. Qu Yimian involuntarily slowed her pace. Dad. Qu Yuanda, upon seeing his eldest daughter return, displayed a smile that softened his previously stern expression. Mian, you're back. He set down his salon black tea and stood to beckon her over. As Qu Yimian approached, he draped an arm around her shoulders. Pointing to the delicacies on the coffee table, these were specially brought back by Jiao Jiao from outside. Your grandmother said they were too sweet and refused to eat them. I found them quite agreeable. Look, this is a Napoleon pastry. It is said that one must queue for a long time to purchase it. And there's a limit on how many you can buy, so Jiao Jiao only brought back 2 pieces. I couldn't bring myself to eat even a single bite. I saved them all for you. On the sofa, her stepmother, Du Hongning, wore a peculiar smile. It was only now that she comprehended why her husband had refused to eat that piece of Napoleon and had also prohibited others from indulging. It turned out he was reserving it for Qu Yimian. Du Hongning smiled. Yes, Mian, please give it a try. Jiao Jiao specially queued to buy these. Qu Yijiao's expression betrayed her irritation. She was well aware of her grandmother's diabetes and that she could not indulge in such sweets. Hence, she had bought 2 pieces of Napoleon to share with her father and mother. She had not anticipated that her sister, often referred to as a relentless warrior in her career, would return home early. Qu Yijiu pushed the other colorful cakes forward and attempted to muster a disingenuous smile. Sister, if you don't fancy the Napoleon, there are plenty of other cakes here, all of which I brought back from Fei Hong. Fei Hong is the name of the executive lounge under the 5-star hotel chain founded by Hong Kong's wealthiest man, Chen Buchuan. This means that any 5-star hotel owned by the Chen family has its executive lounge named Fei Hong. Initially, Fei Hong only offered drinks and meals to in-house guests. However, due to the exceptional quality of their desserts, they began attracting global influencers and food enthusiasts, eventually opening to the public. Albeit with a reservation requirement of at least 1 week in advance, often necessitating a queue as well. Qu Yimian gazed at the array of desserts on the coffee table, picked up a plate of Napoleon from in front of Qu Yuanda, and took a bite with a spoon. Du Hongning smiled along. Qu Yijiao rolled her eyes dramatically, while Qu Yuanda looked at Qu Yimian with concern. So, how is it? Is it delicious? It is absolutely delectable. Qu Yimian praised from the heart. Ha. Qu Yuanda cheerfully placed the box in front of Qu Yimian, gently saying, Jiao Jiao brought back 2 pieces, and I haven't touched them. Thinking that if you liked them, I would save them all for you. Take your time, there's another one here. Qu Yijiao's expression changed dramatically. Dad, why do you always favor sister? I brought these back for you and Mom. Qu Yuanda frowned. Can't you understand that your sister works so hard at the company? Qu Yijiao stomped her foot. Then give your portion to sister. Can't you just let Mom eat hers? Qu Yimian replied, your mother doesn't tea like them. Qu Yijiao retorted, who says that? Qu Yimian insisted, I do. Qu Yijiao was nearly exasperated to the point of tears. At that moment, Qu Yimian had already devoured an entire piece of Napoleon cake. She picked up another unopened piece and smiled at Qu Yimian, saying, Dad, thank you. I know that you are the only one in this family who thinks of me. If Mom were watching from above, knowing that you always protect me, she would surely be very happy. Qu Yimian looked at his eldest daughter, touched, Mian, rest assured, in this family, it is always Dad who makes the decisions. Qu Yimian then turned to Qu Yijiao, sighing, Jiao, if you don't want to bring me things in the future, it's all right. You don't need to use the purchasing limit as an excuse. After all, we have never been restricted in our desires, even if there were limits. With bodyguards and drivers at your disposal, you wouldn't even have to wait in line. What difference does it make? Qu Yijiao's expression shifted. Qu Yimian interjected, Jiao, how can you be so ungrateful? You must not act this way again. Your sister always thinks of you. What about you? Regardless of their argument, Qu Yimian handed the cake to Su Wei and went upstairs to retrieve her documents. She then addressed Qu Yimian, Dad, I'm working late tonight. You can rest assured about tomorrow's municipal bidding meeting. I will definitely secure that piece of land in the development zone. Qu Yimian, feeling concerned for his daughter, replied, Mian, do take care of yourself. Qu Yimian assured him, I will. That evening, after finishing her work, Qu Yimian returned to her new home past 7 o'clock. However, Fang Ting and Gao Ran had steadfastly waited for her. Neither of them called to urge her, simply because she had promised to return for dinner, and they waited patiently. When Qu Yimian entered the house, she was greeted by a table laden with delicious dishes, the lights illuminating the living room, and her mother and husband awaiting her on the sofa. She finally felt a sense of belonging. Mom, husband, I'm back. Chapter 034. Teasing him is quite amusing. Fang Ting stood up excitedly, her gaze brightening as she looked towards Qu Yimian. Is Mian back? Upon finishing her sentence, she took Qu Yimian's back. Let me heat the soup. You go wash your hands. We shall eat shortly. Qu Yimian replied, Thank you, Mom. Fang Ting smiled. No need for thanks. Today, Qu Yimian donned a professional outfit, a beige silk short-sleeved blouse paired with a particularly form-fitting dusty pink long skirt, presenting an image that was both gentle and capable. Gao Ran's gaze towards her was filled with evident affection. As Qu Yimian approached, she leaped into his embrace. Hubby, hug. Gao Ran held her close, asking, Are you tired? Qu Yimian replied, A hug from you makes me feel less tired. In the kitchen, Fang Ting left the door ajar. Listening to her daughter-in-law's playful tone directed at her son, she couldn't help but chuckle. Having been in the air-conditioned room, Gao Ran now felt as though he was cradling a radiant son upon holding Qu Yimian, who had just returned from outside. He affectionately ruffled her hair. Go wash your hands. Okay, Qu Yimian responded. The food will be ready soon. There's no time for a shower. But I can certainly remove my makeup and wash my face. As she spoke, she took his hand, leading him into the bedroom. Gao Ran felt a twinge of confusion. What was she planning to do while removing her makeup and washing her face? It wasn't until she unabashedly pulled him into the bathroom that his confusion transformed into nervousness, and he began to breathe cautiously. Just stay here with me, Qu Yimian instructed. Gao Ran could only watch as she meticulously washed her hands with foam, then soaked a cotton pad with makeup remover. He remained an observer as her small hand extended towards him. Help me wipe. Feeling anxious, he stammered. I don't know how. With one hand holding the cotton pad and the other tugging at his shirt hem, Qu Yimian insistently drew him closer. Their bodies nearly brushed against each other. Gao Ran could distinctly detect her floral fragrance. His gaze fixated on her delicate swan-like neck, his breath becoming shallow. As he reached out to take the cotton pad she offered, she deftly reached behind her to unbutton her top, much to Gao Ran's astonishment. In a swift motion, she slipped the shoulder straps down from her short sleeves, and with a gentle pull, revealed the delicate garment beneath. The subtle scent of her femininity lingered in the air. Gao Ran instinctively parted his lips, his throat tightening. Qu Yimian, however, seemed to find relief, murmuring, this feels much better. Wearing this in summer is truly uncomfortable. Gao Ran could only respond with silence. With her eyes closed, she lifted her chin, her red lips slightly pursed. Wipe my face, just like washing a plate, making sure every inch is clean. Gao Ran's fingertips trembled slightly. He was unaware of when the cotton pad had fallen to the floor. All he knew was that his hand, seemingly possessed, cradled her face, his gaze transfixed on her crimson lips. And he could no longer restrain himself as he leaned in for a fervent kiss. As their lips intertwined, he distinctly heard her triumphant, Soft laughter. She leaned into his embrace, her arms gracefully encircling his neck, and amidst the gentle friction of their lips, she murmured indistinctly, "Now, kiss me. And then, do you desire me?" Gao Ran felt as though she were an enchanting siren. Her cheek, so tender, seemed as if it could melt away with the slightest pressure. "Gao Ran, you are my first man." Their kiss in the bathroom ignited like dry kindling set ablaze, a fervent connection that was hard to sever. Just then, a call from outside the bedroom door interrupted. "Dinner is ready." This summons brought Gao Ran back to his senses. With his face buried in her shoulder, he breathed deeply, his ears and neck flushed with embarrassment. Qu Yimian smiled gently, patting his back. In a fit of irritation, Gao Ran bit her shoulder. Qu Yimian winced, then gently turned his head away. She pulled her clothing up to conceal the marks of their passion, fastening her shirt buttons, and with a considerate smile said, "I'll head out for dinner first. Take your time, come out when you've calmed down, or else it will be too obvious." Her playful demeanor suggested that teasing him was a delightful pastime. Gao Ran awkwardly twisted the faucet, splashing cool water on his face repeatedly. A moment later, the three of them sat together at the dining table. After the meal, Fong Ting tidied the living room, yawning as she declared her fatigue before retreating to her room. Qu Yimian turned to Gao Ran. "Shall we sleep as well?" Gao Ran, clearly distracted, replied, "All right." They turned off the living room lights and entered the bedroom, where Gao Ran opened the wardrobe, saying, "You've worked all day. You go wash up first." Qu Yimian responded, "Let us wash together." Gao Ran's hand trembled slightly. Qu Yimian had already risen on her toes, initiating a kiss on his lips. Thus began another night filled with boundless springtime joy. The one strangers, having spent 2 nights in close quarters, felt their bond intensifying rapidly. Upon waking in the morning, they found no embarrassment in washing their faces and brushing their teeth side by side. Instead, they made silly faces in the mirror, laughing as they playfully nudged each other, their affection palpable. After dressing, they emerged to find Fong Ting had prepared breakfast, though she appeared flustered. Upon seeing them, she urgently inquired, "Mian, Weizi just told me he got a supermarket for us." Qu Yimian stepped forward, taking Fong Ting's hand. "Mom, I personally chose that shop. Let us go take a look, shall we?" Fong Ting's eyes welled with tears. She felt a wave of sadness. "Mian, you are such a wonderful daughter. It's my inadequacy that I couldn't provide Gao Ran with a better life, and instead, I'm relying on you to support your in-laws. How can I?" Qu Yimian smiled, gently patting Fong Ting's back. "Mom, you're still young. This shop is a gift from your daughter-in-law. In the future, when you earn a fortune, after Gao Ran and I have children, you can spend your money on your grandchildren. That will be your way of repaying me. We are all one family. You see. How should we settle this account? It's all a matter of us benefiting from it, isn't it?" Fong Ting was deeply moved. The soul she had toiled over for half her life was surprisingly healed by Qu Yimian's kindness. On the way to the supermarket, Qu Yimian wore a hat, mask, and scarf throughout the journey. Upon noticing Su Wei approaching, the staff greeted him with cheerful smiles, saying, "Hello, boss." Su Wei gestured towards Fong Ting, indicating, "She is the true boss. Like you all, I am merely an employee." Fong Ting, feeling a bit shy, nodded towards the staff and said, "Hello." The staff, smiling brightly, returned the greeting, "Hello, boss." Fong Ting noticed their kind, gentle expressions, and she was quite beautiful. This boss seemed very approachable. The staff couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Chapter 035, Becoming Neighbors. Fong Ting was pleasantly surprised to discover that, although the supermarket was modest in size, it was replete with a wide array of offerings, including a substantial dining area. Su Wei explained, "This brand is part of a global chain with its own supply channels, so you need not worry about procurement issues. As for the deli section, you can manage that yourself. The selection of fruits is somewhat limited here, but you may consider expanding the variety based on demand." The more Fong Ting observed, the more her satisfaction grew. She could hardly have imagined in her wildest dreams that she would have the opportunity to own such a delightful little supermarket in her lifetime. Turning to Su Wei, she inquired, "How much would it cost to acquire this store?" Su Wei pursed his lips, opting for silence. Fong Ting then directed her gaze towards Qu Yimian, who, noticing the tension, shifted the conversation by pointing out, "Isn't there a back door over there?" Su Wei quickly affirmed, "Yes. There is a back door that leads to the storeroom and the staff restroom." After exploring the supermarket for a while longer, Fong Ting found herself reluctant to leave. Su Wei recalled an unfinished task and promptly suggested, "Boss Fong, Mr. Gao Ran's studio has also been set up. Shall we go and take a look? Once we're done, I can bring you back." Fong Ting was momentarily taken aback, Boss Fong, was that what he was calling her? Once she grasped the implication, she playfully patted Su Wei several times, her embarrassment palpable as she chuckled. You've become quite the smooth talker. Su Wei joined in her laughter. His mother, the head of a prestigious high school, was often preoccupied with work. On the rare occasions she was free, she maintained a stern demeanor, frequently criticizing his every move. His father spent most of his time with Qu Yimian's father and was rarely at home. The affection he felt from the older generation was sporadic, often tinged with the concern of a pampered daughter. To have an elder like Fong Ting affectionately refer to him as child and tease him was an entirely new experience. From her, he sensed a fleeting warmth of maternal love that he had never encountered before. Su Wei smiled sheepishly and said, "Shall we head out?" The group piled into the car. It was only then that Qu Yimian asked, "Where has Gao Ran's studio been arranged?" At that moment, Fong Ting and her son realized that Qu Yimian was also unaware of its location. As Su Wei drove, he recounted the events leading up to this moment. Yesterday, my old lady inquired, and I informed her that I was assisting Mr. Gao Ran in finding the most secure office space to lease for his studio. Subsequently, she provided a location. Both Fong Ting and Gao Ran were taken aback. Qu Yimian instinctively glanced at Gao Ran before turning back to Su Wei. Is it a place arranged by grandmother? Where is it? Fong Ting felt a surge of anxiety. As Gao Ran's mother, she had yet to meet the family of the bride, which she deemed quite improper. However, Qu Yimian's family dynamics were complex, involving a stepmother and a younger sister, along with issues surrounding a concealed marriage, which made Fong Ting hesitant to broach the subject for fear of jeopardizing Qu Yimian's plans. Gao Ran also felt the tension, listening intently. Su Wei continued, "The old lady has arranged for you to have a villa at Ziyu Mountain Villa, and the property was transferred to you and Mr. Gao Ran yesterday. She mentioned that this is a wedding gift for you both. Yesterday, my grandfather took some people to clean up, and everything that needed to be added has been taken care of. Moreover, all the equipment required by Mr. Gao Ran has been fully procured and will be delivered this afternoon. The placement of the equipment on which floor will entirely depend on Mr. Gao Ran's preference." The studio was also successfully registered yesterday afternoon, with the registration information indicating that it is located in this very building of Ziyu Mountain Villa. Once the equipment is complete this afternoon, you can arrange it in the evening, and Mr. Gao Ran will be ready to commence operations by tomorrow. Qu Yimian fell silent. Gao Ran, feeling a wave of panic, leaned closer and asked, "Is my name also on the property deed?" Su Wei replied, "Yes." He handed over a file folder. Gao Ran swiftly opened it to discover the access card for the new community, the property certificate, and the studio's qualification certificate along with the registration proof. In a flurry, he opened the property deed and found that Qu Yimian's name indeed appeared alongside his own. Su Wei glanced at Gao Ran's expression through the rearview mirror and noted that his face, including his lips, had drained of color. There was no trace of joy, only sheer terror. Such physiological reactions cannot be feigned. Su Wei averted his gaze and continued driving. Gao Ran felt numb in his hands and feet. He turned to Qu Yimian and said, "Mian, this is not good. The Yi family lives in Ziyu Mountain Villa." He knew that this community was quite prestigious, as it even had a permit for the breeding of wild animals. The area not only housed rare wildlife but also featured natural wetlands. The environment, facilities, culture, and security were all of the highest caliber. Each visit to the Yi residence allowed him to see deer, llamas, peacocks, and other animals roaming freely on the grass. Basking in the sun, swans, mandarin ducks, and capybaras graced the lake. A vast expanse of natural wetlands appeared as enchanting as a fairyland, with mist swirling over the lake's surface, while flocks of elegant silver gulls and wild geese gathered, creating an ethereal scene. Previously, Yi Bowen had mentioned in conversation that his family had purchased their villa early on, thus benefiting from a lower price of only 180,000 per square meter at the time. Now, the prices were exorbitantly high, and properties were scarcely available. Outsiders wishing to visit Ziyu Mountain Villa could only do so by making a reservation at the Peacock restaurant within the estate. Gao Ran was uncertain when the Chu family acquired this property. However, even if calculated at 180,000 per square meter, the deed indicated 246 square meters. How much would that amount to? Yi Bowen's family had already designed their home in a modern minimalist style, and with over 600 square meters. They had spent 4 million on renovations alone, all while claiming to be frugal. Not to mention the immense costs associated with this grand villa provided by Grandma Chu, renovation expenses, furniture costs, appliances, property management fees. It was simply unfathomable. In summary, purchasing this house would require a staggering sum, and bringing it to a state of readiness for immediate occupancy would entail yet another exorbitant expense. Gao Ran, feeling utterly helpless, implored, "Mian, please remove my name. I truly." Qu Yimian felt a pang of compassion for Gao Ran. It was only after understanding the character of Fong Ting and her son that she had decided to purchase a spacious unit exceeding 100 square meters. This would seem quite conspicuous, allowing for an improvement in their lives. Now, her grandmother's actions had undoubtedly terrified the two of them. The elder's blessing is not to be declined. Qu Yimian cast an encouraging smile at Gao Ran, saying, "In the future, whenever you have the chance, be sure to show your filial piety to your grandmother." Su Wei drove the car into Ziyu Villa. Gao Ran silently repeated to himself, "I must not let the Yi family spot him." Little did he expect that the villa gifted by Grandma Chu was situated right next to the Yi family residence, with less than 100 meters separating the two houses. Su Wei parked the car and remarked, "This is the place. The old lady has also arranged for 2 cooks for maids and 8 bodyguards to ensure the smooth running of daily life here, while I will temporarily serve as the steward." The house was overwhelmingly vast. Fong Ting gazed at the villa, resembling a small museum, hesitant to step inside. Su Wei elaborated, "The ground floor covers over 1,200 square meters. And there are 2 additional underground levels, each measuring 230 square meters, which are not recorded in the property deed." Fearing discovery by the neighboring Yi family, Gao Ran steeled himself and strode inside. Qu Yimian, also anxious about encountering acquaintances in this affluent area, lowered her head and quickly followed Gao Ran into the villa. Chapter 36. He was discovered the venue was adorned with an abundance of flowers and candlesticks, featuring an array of terraces, small green plants, and potted bonsais, white plaster moldings, arched doorways, crystal chandeliers, and a myriad of colorful lace decorations were omnipresent. It was indeed an ideal setting for a wedding, equally suited for hosting lavish banquets. Reminiscent of a particularly formal and opulent club, the grand hall on the first floor exuded an air of sophistication, with a sofa arranged in a complete square, forming a closed loop, as if it were perpetually ready for business discussions. The sofa's hue, a whimsical lilac, lent a lively and cheerful atmosphere to the space. After the group toured the entire house and confirmed that everyone's bedrooms were located on the 3rd floor, Gao Ran commenced the arrangement of his studio, which he chose to situate on the 2nd floor. His office and reception area would occupy the study, while the remaining suites were designated for various types of antique restoration. That afternoon, the chef prepared a Western meal. Once they had finished dining, they realized they had yet to explore the garage. It turned out that the garage could accommodate up to 6 vehicles simultaneously, if there was insufficient space. The expansive courtyard and the parking area at the entrance could also serve as alternatives. Within the garage was a business van, utilized by the bodyguards during outings, alongside a discreet Audi Q7 assigned to Fong Ting. The driver promptly took Fong Ting to the local 7-Eleven, while Qu Yimian hurried back to her corporate responsibilities. Only Gao Ran remained behind, awaiting the arrival of various equipment, and he instructed the team to place them in different rooms, some requiring installation and testing. After signing for the equipment, Gao Ran personally ventured out to select 2 large boxes of restoration tools and materials. By the time he had fully arranged his studio, night had enveloped the surroundings. Fong Ting called back, saying, "Son, I won't be returning just yet. I purchased a substantial amount of ingredients this afternoon and plan to make grilled sausages to sell at the 7-Eleven. I've noticed that the sausages here are primarily starch, flour, and additives with hardly any meat. Given the proximity to the hospital and school, many patients' families and students come to buy them. We can't allow them to consume such unhealthy food." Gao Ran felt a sense of helplessness, yet he could distinctly sense his mother's buoyant spirit. She must have found the value she was seeking. He reminded her to eat well and not to overexert herself. He then received a text from Qu Yimian. "For the next 3 days, I'll be staying at the Chu residence. If Wei Zi is absent, Chenli will act as the steward. Please reach out to him for any matters." Gao Ran felt a twinge of reluctance, but recalling his upcoming restoration work, he knew he wouldn't have time to accompany her, so he replied with a simple acknowledgement, "Received." Feeling it too impersonal, he added, "Love you." Later that evening, the butler from the Yi family cheerfully delivered a basket of imported fruits. Upon hearing the doorbell, Chun-Li hurried to the entrance to investigate. The Yi family butler said, "Hello, my master resides next door. I noticed you moved in today, and he asked me to bring some fruits as a gesture of goodwill. As neighbors, we look forward to your acquaintance." Chen-Li accepted the fruits with both hands and responded with a smile, "Hello, our master Gao Ran just moved in today as well. As newcomers, we appreciate your kindness. The butler of the Yi family was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Gao Ran? Chun-Li looked at him in surprise. Have you heard of my master's name? The Yi family's butler felt a sense of disbelief. Surely it must be a case of a shared name. Understanding dawned on Chun-Li as he smiled. Indeed, my master, Mr. Gao Ran, is rather low-key and has few acquaintances. He specializes in antique restoration, so if you have any antiques or artifacts in need of repair, feel free to seek him out. The Yi family's butler remained speechless. Chun-Li added, thank you for the fruit. Farewell. The butler responded, goodbye. As Chun-Li closed the door and turned to leave, the butler, in a state of confusion, hurried back to the Yi residence to relay the situation to Yi Qingkong and the others. Yi Qingkong, somewhat incredulous, asked, is that true? The butler replied, at first, I thought it was merely a case of sharing a name, but the butler mentioned that as Mr. Gao Ran is an antique restorer, this profession is rather niche. It cannot possibly be two different individuals, can it? Yi Bowie had just left home that morning for a production he was officially joining today. Meanwhile, Qin Jiaying was also absent, as a superstar was set to hold a concert in the capital, but due to the extreme nature of his fans, Qin Jiaying had not received permission to attend. This superstar, having heard through the grapevine that Qin Jiaying's mother was an admirer, made a surprise visit to her parents' home, bringing joy to Chun's father and mother, who prepared a lavish meal and insisted on having Qin Jiaying return to her childhood home for dinner. Yi Qingkong, however, dreaded such gatherings and chose to remain at home for some peace and quiet. He was aware that the owner of the large villa next door had finally moved in. In a gesture of neighborly goodwill, he had instructed the butler to deliver a basket of fruit, thinking it would merely be a small interlude. Little did he know it would lead to the revelation of Gao Ran. Yi Qingkong felt a surge of unease. It shouldn't be. If that fellow had the means to move in, he would surely have been the first to come over and greet me, especially considering the Yi family had treated him well. Of course, it was also thanks to Gao Ran's exceptional skills that Yi Qingkong's blue and white porcelain vase had been entrusted to a friend for an auction in Hong Kong, with a starting bid of 60 million. Remarkably, he had never spent a single penny on that vase. Renowned auction houses worldwide have seen some of the most expensive collections sold, all originating from Huagua's yuan blue and white porcelain, fetching over 100 million each, a record that remains unbroken to this day. The mere thought of acquiring such wealth sent waves of gratitude towards Gao Ran in Yi Qingkong's heart. With a glint in his eye, Yi Qingkong declared, let us go next door for a visit. The community's pleasant environment was invigorating, making even a casual stroll a refreshing experience. Upon arriving next door, Yi Qingkong personally pressed the doorbell. Chun-Li emerged. Hello, may I assist you? Yi Qingkong smiled. I'm looking for Gao Ran. He showed Chun-Li a photo on his phone of his family dining with Gao Ran. Upon seeing it, Yi Qingkong continued, just tell him it's Uncle Yi from next door who has come to see him. He'll know, as we are old acquaintances. Chun-Li replied, please hold on. Before dashing away, Yi Qingkong glanced back at the butler and chuckled. It truly is him. The butler clapped his hands. Indeed. I told you there couldn't be such a coincidence. Shortly after, Gao Ran emerged from the building, wearing an apron and with some white clay on his arms, clearly engaged in work. Upon seeing Yi Qingkong, Gao Ran nervously opened the door and invited him in. Uncle Yi. Yi Qingkong looked at him from bottom to top. Are you repairing something? Gao Ran hurriedly responded. No, just making a few little things. Please, come in. Yi Qingkong continued to smile. Why didn't you let me know when you moved here? If the butler hadn't come to deliver fruit, I wouldn't have known that Mr. Gao was repairing antiques. Chapter 037. Her impeccable background. As Yi Qingkong entered the room, he surveyed his surroundings and thought, quite nice. Indeed, far better than my place. Gao Ran, feeling a bit awkward, suggested, Uncle Yi, shall we discuss this in my studio? Only then did Yi Qingkong grasp the situation. Oh, you've set up your studio here? Gao Ran turned to Chun-Li, instructing, please prepare a cup of coffee for Uncle Yi and take it to Studio 3. Chun-Li acknowledged with a nod. Gao Ran led Yi Qingkong to the elevator, ascending to the second floor and heading directly to Restoration Room 3. Inside, a spacious workbench was adorned with cement gray and well-prepared white clay. Adjacent to it was a large sink, equipped with empty buckets, hand soap, and towels. Not far away was a small lounge area, featuring a long sofa and a coffee table. Upon entering, Yi Qingkong's gaze fell upon the creations of Gao Ran. Utterly captivated, he strolled over and inquired, what are you working on? Gao Ran replied casually, just experimenting. However, Yi Qingkong discerned that he was practicing Western sculpting techniques. Gao Ran approached the sink to wash his hands and dried them with a towel. At this moment, Chenli arrived with coffee and a fruit platter. These fruits were sent by Mr. Ye's butler, he said with a smile before departing. Once alone, Gao Ran and Yi Qingkong sat down. Gao Ran appeared quite uneasy. Sitting straight-backed, he was well aware of the kindness the Yi family had shown him, making it impossible for him to fabricate stories about renting a place or borrowing it from an employer, especially since the property had already been transferred to him and Qu Yimian. If Yi Qingkong were to inquire at the property management, the truth would be revealed, potentially damaging his relationship with the Yi family and causing distress to those who genuinely cared for him. This thought sent waves of anxiety through Gao Ran. He had also agreed to keep his marriage a secret from Qu Yimian. What was he to do? Yi Qingkong, perceptive as ever, sipped his coffee while discreetly observing Gao Ran. Noticing his lowered gaze and tense posture, he understood that the young man was indeed nervous. Setting down his coffee, Yi Qingkong asked, Gao Ran, is this house rented? Gao Ran shook his head. Yi Qingkong continued, then, is it borrowed from your new employer? Gao Ran also set down his coffee, meeting Yi Qingkong's gaze. Uncle Yi, it's a bit complicated. This house was a wedding gift from my partner's elder. However, I promised my partner to keep our marriage a secret, so I was quite startled to discover that this house is right next to yours. I feared you might see me, and I felt it was disloyal to hide such proximity from you. Now that you are here sharing coffee with me, I feel a sense of relief. Yi Qingkong was taken aback. You're married? He leaned forward, curiosity etched on his face as he scrutinized Gao Ran. Gao Ran confirmed. Yes, we just registered our marriage a few days ago. Yi Qingkong was momentarily stunned, pondering Gao Ran's words. A wedding gift from his partner's elder? He had resided in Xiu Mountain Villa for quite some time, and there had been rumors that the homeowner was an elderly lady named Mu Shui. Today, I heard from the butler that a few young people have moved in next door. He initially thought they were the younger generation of the Mu family. However, upon further reflection, it becomes evident that in the capital, there are very few families with the surname Mu capable of affording such a residence. He recalled a sensational business marriage that had once captivated the entire city, the union of the Chu family and the Mu family. He was quite young at the time, but the event had stirred considerable chatter among the townsfolk during their leisure moments. If this Mrs. Mu is indeed the same one who married into the Chu family, it would be remarkable, for the Chu family is the epitome of wealth and prestige. Yi Qingkong's thoughts drifted as he gazed at the handsome face of Gao Ran. This young man, should he choose to leverage his charm, might indeed attract the attention of affluent young ladies. With a playful glint in his eye, Yi Qingkong picked up his coffee for a sip and casually inquired, Your wife isn't surnamed Chu, is she? Gao Ran was momentarily taken aback, and without receiving a response, Yi Qingkong turned to him, only to find Gao Ran staring at him in shock. How did you know? He exclaimed. Yi Qingkong, caught off guard, coughed violently as the coffee went down the wrong way. Gao Ran quickly offered him a tissue and patted his back until he regained composure. By this time, Yi Qingkong's face had turned a deep shade of crimson. He looked at Gao Ran incredulously. Are you telling me your wife truly has the surname Chu? Gao Ran nodded. Yi Qingkong gasped. Your wife wouldn't happen to be named Chu Yijiao, would she? Gao Ran hesitated for a moment before shaking his head frantically. No. She isn't called Chu Yijiao. She has a stepmother who gave birth to a younger sister, who might be named Qu Yijiao, but my wife is Qu Yimian. Qu Yimian. Yi Qingkong exclaimed, Chu Mian. It wasn't until Gao Ran opened a mobile application and logged into the civil affairs system to show Yi Qingkong the registered marital status that he truly believed Gao Ran's wife was indeed Qu Yimian. The world had become surreal, more extravagant than any script he had ever written, more exaggerated than any film he had directed. He sprawled back on the sofa, feeling utterly numb. In Gao Ran's memory, Uncle Yi had always been a composed and dignified figure. This was the first time he had witnessed Uncle Yi in such a state of disillusionment. Tentatively, he asked, Uncle Yi, is Chu Yijiao my beloved sister? Yi Qingkong exhaled deeply, turning to him. This house was gifted by your wife's grandmother, and it was your wife who requested a hidden marriage. However, her grandmother is aware of this, correct? Gao Ran nodded earnestly. Yes, my mother knows, and so do you. Yi Qingkong asked, do you know what the Chu family does? They're in business, Gao Ran replied, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. I thought about searching online, but I hesitated, fearing the results would reveal that I could never measure up, which would put immense pressure on both me and my mother. However, I can sense that their family is quite prosperous. Prosperous? More than that. Yi Qingkong straightened up on the sofa and delivered 3 shocking statements. The Chu family is the foremost aristocracy in Huagua. Qu Yimian is the legitimate offspring of the first wife and is, moreover, the designated sole heir. Rumor has it that this woman is ruthless and cunning. In her first year of employment, she assimilated all similar enterprises, large and small, within the country. By her second year, she had ousted the senior members who merely reaped profits without contributing. In her third year, she wrested a total of 30% of the shares from her father and grandmother. Her stepmother and sister possess not even 1% of the stake. Have you not paid attention to financial reports in this realm? Not only is she merciless, but during her studies in the United States, she also participated in collegiate sports events, securing championships in multiple disciplines such as Sanda, Taekwondo, fencing, and equestrianism. Upon her return to the homeland, not a single scion of wealth dared to court her. Chapter 038. Clarifying for my wife. No. Gao Ran immediately rose to his feet, solemnly defending Qu Yimian's reputation. Those are merely rumors circulating in the outside world. Mian is exceptionally gentle and kind. Allow me to speak with her, and I shall invite you all for a meal together. You will see for yourselves just how wonderful she truly is. At this moment, Yi Qingkong had recovered. He had come to accept the reality of Gao Ran's marriage to Qu Yimian. He sighed, "Our family will keep your secret. However, marrying such a little darling, who can say whether it is a blessing or a curse?" Yi Qingkong urged Gao Ran to focus on his craftsmanship while he indulged in fruits, observing from the side. Once Gao Ran completed his handiwork, Yi Qingkong could no longer resist and took several photographs with his phone. The more he gazed at the sculpture, the more he adored it. He desired to purchase it, but hesitated to ask, fearing Gao Ran would feel uncomfortable accepting payment. For a time, he fixated on the sculpture, his eyes unblinking. Gao Ran had already discerned his thoughts, but shifted the conversation. "Uncle Yi, have you sold that yuan blue and white porcelain yet?" Yi Qingkong smiled. "It has already been sent to the auction house and will be sold soon." He put away his phone and turned to Gao Ran. "Gao Ran, why is yuan blue and white porcelain so expensive? There are numerous large blue and white vases and other artistic treasures throughout China's history. Why is it specifically yuan blue and white porcelain that commands such a high price?" Gao Ran took the opportunity to enlighten Yi Qingkong. "This is actually a mistake made by our own people." Yi Qingkong became intrigued. "How so?" Gao Ran explained. "Wasn't the Yuan dynasty established by the Mongols? Before the 1950s, the Chinese simply did not believe that the Mongols could create blue and white porcelain. Therefore, whenever a beautiful piece of blue and white porcelain was discovered bearing the Yuan mark, the Chinese unanimously deemed it a counterfeit. Even during the Qing dynasty and the Republic of China, people held this belief. This led to a significant loss for us." He continued. "Sir David, the founder of the British Empire, came to Beijing's Lulikang in modern times to seek treasures. He came across a remarkably beautiful, large blue and white porcelain vase that he adored. However, the antiquities dealer informed him it was a counterfeit due to its yuan inscription. Yet, Sir David was convinced it was genuine and discussed it with those around him. Ultimately, he acquired a substantial quantity of blue and white porcelain marked with the Yuan dynasty, along with incomplete fragments, at a meager price, and brought them back to Britain. As time passed, with the advent of reform and opening up in advancements in archaeological technology, an abundance of well-preserved Yuan tombs, untouched by looters, was discovered throughout the country, revealing numerous blue and white porcelain artifacts. Through in-depth research of ancient texts, people gradually realized it was indeed the Yuan people who invented blue and white porcelain. It was at this moment that the Chinese began to lament. All that Yuan blue and white porcelain sold at bargain prices to the British was, in fact, genuine. Hearing this, Yi Qingkong couldn't help but furrow his brow. No wonder when I visited the British Museum during my trip to the UK, I was surprised to see so many Yuan blue and white porcelain pieces. I found myself wondering why there were so many Yuan blue and white items here. Gao Ran also expressed his sentiments. Nowadays, in the auction history of Huaihua porcelain, the top two highest records at Christie's and Sotheby's are both Yuan blue and white porcelain. One is a large jar dating back to the time of Gagouzi, and the other is a grand vase depicting the pursuit of Han Xian under the moonlight. Both of these artifacts are exquisite, fetching prices in the hundreds of millions. As Yi Qingkong listened, an impulse suddenly arose within him to retrieve the vase that Gao Ran had restored. He looked at Gao Ran and asked, "Do you think I should take back the one you've restored and keep it for posterity?" Gao Ran chuckled lightly. "There is really no need for that. If you were to hold on to it and show it to others, negotiating a price would surely yield a handsome profit. However, once it reaches the auction house, they have precise instruments that will reveal it has been restored, not an original. The price would certainly be discounted. So, keeping a restored piece for posterity is unnecessary. It would be wiser to exchange it for money and acquire an original in pristine condition. Yi Qingkong shook his head. An original costs several hundred million. I can't afford that. Gao Ran laughed heartily. He finished the task at hand and went to wash his hands at the sink. After drying his hands, he looked at Yi Qingkong and said, Uncle Yi, I'll keep this small plaster statue for a couple of days. And then I'll have someone deliver it to you as a token of appreciation for the basket of fruits you sent to welcome me. Yi Qingkong beamed with delight upon hearing this. Haha, wonderful. I shall graciously accept it. He then took out his phone and snapped several photos of the finished product. I want to place this in the living room. In the future, if you have any small crafts you make and know where to put them, feel free to send them my way. I won't mind having more. I won't sell them, but rather display them in my home to enhance its artistic ambience. Haha. As they exchanged laughter, Gao Ran saw Yi Qingkong off. Returning to his room, he noticed it was already 11 at night, and his mother had yet to return. He called her, and the lively atmosphere on the other end was apparent. Son, don't worry about me. I've arranged for the driver to pick me up at 4 in the morning. I've invited some friends from my previous fruit-selling days to help me make dumplings and grilled sausages. Rest assured, I will prepare everything with care. Upon hearing this, Gao Ran quickly replied, Mom, that don't worry. Fong Ting reassured him. Neither mentioned the term hidden marriage, but they both understood each other perfectly. The next day, as dawn broke, Gao Ran rose early. Breakfast consisted of a ham and egg sandwich paired with black coffee, which he found somewhat unaccustomed to. But he smiled kindly at the cook's expectant gaze. It's delicious. The cook was of similar age to his mother, and working outside was no easy task. Nonetheless, Gao Ran added, could you prepare some Chinese dishes tomorrow, such as porridge, fried eggs, and tea eggs? Nothing too complicated. Of course, son-in-law. The cook replied enthusiastically. After finishing his meal, Gao Ran, dressed casually and driving his new Qu Yimian Polar Gray, headed to the traffic police department. The resignation letter has been printed and signed. He drove to the traffic police parking lot, hurriedly alighting from the vehicle and entering the precinct, greeted by a multitude of familiar faces. Having worked here for quite some time, Gao Ran was taken aback by the warmth of their goodwill. He politely nodded in response before plunging into the deputy chief's office. He presented the resignation letter. The deputy chief was already aware of the situation involving Meng Jingwu and had been secretly pleased over the past few days. Initially believing he would have to wait another 2 years for a promotion, but it now appeared he could ascend to chief sooner than anticipated. Upon seeing Gao Ran, he felt an immediate sense of camaraderie. However, upon receiving the resignation letter, he was perplexed. Gao Ran, I understand you have faced injustices. The department will certainly offer you compensation. But about your resignation, perhaps you might reconsider. Gao Ran smiled apologetically. Deputy Chief, I have given it considerable thought. And my family is fully supportive. I am merely an auxiliary officer, not a permanent staff member, and this month marks my conclusion. I genuinely do not wish to continue. The deputy chief attempted to persuade him, yet Gao Ran's resolve was unwavering. Aware that Gao Ran might harbor undisclosed circumstances, the deputy chief hesitated to force his departure. He smiled. How about this, Gao Ran? Take a week off to reflect on your decision. After a week, if you still wish to resign, I shall sign it for you. By then, the verdict on Meng Jingwu's bribery case would likely have been reached, clarifying matters regarding Gao Ran's future. Gao Ran nodded. Very well. As he departed, several colleagues were arriving for work. Many noticed him heading directly towards the internal parking area, where he entered a Qu Yimian and drove away. In an instant, speculation ran rampant within the precinct. Early in the morning, with the weather still pleasantly cool, Gao Ran opted not to use the air conditioning, rolling down the windows to welcome the natural breeze. The security guard caught sight of him and paused momentarily. Gao Ran, is this your new car? Chapter 039. Something seems off about this painting, Gao Ran. Indeed. The gatekeeper, is that a Porsche? Gao Ran, yes, I'm off now. He displayed great politeness, bidding farewell with a courteous nod. The gatekeeper's eyes sparkled with excitement as he turned back, eager to share the gossip. That was Gao Ran. Did you see that? I asked if it was his new car, and he confirmed it. It's a Porsche, can you believe it? A few colleagues waved at the gatekeeper, acknowledging they had indeed seen the car. In no time, the discussions about Gao Ran within the team intensified. He paid no heed to the chatter. Last night, he had reached out to a client who had placed a deposit for the restoration of a Tang dynasty calligraphy piece. They had arranged to meet at 9 o'clock at the client's residence in Ziyu Villa, where the client would bring along the artwork. However, little did he expect that as soon as he returned home, Sui would arrive. Sui addressed him with a newfound respect, calling him son-in-law. After a polite greeting, he continued, "The individuals who kidnapped you that night have confessed. However, the person who contacted them is from overseas. Currently, the police have traced the signal back to northern Myanmar, but no further progress has been made." Gao Ran inquired, "What about Uncle Tang?" "He was the one who introduced me to them." Sui replied, "The police have looked into it. Uncle Tang's phone number was compromised, and over 6 million was stolen from his bank account. The police have already opened a case. Uncle Tang claims he does not know the individuals involved and did not introduce them to you. He reported the loss of all his identification and personal cards the day before your kidnapping, but unfortunately it was too late, resulting in significant financial loss." Gao Ran was taken aback. "What?" Sui continued, "Thus, you must be cautious of the scam syndicate from northern Myanmar. Be vigilant with every phone call, every visitor, and everyone around you. Any one of them could be part of the scheme." Gao Ran nodded slowly. "I understand." This outcome was truly unexpected for him. Just past 8:40, his new employer, Mr. Liao, arrived with the precious artwork. Chinli directly escorted him to Gao Ran's studio on the upper floor. Gao Ran turned on the workbench light as Mr. Liao carefully extracted the painting and gently placed it on the table, slowly unveiling it. This was a piece Gao Ran had previously encountered. All the antiques for which he had received deposits were personally vetted by him to ensure their authenticity before signing any contracts. Now, upon seeing the calligraphy again, his eyes brimmed with wonder. Wearing gloves, he meticulously inspected the artwork for any flaws before finalizing a restoration contract for 7 working days with Mr. Liao. Mr. Liao expressed his astonishment. 7 days? Previously, you mentioned it would take a month. Gao Ran, with a somewhat naive smile, replied, "I have resigned from my other commitments and now focus solely on restoration, which significantly accelerates the process. Additionally, I only take on one project at a time. I will not accept another until the current one is completed." Mr. Liao beamed with delight. "Then I shall be in your capable hands, Teacher Gao." This was the first time someone had referred to him as teacher, and he hurriedly waved his hands in modesty. "I'm not worthy." After Mr. Liao departed, Gao Ran took the painting to Studio Number 1. Studio Number 1 specializes in the meticulous restoration of calligraphy and paintings. In this endeavor, Gao Ran approaches with a sense of assuredness, navigating through 5 essential processes: washing, uncovering, mending, supporting, and completing. Each step possesses its own specific requirements, forming an integrated sequence that is interconnected. Carefully, Gao Ran lays the artwork flat upon the restoration table, employing a specially concocted solution to evenly moisten the piece. Throughout this meticulous process, he is wholly absorbed, as if he is engaged in a sacred mission, pouring his very essence into the task. Fong Ting spent the previous night in her spacious apartment, feeling a sense of comfort that surpasses that of the Grand Villa. She even contemplated living here permanently, allowing her son and daughter-in-law to reside in the villa instead. With her own endeavors now occupying her time, albeit running a modest supermarket, she views it as her personal battlefield. She recognizes the need to focus on her work, accumulate savings, and strive for success. The irregularity of her schedule as a single individual might clash with the rhythm of her children's lives, potentially leading to misunderstandings and inconveniences. Upon awakening from her afternoon nap, she prepared herself a bowl of shredded pork noodles, capturing a photograph to send to Gao Ran. However, he did not respond, as he was deeply engrossed in his work. Fong Ting then sent him a voice message. "My dear son, I have grown quite fond of this spacious apartment. It is conveniently located near the subway, and there is even a station by the supermarket, making my travels quite effortless. I've decided to remain here, rather than move. You and Mian are newlyweds. It would be better for you to stay together. I will visit whenever I can, and you are always welcome to come see me." After sending the message, Fong Ting found herself surprisingly untroubled. Having devoted her life to her son, she had anticipated feeling sorrowful about living apart. Yet, expressing these sentiments brought her a sense of liberation. She realized that her life encompassed more than a singular path. After her son had established his own life, she could pursue a wholly independent existence. This revelation filled her with curiosity and anticipation. After enjoying her meal, she turned her thoughts to the supermarket and tidied up before heading out. Meanwhile, engrossed in his restoration work, Gao Ran discovered an unexpected layer of intrigue within the artwork he was restoring. To his astonishment, he found that there were indeed 2 thin layers concealed within, each seemingly containing text. He stood frozen in place. Mr. Liao had merely mentioned that this painting was acquired by his grandfather in his youth, and due to oxidation, its colors had faded, requesting him to restore it to its original state. Mr. Liao's reaction did not indicate any knowledge of the hidden elements within the painting. Feeling a surge of anxiety, Gao Ran took 2 deep breaths, promptly removing his gloves and dialing Mr. Liao's number. As soon as the call connected, Mr. Liao greeted him. "Teacher Gao?" Gao Ran replied, "Mr. Liao, there is something peculiar about this painting. Could you come over at your earliest convenience?" Mr. Liao responded, "Teacher Gao, I am currently engaged in a business discussion. Is there something of utmost importance? Has there been a serious issue with the painting?" Gao Ran insisted. "There are layers within the painting, and there is text. I felt it was imperative to inform you immediately, so you can verify it in person. If any complications arise later, I would not be able to clarify the situation." Mr. Liao was taken aback. "There are layers within the painting?" Gao Ran lowered his head and scrutinized the object. It consisted of 2 layers, particularly thin. One layer resembled a type of silk gauze, while the nature of the other layer remained uncertain. "Please take a look yourself to determine whether I should proceed with the restoration of the interlayer or remove it entirely." Gao Ran was quite conscientious. In the presence of unscrupulous restorers, they might not even bother to inform the employer and could easily misappropriate the contents of the interlayer. After all, the contract stipulated the restoration of the painting, and the employer was unaware of the interlayer's existence. Mr. Liao promptly exclaimed, "I will head over right now." Once the call ended, Gao Ran was drenched in sweat. He washed his face, drank a cup of coffee, and waited for a while until the doorman relayed a message. There was a visitor at Villa 19, surname Liao. Gao Ran pressed the release button on the control panel. Mr. Liao's car entered Ziyu Villa. Shortly after, Mr. Liao ascended the stairs under Chen Li's guidance. Upon entering, Gao Ran handed him a brand new mask. "Please wear this while you examine the work, but do not touch it." Mr. Liao quickly donned the mask and strode towards the workbench. Using the magnifying glass held by Gao Ran, he indeed noticed the interlayer and became exhilarated. This is. Gao Ran candidly stated, "The calligraphy and painting are intact. They date back to the Tang dynasty. However, the items preserved by the sages of the Tang dynasty within the artwork might be of an even older provenance. Would you like to extract them?" "Of course. If we extract them, given their antiquity, I cannot ascertain their condition. It is possible that upon opening, the characters may have deteriorated beyond recognition. Yet, there is also the possibility that the value of the contents within the interlayer far surpasses that of the painting itself." Mr. Liao said excitedly, "Extract them. Teacher Gao, please assist me in extracting them." "I shall not leave today. I will stay here and watch you do it." Gao Ran replied, "You are welcome to stay. But if the contents are..." Mr. Liao interjected, "Regardless of the condition of the contents within the interlayer, I will not hold you responsible. The worst-case scenario is that the interlayer never existed, and you can still restore this outer layer of the painting, right?" Gao Ran assured him. "The outer layer will certainly be fine. The primary concern lies with the interior." Mr. Liao insisted, "Proceed with the extraction." Gao Ran agreed. "Very well. Mr. Liao, there is a sofa over there. If you grow weary, you may enjoy some coffee and snacks. We also have Wi-Fi at home, so you can sit here and attend to some matters." Mr. Liao urged, "Oh, do not mind me. Just hurry and extract it." Chapter 040. This young man's craftsmanship is extraordinary. During his work, Gao Ran pondered deeply about the contents within the hidden compartment. The artwork itself was rather intriguing. It was a piece titled Yang Guifei Mounting a Horse, accompanied by the verses of Bai Juyi's song of everlasting regret. Both the painting and the poetry were not the original creations of their esteemed authors, but rather imitations crafted by a skilled artist from the Tang dynasty, whose painting and calligraphy rivaled those of the originals. Even the seal was a reproduction. Thus the artwork indeed bore the weight of over a millennium. When Gao Ran first encountered this piece, he found it quite fascinating. The artist had replicated works of renowned masters, yet chose to remain anonymous. He wondered if the items within the compartment might reveal some secrets. At noon, Chen Li delivered a prepared meal to the studio. Since Gao Ran was engrossed in his work, he requested a simple and convenient lunch. Thus, the meal consisted of a Greek-style seafood risotto paired with Italian truffle cream mushroom soup. After washing his hands, Gao Ran finished his meal in under 5 minutes and promptly returned to his tasks. Mr. Liao, on the other hand, ate with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Teacher Gao, you truly know how to indulge. This fried rice is exquisite, and your chef has outdone himself. The soup is simply divine, better than anything I've tasted in Michelin-starred restaurants. It contains truffles, cream, mushrooms, and ham." Gao Ran remained focused on his work, not engaging in conversation. Shortly after lunch, Chenli approached with a report. Boss, Director Yi has come again. I mentioned you were working, but he said it was fine. He merely wishes to observe your process. Gao Ran responded. Oh, Mr. Liao, who had been dealing with work matters on his phone that morning and was now feeling both bored and anxious after lunch, inquired, Who is Director Yi? Gao Ran replied. He is Yi Qingkong, the director residing next door, also a renowned screenwriter. Mr. Liao eagerly remarked, His spouse is Director Chen, right? Please, invite him in quickly. I am quite bored and would love to engage in a conversation with Director Yi. Gao Ran nodded at Chen Li, who promptly left to fetch Yi Qingkong. As Gao Ran observed Chen Li's departing figure, he mused on the subtle art of adaptability in human nature. When alone, he was addressed as son-in-law. But in the presence of others, he was referred to as boss. He then returned his focus to his work. Before long, Yi Qingkong arrived. Mr. Liao, brimming with excitement, stepped forward to shake hands and exchange pleasantries. Gao Ran simply remarked, Uncle Yi, you are among family, so I shall not disturb you. Yi Qingkong waved his hand dismissively. Continue with your work. We shall chat. Mr. Liao chimed in. Indeed, let us converse. Gao Ran concentrated diligently, having already removed half of the top layer of the poetry and painting. With a bit more effort, he would be able to extract the entire piece, setting it aside on an unused workbench for subsequent restoration. Yi Qingkong marveled at the hidden compartment, while Mr. Liao provided explanations. Gao Ran paid little heed to their conversation. However, human nature is such that individuals are particularly sensitive to their own names. As they conversed, Yi Qingkong suddenly exclaimed, That is it. Gao Ran, a young man of unwavering integrity, would certainly not succumb to the temptation of pilfering the treasures hidden within this compartment. Mr. Liao possesses a discerning eye. Recognizing that Gao Ran is the ideal choice for the restoration task, despite his youth, his craftsmanship is unparalleled. Flattered by the praise, Gao Ran flushed, immersing himself in his work. The two men became increasingly captivated by the process, prompting Mr. Liao to retrieve his phone and begin recording. In the video, Gao Ran skillfully detached an entire painting, employing a flat bamboo strip affixed to one end of the rectangular scroll. His technique resembled a graceful dance in midair, as the delicate sheet of calligraphy twirled elegantly with his movements, ultimately adhering smoothly and without creases to a neighboring restoration table. Mr. Liao marveled, exclaiming, Teacher Gao, your technique is truly remarkable. Yi Qingkong also wished to record the moment, but given that the antique was not his, he hesitated. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of pride, akin to a parent witnessing their child flourish, as he listened to others commend Gao Ran. Gao Ran continued his labor until after 6 in the evening, finally extracting the central compartment. He scrutinized the object. It was enveloped in a silk cocoon, soaked in a special solution. I must cleanse this solution and remove the silk to reveal what lies within, he contemplated. Yi Qingkong, intrigued, inquired, What purpose does the silk soaked in the solution serve? Is it waterproof or fireproof? Gao Ran replied, Perhaps it serves both functions. Mr. Liao interjected, Is there any fried rice left from lunch? Gao Ran responded with silence. Yi Qingkong, curious, asked, Was the fried rice particularly delicious? I'd like a bowl too. Gao Ran remained silent once more. Prompted by Gao Ran, Yi Qingkong pressed the intercom on the wall. On the other end, Chen Li answered, Boss? Yi Qingkong asked, Is there any fried rice left from lunch? Mr. Liao and I would like some. Chen Li replied, I believe it's all gone. However, the chef has prepared dinner for 3, if you're hungry. I can bring it up right away. Yi Qingkong acquiesced, That will suffice. Before long, the 3 resumed their meal. Dining was the only respite for Gao Ran. Yet his thoughts lingered on the compartment, causing him to eat quickly before returning to his research. Meanwhile, Chen Li and Yi Qingkong were thoroughly impressed by Gao Ran's family chef, who had prepared a sumptuous feast: Marseille fish soup, French baked snails, red wine mountain chicken, live shrimp with crab roe, roasted asparagus, salmon mousse, Mexican vegetable rolls, buttermilk shake toast, and white wine. Mr. Liao was so enamored with the meal that he contemplated sleeping on the floor. Yi Qingkong called his family, stating, I want to be returning home. I'll stay here with Gao Ran for the next couple of days to observe his restoration work. Gao Ran, seemingly tireless, remained focused on his task. Observing this, Mr. Liao felt a twinge of guilt. Cough, cough, Teacher Gao, perhaps you should take a break? Gao Ran, however, was oblivious to the suggestion. Yi Qingkong chuckled softly. That's just how he is, dedicated to his work. When he previously assisted me with my restoration, apart from eating and sleeping, he devoted nearly all his time to his craft. Mr. Liao couldn't help but exclaim how youth and vitality truly contribute to one's physical well-being. The air was infused with a peculiar scent reminiscent of medicinal concoctions. Yi Qingkong stepped forward to observe, discovering that Gao Ran had removed the layer and submerged it in water, subsequently extracting it and gently patting it dry with a clean, damp cloth. Then, with the utmost precision, he employed tweezers to delicately peel away the silk threads, akin to unwrapping a cocoon. This was indeed a skilled endeavor, for the silk had been entwined with the underlying paper for over 12 centuries. A moment's carelessness could easily ruin the delicate paper within. In that instant, both Yi Qingkong and Mr. Liao fell silent. Even their breaths became notably lighter. It was not until past 11 o'clock at night that Gao Ran successfully liberated a complete piece of ancient paper, carefully unfurling it and laying it flat upon the workbench. Chapter 041. Her astonishing words in an instant, Mr. Liao and Yi Qingkong drew closer. The handwriting was somewhat blurred. Mr. Liao felt a knot tightening in his throat. Teacher Gao, is it possible to restore it? Gao Ran replied gently, I will do my utmost. However, the completion time may need to be extended. 1 week will not suffice. Furthermore, the contract we initially signed pertains solely to surface artwork. And now we may require an additional agreement. Written terms will ensure protection for both parties. Mr. Liao nodded in agreement. That is essential. Teacher Gao, please draft the contract. No matter the cost, as long as you can assist me in the restoration, it will all be profit for me. Gao Ran explained. The price for restoring this text will be equivalent to that of surface artwork restoration, as it, despite its smaller size, involves more areas requiring deciphering. I may need to restore various versions, cross-reference literary records, and even consult experts in ancient literature to present you with the final confirmed version. Rest assured, what I provide will be the closest representation of the original text on this paper. Mr. Liao replied, I trust you. No worries. Before long, Gao Ran prepared an additional contract for Mr. Liao. Yi Qingkong served as the witness, observing as they both signed the agreement. Mr. Liao departed with a satisfied smile. Yi Qingkong stretched lazily, turned to leave, and remarked, Gao Ran, when you finish the restoration, remember to call me over to appreciate it. Gao Ran chuckled, of course. Uncle Yi. Yi Qingkong descended the stairs, personally escorted by Chun-Li. Upon reaching the entrance, he smiled at Chun-Li and said, Could you please prepare a serving of the fried rice that Mr. Liao had for lunch tomorrow and deliver it to my home? I have no filming engagements lately and am gathering inspiration for a new script. It will just be for me, as both my wife and son are away. Chun-Li couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, it will be delivered by noon tomorrow. Yi Qingkong replied, Thank you for your trouble. Chun-Li responded, It's a small matter. Please take care. Gao Ran had been busy all day. He locked the studio door and activated the smart security system on the second floor. Returning to his apartment, he took a shower and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, at the Qu family residence, Qu Yimian personally assisted his grandmother from the elevator. In the living room, Qu Yuenda and Du Hongning sat on the sofa, chatting with their youngest daughter, Qu Yijiao. Upon seeing the elderly lady emerge, the three quickly rose, exclaiming, Mother, Grandma. The matriarch merely nodded slightly, not casting a glance in their direction. She patted Qu Yimian's hand and chatted cheerfully with him as they headed toward the dining room. Qu Yuenda, accustomed to this behavior, quickly followed suit. Qu Yijiao, however, looked on jealously at Qu Yimian's retreating figure and, stepping forward, linked her arm with Du Hongning's. Mother. Du Hongning was equally displeased. She vividly recalled the moment Qu Yuenda finally agreed to marry her. Her heart had brimmed with joy, envisioning a wedding that would surpass the one Qu Yuenda had experienced before. She desired the world to know that she was now the mistress of the Qu family. Regrettably, Qu Yuenda stated, after Guangmei's departure, my mother was deeply saddened, and she is yet to emerge from her grief. Her consent for me to marry you comes with certain stipulations. First, the wedding shall not be extravagant. We will only obtain a marriage certificate, forego a banquet, and merely host a modest gathering at home. Second, you must refrain from addressing her as mother. She finds it unbearable, believing it to be a betrayal to Xuero. Instead, you may refer to her as mother-in-law. Third, Mian Mian is exceptionally intelligent, performing admirably in her studies, and is quite sensible. Having lost her mother, she is pitiable. We have collectively resolved to reserve the position of heir of the Qu family for Mian Mian. Therefore, should you bear children after marrying into our family, the Qu family will ensure neither she nor you are wronged, but do not expect the title of heir. If you can acquiesce to these terms, we shall proceed with the marriage. If not, you may wait until my mother relaxes her conditions before we wed. This pronouncement was undoubtedly a significant blow to Du Hongning, who harbored boundless fantasies at the time. Yet, she was not naive. She reasoned that marrying into the family was a pragmatic step. After all, it was merely an elderly woman, easily placated. Consequently, she wed, dutifully greeting the matriarch each morning, only to be rebuffed, as the elderly lady refused to allow her near. Eventually, when she had a daughter, she instructed her to emulate Qu Yimian and offer morning greetings. Yet the matriarch merely remarked, "Your sister can accompany me. You need not come anymore. I have many insights on managing affairs to share, but they are meant solely for your sister, as you are not the heir and need not concern yourself with them." Qu Yijiao had caused quite a stir over this matter, yet to no avail. Not only the matriarch, but also Qu Yuanda and the entire household staff seemed to favor Qu Yimian. It was universally acknowledged that Qu Yimian was the nucleus of the family. As the family convened around the dining table, Du Hongning remarked, feigning a smile, "Mian, I wonder what you have been occupied with lately. You spend a few days at home, then vanish again. Your grandmother has not been able to accompany you in the mornings. Are you creating trouble for no reason?" The elderly lady glared at Du Hongning with disdain. "It's early morning. Must you disrupt our meal?" Qu Yuanda turned his gaze towards Du Hongning. "Mian is growing up. She has her own affairs. Do not meddle in her matters." Du Hongning retorted, "I am merely concerned for her. She is a young girl, wandering outside overnight for several days. Who knows if she might encounter danger?" Su Wei interjected, "Madam, rest assured, Wei will vigilantly protect the young lady and ensure she encounters no mishaps." Qu Yuanda nodded in satisfaction. "With Wei around, I feel quite at ease. Now, let us eat." Du Hongning seethed with frustration. Though Qu Yimian was clearly the focal point of discussion, she remained detached, calmly enjoying her meal. Du Hongning blinked and added, "By the way, Mian, do you have time today? Last time, when we invited Qi over for dinner, you happened to be unavailable, and we missed the opportunity. If you are free today, I shall summon Qi, and you two can get to know each other." Qu Yuanda finally raised his gaze to meet Qu Yimian's. His tone tinged with a hint of persuasion. "My dear daughter, during Du Qi's last visit, I had a conversation with him. He is quite an admirable young man, and he has expressed a willingness to join our family. What do you think about meeting him?" Qu Yimian set aside her utensils, took a napkin to delicately wipe her soft, pink lips, and directed her clear, bright eyes toward the person across from her. "Aren't you curious as to why I've been frequently absent from home? In truth, there is nothing I cannot disclose. I have no intention of marrying, but as the heir of the Qu family, I cannot allow our lineage to cease. Hence, I have invested in elite genetic sperm and opted for in vitro fertilization. Each surgical procedure necessitates a 3-day bed rest, and we will only know whether the embryo has successfully implanted after a fortnight." With a nonchalant tone, she added, "Father, once I have given birth, you should consider abdicating your position." Chapter 042. The struggle with stepmother and stepsister. The words of Qu Yimian struck like thunder on a clear day. Stepmother Du Hongning and sister Qu Yijiao were instantly petrified. Qu Yuanda was also taken aback. Following that, Qu Yimian nonchalantly remarked, "No matter what kind of man I choose, I have no way of knowing his true intentions toward me. Whether he is a son-in-law or an orphan, it is of no concern to me. After pondering for many days, I have concluded that the safest approach is to have a fatherless child." Qu Yijiao glared at Qu Yimian in fury. "How shameless can you be? What unmarried heiress would resort to artificial insemination? My cousin is such a wonderful man, handsome, capable, and willing to marry into our family. How is he unworthy of you? Just because he is your cousin and my stepmother's nephew, does that make him unworthy?" Qu Yimian abruptly stood up, looking down at Qu Yijiao. "You need not pretend to be oblivious before me. It is merely because my stepmother bore a daughter instead of a son, and a foolish one at that, that you all know you cannot best me. Thus, you have devised another scheme to seize the Qu family fortune. The assets of the Qu family belong to those with the surname Qu, not Du." Du Hongning gasped. "You?" Du Hongning's eyes brimmed with tears as she turned to her husband. "Darling, how can you allow her to speak to me like this? I have been concerned for her. Seeing her remain single for so long, and knowing my nephew well, I believed he would never let her suffer. I never intended to covet the family fortune." Qu Yimian sneered. "Very well. If you truly have no desire for the family assets, then sign the agreement relinquishing all rights to the Qu family's fortune." Du Hongning exclaimed. "What did you say?" Qu Yimian called out. "Wei Zi." Su Wei, who had been standing behind Qu Yimian, stepped forward, opening his briefcase and retrieving a pre-printed document, placing it before Du Hongning. Under the astonished and furious gazes of Du Hongning and Qu Yijiao, he produced a pen and set it before Du Hongning. Su Wei said, "Madam, please sign." Du Hongning had never anticipated that Qu Yimian would be waiting for her here. In a moment of desperation, she began to cry loudly, turning to the elderly lady and Qu Yimian. How can you bully me like this? Even as a stepmother. I am still an elder. After all these years in this household, I have at least contributed in some way. And now, you all remain silent while a junior rides on my back and bullies me. Qu Yijiao joined in the commotion. Daddy, please say something. Look at my sister. She is becoming increasingly arrogant. If she can treat my mother this way today, what is to stop her from treating you the same tomorrow? Du Hongning sobbed, darling. In an instant, the entire dining hall was filled with the cries of Du Hongning and her daughter. Qu Yimian smirked, walking around the pair. So, this is your so-called denial of wanting family assets, which I have exposed, leaving you humiliated, helpless, and resorting to tears and tantrums? Qu Yijiao's face flushed red with anger as she stomped her foot. Qu Yimian, do not go too far. In contrast, the more frantic the mother and daughter became, the more languid and composed Qu Yimian appeared. She returned to her father's side, gently resting her hand on his shoulder, and casually remarked, Grandma, Dad, did you both see that? The stepmother's refusal to sign indicates that her claims of renouncing the family fortune are mere fabrications. If that is the case, are you comfortable with the nephew she introduced, who is eager to become a son-in-law? If he were a simpleton, I might find some interest, but alas. He is a PhD from an Ivy League institution, with an impressive entrepreneurial background. Grandma, Dad, tell me, what kind of ruthless heart, poisonous methods, and formidable intellect must one possess to achieve such accomplishments at a mere 20-something, without any support from his family? Such a son-in-law, I dare not accept. It is akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Old Mrs. Chu solemnly stated, Mian's words hold truth. Yuenda, you must maintain a firm stance and not be swayed by soft whispers. The family legacy of the Chu clan should only be passed down to our own bloodline. Initially, Qu Yuenda found his eldest daughter's behavior somewhat excessive. However, as he listened further, he began to see the validity in her words. He had previously thought the young man from the Du family to be quite decent, with a measured demeanor and no apparent faults. But now, reflecting on his daughter's perspective, he realized that in this world, it is rare to find someone who seems so agreeable. All perfection is an illusion, meticulously crafted to ensnare you. Qu Yuenda said, Hongning, do not cry anymore. Mian has a point. If your nephew is indeed so exceptional, he must be well-liked by many young ladies. Since Mian is unwilling, we shall not force her. Du Hongning replied, but, old Mrs. Chu interjected, as long as I am here, you have no right to say but. Du Hongning immediately fell silent. In her view, Qu Yuenda was extremely filial. He would overlook her misdeeds as long as they did not displease the old lady. But once the old lady expressed dissatisfaction, Qu Yuenda would invariably side with her, regardless of right or wrong. Qu Yijiao, tearfully wiping her eyes, exclaimed, Dad, I want to join the company. My sister says I lack intelligence, but I insist on entering. I must achieve something that will earn her respect. Qu Yuenda looked at his youngest daughter with a somewhat helpless expression. Qu Yijiao urged, Dad, say something. Qu Yimian chuckled softly. All right, if you wish to come, then come. Qu Yijiao beamed with joy. Really? Are you truly willing to let me work in the company? Qu Yimian replied, Wei Zi, please check if there are any vacancies at the executive level to arrange a position for the second young lady. After all, she is the second miss of the Chu family. A position too low would not suffice. Su Wei responded, understood. Yet, Qu Yiji was a girl who quickly forgot her lessons. She turned to Qu Yimian with a bright smile, her face reflecting innocent joy. Thank you. Thank you, sister. Qu Yimian merely smiled in silence. Du Hongning, however, panicked. No, it's unnecessary. Jiao Jiao hasn't even graduated from university yet. Truly, it's not needed. This is overwhelming. One must possess self-awareness. However, her foolish daughter is quite the opposite. When Qu Yimian initially joined the conglomerate, she faced fierce opposition from a multitude of powerful shareholders. Without her formidable tactics, it would have been impossible for her to establish her position. Now, the group largely operates under Qu Yimian's authority. If Qu Yijiao were to join, she would be utterly unaware of how Qu Yimian might outmaneuver her. Qu Yijiao pouted playfully at her mother. Mom, what are you saying? This is precisely a wonderful opportunity for me to learn from my sister. Rest assured, I will make you proud and enhance your reputation. Du Hongning, witnessing her daughter's triumphant demeanor, felt utterly exasperated. Darling. Qu Yuenda took a sip of vegetable soup and turned to Qu Yimian. After all, she is your sister. Be gentle with her. Qu Yimian smiled slyly. Father, do not worry. I will know where to draw the line. Chapter 043. Her eyes were fixed upon her after 3 continuous days of work. Qu Yimian found herself inexplicably thinking about Gao Ran. Qinli reported daily on the situation, revealing that Fong Ting had not moved into the apartment, while only Gao Ran had. Qu Yimian arranged for a bouquet of flowers and, after work, went to the 7-Eleven to pick up Fong Ting. Fong Ting was thriving at the small supermarket. Her honesty in business and culinary skills attracted an increasing number of customers, treating it as a breakfast spot. At times, if she arrived late, all the seats in the dining area were occupied, and her smile grew ever brighter. She had discovered a sense of belonging, freedom, and ease. Qu Yimian entered the store, holding the vibrant flowers, adorned with sunglasses and a baseball cap. Working at the deli counter, Fong Ting recognized her immediately. Overjoyed, she hurried around the counter. "Mian, Mian." Qu Yimian beamed as she presented the beautiful bouquet. "Mom, these are for you." Fong Ting's smile was wide. "Thank you. How did you find the time to come?" "I came to check in," Qu Yimian replied casually, dressed in a relaxed pink t-shirt paired with light blue denim overalls, her hair styled into 2 playful braids, reminiscent of a spirited college student. "Mom, let us have dinner at ZU Mountain Villa tonight. Gao Ran must feel quite lonely by himself. And I just found time to come back today." "Absolutely." Fong Ting adored her daughter-in-law. She removed her apron, cradled the flowers, and together they returned home. Upon entering the villa, everything appeared just as it had when they left. Knowing that Gao Ran was still in Studio 1, Qu Yimian playfully dashed upstairs, cracked the door open, and peeked her lovely head inside. Hearing the door lock turn, Gao Ran glanced over, only to be greeted by Qu Yimian's sweet smile. "Darling." "Gao Ran. This is unbearable. How could he possibly work under such distraction?" Qu Yimian giggled. "I've brought Mom over. We'll have dinner together soon." "Okay," Gao Ran replied. Qu Yimian added, "You continue your work. I'll go downstairs to chat with Mom." She closed the door, her footsteps fading away through the door panel. Gao Ran lowered his gaze to the artwork before him, suddenly blanking out, unsure how to proceed. He decided to remove his gloves and mask, took off his apron, washed his hands, and stepped out. Downstairs, at this hour of early summer, the evening sky was adorned with an epic sunset. Looking up, half of the sky was ablaze with brilliant shades of pink and orange. Qu Yimian and Fong Ting admired the sunset in the backyard, with Fong Ting capturing the moment on her phone. The mother-in-law duo shared laughter and conversation. Gao Ran did not rush downstairs. He was uncertain why. Instead, he returned to his room to take a shower, emerging fragrant and refreshed. He spent a considerable time in front of the mirror, arranging his hair, applying hairspray, and repeatedly holding up clothes to assess their fit. The adage about women beautifying themselves for the ones they cherish echoed in his mind. At that moment, Gao Ran felt it equally applicable to men. Once satisfied with his appearance, he finally emerged from his room. In the yard, the exquisite courtyard lights have been illuminated. Wei Zi stands before a barbecue grill, personally overseeing the grilling process. The area surrounding the grill is abundant with an array of ingredients, vegetables, poultry, seafood, and more, while an assortment of beverages including beer, red wine, and juice is readily available. A large table has been set up, accompanied by several chairs. 2 outdoor fans have been brought out, expertly adjusted to ensure a refreshing breeze for those dining al fresco. Additionally, guards have lit incense in the corners of the courtyard, which emits a delightful fragrance. As the incense burns, Fong Ting inquires, and Qinli responds, "It's purely plant-based, repelling mosquitoes and harmless to humans." "Ma." "Mian Mian." Although Gao Ran had called out to both of them, his gaze was fixed intently on Qu Yimian, and his steps led directly toward her. He took her hand, seemingly unable to take his eyes off her for a prolonged moment, before he snapped back to reality, prompted by Qu Yimian's soft laughter. He then glanced at Fong Ting, saying, "It's wonderful that you can join me for dinner tonight." Seeing the affection between her son and daughter-in-law brought joy to Fong Ting. "But it's not just us. Didn't Mian Mian mention inviting others?" Gao Ran was somewhat puzzled. Hadn't his wife always advocated for a discreet marriage? Qu Yimian smiled and explained, "I heard from Chun-Li that Mr. Ye's family next door has a good relationship with you, and they have always taken care of you in the past. I thought it would be nice to invite them over for dinner. Besides, since we all reside in the same community, it's hard not to realize that I am one of the homeowners. Rather than having our relationship exposed, it's better to be open about it. The Yi family, along with Mr. Ye's wife from the Cheng family, holds significant influence in the Beijing circle. Although their wealth may not rival that of the top-tier elite, their power is considerable." Fong Ting felt a flutter of anxiety upon hearing this. "Oh dear, Am I really going to dine with such prominent figures? Don't worry, Mama. You are beautiful. Qu Yimian tilted her head playfully, adding, you look just like my sister. Fong Ting burst into laughter at her daughter's playful remark. Gao Ran instinctively glanced at Chun-Li, realizing that everything occurring daily here was shared with Qu Yimian by Chun-Li. However, this revelation did not seem concerning. Everything he possessed now, save for his antique restoration skills, was a gift from Qu Yimian, including their home. Being forthright was part of his character. And since Qu Yimian was his wife, it was entirely natural for her to be aware of his affairs. With a nervous heart, Gao Ran confessed, actually, when Uncle Yi came over that day, Qu Yimian understood immediately, withdrawing her hand from his palm and wrapping her arms around his waist. Gazing at him with a playful smile, if you can share that with him, it shows he is worthy of your trust. I trust you, and thus, I believe the Yi family will keep our matters confidential. Gao Ran felt a wave of sweetness wash over him, unable to resist. He planted a kiss on Qu Yimian's forehead, leaving her momentarily flustered. She instinctively glanced at Fong Ting, who was covering her eyes while peeking through her fingers, laughing heartily. Oh dear, I didn't see anything. The three individuals soon burst into hearty laughter. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, the doorbell finally chimed. Chun-Li went to open the door and promptly ushered in the Yi Qingkong couple. It was evident that the couple had made an effort to present themselves, particularly Chen Jiaying, who had previously appeared barefaced during her encounters with Gao Ran at the Yi residence. Today, however, she was adorned with makeup, which significantly elevated her aura. Uncle Yi. Aunt Chen. Allow me to introduce you, Gao Ran said with a smile as he stepped forward. This is my mother, Ms. Fong, and this is my beloved, Mian. It was clear that Yi Qingkong had informed his wife about the situation, as the couple was aware of Qu Yimian's identity but chose not to mention it. They greeted them with warm smiles and handshakes, saying, Hello, Miss Fong. Hello, Mian. Fong Ting suppressed her nerves, striving to maintain a composed smile. Welcome. Gao Ran has mentioned that you have been very kind to him in the past. We are truly grateful for the opportunity to invite you over today. And I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience. Yi Qingkong replied, There is no need for such formalities, Miss Fong. The main thing is that your son is quite charming. Our entire family adores him. Hearing this, Fong Ting felt a surge of joy and quickly gestured, Please, make yourselves comfortable. Today, we shall enjoy a barbecue in the courtyard. Yi Qingkong responded with enthusiasm. That sounds splendid. I absolutely love skewers. Chapter 044. It turns out this can be inherited under the luminous moonlight. The night exuded an enchanting charm. Su Wei presented an array of grilled skewers, including various vegetables, lamb, beef tendon, and crispy bones. As everyone settled down, they began to indulge in their meal accompanied by red wine. Within moments of dining, Su Wei was met with a chorus of praises from the guests. Wow, this lamb is incredibly fragrant and exceptionally tender. It's the best lamb skewer I've ever tasted. This eggplant is simply exquisite. How did you manage to make it so delicious? Gao Ran, your chef is superb. The seafood fried rice delivered to my home the other day was divine. This beef tendon is delightful. The crispy bones are delectable too. Absolutely amazing. As Su Wei grilled the skewers, he observed the sheer joy on everyone's faces, and a proud smile crept across his lips. Qu Yimian gave Su Wei a thumbs up, exclaiming, Weizi, the meat is grilled to perfection today. It's delicious. Su Wei replied, Thank you for the compliment, Chu Zong. It is no exaggeration to say that for the first 10 minutes after the dinner commenced, no one engaged in conversation. Everyone was engrossed in savoring the skewers and flaunting their culinary delights, with compliments being the predominant form of dialogue. Chen-Li, watching from the sidelines, suddenly retreated into the house. When he emerged again, he held a violin in his hands. Su Wei, spotting him from a distance, muttered under his breath, Shameless fellow. Trying to steal my spotlight again. Chen-Li eagerly approached, positioning the violin on his shoulder, and began to play The Moon Represents My Heart. The melodious and fluid tune, combined with the delectable food and picturesque scenery, was utterly enchanting. As the final notes faded, applause erupted from the crowd. Chen Jing praised, I must say, Gao Ran Mian. Your hired hands are truly talented. Yi Qingkong remarked with a hint of nostalgia. I suddenly feel compelled to send my chef and housekeeper for a training course to enhance their skills. What's come over me? Fong Ting couldn't help but add, Chen-Li. You are quite impressive. Truly multi-talented. That piece was beautifully played. Chen-Li chuckled, and noticing Qu Yimian giving him a thumbs up, he provocatively winked at Su Wei. Su Wei shot him a glance of disdain, outwardly appearing indifferent while inwardly cursing Chen-Li. After a while, Gao Ran raised his glass, proposing. Let us toast to this splendid evening. Everyone raised their glasses, smiling as they clinked them together. Just then, a chef brought out a platter of beautifully presented salted peanuts. Freshly marinated, perfect for snacking. Yi Qingkong exclaimed delightedly, "This is fantastic." Haha. Curious about the salted peanuts. Qu Yimian picked up a couple but first offered them to Fong Ting, saying, "Mom, please try some." Gao Ran quickly interjected, "Wait, Mom and I are allergic to peanuts. It could get serious and require a hospital visit." Qu Yimian's expression changed, and she hurriedly retracted her chopsticks, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry, Mom. I didn't know." "I'm really sorry." Fong Ting waved her hand reassuringly. "It's all right. It's all right. It's a minor issue. No need to be anxious." Yi Qingkong peeled 3 peanuts and tossed them into her mouth, lamenting, "Peanut allergies are truly dreadful. Ying's uncle is allergic to peanuts. Once, their family returned from Hong Kong and visited us. We were unaware of his condition as he hadn't mentioned it beforehand. Our chef had blended peanuts with red dates and millet to create a wholesome hot drink, which we all quite enjoyed. However, mere minutes after he finished, his body erupted in hives, resembling a scattering of red beans, which was alarming. It was only after he inquired whether we had served him peanuts that we realized he had a peanut allergy. The ordeal lasted until midnight. Not only did he break out in hives, but he also suffered from severe vomiting and diarrhea, rendering him nearly lifeless. What a torment it was." Gao Ran added. "My mother is the same. Once, I took her out for hot pot, and she mistakenly thought the peanut sauce was sesame sauce. She even remarked on how fragrant and delicious it was, but shortly thereafter, she began to develop red spots. I rushed her to the hospital, where she had a stomachache and turned pale. I inherited this condition as well," I interjected. "During a school spring outing, we were given boxes of peanut milk. Not long after drinking it, I fainted and had to be taken to the hospital. That was when my mother discovered that I, too, had inherited her allergy to peanuts." Qu Yimian, listening intently, turned to Qinli and Su Wei with a serious expression. "From now on, no peanuts shall enter this household." To which Su Wei and Qinli responded in unison, "Yes." Chun Jiang became increasingly anxious. "Is this hereditary?" Fong Ting and Gao Ran nodded vigorously, responding in unison, "Indeed." Suddenly, Qin Jiang fell silent, her expression shifting to one of concern. Qu Yimian, noticing her change in demeanor, inquired with genuine concern, "Aunt Qin, is something bothering you?" Qin Jiang was slightly taken aback, realizing her emotions had surfaced. She offered an awkward smile. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about my uncle and aunt. They've had a challenging journey." The trio from Gao Ran's family fell silent, respecting the privacy of others, yet Yi Qingkong chuckled openly. "Oh, there's really nothing to hide. Ying's uncle and aunt lost a daughter when they were young and have been searching for her ever since. You know, the human trafficker was apprehended. But due to the passage of time, he couldn't recall which child was involved. He recounted all the places where he had sold children. And Ying's uncle and aunt visited each one, but alas, they found no leads. Qu Yimian was well acquainted with the Chun family's background. I had only heard that Mr. Qin and Mrs. Qin had no children, but I was unaware they had lost a child. Why haven't they tried to have another? With such a vast estate, someone must inherit it in the future." Gao Ran was taken aback, glancing at Qu Yimian. "You even know about Aunt Qin's uncle's family?" Qu Yimian smiled. "Aunt Qin's uncle is none other than Qin Buchuan, the richest man in Hong Kong." Gao Ran was astonished. He never imagined that Qin Jiying had such a prominent background. He had thought the Qin family merely consisted of relatives involved in politics within the capital. He instinctively raised his cup and said to Qin Jiying, "Aunt Qin, my apologies." Qin Jiying, initially filled with concern, couldn't help but chuckle at Gao Ran's mischievous gesture. With a bemused expression, she remarked, "I had no idea that peanut allergies could be hereditary. Neither did my uncle, and they have always worried about their daughter suffering out there. If they were to learn that this could be inherited, their worries would surely intensify." Yi Qingkong added, "Moreover, when his aunt gave birth to her daughter, she experienced severe hemorrhaging and nearly lost her life, resulting in her uterus being removed, which is why they did not have more children." Fong Ting gently reassured, "Ying, do not dwell on such thoughts. Good people will be rewarded, and perhaps one day your uncle's child will be found." Chapter 045 A moment's conversation. Qin Jiying smiled at Fong Ting, expressing a heartfelt hope that her uncles, growing older with each passing day, would have the opportunity to see their children once more in their lifetimes. A hint of envy flickered in Fong Ting's eyes, for indeed, the world is filled with countless souls. Some abandon their daughters at birth, while others spend their lives in relentless pursuit and longing for their lost children. The warm atmosphere lingered for over an hour, as the guests, having indulged in food and drink, remained reluctant to depart. As their conversation meandered, it unknowingly drifted towards the Gao family. Fong Ting was aware that the matter had been entrusted to Jiang Liangkai, yet the specifics of its progression eluded her. It seemed that more than half a month had passed without any updates. It was then that Gao Ran, striking his forehead in frustration, turned to his mother and lamented. "Lawyer Jiang had mentioned this to me, and I completely forgot to inform you. Oh dear, I've become so preoccupied that it slipped my mind." Upon hearing this, Fong Ting's expression shifted to one of concern as she inquired anxiously, "What is the current status?" The others also cast their worried gazes towards Gao Ran. Gao Ran recounted, "This situation is proving to be more intricate than I had anticipated. Primarily, when my father passed away, my grandparents were still alive. Hence, Lawyer Jiang explained that the compensation and inheritance differ. The compensation is entitled to be inherited by parents, spouses, and children alike, which meant my grandparents held a share of the inheritance. However, my grandmother had written a note back then, stating that she would safeguard all the compensation, with the factory's accountant as a witness. Lawyer Jiang indicated that this note could be interpreted as my grandmother relinquishing her claim to the compensation. Yet, this will necessitate a protracted legal battle, as my uncle's family has also engaged a lawyer, clinging to this point. Furthermore, my uncle's son-in-law, employed at the police station, has recently been suspended due to allegations of misconduct. The two compensation houses my father received prior to marriage, while being considered his premarital assets, also fall under his inheritance. Thus my grandparents hold a half-interest. However, my uncle's daughter and her husband, as well as their children, are not entitled to reside there. Lawyer Jiang has already filed a lawsuit against them, demanding they pay a lump sum equivalent to the market rent for the past 24 years and seeking a division of the property to restore my mother's and my rightful share. However, Lawyer Jiang also mentioned he has strategies to ensure the return of both houses, although it will require a prolonged verbal contest. Therefore, for the next 2 months, he will be assisting me in this legal matter, and we shall not see concrete results until then." As Gao Ran spoke, the crowd was engulfed in a mix of emotions. Chen Jiaying felt an undeniable connection with Fong Ting and couldn't help but sympathize with her plight. Grasping Fong Ting's hand, she remarked, "Sister Fong, how could you have been so blind as to choose such a scoundrel like Gao Hong? He possessed 2 houses and yet, even on his deathbed, failed to inform you. You were pregnant with his child, and he never considered how you and your child would survive after his passing." Fong Ting could scarcely bring herself to address this painful topic. Upon hearing Chen Jiaying speak up for her, her eyes brimmed with tears at that time. "I too had my own difficulties." She lowered her head in sorrow, feeling both embarrassed and indignant about having such in-laws. Chen Jiaying, slightly inebriated, opened up. "What about your parents? Did no one in your family stand up for you?" Tears streamed down Fong Ting's face. Gao Ran quickly interjected, "Aunt Chen, my mother was abandoned by her parents. In my hometown, there is a strong preference for sons, and being a girl in a small village meant she was cast aside. It was the old village chief who brought my mother back home and registered her in the household. His surname was Fong, so my mother adopted that surname. When my mother was 4, the old village chief passed away, and the Fong family refused to care for her any longer, casting her out and disowning her. After discussions among the village officials, it was decided that my mother would eat and wear what the villagers provided. That is how she grew up. My heavens." Chen Jiaying felt an even deeper sense of sympathy for Fong Ting's plight. Gao Ran's few words barely scratched the surface of the long and arduous childhood filled with grievances that Fong Ting had endured. Chen Jiaying grasped Fong Ting's hand. "Sister Fong, with your beauty and now owning a supermarket, you must live well from now on. I'll introduce you to some good men, and we can take our time to find the right match, ensuring your life is sweeter than it ever was with Gao Hong." Fong Ting blushed. "I won't look anymore. I want tea. Once me and Min is children with Gao Ran, I'll just help take care of the grandchildren." The group chatted and laughed until past 10 in the evening. Finally dispersing, Qu Yimian suddenly stood up. "Gao Ran, I'll see Uncle Yi and the others back. You stay and talk with Mom." Chen Jiaying responded, "No need to escort us. Our home is so close, just a few steps away. We can walk back ourselves." Qu Yimian insisted, "Let me take them." She had already reached the gate, waiting for them. Fong Ting had indulged a bit too much tonight, and Gao Ran, concerned for her safety, asked Chen Li to prepare a room while he assisted Fong Ting upstairs. Meanwhile, Qu Yimian accompanied Yi Qingkong and his wife out of the courtyard. Yi Qingkong smiled wryly. "Mian Mian, rest assured, my wife and I will not breathe a word about your secret marriage with Gao Ran." It's not about that. Qu Yimian replied with a calm smile, looking at Qin Jiaying. Before marrying Gao Ran, I had a private investigator look into him and unexpectedly discovered that shortly after Fong Ting left the village with Gao Ran, city officials accompanied by several Hong Kong individuals drove to the village to inquire about a girl who had gone missing over 40 years ago. Villagers claimed it was my mother-in-law. However, Gao Ran's grandmother denied it and deceived those Hong Kong individuals, saying my mother-in-law had gone to Shanxi to seek a living. The reason I have not informed Gao Ran and my mother-in-law about this is primarily to prevent them from harboring false hopes and facing greater disappointment. Therefore, I have been discreetly assisting my mother-in-law in searching for her family. Today, I overheard Aunt Chin mentioning that Uncle Chin had lost a daughter. It struck me that Uncle Chin hails from Hong Kong and is in search of his daughter, much like my mother-in-law, who is also allergic to peanuts. Thus, I felt compelled to interject. I sincerely wish for my mother-in-law's happiness. If Uncle Chun is indeed her family, it would be nothing short of a blessing. If not, it matters little. Modern technology makes DNA testing both convenient and swift, and I am confident it will aid in locating her kin. It's merely a matter of time. As the conversation unfolded, under the astonished gazes of Yi Qin Kong and his spouse, I performed what seemed like a magic trick, handing Qin Jing a transparent specimen bag. Inside the bag lay the spoon my mother-in-law had just used, containing her DNA. And I kindly asked Aunt Chin to send it to Hong Kong for your uncle to verify. Qin Jiaying's eyes glistened with tears at the thought that Fong Ting could indeed be her uncle's daughter, and she promptly accepted the bag. Unexpectedly, Qu Yimian stepped forward. Lowering her voice with a serious demeanor, Director Yi, Chief Qin, Gao Ran holds you in high esteem, even regarding you as benefactors, and I naturally treat you with sincerity. Yet, this world is starkly pragmatic. Some individuals can be as cold as ice, resorting to unscrupulous means for their own gain. Today, I have been forthright, offering you my mother-in-law's used spoon. Should I ever discover that you engage in deceit for material wealth, I, Qu Yimian, possess countless ways to retaliate against you 100-fold. After all, if Uncle Chin remains unable to find his biological daughter, you will be the greatest beneficiaries. Qin Jiaying has been held in high regard throughout her life, and her presence is undeniably commanding. Yet, at that moment, the piercing gaze of Qu Yimian, illuminated by the courtyard lights, sent a chill down her spine. Chapter 046, A Fruitless Endeavor. The couple, Yi Qin Kong and Qin Jiaying, returned home, still harboring a sense of trepidation towards Qu Yimian. Indeed, the rumors circulating about this girl being ruthless and cunning were entirely true. Only Gao Ran and Fong Ting, those two simpletons, foolishly believed that Qu Yimian was a gentle and kind-hearted soul. Yi Qin Kong suggested, "Why don't you call Uncle?" Qin Jiaying replied, "Yes, I must call him. After I finish, I will send the spoon to him via express delivery first thing in the morning." Yi Qin Kong felt quite anxious about the matter. The thought that Gao Ran, such a wonderful child, could possibly be his nephew filled him with an exhilarating sense of fortune. Unable to contain his excitement, he chuckled softly while watching his wife make the call. Qin Jiaying was somewhat annoyed by his persistent presence. She moved to several different spots with her phone, but he remained glued to her side. Finally, she settled onto a small single sofa, and Yi Qin Kong took the opportunity to perch on the armrest, pressing his ear close. Qin Jiaying thought to herself, "I really want to smack this man. He is being rather bothersome right now. But alas, he is the man I chose. So I must endure." On the other end, the call was answered promptly. "Ying, it's nearly midnight. Is something the matter at home?" Just as Qin Jiaying was about to speak, she remembered her uncle's age and hesitated, fearing she might cause him undue worry. "Uncle, I have something to tell you. But don't panic. Just take a moment to calm down while I explain." Uncle Chun, startled by her tone, responded with a hint of urgency. "What is it?" Qin Jiaying continued to set the stage. "Uncle, please find a comfortable place to sit. The matter I'm about to discuss is merely a possibility. It may not necessarily be true, so... Oh, just give me the phone." Yi Qin Kong could no longer tolerate her dilly-dallying. In a critical moment, the family relied on him, the man of the house. He snatched the phone from her hand and spoke directly into it. "Uncle, we recently met a young woman who was abandoned as a child and raised in the countryside. She has a peanut allergy, and a few years ago, people from Hong Kong came to her village searching for her, but they missed her. Both Ying and I felt that her circumstances, being an orphan, reaching middle age, having a peanut allergy, and being sought after by individuals from Hong Kong, align closely with your family's situation, which is why I wanted to inform you. Earlier, we had dinner together, and we took a spoon she used. If you wish, I can send it to you tomorrow. You can conduct a DNA test if it matches." Splendid. If not, then so be it. Yi Qikong succinctly clarified the situation in a matter of moments. Qin Jiaying, anxious that her uncle might be overwhelmed, incessantly patted Yi Qikong's arm. His arm grew red and swollen from her relentless tapping, yet he gritted his teeth and endured. When she continued to pat him, he finally snapped, playfully biting her hand in response. Annoyed, she kicked him in the leg and scolded, "You're getting a bit too comfortable." Yi Qikong, undeterred, pulled her closer and planted a kiss on her cheek. Qin Jiaying thought to herself, how did I end up with such a shameless man? Uncle Qin remained silent on the other end of the line for quite some time. Just as Yi Qikong was about to inquire if he understood, Uncle Qin suddenly spoke up. No, please do not send it over. I will contact the airport immediately and fly over to find you. I will arrive by tomorrow morning. Once I arrive, I will take a spoon to do the DNA test. Yi Qikong responded, You are coming in person? I meant, you could have the test done and then come over. Uncle Qin interrupted him. I must go in person. I feel that what you mentioned resembles her the most. 7 years ago, I visited a village. At that time, the old man was still in office. Fearing that impoverished mountains might harbor unsavory characters, he entrusted 2 local officials to accompany me to that village. Later, the villagers claimed it was a woman. I found her in-laws, but they denied it, saying she was the daughter of the former village chief, who had already passed away. She grew up being cared for by many families because no one looked after her. Her husband had also died, and she took her only child to Shaanxi to make a living. We then journeyed to Shaanxi, searching everywhere, but could not find this person. We even checked the household registration, but there wasn't even a name listed. The villagers merely referred to her as Tingting, and they had no idea what her son was named either. The in-laws had no record of her, nor did the village. I investigated for a long time, and later sought many individuals, but it all came to nothing. This thought has lingered in my mind, believing that this area in Shaanxi might hold the answer. As Uncle Qin spoke, tears began to roll down his cheeks, and he choked up. Yi Qikong and his wife were left in shock upon hearing this. They had not mentioned that Fong Ting's grandmother deceived the Hong Kong residents by claiming she had taken her son to Shaanxi for a living. Yet, Uncle Qin spoke of it, even mentioning that the girl was named Tingting. Yi Qikong quietly said, Uncle, this sister, her name is Fong Ting. Her grandmother also deceived others, saying she took her son to Shaanxi to make a living. As for why Fong Ting had no household registration and whether it was related to her being an orphan or for other reasons, it remained uncertain for the time being. However, Qin Jiaying was also puzzled. If Fong Ting lacked a household registration, how did she marry Gao Hong? Uncle Qin immediately cried and asked, Has she been well these years? Yi Qikong understood all too well that Fong Ting had endured immense suffering, and he could only say, She is doing quite well now. Uncle Qin responded, Uncle. Qin Jiaying snatched the phone back. Uncle, listen to me. You are getting older and must not get overly excited. If this indeed is my sister, then it would be a joyous occasion for everyone. But if it is not, I fear that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment, and your health may not withstand it. So let us try to remain calm, shall we? Uncle Qin replied. All right. He said this, yet in reality, his heart was already stirred by tumultuous waves. She was the daughter he had longed for all his life, his only flesh and blood in this world. How could he possibly maintain composure? The call ended, and Yi Qikong found himself unable to sleep. He instructed the housekeeper to prepare the guest rooms for Uncle Qin and his family to stay over, as the proximity to Gao Ran would be beneficial in case of any developments. As Qu Yimian returned home, Gao Ran had already tucked Fong Ting into bed. He took Qu Yimian's hand and led her to their room. As soon as the door closed behind them, he embraced her passionately, kissing her fervently. Qu Yimian responded sweetly to his affections. However, when Gao Ran attempted to carry her into the bathroom, Qu Yimian playfully halted him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Not today. Gao Ran looked at her, slightly bewildered. Huh? Qu Yimian elaborated. Today is not my ovulation period. It would be futile. Gao Ran's rationality gradually returned. Qu Yimian gently disentangled his arms from around her waist, stepping back to clarify. If I had conceived during the earlier attempts, engaging now would jeopardize the pregnancy. Conversely, if I have not conceived thus far, since it is not my ovulation period, there is no chance of pregnancy, rendering it pointless. Chapter 047. A step ahead. Gao Ran, feeling aggrieved, lowered his head and nestled his cheek into Qu Yimian's neck, nuzzling like a little puppy. Qu Yimian smiled, lifting his head gently, while her crimson lips pressed against his. Gao Ran's eyes widened in surprise, his handsome face flushed, yet he found himself powerless to resist. Sister will help you relax in a different way, she murmured, her words slightly slurred but coherent. Qu Yimian gazed at him with satisfaction, as if admiring a piece of art she had crafted. The following day, when Gao Ran awoke, he discovered that Qu Yimian had already departed. As he descended to breakfast with Fong Ting, he inquired and learned that Qu Yimian had returned to the Qu residence at 2 in the morning. Gao Ran understood. She had lulled him to sleep before leaving for home. Fong Ting remarked, Yimian truly works so hard, having to run between both places every day. Chun-Li poured milk for Fong Ting and her son, gently adding, I've heard from Wei Zi that the lady and the second miss have recently been troubling the eldest miss for staying out late. But the eldest has managed to fend them off. She has her own difficulties. I hope Boss Fong and the son-in-law can understand. Fong Ting replied, I know. I just feel so heartbroken for Yimian. Gao Ran listened, feeling a pang of sympathy as well. What troubled him more was that, as her husband, he was unable to assist his wife in any meaningful way. After breakfast, Fong Ting, unusually not in a hurry to go to the supermarket, wandered around the house. She strolled through the front garden, then the back, circling several times, only to realize that she was of no help. The household staff had already completed their tasks, leaving everything tidy and in order. Fong Ting decided to have Chun-Li prepare some carrots and cabbage leaves, treats for the animals, and set out for a leisurely walk around the community. She thought she might feed the deer if she saw any, or the swans if they appeared. Without a bodyguard in tow, she took a small basket and sat down on a long bench by the lake. A few elderly folks were practicing Tai Chi nearby, their movements graceful under the gentle morning sun, an invigorating sight. Fong Ting began to feed a curious white swan with the cabbage leaves. As she marveled at how lovely this community was, with its picturesque scenery perfect for retirement, 2 elderly individuals suddenly approached her. They appeared to be around 80. Dressed elegantly yet modestly, exuding an air of cleanliness and understated sophistication. The man stood beside Fong Ting, scrutinizing her closely before taking a cabbage leaf from her basket to feed a black swan. Meanwhile, the woman gazed at Fong Ting with teary eyes, on the verge of crying. Startled by this peculiar scene, Fong Ting forced a smile and placed her basket on the bench. Please, go ahead and feed them, she said, standing up to leave. The man called out to her, Don't go. Fong Ting's lips twitched in a half-smile. What, you won't let me leave? The man offered an apologetic smile and subsequently explained, My wife suffers from Alzheimer's disease. Her sister passed away in her middle age, so whenever she sees middle-aged women, she believes she is seeing her deceased sister. That is why. Fong Ting finally grasped the situation, exclaiming, Oh, I see. No wonder she was staring at me and seemed on the verge of tears. It was rather unsettling. The man continued, I apologize. She often behaves this way. With age, there's little that can be done. I brought her out to bask in the sun and enjoy a change of scenery, thinking we would encounter elderly individuals exercising in the morning. I had no idea. I hope I didn't frighten you. Now aware of the reason, Fong Ting felt a sense of calm wash over her. She was inherently a simple and kind-hearted woman. At that moment, gazing at the elderly woman before her, she experienced an inexplicable warmth. The initial sense of strangeness dissipated, and she felt a deep sympathy for the woman, a desire to comfort her. Concerned that the woman might feel guilty, Fong Ting took a seat again and initiated conversation. It's all right. You live in this community as well? Yes, the man replied, assisting his wife and sitting beside Fong Ting, who was now the subject of their inquiries. Do you reside here too? I don't believe I've seen you before. The man's wife continued to gaze at Fong Ting, who allowed herself to be observed. If her presence could help ease an elderly woman's longing for her sister, she didn't mind being looked at a little longer. After all, there was no loss in it for her. With a smile, she gestured towards the large house behind her that belongs to my son and daughter-in-law. I don't live here. I occasionally visit to spend time with them. The man smiled slightly. Ah, I see. Your accent doesn't seem to be from the capital. Fong Ting replied, I am from out of town, having traveled extensively. The man looked at her again and inquired, You don't seem very old. Has your son already married? Fong Ting chuckled shyly. Haha, I'm 45 this year. And my son is 23. In my hometown, people marry early. I started working early as well, hence I married and had children early. My son just got married this year. The man responded, That's wonderful. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Fong Ting engaged in conversation with the elderly couple for over an hour. However, her mind lingered on her errands at the supermarket. She eventually bid them farewell and returned home, where Chun-Li arranged for a car to take her to the supermarket. Unbeknownst to her, just as she departed, the elderly woman beside her was tearfully clutching her husband's sleeve, exclaiming, It's her. It's her. She is our daughter. No need for DNA testing. Just look at her. She resembles the photos of me from my youth. The man retrieved an antique pocket watch from his pocket. Upon opening it, the lid revealed a photograph of him and his wife from their younger years, an image taken over 50 years ago, in black and white. The young woman depicted bore an uncanny resemblance to Fong Ting, who had just been sitting there. This man was Chen Jiaying's uncle, Chen Bachan. And the woman was his wife, Su Chuanxi. Let us wait for the DNA results. They will be ready soon, tomorrow morning. In fact, Chen Jiaying has complied with her uncle's instructions and expedited the testing of the spoon, which she sent along with the hair he had pulled out upon his arrival at 5 in the morning. The laboratory assured her that the results would be available by dawn the following day. Chen Bachan reassured his wife, stating, if it is true, that would be splendid. However, if it is not, consider the implications of our hasty admission. Our real daughter might still be suffering in this world, and how can we, as her parents, find peace? Meanwhile, the astute Qu Yimian has already obtained Chen Bachan's DNA data. In his relentless pursuit of his lost daughter, he had previously entered his DNA information into the public security system. Qu Yimian had not considered him until yesterday, when she learned about Fong Ting's situation. She then instructed Su Wei to stealthily acquire a spoon and a cup, both used by Fong Ting. The spoon was deliberately chosen to test whether the Yi family was deserving of genuine affection from Gao Ran. By afternoon, Fong Ting's data had been processed and compared with Chen Bachan's, and the results were now in Qu Yimian's possession. Chapter 048. The beloved of Gao Ran. Qu Yimian gazed at the results of the DNA comparison, a wry smile gracing her lips. The reason she had chosen Gao Ran as her husband was his simplicity and kindness. He possessed no influential background that could pose a threat to her, making him easily manageable. As long as she treated him sincerely, she would earn the genuine affection of both Fong Ting and Gao Ran. Such a worry-free and warm family environment was precisely what she desired. Yet now, fate seemed to conspire against her. It felt as though the heavens relished in playing tricks on her. She placed the results face down on the table and pinched her brow in contemplation. Was her fortune merely serendipitous, or was her discernment truly exceptional? In the evening, she first picked up Fong Ting from work at the supermarket, and together they returned to have dinner with Gao Ran. Fong Ting, filled with concern, said, Mian, we cannot assist you with your matters, but we do not wish to become a burden. If running around is too taxing, then you. Qu Yimian playfully pouted, it's not taxing at all. Only when I dine with my mother and Gao Ran does the food taste especially delightful. The mere thought of returning to the Chu household, where her stepmother and stepsister engaged in endless bickering at the dinner table, utterly dampened her appetite. If it were not for accompanying her grandmother, she would have no desire to witness the scene of her father, stepmother, and stepsister gathered together. Gao Ran, feeling sympathetic towards his wife, thoughtfully served her a bowl of soup. Actually, I can cook as well. Once I finish this busy period, I will personally prepare a meal for you, so you can savor my culinary skills. Qu Yimian beamed. That sounds wonderful. After dinner, Qu Yimian took Fong Ting back to the supermarket before returning to the Chu residence. Meanwhile, Gao Ran retreated to his studio to continue his work. 2 days later, the week of rest he had arranged with the deputy captain had arrived. Gao Ran contemplated resigning, yet he feared the team would insist on keeping him. At 7 in the morning, he arrived at the Yi residence and rang the doorbell, unaware that the household was already in a frenzied state. Upon seeing him, the butler was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes as he rushed to greet him. Young Master Gao Ran, please come in. Come in. Gao Ran, bewildered, replied, Uncle, please just call me Gao Ran as you always have. The butler waved his hands in protest. No, young Master Gao Ran, please, do come inside. As he stepped inside, Gao Ran was taken aback to find a multitude of people gathered in the living room. They appeared to be relatives of the Yi family, yet he recognized none of them. Yu Bowen and Yi Qingkong were busy hosting. No one had anticipated Gao Ran's sudden arrival after a brief moment of surprise. They hurried over to greet him. Yi Bowen strode forward, embracing Gao Ran and leading him aside, seemingly wishing to prevent him from encountering his relatives. In that instant, Gao Ran noticed several individuals on the sofa rising in excitement upon hearing Yi Bowen call his name. However, Yi Qingkong promptly stepped in to block them. Yet they continued to gaze eagerly at Gao Ran. These individuals were not young, leaving Gao Ran more perplexed than ever. What was happening? There is no issue, Yi Bowen, embracing Gao Ran, trembled slightly, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. Gao Ran, did you come for a specific reason? His eyes shimmered with curiosity, his body rigid. Giving off an air of tension, Gao Ran chuckled softly. I do have something to discuss. Is Aunt Chen at home? Yu Bowen replied. Of course. My mother is at home. However, just a couple of days ago, following the DNA report's revelation, his aunt had become so ecstatic that she suffered from facial paralysis and was now resting upstairs, where the Qin family had invited a renowned traditional Chinese doctor to administer acupuncture. Additionally, his uncle's blood pressure had been somewhat elevated, requiring monitoring for the past few days. Had they not been elderly at over 80, the reunion ceremony would have commenced days earlier. Considering their health, Yu Qingkong and his spouse decided to gather the elders at home to discuss the matter, while patiently awaiting the recovery of Qin Bachin and his wife before gradually approaching Fang Ting and her son to avoid startling them. Thus, the Qin family was already privy to Gao Ran's identity. Even Yu Bowen had been urgently recalled from the film set to help soothe the elders' emotions. During the past 2 days, as the Qin family settled in, Yu Qingkong and his family had shared whatever details they knew about Fang Ting and her son. But it proved ineffective. Everyone continued to press for information, eager to learn every minute detail. Had it not been for Yu Qingkong and his wife intervening, they would have stormed into Gao Ran's villa by now. Yu Bowen instinctively glanced upstairs. My mother is here. I will go and call her. Gao Ran certainly felt it was inappropriate to ascend, for should Qin Bachin and his wife be agitated again, it would not bode well. Yet, leaving Gao Ran standing at the door seemed discourteous. Yu Bowen turned to leave, then reconsidered, surveying the living room and the entrance where Gao Ran stood. Gao Ran, both amused and exasperated, remarked, Did I arrive at an inconvenient time due to family matters? Just then, Yu Qingkong had apparently calmed the group on the sofa and beckoned to Gao Ran. Gao Ran, come here. Yu Bowen's expression shifted. What is going on? Yu Qingkong reassured him. It's nothing. Come here. Yu Bowen abandoned his search for his mother and followed Gao Ran. As Gao Ran approached, he could sense the gazes of Yi's relatives upon him, as if he were an extraordinary specimen. During this period, having been well taken care of at home, with a wardrobe filled with high-quality menswear curated by Qu Yimian, Gao Ran's sartorial elegance had surged skyward, enhancing his already striking appearance to that of a cinematic star. Yu Bowen's aunt, upon seeing Gao Ran, was moved to tears, quickly averting her gaze to hide her emotions. Gao Ran felt a flutter of unease, a shiver traveling down his spine. After approaching, Yu Qingkong invited him to sit on a single armchair, saying, Please, make yourself comfortable. These are all my relatives. Just greet them casually. Gao Ran forced a polite smile and respectfully nodded to them. Good morning, elders. My name is Gao Ran, and I live next door to Uncle Yi. A pleasant morning to you all. The crowd greeted him warmly, some extending their hands for a handshake, others leaning in for a hug, all of which were promptly intercepted by Yu Qingkong. Yu Qingkong inquired, Gao Ran, is there something you wish to discuss? Gao Ran nodded. I wish to resign from the traffic police department, but the deputy chief did not approve my request last time. He said he would give me a week to reconsider. Today marks exactly 1 week, and I plan to visit them, though I fear they may still refuse. Thus, I hope to find Aunt Qin. Gao Ran did not need to elaborate further. Yu Qingkong understood his intent. You wish to enlist Aunt Qin's assistance in persuading them to allow your resignation, correct? Gao Ran chuckled innocently, his eyes radiating a bright and sunny disposition, exuding a refreshing aura that harmonized with his honest and straightforward demeanor, giving the impression that he was easy to approach and engage with. The members of the Laochen family were astute individuals. After a brief interaction with Gao Ran, they discerned that he was merely a tall and handsome simpleton. Before Yu Qingkong could respond, a middle-aged man in his 40s abruptly stood up and addressed Gao Ran. Leave this matter to me. You need not go there yourself. I will make a call and handle it. In this sweltering heat, it is absurd to make a trip for such a trivial issue. The matter of the quota was a mistake made by the department. You are the victim here. Not only are you not compensated, but they also trouble you with the resignation process. We shall not indulge them. Gao Ran stammered. Another man, around 50 years old, also rose to his feet, exclaiming, That foolish deputy chief. What is his name? I will lodge a complaint with his superior. Gao Ran is merely an auxiliary officer. Why must it be so complicated to resign? To hell with him. Gao Ran was taken aback, pondering how it was that the relatives of the Yi family were so well informed about his situation. Had Yu Qingkong's family nothing better to do than to discuss his affairs during casual gatherings? No wonder they were all so animated upon hearing his name. It all made sense now. Chapter 49. I care not for his ancestors. Gao Ran cast a complex glance towards Yu Qingkong. Although he referred to him as Uncle Yi, the matter touched upon his privacy. How could Uncle Yi indulge in such frivolities behind the scenes? Yu Qingkong, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, cast an apologetic look at Gao Ran before addressing the two individuals who had risen. Please, sit down. Remain calm. It's merely a minor issue. Ying will handle it. I shall make a call directly to Lu Fengting. He, as the mayor of the capital, was nurtured by our esteemed elder. At the time of the elder's funeral, he held my mother's hand, weeping and calling her Shermu, promising to look after our family. Yet now, when our family faces adversity, he remains silent. What is his intent? Is he ungrateful? Why resort to a sledgehammer to crack a nut? We could simply approach Director Wang instead. Perhaps I should contact Xiao Bei. After all, he is the chief prosecutor. I could inquire about the verdict for Meng Jingwu's embezzlement, as well as the actions of Huang Su and Xinfang Hua, who sought to harm Gao Ran. How will they be judged for their intentional malice? In a moment. Yi Qingkong and Yi Bowen found themselves unable to restrain the fervor of those seated on the couch, who were aflame with righteous indignation, embroiled in heated debate. Before long, under Gao Ran's astonished gaze, they began to pull out their phones, hastily making calls to rally support, as if fearing that any delay would allow others to claim the honor of avenging Gao Ran. Gao Ran thought to himself, I find myself increasingly bewildered by this world. A cacophony filled the air, and chaos unfolded before him. He could not recall who it was that ultimately summarized. Gao Ran, you need not worry. They will deposit your last month's salary and meal allowance into your account. Just be sure to check. Gao Ran felt numb, replying, thank you. No need for thanks. By the way, Gao Ran, how is your mother's health? Could you share more stories from your childhood? Indeed, Gao Ran, the Gao family is quite the disappointment. A mere collection of failures. In my view, you should consider changing your surname. Abandon the Gao name. Ran, on our first meeting, my aunt was unprepared for this card. Yi Qingkong quickly exchanged glances with Yi Bowen before his aunt could finish her sentence regarding the card. Yi Bowen seized Gao Ran and hurried him towards the door. As they exited the courtyard, Gao Ran stared blankly at Yi Bowen. Brother Bowen, am I suffering from heat stroke? I feel somewhat dizzy. Yi Bowen, clutching him and panting, glanced back with trepidation. Once he confirmed that no one was pursuing them, he pointed in the direction of Gao Ran's home. Let us go. I will escort you back. Do not take offense. My family is simply warm-hearted. They are all of the chivalrous sort, the type to voice their outrage against injustice. Gao Ran was momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Bowen accompanied him to the entrance of the villa, watching as he entered, and cautioned, do not go to the traffic police station. If they say it has been resolved, then it has. Just focus on your own matters. Gao Ran replied, oh, thank you. Wait, Gao Ran. As Gao Ran turned around, he unexpectedly spotted Yi Bowen, a grown man, smiling sweetly at him from behind a beautiful fence under the bright midday sun. He was bending slightly and raising both arms high, fingers pointing to the sky, forming a large heart gesture towards him. Gao Ran's expression was one of utter disillusionment. The world felt surreal. It must be that he had turned around incorrectly. He pivoted again, glancing at Yi Bowen from the opposite side. There stood Yi Bowen, maintaining his heart gesture, calling out in a coy voice, little Ran. Keep it up, Gao Ran. Retreating to the coolness of the air conditioning, he splashed some water on his face and sipped an icy soda, gradually regaining his composure. With work no longer his concern, he plunged into the studio. After a few days of diligent restoration, the text on the intermediary layers of paper, under the influence of the solution, began to faintly reveal its original script. Through repeated impressions and relentless effort, Gao Ran finally transcribed several complete lines onto the manuscript. After Yu Changzhou, though not of the direct lineage, also inherits a branch. As changes befall the family, so too does it affect Yu's household. It was necessary to hide treasures and scrolls beneath the lotus mud in the ancestral home, hoping to pass this down, so that one day my descendants may retrieve it and let it see the light again. Startled, Gao Ran immediately aligned the copied manuscript with the original text and snapped a photo, sending it to Mr. Liao. Mr. Liao's call came swiftly. Teacher Gao, what does your message mean? What do the words in the layers signify? Gao Ran patiently explained. He refers to me. Changzhou is an ancient place name corresponding to present-day Suzhou, Jiangsu, when Daizhao is the title bestowed upon the great poet Wen Zhengming. Thus, the author is stating, I am a descendant of Wen Zhengming from Suzhou, Jiangsu. Mr. Liao became instantly animated. Oh my, oh my, oh my. Gao Ran. Mr. Liao's voice trembled with excitement. Teacher Gao, please translate it directly in one sentence. I can't comprehend such detailed explanations. Gao Ran clarified. It means he is a descendant of Wen Zhengming, not of the direct line, but still a branch of the lineage. Due to family upheaval, He had to conceal treasures and scrolls beneath the lotus mud in his ancestral home as courtyard. Fearing discovery, he could only add an intermediary layer to this painting to pass down the message, hoping that his descendants could one day bring these treasures back to light. Mr. Liao burst into laughter. Huh? Gao Ran gently replied. Mr. Liao, this matter is somewhat complicated. Do you know where your grandfather purchased this painting? Notifying the descendants of this branch of the Wen family may pose some challenges. Gao Ran was entirely focused on the thought that the ancestors of the Wen family had painstakingly left something for posterity, and it was his fortune to grasp their intent and fulfill their wishes. However, Mr. Liao abruptly exclaimed, Are you foolish? I don't care who his ancestors are. Their descendants sold the painting. It's not like I stole it. The treasures beneath that muddy pond naturally belong to me. Dear Teacher Gao, while I hold great respect for your exceptional skills, I must advise you against jeopardizing my endeavors. Otherwise, I possess numerous means to bring you harm. However, should you choose to continue offering your assistance, rest assured that I shall not treat you unfairly. Let us maintain our previous cordiality, for harmony breeds prosperity. Chapter 050. A desire to surprise him. When Mr. Liao noticed that Gao Ran had fallen silent, he assumed that the latter was overwhelmed by his presence. With a cheerful demeanor, he continued, Thus, Teacher Gao, please continue to restore the painting for me, and fret not about the remaining matters. Rest assured, I shall not neglect you. However, I must ask you to keep this confidential, including our neighbor, Director Yi. Best not to breathe a word. Gao Ran replied, I will contact you once I have finished the restoration. Mr. Liao laughed heartily. Ha! You are the most obedient. The fairy tale concluded. Gao Ran stood before the unfolded manuscript, contemplating for quite some time. He could not fathom the emotions of the ancestors who, amidst chaotic times, endeavored to bequeath wealth to posterity, all while grappling with the urgency of their circumstances as they penned these delicate characters. Yet, he felt insignificantly small. He lacked the human, financial, and material resources necessary. Fortune, timing, and alliances, none were in his favor. Although he had the fortune to unravel this mystery, he found himself powerless to aid the original author in locating descendants, and even more so to deter the employer from pursuing these artifacts. Apologies, perhaps this is destiny's design. Regaining his composure, Gao Ran resumed his work. Perhaps one day in the future, when he had grown stronger and more capable, he might be able to accomplish something for this illustrious ancestor of the Wen family. Half an hour later, Chinli entered with coffee, his face radiating obvious joy. Sir, the studio's account just received a transfer of 8 million. It was from Mr. Liao. He left a message saying it was an extra reward for your exceptional skill. Initially, Chinli had thought Gao Ran was merely handsome, possessing no other qualities. However, now that the studio was gaining momentum and income, he realized he had underestimated him. After all, he was the man favored by the young lady, undoubtedly possessing exceptional attributes. And now, the money was flowing in abundantly. Gao Ran understood that this was Mr. Liao's hush money. Sipping his coffee, he continued working with a complicated mood. Chinli noticed that Gao Ran's spirits seemed dim, puzzled. Sir, shouldn't we be pleased about this additional income? Gao Ran spread the manuscript, encased between two panes of glass, preserving it in a vacuum like a small frame. He gazed at the delicate characters and sighed. In this world, there are always many regrets. Chun-Li responded, All right, it appears that you are a rather sentimental gentleman. Chun-Li duly reported this matter to Qu Yimian. Upon hearing it, Qu Yimian promptly called Fong Ting. Getting straight to the point, Mother, does Gao Ran have any particular likes? Chun-Li mentioned that while restoring a painting, he had grown sentimental and his mood had soured. So I thought I might cheer him up during lunch. Fong Ting laughed pleasantly. Gao Ran, it seems he has no specific preferences, given our limited means in the past. He never made demands and has never expressed anything he particularly desires. As she spoke, a pang of sympathy arose within her. He must have been concerned about adding to my burdens, which is why he has never had anything he particularly cherished. Listening intently, Qu Yimian felt a pang of sympathy, so that's how it is. Suddenly, Fong Ting added, Oh, right, Gao Ran has a fondness for small animals. When he was in elementary school, he once brought a stray dog home, secretly gave it a bath, and made the little pup gleaming white. However, during that time, we could barely afford our own meals, let alone keep a dog, so I had to make him abandon it. He cried all night long then. Fong Ting had also endured 10 months of pregnancy to bring her son into the world. If circumstances permitted, she would have given Gao Ran the finest things in the world. Yet, her means were limited. Thus, she could only offer him the best within her grasp. But even that was scarce in their impoverished home. Fong Ting felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. After that, Gao Ran never brought home cats or dogs again. Instead, he would rescue injured fledglings, nurse them back to health, and release them once they recovered. Qu Yimian chatted with Fong Ting for a few more moments before ending the call. That afternoon, Qu Yimian returned home, cradling a square paper box that resembled a gift, adorned with a blue silk bow. As she passed by the villa of Yi Qing Kong, her expression darkened. Several days had elapsed. Even if they intended to send the specimen to Hong Kong, there should be news by now. Yet, the Yi family remained eerily silent, with no one reaching out to Fong Ting or Gao Ran. Could it be that Gao Ran had misjudged the Yi couple's true nature? Perhaps that was for the better. Having discerned their true character, she resolved to remain vigilant, ensuring that Gao Ran would not be harmed or exploited by them. Qu Yimian shifted her gaze away from the Yi family villa. Upon arriving home, she inquired of Qinli, "Where is Gao Ran?" Qinli replied, "In Studio 1 on the second floor." He reached out to take the large paper box from her arms. But Qu Yimian slightly evaded. "I'll carry it up for my son-in-law." Qinli smiled. "Very well." Qu Yimian ascended the stairs. While Qinli hurried to the kitchen, the young lady has returned. "Prepare an extra portion of lunch for her." Shortly after, he cast a dissatisfied glance at Su Wei, who had just entered. "Wei Ge, why didn't you announce your return?" "The chef prepared a meal just for our son-in-law." Su Wei shrugged. "The young lady decided to return on a whim, and I was too busy to inform you." Chun-Li's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Su Wei dismissed him with a wave, heading to the kitchen to devour the curry chicken rice and white peach juice set aside for Qinli. Qu Yimian exited the elevator on the second floor and made her way directly to Studio 1. She lifted her leg, propped up the bottom of the box, and opened the door with one hand. She intended to surprise Gao Ran. However, upon entering, she found the studio deserted. She stepped further inside, moving behind several display racks. But still no sign of Gao Ran. A thin sheen of sweat formed on her forehead as she prepared to temporarily set the large box on the coffee table to rest. Passing a workstation, her gaze unconsciously caught sight of a small character sealed between two panes of transparent glass. After Yu Changzhou's literary appointment, although not of the direct lineage, the legacy continued in a shared vein. With the family's fortunes fluctuating, the necessity arose to conceal manuscripts within the ancestral home. Now, I pass this down in hopes that one day my descendants may uncover it and allow it to bask in the light once more. Qu Yimian whispered in astonishment. "Literary appointment? Is this Wen Jingming?" Just then, the sound of footsteps approached gradually. Qu Yimian lifted her gaze to see Gao Ran returning from the restroom. Upon seeing her, Gao Ran's mood instantly brightened. "Mianmin, what brings you back at this hour?" Qu Yimian smiled widely, realizing that no extraordinary surprise was needed. Merely her presence was enough to elevate his spirits. Her heart swelled with a sweet joy. With a rare youthful playfulness, she exclaimed, "I've brought you a surprise." She placed a large cardboard box on the ground. "Open it and see." Chapter 051. The wish remains unfulfilled. Gao Ran crouched down, deftly untied the blue satin ribbon. As the box was opened, a fluffy white head popped out. Momentarily taken aback, Gao Ran's hand lingered as the little white dog energetically wagged its tail, relentlessly licking his palm with its soft pink tongue, exuding an exuberance that seemed boundless. Qu Yimian couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "It seems quite fond of you." With a beaming smile, Gao Ran lifted the little creature from the cardboard box and cradled it in his arms, his face unable to conceal the joy that radiated from him. "It didn't make a sound at all. I never anticipated it would be a puppy. It's so well behaved." Qu Yimian, with a gentle tone akin to soothing a child, encouraged him. "Why not give it a name? From now on, you shall be its master." Gao Ran pondered seriously, while Qu Yimian felt a sense of relief witnessing the improvement in his mood. Her gaze shifted to the workstation, where she noticed a small inscription sealed in glass. "What is this?" Gao Ran, cradling the puppy, recounted the entire story. Qu Yimian smiled. "So, that person surnamed Liao offered you 8 million this morning as a hush money, correct?" Gao Ran replied affirmatively. "Yes." Qu Yimian, both amused and exasperated, asked, "Is this the reason for your discontent?" Gao Ran chuckled. "I just feel a bit of regret." Qu Yimian, contemplative, gazed at him and quickly added, "No need for regret. I will have someone find that branch of the Wen family. We will surely locate them." Gao Ran's spirits lifted. "Really?" "Indeed. The direct line of Wen Jiming should be easily traceable, but the branches are more numerous. Hiring a private investigator will undoubtedly yield some leads." Gao Ran took her cue. "Then we will follow the clues to find the descendants of the Wen family, and then—" Qu Yimian interjected, Then we will subtly inquire about where their ancestors resided during their prosperous times. We will investigate thoroughly, looking for those expansive courtyards, especially those that once nurtured lotus flowers. We shall devise a plan to either purchase or rent that place, commence excavation, and surely uncover all those treasures. Gao Ran hesitated. Why does this seem somewhat different from what I envisioned? Qu Yimian, patting Gao Ran's shoulder with palpable excitement, declared. Wen Jingming was a contemporary of Tang Bohu, and he was a highly esteemed collector of ancient calligraphy and paintings. If this branch possesses treasures, including autographs from Tang Bohu or other luminaries, they would be priceless. I recall that many of Tang Bohu's works are housed in the Palace Museum, and one of his pieces, Moon Spring Scroll, was sold for over 90 million. So many rare artifacts lie buried beneath the mud. If we could find them, and they turn out to be the authentic works of ancient masters, it would be a fortune bestowed upon us by the heavens. Mian. Wait, do you mean to say you are investigating the Wen family branch solely to claim the treasures for yourself? Wouldn't that perhaps be a bit inappropriate? Heir Ran gazed eagerly at Qu Yimian, hoping against hope that he had misunderstood her intentions. Qu Yimian, with a tone of earnestness, imparted her wisdom. There is nothing wrong with this. Consider this. The calligraphy was sold by the descendants of the Wen family. Once they sold it, all that the artwork encompasses, including its implications, ceased to concern them. This is a choice made by the Wen family's offshoots, and they must bear the consequences of their actions. The current owner, who bears the surname Liao, is certainly entitled to seek, excavate, and claim it as his own. If Mr. Liao pays you to restore the artwork, you shall restore it. If he compensates you for extracting the hidden layers, you shall do so. If he offers you a hush fee, then you must refrain from speaking of it. Every payment he bestows upon you carries a motive, and you have fulfilled your part. Thus, you are even. Therefore, all these matters are distinct and straightforward. Your fortune lies in encountering this artwork and unraveling its concealed layers. And in restoring and printing the original text, these are your own serendipities, unrelated to anyone else. If it were not for you, who knows how long those hidden layers would remain buried within this painting? Thus, let us seize this treasure before Mr. Liao does, excavate it. And this shall be a reward from the heavens for you. Qu Yimian earnestly reasoned with Heir Ran. As she spoke, she gently caressed his chest muscles, occasionally rising on her toes to plant a kiss on him. Heir Ran, contemplating her words, found them rather compelling. He swallowed hard. Were it not for the small dog nestled in his arms, he would have embraced her and kissed her. It was clear that she had never been with another man before him, as virgins are indeed quite distinguishable. Yet, why did she have an uncanny ability to stir him, making him feel like a cat on the brink of heat? Her skills, were they innate? They were decidedly enchanting. A voice from outside interrupted. Miss, young master. Lunch is ready. Qu Yimian smiled and replied, let's go. Time to eat. The lunch was set on a terrace on the second floor, offering a splendid view of the nearby picturesque lake. A round white dining table was accompanied by 2 white wicker chairs. The couple sat on the wicker chairs, while the little white dog sat on the floor beside the table, enjoying the puppy chow that Chun-Li had provided. After lunch, Qu Yimian summoned Su Wei and whispered a few instructions. Su Wei promptly went to attend to the tasks. Qu Yimian turned to Heir Ran. Su is off to do his part. I will inform you once I receive news. As for anything else, I cannot guarantee much. However, when it comes to finding people, locating residences, or seeking items, I am confident that I can act faster than Mr. Liao. After their meal, Qu Yimian made no move to leave. While Heir Ran busied himself in the studio, she settled on the sofa with a notebook, conducting her work from home. Whenever Heir Ran grew weary, a mere glance upward would reveal her presence. Should she feel bored, a slight turn of her head would bring him into her view. At times, the studio, though enveloped in silence, would amplify the sound of keystrokes and the soft rustling of repair tools, rendering the atmosphere more palpable. Yet, the more pronounced these sounds became, the more secure the two individuals appeared, as if they understood that regardless of what transpired in that moment, they had each other for companionship. A slight discomfort emanated from her lower abdomen. Qu Yimian sensed something amiss and rose to head to the restroom. Disastrously, her menstrual cycle had arrived. She had not conceived. Qu Yimian clenched her fists, a fleeting anxiety flickering in her eyes. In television dramas, it seemed that a mere encounter between a man and a woman often led to pregnancy. Yet here she was, meticulously tracking her ovulation, having engaged in intimacy over 2 consecutive nights, yet still no success. Upon Qu Yimian's return, Gao Ran had changed into comfortable loungewear, and the air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of bath oil. He smiled and asked, "Did you take a shower?" Qu Yimian, feeling frustrated, approached him with a look of sorrowful vulnerability and said, "I need a hug." Gao Ran, still clad in gloves, opened his arms, allowing her to cling to him like a koala. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "I feel so useless," Qu Yimian lamented. "My period came, and I didn't get pregnant." Chapter 052. At last, I have found you, Gao Ran, feeling a mix of excitement and helplessness, remarked, "If you haven't conceived, then so be it. We shall strive harder." Yet, Qu Yimian remained troubled, responding, "You wouldn't understand." She refrained from voicing her subsequent thoughts. But Gao Ran could sense the immense pressure she was enduring from her desolate demeanor. Silently, he removed his gloves and gently enveloped her in an embrace. Mian. Would you share with me the circumstances at home? Even if I cannot be of assistance, at least you'll have someone to confide in." He was unwilling to let her bear such burdens alone. Since her mother's departure, every step she had taken had been marked by solitude and hardship. Gao Ran longed to alleviate her suffering, no matter how insignificant his efforts might seem. Qu Yimian remained silent. He did not press her. After a considerable pause, she extricated herself from his hold, mustering a faint smile as she inquired, "By the way, has the Yi family been in contact with you recently?" Gao Ran shook his head. "No, they are aware that I am occupied with Mr. Liao's work, so they haven't reached out. However, I did visit them this morning. I intended to ask Aunt Chin to put in a word with the deputy team leader regarding my resignation. But the Yi family is rather large, and there were many relatives present. The atmosphere was quite peculiar." Qu Yimian's gaze sharpened as she focused on him. In what way was it peculiar? Gao Ran, ever obedient, recounted the events of that morning in detail. Upon hearing his account, Qu Yimian's attitude towards the Yi family began to waver. She smiled softly. "I shall return home to rest now. My stomach feels a bit off." Gao Ran wrapped his arms around her. "Take care on your way back. I'll escort you." Qu Yimian replied, exasperated, "It's merely my period, not a pregnancy." Gao Ran tightened his embrace. "I am concerned for you." Qu Yimian's lips curled into a smile. "Then, I require a princess carry." Without hesitation, Gao Ran lifted her in his arms. "At your service, my lady." At the city hospital, Gao Wei lay upon the bed, groaning, "Ah, it hurts." The pain from his fractured leg was unbearable, leading to his continuous lamentations. In the shared room, the 5 other patients and their families found his cries excessively loud. Yet, seeing his leg suspended in a plaster cast, they couldn't help but feel pity for him. Someone could no longer contain themselves and suggested to his daughter-in-law, Zhang Xiaoyan, "He is in such agony. You ought to speak with the doctor about administering some pain relief or perhaps a pain pump. This incessant shouting isn't a solution. He may heal his leg but ruin his voice." Around them, others began to chime in. "Indeed, a pain pump would be very convenient. Or perhaps some analgesics would suffice. Your father is shouting like this. It's not helping anyone. He may not be tired, but we need our rest." "Exactly. His incessant cries are disruptive to all of us." At that moment, Gao Wei gazed pleadingly at his daughter-in-law. "Yanin, it hurts. Oh, it hurts so much." Zhang Xiaoyan looked at him coldly. Her expression of disdain sent a chill down Gao Wei's spine, rendering him unable to meet her gaze. Zhang Xiaoyan stood with her hands firmly planted on her hips, casting a cold glare at the surrounding crowd. "This is my family's matter, and we shall decide it ourselves. What authority do you outsiders have to meddle?" she exclaimed. "Do painkillers come free? Is the pain management pump without cost? You speak so lightly. Yet my family is faced with significant expenses. Pain is merely pain. We rural folk are tough. We can endure it." Many in the ward were displeased. They had never witnessed such an unfilial daughter, and one by one, they began to chastise Zhang Xiaoyan. "One must have a conscience. Your father raised you with great difficulty. Now that he needs pain relief, how much could it possibly cost? Indeed, it's not that I have a bias against rural people, but in certain areas. The poorer the land, the more cunning the people," sighed an elderly patient. "How can one treat their parents this way? One day, you too will grow old. And what if your child treats you like this?" Before the elderly patient could finish, Zhang Xiaoyan interjected with a cold smile. "What do you know? He is my father-in-law, not my biological father." The crowd fell silent, realizing the situation. Yet, they still believed such cruelty was unwarranted. Zhang Xiaoyan refused to allow them any retort and lifted her chin defiantly. "When I was in the county hospital giving birth, I labored for a whole day and night without being allowed a cesarean. Only when the doctor insisted that the child was in distress did my mother-in-law relent and allow my husband to sign for the surgery. Who knows the suffering I endured?" After a moment of silence from the crowd, she continued, "After my cesarean, when the doctor wanted to administer a pain management pump, my mother-in-law immediately rejected it. saying that we rural folk are tough and do not need such luxuries. Not one of the men, my father-in-law, my husband, stood up for me. I was left in agony, screaming through the night, fainting multiple times from the pain, enduring a high fever in the postpartum period. Do you understand the torment I faced? The crowd remained speechless. Zheng Xiaoyan took a couple of steps forward, pointing at the elderly man in the opposite bed. You say everyone will grow old one day. Well, I am waiting for that day. She turned to Gao Wei, lying in bed. Do you realize how your family has wronged me? This is Heaven's way of granting me an opportunity for retribution. As she spoke, Gao Wei began to wail loudly, initially just a cry. But soon it evolved into a full-blown sob. The noise escalated. Zheng Xiaoyan approached and struck him twice across the face. Shout again. Cry again. Make a sound. And I swear I will end you. After her fierce reprimand, regardless of the pain in his legs, Gao Wei stifled himself, no longer daring to utter a single sound. The audacity of her actions left all the patients and their families in the ward in stunned silence. The cacophony that had filled the room just moments before was replaced by an eerie quiet. At the doorway, Gao Yaming returned with the completed hospitalization papers. His complexion was ashen as he approached Zheng Xiaoyan, saying, Yin Yin, would you like to eat? I can pick up a toothbrush and towel at the supermarket. And perhaps bring you something as well. Zheng Xiaoyan replied, just get some large meat buns with soy milk. They are both affordable and nutritious. Gao Yiming nodded, turning to leave. Throughout the encounter, he did not cast a glance at his biological father, nor did he utter a single word to him. Upon exiting the hospital, Gao Yiming surveyed his surroundings. Their purpose was to confront that deceitful woman, Fong Ting, and settle accounts with that little bastard, Gao Ran. However, upon arriving at the single apartment where the mother and son resided, the neighbor informed them that they had moved away. They then sought Fong Ting's workplace, only to learn that she had resigned the previous month. After inquiring extensively, they found no trace of her, and to make matters worse, his father had suffered a leg fracture, necessitating hospitalization, which incurred considerable expenses. Gao Yiming glanced around. The cost of living in the capital was exorbitant. A single serving of stir-fried pork with green peppers cost 28 yuan. Feeding 3 people daily was simply unsustainable. He walked to a nearby 7-Eleven diagonally across from the hospital, purchasing some daily necessities. As he approached the checkout, he noticed they had meat buns and promptly called out, I'll take 8 large meat buns. Coming right up. Fong Ting, donning gloves, skillfully retrieved a food bag and placed 8 large buns inside. Auntie? Gao Yiming fixated on Fong Ting's face. He had remembered this seductive visage since childhood. Though it was not as enchanting as in her youth, he still recognized her immediately. Upon seeing Gao Yiming, Fong Ting's hands trembled as she clutched the buns, stammering you. In stark contrast to Fong Ting's astonishment, Gao Yiming was filled with delight, even bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. You shameless old shoe. At last, I found you. Chapter 053. Uncle Yi, my mother was attacked. Gao Yiming seized Fong Ting's wrist with a fierce grip. His eyes bore into her with malice. Who gave you and your son the audacity to hire a lawyer and cause a ruckus at the Gao family? Those 2 old houses are ancestral properties of the Gao family, allocated to us after the land was expropriated. What business do you and that little bastard have in claiming them? How dare you come here to demand anything? As he hurled insults, he raised his hand to strike Fong Ting's face. She instinctively recoiled, but the staff, reacting swiftly to intervene, were still a moment too late. A vivid red imprint blossomed on Fong Ting's cheek. This time, Gao Yiming unleashed both his old and new grievances, exerting all his strength, leaving one side of her face swollen. Wife's shoes. Your son came to the Gao family last time to demand money and ended up with broken bones, lying in the hospital for a month. Have you forgotten? Do you want to taste death at my hands today? I'll kill you. Let us see if you dare. Ugh, let go of me. Let go. Gao Yiming clutched Fong Ting's wrist fiercely, cursing as he struggled to unleash more vile language. However, he was quickly subdued by the rushing staff. 2 women responsible for hot meals also rushed in, shielding Fong Ting behind them. Tears of humiliation welled in Fong Ting's eyes. She had grown to loathe the Gao family intensely. Gao Yiming, pinned to the ground, continued to rage uncontrollably. Let me go. This is a family matter. She is my aunt. She is my family's aunt. Release me. Fong Ting, you filthy bitch. If you have any guts, then let me go. I'll kill you. Release. Release. Ugh. The staff, finding his raucousness intolerable, grabbed a rag from the counter, crumpled it, and stuffed it into his mouth. Some patrons, frightened, fled the establishment. Others, dining in the restaurant area, relaxed as they watched the commotion subside, resuming their meals while observing the spectacle. The cashier, startled, tightened her grip on her phone and looked at Fong Ting. Aunt Fong. Should we call the police? Fong Ting, recalling the myriad ways the Gao family had wronged her, felt a shiver run down her spine. Gritting her teeth, she replied, call the police. Originally, Fong Ting had no intention of letting Gao Ran know. She had been relieved to live alone in a spacious apartment, contemplating purchasing some ointment to reduce the swelling, thinking she could heal her wounds before reuniting with her son. However, as the victim, she was unexpectedly invited to the police station to provide a statement. After listening to Fong Ting recount the events, the officers expressed deep sympathy for her and her son's plight. Gao Yaoming's deliberate assault would undoubtedly result in administrative detention. Considering she was a middle-aged woman alone, the officers insisted that her son come to pick her up before they would release her. Reluctantly, Fong Ting called Gao Ran. On the phone, she hesitated. Gao Ran. Mom is at the police station, and you remember Gao Yaoming, right? Indeed. It was your cousin who caused a disturbance at the supermarket, and we found ourselves at the police station. A female officer, noticing the severe swelling on Fong Ting's cheek, couldn't help but interject. Your mother has been assaulted and her face is swollen. You must take her to the hospital for examination, regardless of the circumstances. It's best to have a medical report on hand. With a police report and an injury assessment, you'll have a solid foundation for any future discussions. Fong Ting frowned at the officer, who smiled reassuringly and continued, with an injury report, if he persists in his unruly behavior, you can file a complaint against him. And it won't be a mere detention. At that point, he will have to choose between his freedom and his property. Even the matter regarding your family home could be resolved with ease. Didn't you hire a lawyer? I recommend discussing this with them. Realization dawned on Fong Ting, and she cast a grateful glance at the officer, who, modestly concealing her contribution, turned away to attend to other duties. Heir Ran, startled, exclaimed, Mom. Did Gao Yaoming hit you? Fong Ting reassured him. It's nothing serious, really. Heir Ran insisted, Mom, just wait. I'll be right there. In a state of urgency, he hung up and dashed to his bedroom. Noticing that Qu Yimian was still sound asleep, he quietly gathered his wallet and other essentials, closed the door, and rushed outside. Once out of the villa, he pondered for a moment before heading in the direction of the Yi family home. As the butler was about to greet him with a smile, Heir Ran rushed past him, calling out, Uncle Yi, are you home? Uncle Yi. He burst into the living room to find Yi Qingkong enjoying tea with several elders, including an elderly man with white hair whom he had not seen that morning, appearing to be in his 80s. Heir Ran, Auntie Yi called out cheerfully, prompting the elderly gentleman to perk up with excitement. Yi Qingkong rose to meet him, asking, What is the matter? My mother has been assaulted. Uncle Yi, she is at the police station. Could you please ask Aunt Chen for assistance? I'm not clear on the situation there. The police asked my mother to call me, saying that relatives from our hometown attacked her at the supermarket and advised me to take her to the hospital for an examination. The only person I could think of for help is Aunt Chen. Unbeknownst to Heir Ran, his words were akin to stirring a hornet's nest. What? Ting Ting has been attacked? By whom? I swear I will make him pay. Is it from the Gao family? These shameless ruffians dare to cause trouble in Beijing? Heaven has a path. Yet they choose to trespass into hell. Today, I will ensure that the Gao family understands that Beijing is not a place they can enter or exit at will. What condition is Ting Ting in? Yi Qingkong glanced around, realizing the officials present were far too high-ranking for the matter at hand. He swiftly grabbed the one with the lowest rank, declaring, You, come with us. Heir Ran, you drive. We will follow you. This is your older cousin, and he can handle the situation. If necessary, I will rally more support to ensure this matter is resolved. Okay, Heir Ran replied, hurrying out. His Qian was parked right at the entrance of the Yi residence. Yi Qingkong, accompanied by his cousin Ouyang, stepped into the high-performance vehicle. However, they had no inkling that as they approached the community entrance, preparing to present their access card, 3 or 4 cars followed closely behind them. Among them, one vehicle was familiar to Gao Ran. It was Yi Qingkong's car, which the Yi family chauffeur had previously used to transport Gao Ran for work at the Yi household. Gao Ran was momentarily taken aback and cast a glance at Yi Qingkong. Yi Qingkong, with a sense of resignation, urged, Let us go. No need to dwell on this. We must first ascertain the situation with Sister Fong. Gao Ran, equally concerned for his mother, hastened towards the police station. Yi Qingkong occupied the passenger seat. He turned to glance at Ouyang, and indeed, this young man was a traitor, fervently messaging the cars trailing behind them on his phone. Chapter 054. A heated request. Yi Qingkong gently reminded Ouyang. Ouyang lifted his eyelids to glance at him, fully aware that he had been caught. He hastened his typing speed before putting down his phone. Simultaneously, a childlike grin crept across his lips, as if he hoped to evade detection. Qi sighed in resignation. However, in that fleeting moment as he turned, his gaze shifted from Ouyang to Gao Ran. Ouyang was 5 years older than Gao Ran. Yet Gao Ran exuded a maturity and poise that far surpassed his own. This thought stirred a twinge of sympathy within Qi. Indeed, children from impoverished backgrounds mature early. Gao Ran parked the car in the police station lot, quickly disembarking and jogging toward the entrance. Qi, now in middle age and having spent 2 months idle at home, found it a struggle to keep pace with Gao Ran's light run. As he panted and quickened his steps, he urged Ouyang, "Hurry up." Ouyang quickened his pace to catch up. Gao Ran, "Wait for me." Once he saw Ouyang catching up, Qi ceased his pursuit. He turned around to observe a throng of individuals emerging from vehicles behind him, his lips twitching slightly. Those in the know understood they were there to assist. Those unaware might have mistaken them for a prison break. Inside the police station, Ouyang patted Gao Ran's shoulder, warmth radiating from his eyes. "Don't worry, leave this to me." He approached a desk and inquired softly, "Hello, comrade. May I ask?" "Director O, what brings you here?" A leader from the precinct, who happened to pass by, was startled upon seeing Ouyang and hurried forward to greet him enthusiastically. Gao Ran watched as a middle-aged man with a beer belly beamed at the 20-something Ouyang. The scene was rather surreal. The languid demeanor Ouyang had displayed in the car had vanished. His expression turned serious as he stood tall, addressing the newcomer, Director Jiang. "My relative has encountered some issues, and I have come to address them." Director Jiang immediately grew concerned. "What can I do for you?" "Just make a call if necessary." "You truly need not have come in person." Ouyang gestured towards Gao Ran beside him. "This is my cousin. My aunt runs a 7-Eleven across from the People's Hospital. Today, someone caused a disturbance at the store and even assaulted my aunt. The staff called the police, and they were all brought here." Upon hearing this, Director Jiang's expression hardened. "That is utterly unacceptable. To think such things could happen in Jing City is appalling. Rest assured, Director O, we will handle this matter appropriately. Those responsible will face severe consequences." Ouyang nodded. "I trust in Director Jiang's resolve to manage this matter effectively. I need to take my aunt home now." Ouyang consistently referred to Fong Ting as aunt, which Gao Ran assumed was a tactic to invoke sympathy and urgency from the precinct. In reality, Fong Ting was Ouyang's father's cousin, thus, it was fitting for him to address her as such. Director Jiang promptly inquired with the officers on duty and then led Ouyang and Gao Ran to Mediation Room 3. In a room cooled by air conditioning, Fong Ting sat in a chair, a glass of water poured for her, while police officers kept her company. Upon seeing that Fong Ting was being taken care of adequately, Director Jiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. He approached and took the statement from the officer, examining it with great attention. As Gao Ran entered, he was immediately struck by the sight of Fong Ting sitting there. He hurried over, bending down to inspect her face, which bore clear fingerprints. And one side was notably swollen. The swelling had developed rapidly, and now even the corner of her mouth exhibited a purplish hue, revealing the brutality of her assailant. Gao Ran's eyes filled with tears, and he clenched his fists, his voice trembling with concern. "Are there any other injuries?" Fong Ting, fearful of worrying her son, hastily stood up and reassured him. "I'm fine. Really. It's just a slap." There were many employees in the store, and he was quickly subdued. Ouyang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that just a single slap could cause such swelling on Fong Ting's face. He immediately lowered his head and discreetly sent a message to the family group. "Aunt's face is all swollen." The group erupted in a flurry of responses. Afraid of being discovered by Fong Ting and her son, he quickly tucked his phone away after his report. At that moment, his phone vibrated incessantly. But Ouyang feigned ignorance, standing composed. He instructed Gao Ran to take Fong Ting outside while he exchanged a few more words with Director Jiang. During this time, though Gao Ran supported Fong Ting as they walked out, his eyes were scanning the police station for any sign of Gao Yaoming. Fong Ting understood his concern. She feared her son might cause trouble. "He has been detained. You won't be able to see him. He was detained because I refused to reconcile in the mediation room." There was no way she could reconcile with someone like him. Her voice was soft, as any slight movement caused pain at the corner of her mouth. Gao Ran was heartbroken, struggling to find words. As they exited the police station, Qi rushed over from a distance, calling out, "Sister Fong! Sister Fong!" Upon seeing her face, he became frantic. "Let us go. We need to get to the hospital. The doctor should examine your injuries and prescribe some medication." Fong Ting recalled the previous female officer's words. "Yes, A report on the injuries would be prudent. She glanced at Yi Qingkong, feeling a bit embarrassed. Mr. Yi, I apologize for troubling you to come all this way. I assure you, there is no real issue on my end. Not at all, not at all. I haven't been of much help. Yi Qingkong replied. Gao Ran interjected. You two go ahead. I'll wait for Ouyang. Sure. Sister Fang. Let us get in the car. Yi Qingkong urged. Gao Ran turned back toward the police station. Fang Ting, worried he might cause a scene, wanted to call out to him, but Yi Qingkong stopped her. Sister Fang, don't worry. Ouyang may be young, but his position is significant. We should just wait in the car. On the other side of the parking lot, those who had gathered were in an uproar upon seeing Fang Ting. Had it not been for Yi Qingkong's insistence to keep them from getting out of their vehicles, Fang Ting would likely have been overwhelmed by the concern and affection of the Chen family. As Gao Ran stepped in, he unexpectedly encountered Ouyang, who was just exiting. With a gentle smile, Ouyang inquired, What is the matter? Are you here to pick me up? Ouyang, I feel like I could just hit him. Gao Ran's eyes turned crimson as he blurted out. Ouyang frowned slightly, wrapping an arm around Gao Ran's shoulders and leading him aside, whispering, You need to be sensible. This is a police station. Do you really want to get detained for assault here? Gao Ran's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ouyang. I've always been timid throughout my life, and others have often called me spineless, a fact I am well aware of. Yet, they fail to understand that I have never possessed the capital to take any risks. When other children get into trouble, their parents can handle it, and their misdeeds seem inconsequential. However, if I were to err, it could spell disaster for both my mother and me. Having lived at the bottom of society, if I refuse to acknowledge reality, if I remain lofty yet ineffectual, then how am I any different from a fool? My mother has worked tirelessly to raise me. I cannot afford to falter even once. I cannot allow her to bear the burden of my impulsiveness while she struggles to provide for me. Every decision I make has repercussions for her. Now that I can finally earn a bit of money, I haven't even given my mother a taste of a better life before witnessing her being harmed. I simply cannot swallow this indignation. I want to strike that scoundrel. I want to give him a good beating. Ouyang, can you assist me? Chapter 055. What to do when your wife is upset. Gao Ran's provocative remarks left Ouyang feeling quite unsettled. However, with so many eyes upon him, he could not afford to give anyone a handle against him. He patted Gao Ran's shoulder and asserted, How could someone like me, born under the red flag and raised in the light of the sun, possibly violate fundamental principles? I must be accountable to myself, to you, and to the public at large. Gao Ran remained silent. Ouyang then shifted his tone, leaning in to whisper, In life, one must sometimes exhibit flexibility. What seems unfeasible at this moment can be postponed. I have instructed Director Jiang to take good care of Gao Yaoying. There are matters we may find inconvenient, but they will find it much easier. Furthermore, once he is released during a dark and stormy night, we will have ample opportunities for retribution. You must learn to be more tactful in the future. Some troubles are not about whether you can confront them. Rather, it is about learning to approach them with foresight and strategy, ensuring you leave no trace behind. With Ouyang's persuasive words, he managed to coax Gao Ran away from the police station. Although Gao Ran appeared more composed than Ouyang, the latter's scheming mind was far more intricate than Gao Ran's navet. Upon seeing Gao Ran and the others return, Yi Qingkong took the initiative to enter the driver's seat. Gao Ran, you sit in the back with your mother. I will drive us to the hospital. Ouyang settled into the passenger seat. As he got in, he noticed a few parked cars nearby, their stillness exceeding his expectations. Once he fastened his seatbelt, he realized Yi Qingkong was gazing at him with a knowing look, remarking, Take it slow. Some matters cannot be rushed. You ought not to revel in the chaos. Leaning back, Ouyang responded lazily, I am not one to seek trouble. Upon arriving at the hospital, the group accompanied Fang Ting for a checkup and thorough examination. It was only at this juncture that Fang Ting hesitantly informed the doctor, Doctor, ever since I was struck on this ear, I have been experiencing a continuous ringing. It is rather bothersome. Initially, I thought it was cicada sounds, but I have realized that my ears perceive sounds differently. It must be tinnitus. Her words prompted concern among Gao Ran and the others. Following further examination, it was confirmed that Fang Ting had sustained minor hearing loss in her left ear, which was duly noted in the injury report. The doctor prescribed medication, including oral, topical, and eardrops. As the commotion settled, dusk had fallen. It was at this moment that Ouyang addressed Fang Ting and her son, saying, Director Jiang just called me, informing that Gao Yaoming has confessed everything at the police station. It turns out that the Gao family did not come alone. Gao Ran's uncle, Gao Wei, and Gao Yaoming's wife, Zheng Xiaoyan, accompanied him. Their primary purpose for coming to Jing City was to settle scores with you. You have hired a lawyer to sue them back home, demanding the return of the compensation from years past and the 2 properties under Gao Hong's name. They are unwilling to comply, believing that by creating a scene in Jing City, you would be intimidated and cease your efforts. However, due to your relocation and change of jobs, they have been unable to find you. Last night, Gao Wei and his son indulged in a night of heavy drinking, resulting in Gao Wei falling from a bridge in the landscaped area on their way back to the hotel, fracturing his leg. He is currently hospitalized at the People's Hospital. Gao Yiming ventured out at noon to buy lunch and unexpectedly encountered his aunt, upon which he unleashed his pent-up frustrations upon her. The police station has already informed Zheng Xiaoyan to pay a fine. It is only a matter of time before the Gao family learns of Gao Yiming's detention. Fang Ting, in disbelief, exclaimed, "How dare they come to settle scores with me and Gao Ran? Is there no sense of justice left? The actions of the Gao family are egregious. How could they dare to create a ruckus in the capital, as if it were their hometown?" Yang produced 2 business cards and handed them to the back. "Int. Gao Ran, here is a card for each of you. This is my business card. If the Gao family seeks you out again, simply give me a call." Fang Ting, "Thank you." Gao Ran, "Thank you, Brother Yang." Yang's leadership was vividly displayed at this moment as he meticulously organized their next steps regarding the small supermarket. "I advise Aunt to refrain from visiting for the next few days, especially since Gao Wei is at the People's Hospital, conveniently located across from the supermarket. While we are not afraid of them, any disturbance could adversely affect the business and add unnecessary stress." Fang Ting, "Understood." Yang continued, "Gao Ran, you should also stay indoors for the next few days, remaining within the community. They will surely not be able to find Ziyu Villa." Gao Ran, "Agreed." Concerned that the mother and son might still be preoccupied with the incident, Yang softly reassured them. Although Aunt has suffered today, one must recognize that misfortune can often lead to unexpected fortune. Gao Yiming has inadvertently handed us leverage against the Gao family. I have already instructed Director Jiang to interrogate him thoroughly, ensuring he divulges all the Gao family's secrets. There are certainly unsavory matters that they cannot escape. If he remains silent, we shall not release him. This time, we will settle both old grievances and new ones. I have also made arrangements with the court in your hometown. We will not show favoritism but will ensure a fair and just trial, which will be more than sufficient for the Gao family to endure." Fang Ting and her son expressed their gratitude once more. Upon entering the community, Gao Ran dropped off Yu Qingkong and Yang at the Yi family's doorstep. Watching them enter the courtyard, Gao Ran continued driving home. Qu Yimian awaited anxiously in the living room. Upon their return, Qu Yimian hurriedly approached. "Mom." Fang Ting's face, having received treatment at the hospital, was still swollen and appeared quite pitiful. She, fearing Qu Yimian's concern, quickly reassured, "I'm fine, don't worry." Qu Yimian cast a reproachful glance at Gao Ran, choosing not to speak to him, and moved forward to support Fang Ting, silently expressing her discontent towards Gao Ran through her actions. She scrutinized Fang Ting's face, her clear eyes reflecting not only concern but also a fleeting flash of fierce determination. Qu Yimian concealed her emotions, already devising 108 ways for Gao Yiming to meet his demise in her mind. "Mother, in the future, should such matters arise, please be sure to call me immediately. We are family. It is unfathomable that the Yi family is aware while I remain in the dark. You cannot imagine how worried I am for you." Gao Ran could sense that Qu Yimian was addressing him with these words. He hurried to explain. "When I received the news this afternoon, you were sleeping, so..." She interrupted Gao Ran, serving a bowl of mung bean and lily soup to Fang Ting, saying, "Mother, please drink this. It clears heat and detoxifies." Fang Ting, feeling parched, accepted it with both hands. "All right, thank you, Mian Mian." Gao Ran attempted to interject, "Mian Mian." Qu Yimian continued, "The Yi family may have meant well, but they are all official people. An entire family's interests are intertwined. A single action can trigger a chain reaction. Even if they assist us in resolving this matter, it is impossible for them to openly seek revenge for us. Since we can handle this ourselves, there is no need to owe the Yi family a favor. If I were in charge today, I would have ensured Wei Zi dealt him a severe blow halfway, leaving him too terrified to speak of it. In the event of a similar situation in the future, you must call me. Regardless of whether I am asleep or in a meeting, nothing is more important than your matters." Fang Ting replied, "All right." Gao Ran thought to himself, "This is disastrous. My wife is not listening to me at all and seems genuinely upset. I have no experience in soothing a woman. What should I do?" Chapter 056, Please rub my belly. Fong Ting sensed her daughter-in-law's anger. As she sipped her mung bean soup, she pondered ways to assist her son. Noticing her son gazing longingly at Qu Yimian, an idea struck Fong Ting, and she smiled as she set down her spoon. Gao Ran, this mung bean soup is truly delicious. Do serve a bowl for Mian as well. Just as Gao Ran was about to step forward, he heard Qu Yimian decline. No need. I've already had some. Mom, there's still a matter to attend to at the Qu family, so I must return tonight. I will come back to see you tomorrow. With that, Qu Yimian turned and descended the stairs to change her clothes. As she entered the elevator, Fong Ting looked at her son with disdain. What are you doing standing there like a lamppost? Go up. Chase after her. Comfort her. Gao Ran, feeling rather helpless, replied. But I don't know how to comfort her. Fong Ting set down her bowl and lightly punched him. You big fool. Just hold her and admit your mistake. Apologize. No matter what she says, just hold on to her tightly. It's all your fault anyway. Hurry up and go. Fong Ting's words provided Gao Ran with a semblance of guidance. He hurried up the stairs, arriving at the suite's door, only to find the bedroom door locked from the inside. Unable to embrace Qu Yimian, he instead leaned against the door, sincerely apologizing. I'm sorry. My love. I was wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. No matter what happens in the future, whether you're sleeping or busy. If there is any sign of trouble, I will be the first to call you. I was wrong, my dear. Please forgive me. The sound of soft footsteps approached, and the door opened from the inside. Qu Yimian had changed from her loungewear into her outdoor attire. Perhaps due to her menstrual cycle, she appeared slightly unwell, lacking makeup. Her youthful face pale, and her long hair casually cascading over her shoulders. Qu Yimian glanced at him with clear eyes. Step aside. I'm going home. This is your home. Gao Ran boldly lunged forward, enveloping her in his embrace. Breathing in her fragrant hair, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. My love. I realize my mistakes. Truly, it won't happen again. Qu Yimian remained silent for a moment before responding. Gao Ran, in this world, even blood brothers might stab you in the back. What makes you think the Yi family will assist you? Why should the Yi family help you? Do you think you can escape repaying the favors you owe? I do not wish for you to place undue trust in the Yi family. Nor do I want you to carelessly incur debts of gratitude. For days had passed. All international deliveries and DNA tests had yielded results. She had discovered Fong Ting's true identity. If the Yi family had genuinely acted as promised, there would be no reason for silence until now. From Qu Yimian's perspective, it was only natural to assume that the Yi family was coveting the immense wealth of Qin Bachin, thus striving to conceal Fong Ting's identity. Naturally, Qu Yimian felt cautious around such individuals. Gao Ran slightly loosened his grip, resting his forehead against hers, and gently said, I understand that owing favors is unwise, and I shall refrain from it in the future. However, the Yi family is truly wonderful. They have assisted me on several occasions, and in the future, I shall likewise extend my help to them. I believe this embodies the essence of mutual support among individuals. Mian, friendships are cultivated through shared experiences. Spend a few more moments with the Yi family, and you shall come to understand their genuine kindness. Qu Yimian, you big fool. Gao Ran, why does my mother sound just like a wife, always calling me a big fool? He kissed her softly on the lips. Are you no longer angry? Qu Yimian struggled momentarily but could not break free, retorting, I truly need to return to handle some matters. Gao Ran reluctantly released her. Mian. I shall strive to become stronger. Qu Yimian's lips curled into a teasing smile. How do you plan to grow stronger? Gao Ran had indeed contemplated this question. So he candidly replied, It is said that wealth brings confidence. I will work diligently to earn money. Once my pockets are filled, I shall feel secure, and my interactions with others will carry more assurance. Thus, my first step towards strength is to earn money. To earn money relentlessly. Qu Yimian could not help but burst into laughter. Do you even have a second step? Gao Ran, of course. He shyly averted his gaze, cleared his throat, and added, I hope that in 10 years, my name, Gao Ran, will be well known in the field of cultural relic restoration. That way, I can possess both wealth and fame, enabling me to better protect you and my mother. As Qu Yimian listened to his words, her gaze softened gradually. Gao Ran, yes? Qu Yimian, you are the purest-hearted man I have ever encountered. Gao Ran, Qu Yimian, you are kind, gentle, upright, and warm. I feel privileged to marry you. I shall remember the 2 steps you mentioned, and I eagerly await the day when you become wealthy and renowned. I look forward to you growing strong enough to protect me, my mother, and our future children. Gao Ran's nose suddenly tinged with emotion. He was not one to indulge in sentimentality. He often struggled to express his feelings, yet Qu Yimian consistently touched his heart. Despite her privileged upbringing and the disparity between them, she never dismissed his dreams as fanciful. She even encouraged him and believed in him. Gao Ran embraced Qu Yimian tightly. I cannot bear to see you go. Please, do not leave tonight. Qu Yimian remained silent for a considerable time, mentally reviewing the matters she needed to address that evening. She raised her hand, glancing at her watch through Gao Ran's shoulder. It was already past 9. Resolutely, she decided, all right, I shall stay tonight. But my stomach aches a bit. Could you massage it for me? Gao Ran. Certainly. He lifted her in a princess carry towards their shared bed. Fong Ting waited downstairs for half an hour. As Gao Ran did not descend, her smile widened. Later, she saw Chun-Li carrying a tray, which contained Gao Ran's dinner. Chun-Li said, the young lady mentioned that the son-in-law has not had dinner, so she asked me to deliver a portion to him. Fong Ting felt utterly reassured. The following day, a deer wandered through the morning mist. The sandpiper glided across the surface of the lake, its graceful silhouette slicing through the sky, heralding the dawn. Gao Ran, Qu Yimian, and Fong Ting took advantage of the tranquil morning to stroll along the lakeside, and upon their return, they savored an al fresco breakfast in their courtyard. Relishing the rare serenity of life, Su Wei approached Qu Yimian and whispered, Miss Chu, the secretary of Chairman Chen has conveyed that you need not travel to Hong Kong. Qu Yimian furrowed her brow and turned her gaze towards Su Wei. He continued quietly, Chairman Chen and his wife have come to Beijing and are currently guests at the Yi residence. Qu Yimian felt uncertain about the character of Yi Qingkong and his spouse. What could this mean? Su Wei added, the chairman's secretary mentioned that Chairman Chen welcomes you to visit at your convenience. Qu Yimian emphatically set down her utensils and glared at Su Wei. Who taught you this manner of speaking, pausing after every sentence? Just as Su Wei was about to lower his head in apology, a burst of laughter from Chun-Li echoed in the air. Su Wei, Qu Yimian. Chapter 057. The stalwart Chenbachan. It was the first encounter for Fong Ting and her son with Qu Yimian, who displayed her aristocratic demeanor before them. However, they did not perceive Qu Yimian as fierce. To them, it seemed that such a gentle-natured girl could be provoked only due to Su Wei's inadequacies in his work. They were uninterested in inquiring about her professional matters and continued to enjoy their meal in silence. After breakfast, Qu Yimian personally applied medicine to Fong Ting's face and ears, reminding her to take anti-inflammatory medication half an hour later before bidding farewell to Gao Ran and stepping out. In the eyes of Fong Ting and her son, there was no daughter-in-law more devoted and considerate than Qu Yimian, nor a more perfect wife. In the study on the second floor of the Yi residence, a sunlit garden converted into a writing room boasted rare flowers and bookshelves. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a clear view of the beautiful community during the day and the stars at night, allowing one to witness sunrises as well. The morning sunlight cascaded gently, filling the air with the enchanting fragrance of flowers and books, creating a romantic ambience. Upon entering, Qu Yimian felt an immediate sense of tranquility. Yi Qingkong smiled and said, Mian Mian, please have a seat. I shall brew some tea for you. My uncle will arrive shortly. All right, Qu Yimian replied. Yi Qingkong gestured for her to sit among the flowers while he prepared the tea. This is where I come to write my scripts. It may be a bit disordered, so please excuse me, he said, smiling. The glass is one way, so while it appears transparent, those outside cannot see in. His face radiated uncontainable joy as he spoke. The Chen family had been enveloped in exuberance lately, with Fong Ting and Gao Ran both returning home. Although the process had been fraught with difficulties for mother and son, the outcome was ultimately favorable. Qu Yimian wore a warm smile. It's not disordered. One might call it a charming chaos. This style is quite cozy. Uncle Yu certainly knows how to save her life. Yi Qingkong presented a cup of tea to Qu Yimian with both hands. She graciously accepted it, merely inhaling the aroma before exclaiming, Uncle Yu truly understands the art of living. This delicate wild tea is quite rare. Yi Qingkong's eyes sparkled with surprise. You can discern it? Qu Yimian took a sip, her smile widening as she remarked, it is rich and refreshing, sweet with a lingering aftertaste, and possesses the fragrance of wildflowers. Ha ha ha. Yi Qingkong exclaimed with delight. This tea was gifted by a friend of mine who lives in the mountains of Fujian. He collects this wild tea and infuses it with wildflower scents annually. I find it to be quite unique. I once brewed it for Gao Ran, and he drank it as if it were water. Ha ha ha. Qu Yimian's gaze softened further. Gao Ran is quite innocent and not adept at pretense. That is precisely what makes him so admirable. Indeed, Yi Qingkong agreed enthusiastically. Just then, Chen Bachan entered, accompanied by his secretary. As a younger generation, Qu Yimian promptly rose and greeted him, Chairman Chen. Chen Buochuan cast a lingering glance at Qu Yimian, gesturing for her to sit. With his silver hair and the assistance of his secretary, he settled into the seat that Yi Qingkong had prepared for him well in advance. Once he was comfortably seated, Yi Qingkong and Qu Yimian took their places. Qu Yimian instinctively glanced at Yi Qingkong, who, with a playful grin, feigned ignorance, saying, "Uncle is getting on in years. You shouldn't be left alone, so I'll brew some tea for you. You may converse freely, as if I were not here at all." As he spoke, he placed a cup of tea in front of Chen Buochuan and refilled Qu Yimian's cup, adding, "After all, we are all family." Qu Yimian understood. It seemed the spoon used by my mother-in-law had already been scrutinized by them, although Chen Buochuan's eyes bore the weight of many trials. They were a deep, lustrous black, almost unfathomable. His gaze fixed on Qu Yimian. "So, you were aware of the DNA results all along?" Qu Yimian had no intention of concealing the truth. "I found out the day after I gave the spoon to Uncle Yi and the others." Chen Buochuan's expression remained inscrutable. "Why did you not inform Gao Ran and Tingting?" Qu Yimian met his gaze. "Chairman Chen is an astute individual, surely. You can deduce the answer." Chen Buochuan nodded slowly. "You are testing the Yi family." Qu Yimian took a sip of her tea, savoring its aroma, and replied softly, "As I mentioned earlier, Gao Ran's innocence is his most precious trait, which is why I worry he might be exploited or bullied. It is only natural to ascertain whether his friends are genuinely sincere with him, is it not?" Yi Qingkong listened, finding her reasoning sound, yet felt a twinge of discontent. Was the Yi family truly comprised of such treacherous individuals? However, considering Gao Ran, he sighed and decided to let it go. Chen Buochuan concurred. Indeed, Gao Ran's naive. It makes him an easy target for those close to him, who may take advantage of him without his awareness. Qu Yimian smiled mischievously. "The reason I contacted your secretary was that, after several days of silence from both the Yi and Chen families, I mistakenly believed the Yi family was concealing this matter. Thus, I considered approaching you directly. Regardless of the angle, I am protecting Gao Ran and aiding him. Therefore, I fail to comprehend your insinuation regarding those who might take advantage of him." Chen Buochuan responded straightforwardly. "You intend for Gao Ran to marry you and bear a son who will carry your surname. Is this not a form of bullying?" Qu Yimian smirked, resolutely unyielding. "This is clearly care, consideration, and affection. I am well aware of the burdens my mother-in-law bears in raising Gao Ran, which is why I have not insisted on his complete adoption into my family. He may have 2 or 3 sons. I merely request one son to bear the surname Qu. Is that too much to ask? I do not believe so. Many ordinary couples have their firstborn take the father's surname and the second take the mother's, and they live harmoniously. Why then? Is it perceived as me bullying Gao Ran in your view?" Chen Buochuan inhaled deeply. "Why do you insist on a secret marriage? Is it not because you disdain the humble origins of Gao Ran, deeming her unworthy of your stature?" Qu Yimian drained her cup of tea in one bold gulp, then turned it upside down on the table. Rising to her feet, she discarded all formalities, addressing Chen Buochuan with a casual "you." Refusing even to cast a glance in his direction. "You have become nothing more than a parasite in my belly. How absurd. My clandestine marriage is solely to protect Gao Ran. My stepmother is intent on introducing her nephew to me, should they discover my relationship with Gao Ran. I fear that before you can arrive from Hong Kong to Beijing, she will have met with countless unfortunate accidents." Chen Buochuan retorted, "You. How could you possess such a venomous heart to utter such words? The rumors circulating in the world are indeed true. You are nothing but a cold-hearted vixen. My Gao Ran is pure and unpretentious, far too noble to stoop to your level. Who do you think you are?" Qu Yimian's temper flared, her gaze piercing as she glared at Chen Buochuan. "My mother-in-law adores me. Gao Ran cherishes me. The conditions I proposed before marriage were accepted by both my mother-in-law and Gao Ran. I am not living my life for your approval." Chapter 58. The intense dilemma. Chen Buochuan seemed taken aback by the fiery temperament of the young girl before him. Pointing at Qu Yimian, his blood pressure surged as he exclaimed, "Regardless of the circumstances, I am a senior in Gao Ran's life. How dare you speak to your elder in such a manner? Respect is reciprocal. From the moment we met, I have shown you my respect. And I have continuously clarified my position in response to your doubts. It is you who has donned tinted glasses and harbored prejudices against me. I have tolerated you once, twice, but 3 times is beyond reason. I am not a ninja turtle." After finishing her retort, Qu Yimian let out a cold snort and continued. "Where were you when Fong Ting endured suffering and injustice throughout her life? Where were you when Gao Ran was bullied growing up? Now, you suddenly emerge, self-proclaiming to be an elder, while meddling in the blissful marriage of your juniors. I deem such an elder to be a malignant tumor. It is better not to acknowledge you at all. Qu Yimian then turned her gaze toward the utterly stunned Yi Qingkong. She flicked her hair, took a deep breath, and donned a smile as she said, Uncle Yi, thank you for the tea. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave now. With that, she strode away decisively. Yi Qingkong hurriedly stood up to persuade her. Mianmin. Mianmin, we are family. Let us discuss this amicably. Mianmin. Mianmin yet. Qu Yimian continued on her path, entirely disregarding Chen Buchuan. What if he was the wealthiest man in Hong Kong? She was reliant on him for her livelihood. Yi Qingkong, helpless, turned to the seated Chen Buchuan, saying, Uncle, what on earth are you doing? Did we not agree that Mian would first communicate with Gao Ran, allowing him to gradually converse with Sister Fong, so that when everyone meets, there would be a smooth transition and it would not be too abrupt? Chen Buchuan glared in frustration. How was I to know she had such a temper? She cannot be spoken to without a reaction. Yi Qingkong held his forehead in exasperation. You didn't just say one sentence. You uttered countless statements. Whether you wish for Gao Ran's child to bear the Qin surname or desire Qu Yimian to publicly acknowledge her marriage to Gao Ran, we must proceed step by step. Rome was built in a day, after all. Moreover, Mianmin is correct. These matters were discussed prior to her marriage with Gao Ran and Sister Fong, and they consented. Mianmin married them under no guise of deceit or oppression. Chen Buchuan dismissed the argument. A man must ensure his child carries his surname. Yi Qingkong sighed. At his current age, he was considered a bridge between generations. He had witnessed numerous families with second children, where the first bore the father's surname, and the second took the mother's. He had also encountered families where both spouses were only children, referring to both sets of grandparents as grandfather and grandmother. Yet, at over 80 years of age, Chen Buchuan's mindset remained remarkably traditional. To alter his views was an insurmountable challenge, and regressing in his beliefs seemed equally implausible. In recent days, relatives of the Chun family had gathered at the Yi residence for several days, with departures beginning only yesterday. After all, everyone had their own responsibilities and obligations in work and life, making it impossible for them to linger at the Yi household for 5 or 6 consecutive days. It is precisely for this reason that the responsibility of caring for the Chun Bachin couple has temporarily fallen upon the shoulders of Yi Qingkong and his spouse. Meanwhile, Chun Jiang has to return to work, and Yi Bowen is back at the film set. Thus, the burden of the Yi family now rests solely on Yi Qingkong. He conversed with Chan Bachin for quite some time, exhausting 3 pots of tea, yet despite his fervent efforts, he could not persuade Chen Bachin to alter his perspective. Yi Qingkong felt an overwhelming sense of despair. In the adjacent villa, Gao Ran appeared troubled. Mr. Gao's calligraphy had entered another phase, necessitating a quiet placement for 48 hours. Not wishing to squander time, Gao Ran arranged for another client seeking to restore a thenka to come over. Thenkas, being a craft he had practiced extensively during his training, did not seem particularly challenging to him. However, as Mr. Zheng gradually unfurled his cherished thenka scroll before Gao Ran, he hesitated. In fact, he contemplated returning the deposit to the client. The pigments on this thenka were derived from natural gemstones, meticulously ground into powder and applied painstakingly. For instance, the reds and oranges were created using powdered bloodstone and southern red agate, while the blues and greens were crafted from lapis lazuli and turquoise. Some areas even featured exquisite materials like gold leaf and deep-sea coral. Consequently, this thenka shimmered vibrantly, its colors remaining vivid and unoxidized despite the passage of years. Yet, a small hole had been accidentally burned into the piece by a candle flame during its veneration by its previous owner. Gao Ran's task was to mend this damage. When I accepted your deposit, I merely viewed a photograph on my phone and assumed it was an ordinary thenka. Natural organic gemstones as pigments did not seem daunting. However, Gao Ran inhaled deeply, his expression troubled. This piece may be beyond my capabilities. Mr. Zheng understood. Teacher Gao, I am truly at my wit's end. How could I have been so careless as to burn a hole in this painting? I have been restless day and night, feeling as though I have offended the deities. Teacher Gao, I have sought help from many others, yet none have agreed to assist me. It was out of desperation that I sought you. Mr. Zhang also admitted that he had initially sent only a vague photograph to Gao Ran, harboring a hope to deceive. I implore you, Teacher Gao, if you refuse my plea, I fear I may succumb to depression. Gao Ran felt a surge of frustration. During his apprenticeship, he had heard his master speak of human skin thenkas. Centuries ago, certain Tibetan esoteric traditions would, upon the passing of an enlightened monk, skin the body to create scroll-like thenkas for worship, believed to bless the household with tranquility. There were also those who, having committed heinous acts, were skinned alive to produce thankas, serving to ward off evil and likewise ensure domestic peace. At the time, Gao Ran had questioned, human skin thankas? Could this be a form of cult? However, as he encountered more antiquities, including human skin drums and artifacts crafted from the skulls of direct relatives, his master guided him through these experiences, gradually broadening his horizons. Although he did not fully comprehend or agree with certain religious cultures, he endeavored to refrain from commentary or offense. He had learned from his master the intricate art of preserving human skin artifacts, yet at that time, it was solely under his master's coercion. He had never anticipated that after establishing his own independent practice, he would be tasked with handling matters related to human skin. Mr. Zheng, observing Gao Ran's evident discomfort, resorted to a bit of playful persuasion, saying, Teacher Gao, you have already accepted the deposit. You cannot simply renege on your word. If this were to leak out, others would only assume that your skills are lacking, and then no one would seek your services again. The reputation you have painstakingly built would be at stake. Chapter 059. He is not easily swayed. Mr. Zheng contemplated a balanced approach of both kindness and firmness towards Gao Ran. A mutual acquaintance had previously informed him that Gao Ran was an orphan, entirely devoid of temper or connections, yet possessed remarkable skills that could be easily manipulated. Although Gao Ran's invitation to the Ziyu villa surprised him, upon reflection, it was not difficult to comprehend. After all, the young man was merely embarking on his entrepreneurial journey, establishing an antique restoration studio, and had likely earned some money to rent a beautiful villa for the sake of appearances. If Gao Ran were indeed capable of purchasing such an extravagant property worth billions, why would he resort to restoring antiques for a living? A glimmer of determination flickered in Mr. Zheng's eyes. He leaned back against the sofa, crossed his legs, and casually remarked, Of course. If Teacher Gao does not concern himself with reputation, I am indifferent as well, although I am acquainted with numerous individuals in this circle. Reputation is akin to a contagious disease, one that spreads from person to person. He retrieved a cigar from his pocket, but Gao Ran promptly interrupted. I'm afraid smoking is not permitted here. Mr. Zheng chuckled softly and returned the cigar to its box. No matter. I shall grant Teacher Gao a few moments to consider. Gao Ran felt somewhat exasperated. Previously, Mr. Liao had issued threats, and now Mr. Zheng, while not overly menacing, was equally coercive in his manner. Did he really project such an easily bullied image? Restoration is feasible, Gao Ran stated expressionlessly. But the price will certainly not adhere to our previous agreement. Mr. Zheng's smile faltered. What did you say? Gao Ran replied candidly. I initially accepted a deposit of 100,000 yuan from you, estimating the restoration cost at 200,000. This was based on my ignorance of the fact that it was a human skin thanka. Now that I have examined the thanka and confirmed its composition as human skin, coupled with the fact that its pigments are entirely derived from natural gemstones, how could I possibly charge only 200,000? I assure you that the restored human skin thanka will be indistinguishable from the one you previously viewed. I possess that skill. However, if you find the price prohibitive, then it is beyond my control. You may seek another expert. Gao Ran spread his hands in a gesture of resignation, revealing a look of utter helplessness. It was not a matter of his dishonor in retracting the agreement after receiving the deposit. Rather, it was Mr. Zheng who had concealed the material of the thanka from the outset. With the revised pricing now appearing daunting, he would have to seek alternatives. Gao Ran fixed his gaze intently on Mr. Zheng, perceiving shock, surprise, anger, and resentment reflected in the latter's eyes. He met that gaze with a composed demeanor, though a hint of trepidation lingered within him. In this confrontation, he felt akin to a child donning an adult's suit. Yet, every journey begins with a first step. It was evident that employers perceived him as easily manipulated, a notion undoubtedly linked to the persona he had previously projected. In consideration of a long-term strategy and in order to fulfill his promise to protect his mother and Yimian, he must compel himself to adopt a more resolute demeanor. After a brief interval of 2 minutes, Gao Ran rose and declared, Since Mr. Zheng shows no inclination to continue our collaboration, I shall not detain you any longer. He called out towards the door, Chun-Li, see our guest out. The door swung open, revealing Chun-Li, accompanied by 2 bodyguards clad in black suits. They approached Mr. Zheng, with Chun-Li stating, Mr. Zheng, please. Mr. Zheng's expression shifted unpredictably as he was about to utter some harsh words, when Gao Ran interjected with a cold smile. Mr. Zheng may not be aware, but prior to your arrival, someone compelled me to take on a task. When I refused, he dispatched individuals to abduct me to a remote location, attempting to coerce and entice me. Mr. Zhang's countenance hardened. Gao Ran continued with a light laugh, however. I was subsequently rescued, and those who kidnapped me are currently residing in the police station. We now live in a society governed by law. I, Gao Ran, may lack significant connections, but I firmly believe that righteousness will ultimately prevail over evil. All nefarious forces are mere paper tigers before the law enforcement. This includes intimidation or threats. Therefore, there is no need for you to employ a dual approach with me. I, Gao Ran, am impervious to such tactics. Mr. Zheng rose with a derisive smile. Very well, Teacher Gao. If the mountain does not turn, the water shall flow. He carefully stored the thanka and turned to leave. Qinli instructed the two bodyguards to personally escort him, ensuring his safe exit from the premises. Gao Ran exhaled a sigh of relief and raised his coffee cup to take a sip, only to be interrupted by a voice. Teacher Gao. Ha ha, I was merely jesting with you. With a splutter, Gao Ran sprayed coffee everywhere. Qinli, bemused, handed him a tissue to wipe his mouth, then cast a reproachful glance at the two bodyguards as Mr. Zheng returned, presenting the thanka and placing it on the sofa. Teacher Gao 1. 5 million is acceptable. As long as you can restore this thanka, everything is negotiable. Gao Ran found this truly perplexing. Despite the rarity of human skin thankas, which dated back a millennium, auction records in the capital had shown that they typically fetched just over 1 million, as many were apprehensive about such items. He had intentionally quoted a price of 1.5 million to avoid the task, yet Mr. Zheng had surprisingly acquiesced. Gao Ran scrutinized him. Are you certain? I require payment up front before the restoration. Mr. Zheng replied. Can you guarantee completion within 7 days, restoring it to its original condition? Gao Ran affirmed. That is not an issue. Mr. Zheng stated. We can sign the contract immediately. Upon signing, I will make the payment without delay. Gao Ran gazed at him thoughtfully before proceeding to his desk, opening his computer to retrieve the contract template for commissions from his studio. After making the necessary adjustments for Mr. Zheng's specific case, he printed 3 copies. Once printed, both parties verified the details, signed, and completed the payment. Mr. Zheng took 1 copy of the contract with him. Qinli glanced at the account payment notification on his phone and smiled faintly. Boss, we've received it. Gao Ran nodded slightly and extended his hand. Mr. Zheng, may our collaboration be fruitful. Until we meet again in 7 days. Mr. Zheng, equally exhilarated, shook his hand in agreement. Indeed, a pleasant cooperation. This time, Qinli personally saw Mr. Zheng off. He quickly returned to find Gao Ran meticulously examining a tonka spread out on the workbench, magnifying glass in hand. Approaching with a smile, he remarked, Son-in-law, our studio has had a commendable income this month. Yet, Gao Ran sensed an underlying unease. He turned to Qinli, inquiring, May I utilize the private investigator that Qu Yimian employs? Qinli paused momentarily, then, with a hint of pride, replied, Son-in-law, if you ever require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. There are times when we need a private investigator, but often, a mere phone call can grant us the favor of many officials. Chapter 060. The Yi family's visit. I wish to inquire how Mr. Zheng came into possession of this thanka. The restoration fee I proposed is evidently higher than the intrinsic value of the thanka itself, which perplexes me greatly. If he desired, he could easily procure another one from an elderly Tibetan collector. Gao Ran expressed his curiosity. Qinli nodded in understanding. Very well, I shall investigate this matter at once. Gao Ran donned gloves and, armed with a magnifying glass, examined the thanka meticulously. The artwork depicted green Tara, an incarnation of the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara. She was resplendent in emerald green, a color symbolizing the principal endeavors of Tibetan Buddhism, representing the body of the Buddha of unobstructed accomplishment. With 2 arms, a graceful visage, youthful elegance, and a slender form, she exuded unparalleled beauty. Adorned with a crown of 5 small Buddhas atop her head, she radiated brilliant rainbow light. Her body bedecked with a myriad of exquisite jewels. Draped in a vibrant celestial garment, her layered skirt flowed ethereally, presenting an image of majestic beauty, compassion, and solemnity. Indeed, it was a breathtaking masterpiece. Gao Ran could not help but exclaim, this must have been crafted from the visage of an extraordinarily renowned high monk. Qinli furrowed his brow. How do you deduce that, my lord? Gao Ran elaborated thoughtfully, in the context of Tibetan secret Buddhism. Not every visage may be rendered into a thanka, nor does every visage possess the honor of being depicted alongside deities for future reverence. For instance, an irredeemably wicked person would be flayed alive, their image transformed into a grotesque and wild representation, intended to intimidate malevolent spirits. In contrast, the figure before us has been transmuted into the dignified and compassionate Green Terra. From the character presented in the Thanko alone, one can ascertain the identity of the individual in life. Furthermore, consider the artistry and the use of precious natural pigments. Such treatment is not afforded to just any high monk. Only those who are exceedingly renowned, with a multitude of devoted followers, are privileged enough to possess such divine craftsmanship. Qinli nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Gao Ran. My lord, are you still accepting disciples? Ah, Gao Ran replied. Do you think I would be suitable? Qinli inquired. Gao Ran naturally wished to take on disciples. However, his master had established specific rules regarding the selection of students, and it was clear that Qinli did not fall within those parameters. Apologetically, Gao Ran smiled. You have surpassed the age for learning. Qinli forced a chuckle. No worries, I was merely asking out of curiosity. My lord, I shall now proceed to investigate the origins of this Thanka. Very well, go ahead. After Qinli departed, Gao Ran remained alone in the studio for an entire day, perhaps due to the unique materials. He kept the curtains and lights open to ensure the room was as bright as day. Once evening fell, he promptly removed his apron and gloves, washing his hands meticulously at the sink before leaving the studio. Fong Ting was on the first floor, engrossed in a television drama. Upon seeing Gao Ran, she momentarily froze. I asked Chun-Li to prepare a solo dinner for you. He will bring it up shortly. Why have you come down now? Gao Ran would not admit that he felt a twinge of trepidation himself. He chuckled and said, It's nothing. I was just thinking that one cannot be perpetually engrossed in work. I would like to accompany you for a meal, and after dining, we can take a leisurely stroll around the neighborhood as the evening temperatures drop. He leaned in closer and noticed that Fong Ting's injury had significantly improved. He inquired, Mom, are you still experiencing tinnitus? Fong Ting nodded. I have applied the medication. Just a moment ago, Mian called to remind me to do so. Gao Ran expressed his concern. Why is there still tinnitus? Fong Ting responded with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Did the doctor not say yesterday that if it persists for another 3 days, I should return for a checkup? If it subsides, there is no need for another visit. I've only applied the medication for a day. What is the rush? Let us wait and see. Gao Ran could only let out a sigh and patiently await the outcome. The mother and son nestled together, watching television and enjoying fruit. Time seemed to revert to the days when they lived in a small house, relying on each other, enveloped in tranquility and healing. Just then, Gao Ran's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he answered immediately, Uncle Yi? Yi Qingkong's voice was gentle yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. Gao Ran. Your Aunt Chun and I wish to come in and speak with you and your mother, but your housekeeper is preventing us from entering, stating that you are not receiving guests today. Gao Ran looked suspiciously at the busy housekeeper nearby. He did not see Qinli, who was likely stationed at the gate to intercept visitors. All the household staff, including Qinli, operated under the directives of Qu Yimian. Thus, it was evident that Qu Yimian was the one obstructing the Yi family from meeting him. Recalling Qu Yimian's attitude towards the Yi family the previous night, Gao Ran felt a flicker of uncertainty. Uncle Yi, are you and Aunt Chen still there? Yi Qingkong replied, Yes. Gao Ran responded, I will come out to meet you. He rose and headed outside. Regardless of the circumstances, the Yi family had assisted him on numerous occasions. He could not be ungrateful by shutting them out. Fong Ting sensed something was amiss. What is going on? Is Qingkong and the others coming to visit? Gao Ran replied, Yes, I'm going to check. Fong Ting frowned. Just let Qinli allow them in. As she spoke, she stood up and called out to a nearby maid. Have the kitchen prepare some fruit. The maid responded affirmatively. Fong Ting tidied her clothes and arranged the coffee table, making space for teacups and fruit. Gao Ran arrived at the gate. Uncle Yu. Aunt Chen. He reached for the door, only to be reminded by Chun-Li. Sir, Miss said that if she is not back today, I must ensure you do not meet with the Yi family privately. Gao Ran felt quite embarrassed, although Qin-Li's voice was soft. Stating this in front of Yi Qingkong and his wife was rather inappropriate. Moreover, Gao Ran already owed the Yi family a debt of gratitude. He opened the door and spoke on behalf of Qu Yimian, trying to maintain decorum. It's fine. I will have a word with Mian about it. Uncle Yi. Aunt Chen, please come in. In truth, Mian's reluctance to allow visitors stems not only from her desire to protect us, but also from her fear that individuals from the Gao family might disrupt our peace and further burden my mother. Thus, she has resolutely declined all guests. Yi Qingkong expressed a hint of regret, stating, Gao Ran, today's incident was our fault. We inadvertently upset Mian, and we have come specifically to clarify the situation. Gao Ran responded, Oh, what exactly is going on? Chun Jiaying, feeling somewhat embarrassed, added, "My uncle has been accustomed to a position of authority. His manner of speaking and approach to tasks are reflective of that." He did not anticipate that Mianmin would not grant him the respect he expected. Upon returning home and learning of the situation, I felt particularly disheartened. We are all family, and I sincerely hope that misunderstandings do not lead to any rifts among us. Chapter 61. The truth of the past. Gao Ran was momentarily bewildered by the words exchanged between Uncle Yi and Aunt Qin. He took a couple of steps back and said, "Uncle Yi, Aunt Qin, perhaps we should discuss this inside." The couple nodded and followed Gao Ran indoors. Qinli, maintaining a serious demeanor, closed the courtyard door. Instead of immediately joining them, he seized the opportunity while they entered the house to swiftly send a voice message to Su Wei. "Wei Gu, Director Yi, and Bureau Chief Chun have arrived. I didn't let them in, but they called my son-in-law, and he allowed them entry." After sending the message, he hastened to catch up with the others. As Fang Ting saw them approach, her face lit up with joy. "Qin Kong, Ying, come, have a seat." The table was already laden with a fruit platter. At that moment, a maid was bringing over tea on a tray. After a round of pleasantries, everyone took their seats, and Fang Ting invited them to enjoy the tea. Out of politeness, Uncle Yi and Aunt Qin lifted their cups and took a sip. Qin Kong's expression changed as he remarked, "Ah, this aged white tea is excellently brewed. Quite delightful." Fang Ting chuckled. "This is what Mian gave me, suggesting I brew it at home these days. I find it quite enjoyable. I didn't realize it was white tea." Qin Kong nodded. "This is Anji white tea. Drinking white tea is beneficial. It has calming and anti-inflammatory properties." As he spoke, his gaze lingered on Fang Ting's face, and recalling the unexpected events of the previous day, he couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder Gao Ran says Mian is a gentle and kind girl. It is evident how much she cares for you and your son." Fang Ting quickly grasped his sentiment. Instinctively, she touched her cheek, feeling an immense warmth in her heart. This daughter-in-law was as considerate as her own flesh and blood. "Of course, my Mian is gentle and kind," Fang Ting replied with a smile. "You have only seen this white tea. Her care for me is even more meticulous. The cosmetics and clothes I use now, she has purchased for me in bulk. Though she is not short of money, her time is undoubtedly more precious than money. Yet she chooses to spend it selecting the best for me. Such thoughtfulness is akin to that for a biological daughter. In her leisure, she delights in cuddling up to me, calling me mama in such a way that melts my heart. There is no daughter-in-law in this world quite like her." As Fang Ting extolled the virtues of her daughter-in-law, her words flowed freely, with happiness and joy radiating from her expression. Uncle Yi and Aunt Qin exchanged knowing looks. Their concerns alleviated. They had harbored worries that Qu Yimian might preemptively elaborate on today's events to Fang Ting and her son. However, it appeared that Qu Yimian's perspective was broader than they had anticipated. The concerns they had nursed throughout the day had not materialized. Instead, it seemed somewhat petty for them to broach the subject themselves. For a moment, Qin Jie-ing felt a tinge of awkwardness on her face. Yet, having come this far, and with her cousin present alongside an elderly couple in the next room, she felt compelled to speak. "Sister Fang, do you remember when I mentioned my uncle and aunt lost a child?" Qin Jie-ing set down her teacup, striving to maintain her composure. Fang Ting responded promptly. "Of course I remember. What is the matter?" Qin Jie-ing continued. "That day I only shared part of the story. In fact, my uncle was once a scientist, immersed in his research laboratory. He published many papers at international forums when he was quite young, and later, he was secretly selected for national training." Qin Kong nudged her, urging her to get to the point. Qin Jie-ing, feeling anxious, dared not look into Fang Ting's clear eyes. She steadied her breath and continued. "My uncle achieved significant results in his long-term research, but due to the substances he handled and the conditions in the laboratory, his health suffered." Qin Kong found her explanation overly verbose. He interjected, "Uncle developed azoospermia due to prolonged experimentation. Let us not dwell on how it happened. The fact is, it did. Subsequently, our grandparents forbade him from conducting any further experiments, leading him to venture into business in Hong Kong. There, he met my aunt, and after they married, they traveled the world in search of a child. Eventually, they succeeded in extracting viable sperm from my uncle in the United States and successfully implanted it into my aunt. Throughout this arduous journey, they faced countless challenges and immense suffering, particularly my aunt. At that time, medical technology was far less advanced than today, and the process of in vitro fertilization was excruciating. After successfully conceiving, she endured over 400 injections to maintain the pregnancy. One could say this child was born from my uncle's unwavering dedication and my aunt's entire life force. However, my aunt faced complications during childbirth, resulting in the removal of her uterus, a perilous ordeal fraught with risks, and ultimately, their child was kidnapped. Upon hearing this, Chen Jiang was already on the verge of tears. Fong Ting and Gao Ran also felt a profound sense of danger. They were astonished to discover that despite Chen Bachan being the richest man in Hong Kong, he had such a tumultuous backstory. Yi Qingkong's voice grew hoarse. At that time, a nurse from the delivery team colluded with outsiders to kidnap their newborn, demanding $50 million for her return. Although my uncle had some wealth by then, the kidnappers insisted on cash only, and it had to be raised within a day. For someone in business, money is either tied up in goods or reflected in the value of enterprises and real estate. Moreover, this was over 40 years ago. $50 million in cash was an unimaginable sum. They were utterly deranged. Gao Ran inquired anxiously, what happened next? Yi Qingkong replied. After my uncle had just saved my aunt, he had to frantically rush to the bank to secure loans. He couldn't fully trust the kidnappers. So he also contacted various authorities, pleading for their assistance in rescuing his daughter. At that time, every street and intersection in Hong Kong was lined with barricades, all to aid my uncle in recovering his child. As the situation escalated, the culprits themselves grew fearful, and when the appointed time and place arrived, they shockingly failed to show up. Fortunately, the young nurse was apprehended, yet her accomplice absconded with the infant girl. Based on the clues provided by the nurse, the police traced their path from Hong Kong, where they clandestinely boarded a vessel to Guangzhou, and then journeyed further inland, after which they vanished without a trace. Over 3 decades later, the perpetrator was finally captured. He confessed that he had been consumed by fear, realizing that the infant was no longer a harbinger of fortune, but rather a perilous burden, akin to a death knell. He could not afford to nurture her, nor could he bring himself to end her life. Ultimately, he sold the infant to a trafficker in the mainland, when she was scarcely 10 days old. What kind of life have my uncle and aunt endured all these years? To outsiders, they appeared to live in splendor, yet privately, they were perpetually in search of their daughter, their hearts wrenched with unrelenting anguish. Chapter 62, Sister Fong. You are my uncle's daughter. Yi Qingkong's heartfelt narration deeply moved Fong Ting and her son. With tears glistening in her eyes, Fong Ting remarked, "This is truly tragic. I heard you mention before that they are now in their 80s. If they were to never find, they found them." Yi Qingkong lifted the teapot and refilled his cup. After savoring a sip, he turned to Fong Ting. "Indeed, they were found recently." A smile graced Fong Ting's face. "That is truly wonderful." However, Gao Ran found the situation somewhat peculiar. He recalled that the first time the Yi family came for dinner, it was Mian who had extended the invitation. Observing the shift in Mian's attitude towards them, coupled with the peculiar behavior of the Yi family members he had encountered just days prior, and the words exchanged at the door today, Gao Ran's mind raced. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, one he hesitated to entertain. His mother was an orphan. Moreover, she was in her 40s, seemingly around the same age as his Uncle Chen's lost daughter. Gao Ran's face turned pale with shock as he listened to Yi Qingkong say to Fong Ting, "Isn't that just splendid? However, my uncle and aunt are quite elderly. They already have pre-existing health conditions." After receiving the DNA results, my aunt's face became so agitated that it was distorted. She has been bedridden for 5 or 6 days. My uncle's blood pressure skyrocketed, nearly causing a stroke. They are currently residing in my home, with a family doctor living upstairs, providing acupuncture, medication, and monitoring their blood pressure daily. They are eager to reunite with their daughter, but their health has not yet stabilized. We can only restrain them for fear that their bodies may not withstand the emotional strain. Fong Ting listened, her heart aching. Indeed, the health of the body is paramount. Once they have recuperated, it will not be too late for a reunion. I have seen on television many emotional scenes of abducted children reuniting with their parents. Both parties were so overwhelmed with emotion, and such moments are truly breathtaking. Without good health, one cannot endure such intense feelings. Exactly, Yi Qingkong exclaimed. "Sister Fong, you are so considerate, truly kind-hearted. Thank you for your understanding." As he spoke, he took another sip of tea. Just as he finished, Gao Ran refilled his cup. Yi Qingkong relished the tea, which was unlike anything found in the market. Consisting entirely of tinderbutts, he couldn't help but ponder. Mian truly understands the art of enjoyment, and she is indeed dutiful to her mother-in-law. Gao Ran, feeling a wave of anxiety, wiped the perspiration from his palms and gently inquired, "So, what brings you here today? Also, you mentioned earlier that Mian and your uncle have some misunderstandings. What is that all about?" Yi Qingkong exchanged a glance with Qin Jiang. Fong Ting, still processing the information, gazed blankly at the group before her. Yi Qingkong adjusted his glasses, offering a sheepish smile. The matter is rather complicated. It requires some explanation. Gao Ran replied, then please, take your time. Yi Qingkong blinked and turned to Fong Ting, inquiring, Sister Fong, do you think that if my uncle and aunt were to find their daughter, she might harbor resentment towards her parents for failing to care for her and allowing her to endure so much suffering over the years? Fong Ting shook her head decisively. Absolutely not. They were powerless in their circumstances, and their struggles were also profound. Moreover, Qingkong, one must always seek the silver lining. What if that girl was sold to a wealthy family that cherished her like a precious gem, while the buyers bear their share of guilt in human trafficking? At least in such a scenario, she would have suffered less, wouldn't she? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingkong and his wife fell silent, their heads bowed in discomfort. They recalled Fong Ting's arduous upbringing, having been raised by the old village chief only to be abandoned, later becoming a widow and enduring countless hardships, akin to the trials faced by Xuanzang on his pilgrimage for scriptures. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss on how to confront Fong Ting. Qin Jiang's eyes reddened as she bravely lifted her head, tears brimming as she gazed at Fong Ting with an expression that suggested she held Fong Ting responsible for her plight. Fong Ting was taken aback. Ying. What is the matter with you? Gao Ran felt an increasing sense of panic. He desired to break free from this emotional turmoil and, taking a deep breath, asked, how old is your uncle's daughter this year? Is she the same age as my mother? Upon uttering these words, Fong Ting quickly grasped the implication. Yi Qingkong sighed. Gao Ran, it appears we are, in fact, family. Qin Jiang could no longer contain herself. She approached Fong Ting, enveloping her in an embrace, tears flowing freely as she cried out, Sister. The intensity of her emotion seemed to shatter the very fabric of reality. Gao Ran sat dumbfounded on the sofa. Qin Li had already sent all the household staff out to the courtyard. Meanwhile, Fong Ting stood frozen, mirroring Gao Ran's shock. Upon receiving this revelation, she felt no excitement or joy, only sheer astonishment. Yi Qingkong, concerned that Fong Ting remained bewildered and seeing his wife in tears, deepened his explanation. Sister Fong, you are the child my uncle and aunt lost all those years ago. The words struck like a hammer. Fong Ting opened her mouth, yet felt a wave of bitterness rise in her throat, rendering her speechless. Gao Ran, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, was consumed by anxiety. Yi Qingkong continued. When my wife and I visited previously for a barbecue, we inadvertently mentioned my uncle and aunt's lost child. Then, Mian offered to drive us home, presenting us with a spoon used by you, Sister Fong. She suspected you might be my uncle's daughter, but everything awaited the DNA results. We had not pursued this matter further due to the frail health of the elderly couple. Mian must have misunderstood, thinking we were reluctant for you two to meet, prompting her to reach out to my uncle. My uncle, being somewhat rigid and traditional, was displeased upon learning that Gao Ran married Mian and that you agreed to have a son who would carry the surname Chu. Over the past few days, he has been recuperating while discreetly inquiring about Mian's character. He has heard that Mian is ruthless and difficult to get along with, which has fostered a bias against her. Today, when Mian came to see him with good intentions, he, burdened by his prejudice, uttered some unkind words, which left Mian feeling aggrieved. Mian, known for her stubbornness, did not yield, and after confronting my uncle, she left. Naturally, I was quite anxious. It is disheartening to witness family members who share a common desire for unity and harmony, embroiled in conflict over trivial matters, especially within my own home. Being caught in the middle of such turmoil is an unbearable experience. I could hardly eat all day, my mind was in utter disarray. Therefore, I called Ying in the morning. She, being busy with work, could only come later in the evening to help explain the situation to you all. Initially, we thought Mian would also be present, allowing us to extend my uncle's apologies on his behalf, but she did not return tonight. After finishing her account, Yi Qingkong anxiously glanced at Fong Ting and Gao Ran, eager to gauge their reactions. Chapter 63. I fear you may suffer. I fear you may be sad. Tears streamed down Fong Ting's face in large droplets. At this moment, she finally realized that she had truly found her parents. Without hesitation, Gao Ran stood up and decisively stepped aside to make a phone call. Yi Qingkong watched as his silhouette disappeared behind a tall green plant, the air faintly carrying his voice, Mian. Meanwhile, Qu Yimian was working late. Upon receiving Gao Ran's call, she temporarily stepped out of the conference room. Su Wei closed the door of the conference room and personally stood guard outside, flanked by his team along the corridor. At the same time, Su Wei opened the hallway surveillance on his phone, ensuring that there were no eavesdroppers nearby. Hello? Qu Yimian answered. Gao Ran's voice, though soft, was laced with urgency. Mian. Please do not mind what others are saying about you. They do not understand you. They have never stood in your shoes to consider your perspective. This world is such that people only sympathize with the weak, seldom caring about the true essence of matters. If those individuals are destined to view you through tinted lenses, it signifies they have no genuine intention to interact sincerely with you. Thus, you need not concern yourself with them. Qu Yimian was already aware from Su Wei about the Yi couple's pursuit of Gao Ran. However, her work was demanding, and she simply could not return. Now, hearing Gao Ran's words, she surmised that the Yi couple had undoubtedly relayed everything to him. Qu Yimian inquired, I am fine. I have always been like this. Initially, I extend courtesy, but if my courtesy does not yield respect, I shall not remain polite. How is my mother? Gao Ran replied honestly. She is crying. But Aunt Shin and Uncle Yi are with her. Qu Yimian, anxious, urged, then you should go and be with her. Why are you calling me? Gao Ran found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He glanced back at the greenery. Fong Ting had ceased her tears, and Chen Jiaying was gently wiping her eyes. The two sisters sat together, while Yi Qingkong offered comforting words nearby. Finally, Gao Ran turned back to Qu Yimian and said, I am just worried that you may feel wronged, that you may be hurting inside. Qu Yimian contemplated. This feeling might be akin to what she experienced when her mother was still alive, being genuinely protected by someone who considered her feelings in every detail of life. Qu Yimian could not afford to delay for long. Her team awaited her return for the meeting. She smiled and stated, I learned to be independent at the age of 13, so you need not worry about me. Yet, Gao Ran felt a pang of sorrow. Qu Yimian took a deep breath, striving to fortify herself. Gao Ran, the prenuptial agreement we signed still stands, correct? Of course, Gao Ran affirmed. Remember your words. Otherwise, regardless of whether your grandfather is Chen Buochuan, if you breach the agreement first, I shall terminate our marriage at any time. In an instant, his face turned as pale as a sheet. Qu Yimian ended the call and turned back to resume the meeting. Gao Ran, feeling a tumult of emotions, returned to the sofa and sat down. He poured himself a cup of tea to calm his nerves. Although he could empathize with Qu Yimian's situation, hearing her express those sentiments caused him considerable distress. Was his presence during these days so easily dispensable to her? Did she not feel even the slightest twinge of reluctance? Gao Ran appeared somewhat disoriented, devoid of the joy that should accompany being the grandson of Hong Kong's wealthiest tycoon. In fact, he felt a sense of frustration. Upon seeing him return, Yi Qingkong smiled and said, Nephew, ha, I knew from the first time I saw you that we had a connection. Fate is truly marvelous. We are indeed family, ha. Gao Ran silently sipped his tea, saying nothing. Yi Qingkong continued, the situation is as follows. Today, the family doctor informed me that your uncle and aunt's health has significantly improved, and they should be able to meet you soon. Moreover, they will adhere to their medication regimen and manage their emotions. So, how about I organize a family reunion tomorrow? It will just be a small gathering. Just a few of us, for lunch and to meet. Fong Ting had previously been unaware of her parents' plight. She had always believed she was abandoned. The thought that her parents were both in their 80s filled her with sorrow. Realizing that there would be little time left to fulfill her filial duties and enjoy family gatherings before she would have to part with them again. She felt that fate was exceedingly cruel. Why had she not discovered her parents sooner? With a choked voice, she replied, Yes, that is possible. Yi Qingkong and Chen Jing both sighed in relief. They then turned their gaze to Gao Ran, who was still lost in thought. Sensing their eyes upon him, he met their inquiring gaze. Gao Ran promptly declared, I will heed my mother's wishes. However, Yi Qingkong interjected, Dear child, please speak up. Whatever your needs, do not hesitate to articulate them. Gao Ran, unaccustomed to being addressed as dear child, hesitated slightly before asserting, This matter concerning Mian is mine alone. I do not wish for anyone to interfere. I am genuinely happy with Mian. She is both a wonderful wife and a devoted daughter-in-law. Regardless of what outsiders say, I am the one who interacts with her daily, and I know her worth. Thus, I do not wish to hear any disparaging remarks about her, not even from my grandfather. Yi Qingkong had spent the entire morning trying to persuade Chen Buochuan, who remained adamant that Qu Yimian lacked manners, was poorly raised, and possessed a venomous heart. Yi Qingkong felt helpless. He turned to Gao Ran. The elder is often quite obstinate. Just let his words flow in one ear and out the other. That will not do. Gao Ran stood up, stating, Mother, those are your long-lost parents. They have sacrificed much for you and have exerted great effort to find you. As their child, you owe them at least a meeting. However, as their grandson, it is of little consequence to me whether I meet them or not. I shall refrain from attending tomorrow. My work keeps me quite occupied. Hai Ran, Fong Ting called out. Gao Ran glanced at Yu Qingkong and Qin Jiaying, saying, Uncle Yi and Qin, I must return to my work now. Qin Jiaying hurriedly ran over and grasped his arm, saying, Ran, allow me to share something with you. Your grandfather is advanced in age, and those of his generation tend to be quite stubborn, harboring traditional beliefs. I had been living a life filled with happiness. I genuinely feel that this period has been the most blissful time of my existence. I am able to pursue the career I adore, marry the person I cherish, and my mother has also discovered her passion. Our family exists in harmonious unity, radiating joy. I am truly grateful to the heavens. Gao Ran gazed at Qin Jiaying, his eyes brimming with tears, and responded, but if all this beauty were to be utterly shattered by acknowledging a grandfather who is entirely unfamiliar to me, and who harbors deep prejudices against my wife, then why should I recognize him? Chapter 064. You must earn money. Strive relentlessly to accumulate wealth. The fervent words left Qin Jiaying speechless. She gazed at the child, her eyes filled with both compassion and distress. She could sense that this child had long existed in an environment devoid of security. It was the arrival of Qu Yimian that shattered the impasse, presenting him with a vision of the home he had always yearned for yet deemed unattainable, thus mending the void in his heart and fulfilling his dreams. Now, the sudden emergence of his grandfather threatened to dismantle this dream, causing him great agitation. Qin Jiaying's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ran. Your aunt will certainly do her utmost to persuade your grandfather. However, Gao Ran harbored no hope. He turned and ascended the stairs. Fong Ting and Yu Qingkong, observing him, felt a profound sense of urgency. In contrast to others, who might be overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of having a wealthy grandfather from Hong Kong, Gao Ran remained unmoved. This signified that, in his heart, his yearning for a life of contentment far surpassed any allure of wealth and power. As the evening shadows deepened and dinner time approached, Fong Ting broke the silence. We haven't prepared anything at home today, and there are 2 elders waiting for you on your side. I shall not keep you for dinner. Please convey my regards to the elders and let them know I shall visit tomorrow. Yu Qingkong and his wife felt a slight relief. All right. Do enjoy your meal with Gao Ran. Yu Qingkong urged. Sister, you must still attempt to reason with Gao Ran. Regardless of the situation, his uncle remains an elder. Fong Ting, however, shook her head. What Gao Ran articulated mirrors my own sentiments. Qu Yimian has shown me genuine kindness. I see no reason to trust the disparaging remarks of those unimportant individuals regarding her, while dismissing the true nature of my daughter-in-law, with whom I share my days. I would undoubtedly rejoice at the prospect of reuniting with my parents. Yet, if that reunion were to result in Gao Ran losing his wife or create discord between them, I would feel a profound unease. I do not wish to impose moral obligations upon Gao Ran or the elders. My sole desire is for everyone to set aside their prejudices and interact authentically, such as the essence of familial unity. Qingkong, Yingying, please convey my sentiments upon your return. I genuinely hold affection for Qu Yimian and wish for no one to speak ill of her. Fong Ting's deep concern for Qu Yimian took both Yu Qingkong and his wife by surprise, rendering them momentarily speechless. After exchanging farewells with Fong Ting, they departed. Gao Ran was in his studio, repairing a human skin theka. Initially, he felt a sense of unease as darkness enveloped him, but now, distracted by other matters, he found himself unperturbed. After all, he could simply illuminate the room with more lamps. As he worked, a knock on the door heralded Fong Ting's voice. Ran. The weather is quite stifling. I've instructed the kitchen to prepare some fried sauce noodles, which Shinli will bring to you shortly. I shall retreat to my room to watch television. Fong Ting refrained from mentioning the earlier events, instead expressing her everyday concern for her son with natural ease. All right. Thank you, Mom. Gao Ran replied, hearing her footsteps fade away. He understood that Fong Ting had now departed. He lowered his head, immersing himself in his work. Before long, Shinli brought him dinner and delivered some news. Boss, the young lady has convened an urgent meeting regarding the project in Suzhou and plans to fly there personally. She is likely to be away from the capital for the next few days. Is Mian going to Suzhou? Gao Ran felt a pang of reluctance, even a surge of impulse to seek her out in Suzhou. After all, her departure at such a crucial moment was quite delicate. Did she genuinely have matters to attend to, or was she attempting to avoid another encounter with Chen Bachan? Or perhaps she wished for a separation, to allow them both a few days of calm reflection? Qinli noticed Gao Ran's hesitation and smiled as he explained, the young lady is not intentionally avoiding. She has genuine matters to address. Moreover, Suzhou holds significant meaning for her. Gao Ran raised his gaze to him. What significance? Qinli began to elucidate earnestly. The young lady's mother, Madame Yin Guangmei, was the original spouse of Director Chu and the only daughter of Mr. Yin Yuanhu, the behind-the-scenes owner of the former Guanghao Silk in Suzhou. Of course, after over 20 years, the silk company has now evolved into the present-day Guanghao Group. Mr. Yin Yuanhu's assets have long since placed him among the top 5 on the national rich list. After Madame Yin's passing, the young lady maintained a connection with the Yin family. Furthermore, when Mr. and Mrs. Yin suffered the tragic loss of their beloved daughter, it was the young lady who encouraged them to have another child. The current heir of the Yin family is her 17-year-old uncle. Every year, regardless of her busy schedule, she makes it a point to visit her maternal grandparents in Suzhou for 10 days to half a month, residing in the suite where her mother lived before marriage. Sharing precious moments with her maternal family, Gao Ran had indeed heard of Yin Yuanhu, but he was more familiar with the moniker by which he was known, Su Banqing. A sense of unease washed over him. He had an inkling that Mianmian's family circumstances were exceedingly intricate. It was truly commendable for such a young girl to have endured thus far. Gao Ran inquired, so? Mianmian is not only attending to work matters, but will also visit the Yin family to see her grandparents, correct? Qinli affirmed, yes. Moreover, the grave of her mother is also in Suzhou. I heard from Wei Gu that the young lady asked him to order her mother's favorite flowers, intending to take some time to visit the cemetery. However, it is not yet the anniversary of her passing, and Qi Ming has already passed. In the past, such situations indicated that the young lady was truly facing significant challenges. Boss, I believe if you could be there for her during this vulnerable moment, even if you do nothing but quietly accompany her, she would find it profoundly moving and comforting. Gao Ran took a deep breath and asked, do you have the address of Mianmian's mother's cemetery? Qinli replied, I do. I can also help you discreetly find out the hotel where the young lady is staying and book a room for you. Gao Ran said, please arrange for my flight and hotel in Suzhou. I need to go there now. Qinli responded, certainly. Gao Ran added, thank you for sharing this information. Qinli cast a peculiar glance at Gao Ran and said, boss, there is a matter I must formally bring to your attention, and I hope you will not find it surprising. Gao Ran inquired, what is it? Qinli replied, the young lady has decreed that, effective today, all the employment contracts of the household staff at Ziyu Villa will be transferred to your studio. Henceforth, you will be responsible for generating the income necessary to disburse their salaries. This includes the property fees, utility expenses, and all household dining costs, as well as the maintenance and repair expenditures of the villa, essentially, all associated expenses. Therefore, you must earn money, and earn it diligently. Initially, when Qinli first heard this news, he felt somewhat disheartened. However, upon confirming that Gao Ran was indeed the grandson of Qin Baqin, he immediately felt invigorated, as if he had been electrified. Coincidentally, he too bore the surname Chun. Suddenly, Qinli felt an overwhelming sense of destiny, as if the heavens had conspired to ensure he would become the chief steward beside the future tycoon of Hong Kong. No longer would he envy Su Wei for being able to work alongside the heir of a prominent family. From now on, by following Gao Ran, he too could ascend to such heights. Gao Ran, both amused and exasperated, remarked, so, the reason you've been calling me boss all evening and divulging Mianmian's whereabouts is for this? Qinli displayed a sycophantic smile and replied, of course. From now on, you shall be my boss. We are all in the same boat. We share both glory and misfortune. Thus, whoever pays the wages, I shall heed. He chuckled gleefully. Chapter 065. Are you insincere? Gao Ran arrived in Suzhou, and by the time he checked into the hotel, it was already 1:30 in the morning. During this trip, he witnessed Qinli's extravagant spending capabilities, or perhaps it was more accurately the consumption power of a top-tier aristocracy. The flight was, of course, first class. And upon landing, a Rolls-Royce Phantom along with a high-end business vehicle and security had already been arranged. The hotel suite was a spacious 3-bedroom apartment complete with a conference room. Unable to contain his curiosity, Gao Ran inquired, isn't such a grand suite a bit excessive? Qinli replied, the young mistress has the same arrangement. Her suite is directly across from yours. Wei Gu mentioned she just returned after attending to some matters. Gao Ran, intrigued, asked, did Mian finish so quickly? Didn't she also fly in tonight? Qinli sighed. The young mistress took a helicopter directly to the airport's helipad and then boarded a private jet to Suzhou. By the time she landed, a helicopter was already waiting. So she arrived a bit earlier than us. Gao Ran, with a hint of naivety, questioned, why not just take the helicopter straight to Suzhou? Chun-Li explained. Helicopters have a maximum speed of over 300 kilometers per hour, and exceeding that becomes unsafe. Commercial flights generally cruise at around 800 kilometers per hour. The round trip to the airport takes over 2 hours, and checking in, passing security, waiting, boarding, and taking off at least adds another hour. All this time could be saved by flying directly to the helipad by helicopter and then boarding the private jet, allowing the young mistress to save at least 2 hours, which was ample time for her to handle her affairs. Gao Ran was left in awe. He had certainly broadened his horizons. However, he couldn't help but wonder about the term young mistress. He cast a sidelong glance at Chun-Li, pondering whether this young man was adapting to his role a bit too adeptly. Chun-Li, however, urged him, "Boss, don't just think about saving money. You need to focus on making money. Work hard to earn." Gao Ran responded, "I will strive to do so." Chun-Li wanted to add that, in truth, he need not exert himself so much, given his status as Chun Bachen's grandson. However, as Gao Ran was still resolving some minor conflicts with Chun Bachen, Chun-Li refrained from voicing this thought. He decided to focus on his responsibilities for the time being and later find ways to assist Gao Ran in securing significant restoration projects. Otherwise, with such high expenses and Gao Ran's limited savings, he would soon find himself financially strained. Knowing that Mian had already retired for the night, Gao Ran proceeded to wash up and rest as well. Around 7 in the morning, while he was having breakfast, a melodious sound of a violin wafted through the door. Gao Ran paid it no mind. However, Chun-Li approached him and remarked, "Boss, there is someone outside attempting to steal your thunder." Gao Ran nearly spat out his milk in surprise. He took a napkin to wipe his lips and, prompted by Chun-Li's knowing look, rose to approach the door. Peering through the peephole, he caught sight of a handsome young man playing the violin at the entrance of Mian's suite. Beside him stood an ornate trolley, adorned with what appeared to be at least 999 red roses. Gao Ran's expression darkened. He approached the hotel telephone and dialed the customer service number. "Hello. There is someone playing the violin outside my room, and it is quite noisy. Could you please address this?" Approximately 3 minutes later, the hotel manager arrived with security to assess the situation. The man playing the violin set down his instrument and engaged in a gentle conversation with the manager. He seemed amiable enough, ceasing his performance and placing the violin back into its case. This brought a modicum of comfort to Gao Ran. However, to his astonishment, the man stood still, pushing a flower stand and positioning himself at the entrance of the suite, as if resolved to make a stand. Strangely, seeing that the man was no longer disturbing the peace, the hotel manager and staff departed. Gao Ran's irritation grew. The eyes peering through the peephole were now ablaze with anger. He opened his wallet and extracted some loose change, retrieving a white porcelain bowl. As he opened the door, the man turned to look at Gao Ran. Unhurriedly, Gao Ran placed the bowl at his feet and tossed in some coins. The man's lips curled slightly. "What do you mean by this?" Gao Ran stood tall, his voice devoid of emotion. "Your playing is dreadful. You have the audacity to perform. This is all it's worth. Take the money and leave at once." Fury ignited within the man. He clenched his fists, ready to retaliate. But then he noticed several robust bodyguards standing behind Gao Ran. Engaging in a physical confrontation would not only be futile but could lead to a severe beating. Gao Ran nonchalantly entered the adjacent suite, with Chun-Li assisting in closing the door. Before shutting it, Chun-Li cast a chilling glare at the man. The man thought to himself, "This is utterly ridiculous." Gao Ran's mood lightened considerably as he resumed his breakfast. His phone rang. It was a call from Qu Yimian. He answered promptly, "Wife." Qu Yimian's voice was both exasperated and amused. "Are you being ridiculous?" Gao Ran replied with a dismissive grunt. "I don't care who he is. He tried to steal my girl. How could I possibly tolerate him?" Qu Yimian chuckled lightly, her mood seemingly uplifted. "I will be busy all day today and won't have time to keep you company." Gao Ran reassured her, "It's fine. As long as I can be near you, that's enough." Qu Yimian continued, "After I finish my tasks today, I will stay at my grandfather's house. You might as well head back home and wait for me there. It would be quite boring for you to be alone in the hotel." Gao Ran found this curious. "Why didn't you stay at your grandfather's last night?" If he recalled correctly, Chun-Li had mentioned that Qu Yimian's grandparents were from Suzhou. Qu Yimian seemed momentarily taken aback, pausing for 2 or 3 seconds before responding, "I finished too late yesterday and didn't want to disturb their rest." Gao Ran dismissed any further thoughts. "Focus on your work. Don't worry about me. Since I'm here in Suzhou, I might as well explore during the day and treat it as a mini vacation." Qu Yimian agreed. That works. I have to go now. Gao Ran replied. All right. A sense of melancholy enveloped him. He wondered just how long it would be before he could stand by her side openly. Qu Yimian directly contacted the hotel staff and had the handsome man at the entrance dismissed. She only brought Su Wei along, carrying flowers, champagne, and her mother's favorite fruits and cake as they made their way to the cemetery. Upon reaching her mother's gravestone, there was already someone waiting. Qu Yimian gave Su Wei a brief instruction, and he stood back, vigilant and watchful to prevent any eavesdroppers. Qu Yimian took an envelope from the man. Upon opening it, she was confronted with several photographs depicting her mother's tortured, scarred body. Merely gazing at the grotesque wounds in the images brought tears streaming down her cheeks. The man, alert and wary, glanced around and lowered his voice. These photographs were retrieved from the old hard drive of Qu Yimian that you asked us to repair last time. He may have taken these pictures after each act of violence against your mother, relishing in them quietly. As for the true cause of your mother's death, I regret to inform you that the investigation is still ongoing. Chapter 66. Renaming them both, the man departed from the cemetery, leaving Qu Yimian standing still in her place. Memories of her mother flooded her mind, recalling how she often gazed at the sky beyond. In her youth, Qu Yimian had believed this was a sign of her mother missing her father, implying a profound bond between the couple. Yet now, she increasingly felt that her mother yearned to escape her confines and embrace freedom. Mother Qu Yimian's heart ached intensely. She gazed at the photograph of the young, beautiful woman, and only in this moment could she truly lower her defenses and allow herself to weep softly. In the distance, Su Wei's phone rang. It was a video call from his father, Su Hai. Su Wei felt fortunate that the private detective had just departed. He looked at Qu Yimian and answered the call, saying, Dad. In the video, Su Hai stood with Qu Yimian behind him. Su Hai smiled and inquired, Son, what are you up to? You seem to be outdoors. Without hesitation, Su Wei directed the camera towards Qu Yimian, capturing the somber scene of her weeping at Yin Guangmei's grave. He explained, Dad. The young lady is missing her mother and came to Suzhou on short notice, so I accompanied her. He then adjusted the camera back to himself, showcasing his strong, sun-kissed features. Su Hai gently remarked, Is the young lady back to honor her mother? I heard she visited the Qi family last night. Su Wei, a hint of indignation in his voice, responded that as due to the Qi family's lack of integrity, they initially agreed to transfer their patent for the blast-proof glass to us, but suddenly reneged. The young lady convened an urgent meeting yesterday and ultimately decided to come in person. Finally, Qu Yimian spoke up from behind Su Hai. Mian Mian works diligently and misses her mother. You must comfort and care for her. Once the matters with the Qi family are settled, let her take some time to unwind in Suzhou. There is no rush for her return. Understood, Su Wei replied. Su Hai added, Son, ensure the young lady maintains regular meals and balances work with rest. Yes, Su Wei affirmed. Very well, then. With that, the call ended. Su Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurried to Qu Yimian's side. Director Qu, my father just video called, and Director Qu Yimian was right behind him. Qu Yimian, her eyes slightly reddened, raised her gaze warily. Fortunately, it was after Detective Pang had left, Su Wei reassured her. Qu Yimian let out a small sigh of relief and donned her sunglasses. Let us go to my grandfather's house. All right, Su Wei replied. In the capital city. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Fong Ting sat before the vanity, awkwardly applying her makeup. The swelling from the blows she had received had diminished considerably, though there were 2 areas marked by fingerprints that needed concealing. The vanity was cluttered with numerous bottles and jars. Qu Yimian had previously taken the time to teach her, but she still struggled with the techniques. Thankfully, there was a decent tinted moisturizer that improved her complexion and offered a touch of coverage. After a considerable while, Fong Ting had transformed herself, striving to present an approachable, gentle, and unpretentious appearance. She donned a cerulean short-sleeved ruffled blouse, complemented by beige culottes and a pair of white lambskin sandals. With nothing but her phone tucked into her pocket, she gazed at her reflection in the mirror, feeling an overwhelming sense of anxiety, fearing that her emotions might overwhelm her. She repeatedly urged herself, stay calm, stay composed. You must maintain your tranquility. They're older now, and you two are no longer young. Breathe deeply and relax. Fong Ting arrived at the doorstep of the Yi residence. The butler, upon seeing her, excitedly turned and shouted, Miss Fong Ting has returned. The exuberance of his call made Fong Ting feel slightly embarrassed. After calling out, the butler hurried over to open the door, ushering her inside. Miss Fong Ting, You have finally returned. Everyone has been waiting. Fong Ting, taken aback by the butler's enthusiasm, struggled to find the right words. Fortunately, Chen Jiang soon rushed out, having taken a day off specifically to witness this heartfelt moment. Sister, Chen Jiang exclaimed, her face beaming with joy as she grabbed Fong Ting's hand and pulled her inside. Yi Qingkong quickly opened the grand door to the villa's living room. Fong Ting looked over and clearly saw two figures standing anxiously behind Yi Qingkong, gazing at her with a mix of urgency and excitement. Chen Bachin was visibly overwhelmed with emotion, repeatedly rising on his toes as if eager to see his daughter, finding Yi Qingkong's presence obstructive. In a moment of impatience, he waved Yi Qingkong aside. Wu Xiaoya, filled with worry, grabbed Yi Qingkong's hand as her husband pushed her aside, and together they made their way to the courtyard. Wait, Fong Ting exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. Wasn't this the elderly couple she had encountered by the lake that day? It turned out they had already been at Ziyu Villa. The elderly couple, both advanced in age, moved with trembling steps, let alone the prospect of a brisk walk. Fong Ting, startled, rushed forward with Chen Jiang, reaching out to assist them. Upon grasping Fong Ting's hands, the couple looked at her face and pulled her into a tight embrace, their tears flowing freely. In the courtyard, the sound of anguished cries reverberated. Oh, heavens! My precious darling! My life! Oh, how could you allow my daughter to suffer so much before bringing her back to me? My daughter! My daughter! The scene was utterly heart-wrenching. Yi Qingkong and his wife were also choked with emotion, and the butler along with the household staff had reddened eyes. Meanwhile, the family doctor was absorbed in his phone, monitoring the health metrics transmitted from the elderly couple's health devices, noticing that the values were nearing critical levels. He gently reminded them, maintain your composure. Stability is key for a long future ahead. Wu Xiaoya wiped Fong Ting's tears away, embracing her. My dear, my precious child. You have endured so much. Let us return home and sit down to talk. Chen Bachin, brimming with excitement, chimed in. Yes, yes, let's go inside and talk. He leaned to peer outside eagerly. Seeing that Gao Ran had indeed not arrived, the disappointment in his eyes was palpable. After taking just a few steps into the room, Wu Xiaoya anxiously glanced towards the entrance. Where's Ran? Why hasn't he come? Fong Ting smiled and explained. Ran went to Suzhou, apparently with Qu Yimian. There seems to be some urgent matter there. Humph. Chen Bachin's expression immediately darkened. To him, it was evident that Qu Yimian was deliberately provoking him, seeking revenge. She had intentionally whisked Gao Ran away just as he was about to reconnect with the children. Wu Xiaoya gave him a light slap. What are you doing? Chen Bachin maintained his cold demeanor, remaining silent. However, upon entering the house, they proceeded directly to the second floor. The Yi residence was relatively quiet today, devoid of any intrusive relatives, likely to cultivate a simple and warm atmosphere for the reunion. Seated in the garden study on the second floor, Chen Bachin's nature was always efficient and direct. He handed Fong Ting a file. I have already had your and Ran's names changed. Your household registrations have been transferred to the Chen family. I am dissatisfied with Qu Yimian as my granddaughter-in-law. I will have them divorced. I can arrange for the Civil Affairs Bureau to annul their marriage records, ensuring that it will not affect their future unions. I have reviewed Ran's previous academic performance. He possesses considerable intellectual potential. Once we return to Hong Kong, I will hire a tutor for him. He must aim for a master's degree. During his studies, he shall be by my side, and I will personally guide him. Chapter 067. Could it possibly get even more difficult? Chen Bachin spoke to himself. Wu Xiaoya had evidently grown accustomed to her husband taking charge of both significant and trivial matters within the household. Yi Qingkong and his wife dared not utter a word, bowing their heads in unison while cautiously stealing glances at Fong Ting's reactions. Fong Ting held the hands of Chen Bachin and his wife, one in each hand. Dad. Mom. This heartfelt call caught the elderly couple off guard. They had long decided that if their child could not express herself immediately, they would not pressure her but rather allow her time. Hence, none of them mentioned it. Tears streamed down Chen Bachin's face. Dad is here. Ting. Don't worry, Dad is here. Although I am getting on in years, I will certainly take charge for you. He then produced a document and handed it to Fong Ting. While I wish for Ran to be my heir, I have not overlooked you. All of our real estate in Hong Kong, your mother's jewelry, and all my luxury cars and watches are yours. I have also established a trust company for you. Regardless of whether you choose to remarry in the future, you will receive a monthly allowance of 1 million yuan from the trust. Wu Xiaoya added, Ting. Do not feel discontented simply because we are not giving you the money in one lump sum. After all, our family's wealth is considerable. And you are only in your 40s. Should you remarry, we cannot be certain of the intentions of your future partner. Establishing a trust is the safest option. Your father and I cannot protect you forever. We must cultivate Ran as quickly as possible while ensuring you receive an annual allowance of 20 million yuan, guaranteeing your comfort and security. Fang Ting gently patted her mother's hand. She then glanced at Shenbachen's dad, mom. It seems that Qin Kong and his wife did not convey my sentiments to you last night. In truth, I am quite content with my current life. To be recognized by you both in your lifetime brings me immense satisfaction. To me, vast wealth is akin to a double-edged sword. Riches can indeed backfire. If I lack the virtue to uphold such wealth, then mountains of gold and silver will not only lead to my downfall but also invite endless calamities. Currently, I am learning to run a small supermarket, and I find joy in it every day, feeling that I am reaping many rewards. My son is understanding, and my daughter-in-law is dutiful, which comforts me deeply. Shenbachen's furrowed his brow slightly. Yesterday, Ying did mention your thoughts regarding Ran. However, that girl, Qu Yimian, is not to be underestimated. She has cunningly manipulated you, instilling in you the belief that she is a kind and dutiful person. This is merely her tactic. You and Ran have lived in a small town for so long, and even upon arriving in the capital, your circle remained at the lower echelons. It is entirely natural for your perspectives and cunning to not yet be fully developed, making you susceptible to deception. But fret not. You both carry the genes of the Qin family. Come back to Hong Kong with me, and I will personally train you for a few years. And you will learn all that you need. Fang Ting had endured countless disdainful glances and grievances throughout her life. In the past, numerous customers had accused her of shortchanging them on fruit, scolding her directly. You are nothing but a fraudulent weight measurer. She had long since grown accustomed to such remarks. However, hearing her own father assert that she hailed from a lower social stratum and lacked vision was a sentiment that stung deeply. Suppressing her emotions, she gently replied, "Father, do you believe that Ran and I must heed your every command?" Shenbachen replied without hesitation, "Of course. I am your kin, your flesh and blood. How could I ever harm you?" Fang Ting smiled faintly. "You occupy a high position. Others must vie for the opportunity to meet you or dine with you, often requiring appointments based on seniority. All along, you have been the center of admiration, both in your company and at home. I believe every decision has rested solely with you." Shenbachen took a proud sip of his tea. "Indeed," Fang Ting continued, "but Ran and I are not your employees. We are your family. Perhaps we do not conform to the idealized image of a perfect daughter or granddaughter you envision. Yet we are our authentic selves. If you and mother truly wish for our well-being, could you not attempt to understand us first? Unnecessary. I have already stated. Your perspectives are too limited. Many things escape your comprehension, but your father sees clearly. I cannot allow my daughter and granddaughter to be deceived any longer." Shenbachen's disdain for Qu Yimian was palpable. Fang Ting shook her head. "Even if you are correct, and we are indeed of a lower tier with a limited outlook, I understand one principle. Better to dismantle 10 temples than to sever a single familial bond. Since you insist on your views, I shall not persuade you further. I trust that time will reveal true intentions. Ran and I have always been solitary, yet Mian, as a daughter of a wealthy family, has not only embraced us, but has also grown close to us. Regardless of your claims about her cunning, I cannot fathom what Ran and I possess that Mian would covet. If we hold nothing of value, yet she expends such effort to nurture our relationship, does that not attest to her genuine affection for Ran? Shenbachen retorted angrily, "You are unaware of how treacherous the Qu family is. Qu Yimian is not a good man. His daughter has been steeped in that environment since childhood. What good could she possibly be?" Fang Ting lost her desire to sip her tea. "Then you will only push Ran further away. I know you live well, and I am content with that. I will certainly not abandon my son. Father, mother, I will not accompany you to Hong Kong. If the opportunity arises, I will take Ran to visit you." Fang Ting's expression grew cold. Having endured a life of subservience, she had always hoped for her son's happiness. Observing the warmth between her son and Qu Yimian filled her with genuine comfort. If she were to insist on their separation, she feared the emotional toll it would take on her son, as well as the uncertainty of finding another daughter-in-law of such caliber. Thus, despite her perceived limitations and the constraints of her social circle, she resolved to bravely speak out for her son's happiness. Shenbachen's shoulders trembled slightly. He was evidently unprepared for such an attitude from his daughter. Angrily, he exclaimed, "After a lifetime of toil and accumulation, are you and Ran simply going to forfeit everything? Why not donate it?" Fong Ting met Qin Bachen's profound gaze, speaking with unwavering composure. Ran Ran and I are capable individuals. We can earn our own living. Father, there is truly no need for you to leave us anything. If it is feasible, you could entirely bequeath the family estate to society. During the most challenging times, I could survive on merely a bun every 2 days. Ran Ran's socks and long johns were patched with cloth I had sewn. I would set up a stall at the school gate in the evening only to be pursued by city inspectors, who would issue fines and confiscate my food stand. I knelt before them, pleading, enduring countless days devoid of dignity, braving both wind and rain. If I could persevere through such hardships, how could our future possibly be more arduous than that? Chapter 68. Unspoken Secrets. Fong Ting's words brought tears to Wu Xiaoya's eyes. She grasped Fong Ting's arm tightly and turned to her husband, Bo Qin. For all these years, I have never opposed you in anything big or small matters at home. Whatever you said was law. But now, I beseech you to cease pressuring our daughter. If Tingting insists on staying in Beijing, then I shall remain as well. I am willing to divorce you. Yi Qingkong and his wife were taken aback. Fong Ting was equally stunned. Mom, Qin Bacchen exclaimed, what are you doing? Wu Xiaoya, choked with emotion, replied, I labored hard to bring my daughter back. She is my flesh and blood, born through my struggles and sought after for years. I will not be separated from her again. If you continue to pressure her, you are pressuring me. Her resolve unwavering. She tightened her grip on Fong Ting's arm and divulged a long-hidden secret. Isn't it true that Summer Wani abandoned you and swiftly married Chu Pingzhu? The room fell silent. Shock etched on everyone's faces. Qin Bachen's expression darkened instantly. What nonsense are you spouting? That was years ago. Wu Xiaoya scoffed. As your wife, I bear no resentment. Why should you? Consider this. If Summer Wani had offered you a chance back then, would you not have done everything to be with her? You possess a heart that yearns for love. How can you demand Ran Ran to forsake Qu Yimian? You harbor hatred for Summer Wani's betrayal. You resent her for leaving upon discovering your inability to bear children. Yet, have you considered that she was a young lady of privilege, with countless choices before her? She made no promises to you. Is it wrong for her to seek a better life upon learning of your condition? Wu Xiaoya's words resonated deeply. Qin Bacchen was incensed that his wife had dared to speak of his past and his imperfections in front of their children. He slammed his hand on the table, his fury threatening to shatter the very roof above them. I know you do not love me, Wu Xiaoya said, holding her daughter close, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. If it weren't for my resemblance to Summer Wani, you would never have married me. All these years, I have clung to the hope that perhaps you would come to cherish me, but my forbearance has only led to your complete domination over me. I cannot utter a word of dissent without inciting your disdain. I have tiptoed around you, enduring humiliation, only to find myself with nothing in the end. I have come to a realization. I no longer want you. Qin Bacchen, if you persist in your obstinacy, we shall divorce. Every penny you have earned over the years is mine as well. Let us divide our assets, and I shall remain here to support Tingting and Ran Ran, while you return to Hong Kong alone. Fong Ting stood frozen, her mind slowly processing these revelations. Yi Qingkong, overwhelmed, bowed his head in despair. Was it permissible for him to overhear such family secrets? Chun Jing struggled to intervene, awkwardly attempting to lighten the tension. Oh dear, how did the conversation escalate to this point? My sister has reunited with Ran Ran, which is indeed a joyous occasion. Let us refrain from discussing anything else and simply celebrate our family's reunion. Wu Xiaoya cradled Fong Ting's rough hands. My Tingting, my precious darling. How much suffering have you endured? Oh, my heart. As she spoke, she embraced Fong Ting once more, her tears flowing freely. In this moment, everyone witnessed Wu Xiaoya's vulnerability, as well as her formidable strength as a mother. Qin Bacchen rested his hands on his knees, his expression grim. After a considerable pause, he finally said, Then let us change her name first. As for the other matters, we shall discuss them later. Regardless of whether this was a concession or a strategic delay on his part, the mere fact that he could utter such words ensured that today's gathering would not end in discord. Yi Qingkong and his wife finally breathed a sigh of relief, their emotions akin to a tumultuous roller coaster ride. The lunch consisted of traditional Chinese cuisine. It was evident that the Yi family had put great effort into the arrangement. Each dish was meticulously presented and flavorful. As the five of them sat down to eat, Wu Xiaoya persistently served Fong Ting. She engaged her daughter in conversation, inquiring about her favorite foods, about Ran Ran's preferences, and about her experiences growing up. Perhaps it was the bond of mother and daughter that allowed them to quickly find common ground, sharing laughter and joy. Fong Ting gradually began to grasp the hardships her mother had faced throughout her life. Her father, with his irritable temperament, patriarchal mindset, and obstinate nature, had undoubtedly made her mother's life challenging as she had devoted herself to caring for him. The more Fangting pondered, the heavier her heart felt. Softly, she said, "Mom, I have a new home in the city, purchased by Mian for me. Although it may not be a grand villa, it is certainly spacious enough for the two of us. There is even an elevator, making it convenient for you to move about. When the time comes, you can move in with me. I will accompany you on walks every day and cook for you. We can enjoy a harmonious life together as a mother and daughter, just like any ordinary family. What do you think?" Wu Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with surprise. "That sounds wonderful. I long to spend quality time with my little treasure. After we finish eating, I shall pack my clothes." Upon hearing this, Chen Buchuan felt a pang of discomfort as his daughter only invited his wife to visit, leaving him out. "What is so great about the house the Chu family bought? I know that place. It is barely over 100 square meters, far too cramped." As soon as he spoke, Wu Xiaoya glared at him. "I no longer want you. Please do not create any more trouble. I wish to bond with my daughter, and we are perfectly fine with a small space. Besides, it is just the two of us living there. You are not invited." Yi Qingkong and his wife remained silent, choosing instead to focus on their meal. Chen Buchuan huffed, "I find this CU villa quite appealing. I shall have someone inquire with the property management about any available villas. I will buy one for Dingting. That way, everyone will have ample space, and it will be close to Yingying and the others. Relatives ought to look out for one another." Wu Xiaoya considered her husband's words to be quite reasonable. After all, she had finally reunited with her daughter, and her sole intention was to ensure a good life for her. She agreed, "Very well. Let us purchase a house here. Let it be in my daughter's name." Qin Bachen's lips curled into a smile. Wu Xiaoya replied, "However, let me make it clear, even if you purchase it, it will be my daughter and me who reside there. You mustn't impose." "What kind of remark is that?" Qin Bachen frowned and gazed at her. "I am the one who paid for this house, my daughter's villa. As her father, am I not entitled to live there?" Chapter 69. Gao Ran's discontent. Wu Xiaoya retorted, "Who asked you to always be such a killjoy? If you move over here, how are we supposed to live our lives? Will it be chaos every day?" Qin Bachen replied, "Am I really a killjoy?" "Indeed, you are a killjoy. Your specialty is being a killjoy," Wu Xiaoya exclaimed. You. Qin Bachen stammered. "What about me? I am already 83. My daughter has returned. I have come to terms with not needing you anymore. Do you really think I would continue to indulge you?" Qin Bachen fell silent. It was rare for the elderly couple to argue. Fangting found it amusing and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Soon, Yu Qingkong and his wife joined in, their laughter ringing out joyfully. Qin Bachen, who valued his dignity, felt his face flush with embarrassment as the younger generation laughed heartily. Fangting, quick-witted, peeled a shrimp for him. "Dad, eat shrimp." Gazing at the shrimp meat offered by his daughter, his ire dissipated. Indeed, his daughter was quite beautiful. Qin Bachen's eyes softened, and he said gently, "All right. Dad will eat the shrimp that Tingting has peeled." After lunch, the group decided to inquire with the property management about any available houses for sale in upscale residential areas. Sellers typically register with the property management, and buyers prefer to consult them first. If approached through an agency, the commission for such luxurious properties could be quite substantial, often enough to purchase a small car for an average family. Being a businessman, Qin Bachen was keen on minimizing costs. Thus, when Chen Jiying suggested contacting an agency, he immediately countered her. Fortunately, the property management was indeed aware of 6 standalone houses currently for sale. They boarded the management's shuttle and toured the community, inspecting the exteriors of the 6 houses. Ultimately, they settled on the one unanimously deemed the best, and the property management began contacting the owner for a viewing. While they joyfully explored the house, Gao Ran faced a predicament. He was seated at a modest eatery at the entrance of the Suzhou Tiger Hill scenic spot, enjoying his meal. He treated it as a holiday, balancing his time between sightseeing, calculating the deadline for submitting his painting to the employer, and having Chenli book a flight back to Beijing for the following evening. However, Chenli showed him a notification indicating the booking had failed. "Hello. Due to a change in your identity information, the ticket cannot be purchased. Please promptly visit the police station in your registered residence to update your identity information." Gao Ran was taken aback. "What on earth? How could my identity information have changed?" Chun-Li was equally perplexed. "Right? Identity information typically consists of name, birth date, registered residence, and gender." He glanced at Gao Ran from bottom to top, seemingly confirming that his gender had not changed. "I thought my phone was malfunctioning," Chun-Li continued. But even when I tried using my friends' phones to book a ticket, I received the same notification. It was impossible to book at all. I once again contacted the airline, and their response mirrored exactly the information I received earlier. When I inquired about the specific reason, they confessed their ignorance, stating that their information was synchronized from the local police station and advised me to direct my questions there. Gao Ran continued his meal. After finishing, he stepped out of the eatery and sought refuge under a shady tree. He searched for the service number of the local police station and dialed it. Hello. Hello. I am attempting to book a flight, but I suddenly received a notification indicating that my identity information has changed, preventing me from making the reservation. It instructed me to update my identity information at my registered residence. What does this mean? Do you remember your previous ID number? Yes, Gao Ran recited a series of digits. Almost immediately, the other party responded, "Oh, is this Mr. Chen?" Ah? Gao Ran was taken aback. "No, my surname is Gao." "Greetings, Mr. Chen. We have found information indicating that you have a former name, Gao Ran, and your current name is Chen Ran. You must promptly visit our police station to record your fingerprints and obtain a new identity document." Ah? Is there anything else I can assist you with? How can I book my ticket home? Well, you might consider other forms of transportation. So, until I correct my information, am I barred from traveling by plane or high-speed train? Currently, that is the case. Your policies are rather inconvenient. According to current regulations, the scrutiny for residents of Beijing is particularly stringent. Gao Ran sighed, feeling desolate. He could easily surmise that his long-unseen grandfather had exercised his authority to change his surname. Now, he was in a predicament. He had arrived smoothly but could not return. He exhaled deeply and called Fong Ting. She answered, "Son, what is wrong?" "Mom, I'm trying to book a flight home, but I can't." He recounted the entire ordeal. Fong Ting understood immediately. It was your grandfather who changed it. Not only yours, but your mother's as well. Gao Ran felt displeased. Why didn't he consult me first? His name could not be arbitrarily altered, as he had contracts with several employers, all under the name Gao Ran. Changing it during the contract period required immediate notification to his employers, along with a supplementary name change agreement. Moreover, he had grown accustomed to this name. Although it bore little societal prestige in the past, it had been his companion for over 20 years. "Mom, the law stipulates that citizens have the right to their names. After being called by this name for so many years, how could he change it without considering my opinion? And now that my name has changed, I can't book a flight or a train ticket. How am I supposed to return?" Just as Fong Ting was about to respond to her son's concerns, a large hand snatched the phone away. Chen Bachen's voice abruptly pierced through the atmosphere, resonating in the ears of Gao Ran. Ran, it's your grandfather. Where are you now? I've sent a plane to fetch you." Gao Ran remained silent for several seconds, acutely aware that this impudent boy was sulking. In times of crisis, he was accustomed to taking the initiative. Thus, before Gao Ran could formulate a response, he preemptively continued. "Grandfather is aware that you brought the butler along. Soon, I will have someone liaise directly with your butler, and you need not concern yourself with the rest." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Gao Ran was left speechless. It was indeed a moment of serenity beneath the verdant canopy, with a gentle breeze wafting through. Yet, an inexplicable sense of suffocation lingered in the air, leaving Gao Ran feeling quite unsettled. In contrast, Chen Bacchen was in high spirits, chuckling to himself. Ran is not with Qu Yimian. Perhaps they had a quarrel. Chapter 070. Such a terrifying grandfather. The cheerful demeanor of Chen Bacchen left Fong Ting somewhat speechless. She anxiously began to ponder, how could Mian and Ran, newlyweds with such a harmonious relationship, possibly be quarreling? It seemed implausible. Chen Jiang sought to reassure her, "Do not overthink it. Perhaps it is merely a misunderstanding on the part of Uncle." Chen Bacchen chuckled with confidence. How could there be a misunderstanding? If he were with Qu Yimian, they would undoubtedly return together. Would Qu Yimian be unaware of his inability to secure a ticket? Would she disregard him? Would she abandon him? At this point, Chen Bacchen grew indignant once more. "I told you this girl is not to be underestimated. It is only my Ran, being so innocent, that she can manipulate at will." Fong Ting chose to ignore Chen Bachen's outburst. "I will call Chun Li and inquire." Nearby, Chen Bachen's assistant interjected, "Miss, please share the WeChat contact of the young master's assistant with me." In Suzhou, Gao Ran remained blissfully oblivious to Chen Bachen's unfounded speculations, consumed instead by his own frustration. His spirits dimmed. He lost all desire to continue his travels. Standing alone beneath the shade of a tree, he was safeguarded not far away by plainclothes bodyguards. Chun Li's phone rang. To avoid disturbing Gao Ran, he stepped aside to answer. Madam. Since transferring his contract to Gao Ran, Chun Li had altered his form of address for Fong Ting. Fong Ting pressed for information. Chun Li, didn't Ran go to Suzhou with Mian Mian? Why aren't they returning together? Have they had a quarrel? Chun Li hastily clarified. No. It was President Chu who arrived first. The boss was concerned for President Chu and came along. However, President Chu has some matters to attend to and will not be leaving Suzhou for the time being. The boss has a signed agreement with someone and must deliver the painting on time, so he needs to return early. Unfortunately, he encountered issues with his identification and couldn't secure a ticket. Fong Ting finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, I understand now. As long as he and Mian Mian are fine. By the way, I've shared your phone number with my father's assistant. He will contact you shortly. Chun Li was elated. Wonderful. Madam, rest assured, I will do my utmost to serve the boss. Barely had the call ended when Chun Li noticed a new friend request on WeChat. Upon inspection, the note read, Hello, I am Zhu Junan, assistant to Chairman Chen. Chun Li promptly accepted the request. The individual quickly called, Mr. Chen? Chan Li replied, Assistant Zhu, greetings. I am Chun Li. Zhu Junan, polite and warm in his demeanor. Inquired, I heard that the young master is stranded in Suzhou due to the name change issue. Do you know any plans to return to Beijing? Chun Li responded, Assistant Zhu, the young master wishes to extend his stay in Suzhou for 2 more days. He had me book a flight for tomorrow evening. But it was unsuccessful. Zhu Junan affirmed. Understood. I will liaise with the Civil Aviation Administration and confirm the departure time for tomorrow evening. I will inform you as soon as it is finalized. Chun Li replied. Thank you. Zhu Junan. Chairman Chun intends to purchase a small passenger aircraft for the young master, intended for future short-distance travels. However, acquiring one immediately is impractical, as the design and manufacturing of the cabin require time. I will ensure that the relevant departments liaise with you on this matter. Chun Li was elated. Did this mean that he would have a private plane to accompany the young master on outings? In stark contrast to Gao Ran's current despondency, Chun Li beamed with joy. Nodding vigorously. Wonderful. Zhu Junan continued. The second matter concerns whether your employment was arranged by the Chu family or... No. I am in the young master's service. Chun Li fervently asserted. All the household staff in the villa at Ziyu Mountain have had their contracts transferred to the young master's studio. The young master has a personal studio for antique restoration. I wonder if you are aware of this? Zhu Junan smiled. Understood. May I inquire if the young master has a spare card? Would you be able to disclose the card number? In the future, we shall be like family. And Chairman Chun holds a great fondness for the young master. Though young and full of vigor, he sometimes tends to be overly single-minded in his thoughts. It would be beneficial for Mr. Chun to offer him guidance. As we will be working together, let us look out for one another. Chun Li enthusiastically responded. Indeed. In that moment, Chun Li felt he had reached the pinnacle of his life. Receiving a call from the assistant of Hong Kong's wealthiest individual, requesting him to extend his support, Chun Li felt elated and scarcely remembered what else was said before he blissfully hung up. He could recite Gao Ran's 2 card numbers with his eyes closed and promptly send a series of digits via his phone. Zhu Junan. Received not far away. Gao Ran called out, Let us go. Only then did Chun Li hasten forward. Coming, young master. The sun is quite bright. I'll go fetch the car. Are we heading to Hansan Temple? Gao Ran, somewhat exasperated, remarked, Do you have a different title for me every 24 hours? Chun Li chuckled, not changing it. It will always be young master from now on. Gao Ran. They got into the car, with Chun Li at the wheel, programming the navigation to Hansan Temple. Suddenly, his phone pinged with a payment notification. He opened it in astonishment, his jaw dropping in disbelief as he began counting. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, billion. At first, Gao Ran didn't think much of it. However, as Chun Li became increasingly animated, his voice soared with excitement. Gao Ran began to suspect he might be hallucinating from some substance. What are you doing? Chun Li slowly turned his head. Gazing at him, Young master, please slap me. Gao Ran, maintaining a poker face, replied, I can help you call for an ambulance. Chun Li was ecstatic. Young master, your grandfather has sent you 500 million RMB with the note for my beloved grandson's pocket money. What a remarkable grandfather. He wished for such a grandparent. Why? With the same surname Chun. Is there such a disparity? Gao Ran. He immediately dialed Fong Ting. Fong Ting was perusing properties with the Chun family, and they had all taken a liking to one in particular, currently coordinating with the owner to discuss the specifics. Just then, Gao Ran called her, and she promptly answered. Son, what is it? Gao Ran replied, Mom, Qin has given me 500 million as pocket money. Are you aware of this? Feng Ting responded gently. I am aware. It is a modest token from your grandfather. You should graciously accept it. They are elderly, and it has not been easy for them to locate us. If we refuse everything, it will surely weigh heavily on their hearts. Gao Ran countered, Mom, he can change my name without my consent today. His power and connections are vast. Does that mean tomorrow, if he is displeased, he can unilaterally dissolve my marriage to Mian? Feng Ting replied softly, Ran. She hadn't anticipated her son's deduction. However, he was mistaken. Qin's intent was to annul the marriage record, not to initiate a divorce. Gao Ran continued. So, if he becomes unhappy the day after tomorrow, can he sedate me and whisk me away to Hong Kong? And if he is displeased the day after that, can he confine me and impersonate me, sending Mian a message that I have married someone else, urging her not to wait for me? While he coerces me into this and that. Mom, do you not find such a grandfather utterly terrifying? Chapter 071. My dearest, I love you. Oh, how deeply I love you. Feng Ting grew increasingly alarmed as she listened. Ran, are you perhaps overthinking things? Gao Ran replied, Mom, I am an individual with my own thoughts. He felt that someone was attempting to lure him with wealth, gradually encroaching upon his autonomy until they could completely dominate him. But why should he allow himself to be controlled? He had his own life. Gao Ran could very well choose not to be named Gao Ran. He had never harbored any fondness for the Gao family. He could take his grandfather's surname or his grandmother's if he wished. Yet, they must respect him. They should consult him beforehand regarding any changes to his name, inquire if he is amenable to such alterations, rather than unilaterally deciding and executing changes without his knowledge, only for him to discover it when he was unable to book a ticket and was notified by the system. Now, without warning, they were prepared to throw 5 billion at him without so much as informing him, and, at this point, Gao Ran glanced at the driver's seat, where Chun-Li was cautiously observing him through the rearview mirror, his expression clearly one of tension and anxiety. Suddenly, Gao Ran recalled how, during the establishment of the studio, Su Wei had informed him that the studio's license had been expedited due to special circumstances, requiring no physical presence from Gao Ran. They had merely registered a temporary bank account using Gao Ran's ID number for the application of the business license. Opening a bank account necessitated providing a reserved mobile number. To streamline financial dealings for the studio and conserve Gao Ran's energy, Chun-Li's number had been used. Su Wei had remarked, Son-in-law, Chun-Li possesses remarkable business acumen. He is a finance master's graduate from Hu University, a certified international accountant, and currently pursuing his doctorate. Due to his outstanding capabilities, he was promoted to a permanent position after only half a month of internship within the group. However, his overconfidence led him to take over tasks from colleagues and report on projects in an unorthodox manner, which, while resulting in excellent work, had offended many and garnered collective complaints from his department. Mr. Chu admired his credentials and could not bring himself to dismiss him. Nevertheless, his impatient nature necessitated a reassignment as a steward to temper his demeanor. Chun-Li. Gao Ran softly uttered his name. Chun-Li, seated in the driver's seat, awkwardly and anxiously smiled, retracting his neck as he turned back. Young master. Gao Ran understood everything. No wonder Chun-Li had changed his address for him today. It was because Chun-Li had been liaising with people from Qun's side that he now referred to him as young master. Gao Ran averted his gaze, his frustration boiling within him. Mother, I am capable of earning my own living. I simply wish to lead my own life, dictated by my own choices. Such actions from my grandfather only suffocate me. On the other end of the line, the voice that emerged was unexpectedly aged yet soothing. Ran, my dear grandson, are you perhaps overthinking things? Grandfather certainly permits you your freedom. When he transferred money to you, the note was quite clear. It was merely your pocket money. Is it not entirely normal for me, Qin's heir, to possess 500 million in pocket money? A chill ran down my spine. How could the caller switch mid-conversation? Do you even wish to control my mother's phone? Must you dictate my communications with her? Unable to contain his frustration, Ran voiced his concerns. Yet, Qin remained unfazed. I merely fear that your mother may not articulate herself clearly, and I worry you might misunderstand my intentions. Ran. Grandfather will not have any other descendants in this lifetime. He is already 84. How many more years do you think I have left? Recently, upon learning that you and your mother had found each other, my blood pressure spiked, nearly resulting in a heart attack. Fortunately, I have maintained the habit of carrying a family doctor with me, who administered emergency care, allowing me to narrowly escape death. Ran, grandfather is just a frail old man. He longs for your mother and for you. My days are numbered. Each additional day is a gift. If you continue to harbor anger towards me, and should I pass away tomorrow, would it not mean we have lost all opportunities to share joy together as a family? Ran remained silent, acutely aware of the sorrowful voice of Fong Ting on the other end. Dad, please don't say that. Shinbochan continued. I heard you were traveling in Suzhou. Enjoy yourself. A private jet is arranged to bring you back tomorrow evening. When you return, we shall have a proper conversation. However, grandfather is elderly and sometimes becomes anxious about certain matters, which may come across as overbearing. But time is of the essence, and I fear I may not have the luxury to wait. I apologize, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Please do not hold it against me, my dear grandchild. Ran remained silent. Fong Ting took the phone back from Shinbochan. Ran, do not be unreasonable. It is quite difficult for your grandfather, as a senior, to apologize to you. Additionally, since you could not secure a ticket, he arranged a private jet for you, scheduled for tomorrow evening, aligning perfectly with your original plans. Most importantly, grandfather has stated he will no longer interfere in your affairs with Mianmian. He has made concessions, so please do not continue to sulk. At 84, if something were to happen to him, it would be catastrophic. Ran, feeling utterly drained, hung up the phone. He felt as though he were staring into an infinite, unfathomable ocean, his abilities too limited to contend with it. Upon returning to the hotel, Ran muttered 3 words in frustration. Chun-Li immediately turned the car around towards the hotel. Once back, Ran locked himself in his bedroom. He sent a message to Qu Yimian. I must see you today. I am waiting for you at the hotel. It was not until after 9 in the evening that Qu Yimian hurriedly arrived. During this time, Su Wei called Chun-Li twice to inquire about the situation, but Chun-Li remained tight-lipped. When Qu Yimian arrived, Chun-Li called out Madam and opened the suite door. Qu Yimian cast a meaningful glance at Chun-Li. Su Wei also furrowed his brows. As Qu Yimian circumvented Chun-Li and stepped inside, she discovered a dining cart positioned at the entrance of the master bedroom, laden with an abundance of food, yet untouched by anyone. She rapped gently on the door. Gao Ran? After a brief span of about 10 seconds, the bedroom door swung open from within. Gao Ran emerged, revealing a fresh yet somewhat aggrieved expression, and gazed at Qu Yimian, asking, why did you arrive only now? Qu Yimian noticed the redness at the corners of his eyes and inquired, haven't you had dinner? Gao Ran regarded her intently for a moment before suddenly seizing her from the doorway and swiftly shutting the door behind them. A fervent kiss swept over her like a tempest. Qu Yimian found herself pressed against the door, her hands forcefully pinned above her head. His kiss was passionate and intense, and only when they were both breathless did he rest his forehead against hers, locking eyes with a serious yet anxious expression, and implored. Mian, I love you. I truly love you. I love you deeply. No matter what transpires in the future, my heart will unwaveringly stand by your side. So, may I ask you, regardless of what happens, to stand steadfastly with me as well? Chapter 072. She holds the ace. Gao Ran's eyes sparkled with deep emotion as he gazed longingly at Qu Yimian, as if the mere utterance of a negative response from her would shatter his very being. Qu Yimian was deeply moved by his kiss. Yet, at that moment, reason prevailed. Gao Ran, have you encountered some trouble? Gao Ran pressed on. I am asking you a question. Please respond to what I just inquired. Qu Yimian replied. Gao Ran, first tell me what has transpired, and let us discuss how we can resolve it together. Ignoring her plea, Gao Ran reiterated his earlier question with fervor, regardless of what may occur in the future. My heart will unwaveringly stand by your side. So I beseech you, no matter what happens, will you also steadfastly stand by me? Qu Yimian, I implore you to answer me directly. Please reveal your truth. Qu Yimian fell silent for an extended period, causing the glimmer of hope in his eyes to gradually dim. As he held her hands, his grip loosened, and his eyes grew increasingly red-rimmed. He pulled his forehead away from hers, taking a step back, and in a tone that, though phrased as a question, bore an air of certainty, he asked, You do not love me? Qu Yimian was taken aback by the depth of his pain. She responded calmly, Gao Ran, there are far too many significant matters in my life that eclipse love. Therefore, regardless of my feelings for you, I could never prioritize you above all else. Gao Ran let out a self-deprecating laugh, a crystalline tear trailing down his cheek. Indeed. How could a goddess ever fall for a mere ugly duckling? The chasm between them was as vast as the heavens and the earth. He had recognized this disparity long before they obtained their marriage certificate, had he not? So what was he still hoping for at this moment? Qu Yimian stared in shock at the tear that fell from him, and as she moved to approach him, he abruptly turned away, fiercely wiping away the traces of his sorrow. I understand now. You may go about your business. Today, it was my folly that disturbed you. Gao Ran felt utterly despondent. He had been so anxious, afraid that his grandfather would impose his capitalist dominance and forcibly separate him from Qu Yimian. He worried that she might grieve over his absence, fearing that she would feel heartbroken and alone. Yet, in truth, all of this was merely his own wishful thinking. In this moment, Gao Ran felt an uncanny sense of existence. His mother had brought him into this world through in vitro fertilization, and his father had passed away after his conception. His mother had endured countless hardships to provide for him. Now, he questioned the very purpose of his existence. However, he would never resort to self-destruction for the sake of a woman. He could only endure the profound sadness, a sorrow so intense that it felt insurmountable. Yet he could not succumb to it. He sat at the edge of the bed with a shattered heart, afraid to ask her if she had ever felt a spark for him. He sensed her overwhelming rationality, and it became painfully clear to him she might truly not love him at all. Qu Yimian observed him silently seated at the edge of the bed, his countenance pale and lifeless. She approached and crouched before him, gazing at him with concern, and asked once more, Gao Ran, has something transpired? Gao Ran replied, it's nothing. Qu Yimian urged, Gao Ran, we are married. You can share anything with me. I truly have no issues. You should attend to your matters. Gao Ran insisted. Qu Yimian was indeed very busy. She had pressing matters to attend to that evening, yet upon seeing Gao Ran's message, she made time to rush over. Witnessing his current state made her heart ache. Rationality urged her to leave promptly and tend to her responsibilities, for time was of the essence. Yet, her legs felt as though they were rooted to the ground. She gazed at Gao Ran's ashen face and instinctively reached out to gently caress his furrowed brow. Those once vibrant and clear eyes, which she had adored in the past, now seemed devoid of luster. With a heavy heart, Qu Yimian clasped his hands and declared, I promise you, regardless of what may occur in the future, as long as you remain steadfastly by my side as you vow, I too will unwaveringly stand by you, no matter what happens. Gao Ran, I promise you. Gao Ran had almost resigned himself to despair. When he heard her words, he felt as though he were in a dream, questioning the reality of it all. However, at that moment, seeing the concern and care in her eyes, his thoughts gradually began to coalesce. She was not entirely indifferent to him. He grasped her hands in excitement. You still harbor feelings for me, don't you? Qu Yimian's cheeks flushed slightly, unsure of how to respond to his affectionate demeanor. Lowering her head, she softly affirmed, but quickly redirected the conversation. So, can you tell me what transpired today? Gao Ran reciprocated her grip. He recounted the events of the past 2 days along with his feelings. Qu Yimian could not suppress a laugh. What is so amusing? Gao Ran asked, exasperated. I'm nearly at my wit's end, and you're smiling? Qu Yimian, fiddling with his fingers, wore an expression of incredulity. I thought something grave had occurred. It turns out to be such a trifling matter. A trifling matter? Gao Ran echoed. Qu Yimian suddenly regarded him with envious eyes. He had endured numerous hardships throughout his life yet retained a childlike innocence. If it weren't for his inherently kind nature, he could not have accomplished this. Reflecting on her own tribulations, the burden she bore, being Gao Ran seemed far less burdensome than being Qu Yimian. With a smile, Qu Yimian remarked, Chun-Li, as your subordinate, misuses your funds while disclosing your bank account information. That is akin to biting the hand that feeds you. Such behavior ought to be addressed. Chen Bo-chun intends to exploit your mother's kindness and filial piety to manipulate both you and her. Therefore, you must learn to resist from the very beginning. Do not change your name. Upon your return, confront the local police station and demand to know who authorized your name change. You merely need to declare your intention to lodge a complaint, to report, and witness who dares to violate the law. In this world, while capital may manipulate certain matters, it can never supersede the law. Therefore, as long as you steadfastly refuse to change your name, no one can genuinely compel you to do so. Similarly, we are a lawful couple, whether he acknowledges it or not. As long as both parties consent, no one possesses the authority to oppose our union. Ultimately, I possess a trump card. Once revealed, it will ensure that Shin Bachan not only concedes but also pays homage to me. Gao Ran believes that Qu Yimian's prowess indeed surpasses his own. What is this trump card? Qu Yimian cast a sidelong glance at him, her red lips curving into a smile. You simply tell him that I am with child. If he does not cherish me, then it would be fortuitous. We shall divorce. And the child within me will bear my surname. After all, He is already in his 80s, with a little effort. Perhaps he can hold on long enough to find a granddaughter-in-law who meets his approval, and perhaps even welcome a great-grandchild into the world. Let us hope he lives to see that day. Chapter 073. My Mian is the kindest and gentlest. I will listen to you. Gao Ran gazed at Qu Yimian with bright, sparkling eyes, as if her words had provided him with a newfound sense of direction. Qu Yimian smiled and rose to her feet, for after crouching beside him for quite some time, her legs had grown somewhat numb. She supported herself against the edge of the bed and settled down beside him. With curiosity, Gao Ran asked, "Why didn't you dismiss Qunli initially, but instead appointed him as your steward? Was it merely because of his abilities and your reluctance to let talent go to waste?" Qu Yimian remained silent for a considerable moment before responding. At the outset, I was impressed by his exceptional professional skills and wished to draw him into my faction. However, I harbored concerns that he might be a trap set by others against me, which led me to conduct a thorough investigation into his background. Leaning her head gently on Gao Ran's shoulder, she recounted the story of Qunli. It turned out that Qunli had once been a rather unfortunate soul. He came from a blissful family. His father was a high school teacher, his mother a nurse, and he had two elder sisters who adored him dearly. However, in their hometown, a deep-seated preference for sons over daughters prevailed. Consequently, not only did his parents favor Qunli, but even his sisters believed that their brother deserved the best that life could offer. The family lived frugally to support Qunli's university education in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Qunli, in turn, proved to be a diligent student, serving as the president of the student council and successfully securing a place in a graduate program. Tragically, in the second year of his postgraduate studies, his parents were involved in a car accident. His father died instantly, while his mother was left in a comatose state. In a bid to ensure a bright future for Qunli, his sisters, without his knowledge, arranged a funeral for their father and transferred their mother to a prestigious hospital in Beijing. During that harrowing period, the family sold everything they could, exhausting their finances. Desperate, the eldest sister contemplated becoming a companion in Guangdong, a plan thwarted by the second sister, who tore up her ticket as they wept in each other's arms. Eventually, a widowed man from their hometown, 17 years older than the eldest sister, offered a bride price of 180,000 yuan. She accepted his proposal, and in one breath, sent 100,000 yuan to Qunli, urging him to strive for his own future. The remaining 80,000 yuan was given to the second sister to care for their mother in the hospital. After a prolonged absence of communication with his family, Qunli found it peculiar and, under the pretense of taking leave, returned home only to discover the extent of the calamity that had befallen them. He fell to his knees in tears, begging his eldest sister to divorce, promising to repay the bride price. Yet, she was already pregnant, and despite the man's age, he treated her well, leading her to accept her fate. Desperate, Qunli rushed to the hospital in Beijing to visit his mother, only to learn that her condition was dire. Fearing that his second sister might follow in their eldest sister's footsteps, he resolved from that moment on to pursue success by any means necessary. After listening to her tale, Gao Ran hesitated. If I were to dismiss him now, he would still need to seek employment. Qu Yimian replied, "No. If Qunli were devoid of talent, you could dismiss him without a second thought. But if he possesses abilities, you must contemplate whether to retain him or utterly crush him, ensuring he never has the chance to rise again." Gao Ran stared at Qu Yimian in astonishment. In the serene gaze of Qu Yimian, a tempest lay beneath the surface, for if one were to cast him back into the ocean, he would surely rise once more, fully aware of your every move, poised to deliver a devastating blow. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. One must never underestimate even the most inconspicuous adversary. This principle is akin to the notion that without Waha's benevolent decision in the past, there would be no Nongfu Spring today. Gao Ran, deep in thought, inquired, "So, your reluctance to dismiss Qunli was not solely due to your appreciation of his talent, but also out of compassion, was it not?" Qu Yimian replied gently. "His mother remains in the hospital. For 4 long years, he and his 2 sisters have fought valiantly, unwilling to relinquish hope, even as their mother lies in a vegetative state. It is this profound filial piety that has touched my heart." Gao Ran, with a gleam of joy in his eyes, affectionately tousled Qu Yimian's hair. This gesture left her momentarily stunned, as if no one had ever shown her such tenderness before. Yet, Gao Ran beamed with pride, asserting, "Who says our Yimian possesses a heart of a viper? You are undoubtedly the kindest and most gentle soul in existence." Flustered, Qu Yimian rose, saying, I must attend to some matters at my grandfather's house. Please enjoy your meal. I trust you can manage the remaining tasks on your own. Gao Ran replied. I shall return tomorrow. Without looking back, Qu Yimian stated, you may leave first. I still have a project to oversee in Suzhou and will return in a couple of days. Gao Ran felt a pang of reluctance as he watched her silhouette gradually fade from view, leaving his heart feeling hollow. Yet, the thought of her promise to stand by him, regardless of the circumstances, filled him with an overwhelming joy, as if he had conquered the world. Later, Gao Ran searched for the Suzhou night market on his phone, leading Qinli and others on a delightful shopping excursion, indulging in a feast from one end of the street to the other. Throughout this time, Qinli remained reticent, cautiously observing Gao Ran's demeanor. Gao Ran's behavior was unchanged, seemingly unaffected, which left Qinli's heart in a state of unease. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Gao Ran visited Hanzan Temple, offering 10,000 yuan for incense and requesting 4-piece talismans. The small talismans, triangular in shape and crafted from yellow paper, displayed faint red cinnabar inscriptions visible in the sunlight. After taking a photo at the temple entrance, Gao Ran unexpectedly handed one of the piece talismans to Qinli upon leaving. Startled, Qinli asked, Young master, is this for me? It is for your mother. Gao Ran replied softly, I hope she awakens soon, so that your family's devotion shall not be in vain. Qinli, his throat tight with emotion, solemnly accepted the talisman, saying, Thank you, young master. By 9 o'clock that morning, Gao Ran was exploring and photographing the gardens of Suzhou. Qinli approached him, saying, Young master, Mr. Qin has arranged a private flight for you at 6:30 this evening. What are your thoughts? Gao Ran promptly responded, We shall take the highway back. Take the highway? Qinli echoed, puzzled. Doesn't the car rental company offer one-way services? Gao Ran explained, I checked the navigation last night. It takes 11 hours to drive from Suzhou to Beijing. With so many of us possessing licenses, we can rotate drivers, requiring only 3 or 4 in total. Departing at 11 in the morning, I arrived home by midnight. It was neither exhausting nor required any identification, allowing for leisurely strolls and scenic views along the way. How delightful. After capturing a particularly exquisite flowering tree, Gao Ran turned to Qinli and remarked, No employer appreciates employees who take liberties. He added, I must say, I find it more pleasing when you address me as boss rather than young master. Otherwise, I am left with the impression that the master is your employer, while the young master is merely the employer's child. And you are but a caretaker to the master's offspring. Qinli's expression grew tense. Understood, boss, he replied. Gao Ran gazed deeply at him. I sincerely hope you truly understand. Qinli respectfully bowed, exclaiming, Boss, I truly do. Chapter 074. Gao Ran is taken away. When Gao Ran returned to Ziyu Mountain Villa, it was already 3 in the morning. He had indeed been careless. The rental cars in Suzhou bore out-of-town license plates, which were not permitted to enter Beijing freely. Therefore, as they were nearing the capital, they exited the highway to the rental company S branch in Langfang to exchange for a vehicle with a Beijing plate before re-entering the expressway. The arduous journey of more than 10 hours in the car was undeniably exhausting, certainly incomparable to the private jet arranged by Chen Bachin. Yet, at the moment he stepped back into Ziyu Mountain Villa, a victorious smile graced Gao Ran's face. He did not intend to persist in a conflict with his grandfather. He merely wished for the other party to understand that he deserved respect and harbored his own thoughts. At 7 in the morning, the alarm clock roused the weary Gao Ran. Resolute to visit the police station today and restore his name, he summoned his indomitable spirit, rubbed his temples, and bravely rose. After freshening up, he descended the stairs, only to discover the house felt somewhat desolate. Upon inquiring with the cook, he learned that Chen Bachin had purchased a villa for Fong Ting in the neighborhood yesterday, and the household staff from the Yi family had gone over to assist with the cleaning. A plethora of new items had been added, and Fong Ting had moved in with Chen Bachin and his wife last night, with both cooks also present to help prepare the inaugural warm meal. Gao Ran felt a twinge of incredulity. Was his mother truly so easily swayed by sweet words? Which villa were they occupying? As he posed the question, he contemplated how to avoid that route when he left. The cook cheerfully replied, Not far, number 16. Gao Ran responded, Oh, the Yi family is at number 18. We are at 19. They are indeed quite close. Would you like to go over? The cook inquired, gathering her courage. I boiled some goat's milk for Nian Gao. If you go, could you please take it with you? Gao Ran looked bewildered. Nian Gao? With a smile, the cook explained. It's the pet dog you raised. Since you've been away these past few days, Madam asked if a name had been given, and we told her no. She then named it Nian Gao. It's still young and cannot eat regular dog food, so I prepared goat's milk to soak puppy kibble for it. Gao Ran suddenly comprehended. He had nearly forgotten about the little white dog. I want to be going over. If you do, please bring Nian Gao back for me. Understood. The cook replied. After finishing his breakfast, Gao Ran took his identification and set off. He went alone, driving his Qian towards the police station. Upon arriving at the service hall, he first approached the convenience window to explain the perplexing situation regarding the unsolicited change in his identity information, which had hindered his ability to book tickets while away from home. He inquired about the reason behind the unauthorized alteration of his name without his knowledge. The officer at the convenience window checked his ID number and registration details, then, after a brief moment, instructed him to wait while he took Gao Ran's ID into the back. Gao Ran stood outside, waiting. After several minutes, an older officer finally emerged to assist him. The individual appeared to be a minor authority figure who engaged in conversation with Gao Ran upon arrival. Gao Ran, resolute in his demeanor and intentionally maintaining a stern countenance, sought to project an impression of being formidable and difficult to handle. The other party, clearly flustered, suggested, "Perhaps you could first return home and discuss this with your family?" Gao Ran countered with his trump card. "I wish to understand this matter immediately. Who facilitated these procedures? What is the renaming process at your precinct? Is it mandatory for the individual to be present? As a citizen of Huagua, do I not possess the right to my name? Does your irregular operation not constitute a violation of the law? If you cannot provide me with a clear explanation, I shall escalate this matter through formal complaints. I will pursue this at every level until it is resolved." The perspiration on the other's forehead was evident as he replied, "Please hold on." He then hurried away, but this time with Gao Ran's identification in hand, ascending to the upper floor. After a span of several minutes, instead of the return of the earlier police officer, Gao Ran received a call from Fong Ting. He promptly silenced his phone, refusing to answer. He urged the officer at the service window, "Could you kindly expedite this for me? How shall I resolve this issue? If it remains unresolved, I shall expose your actions online. I will escalate my complaints through every level of authority." The officer, feeling helpless, responded, "Sir, that was our minor leader. He must have gone to consult the station chief. Please be patient. I certainly cannot press him on your behalf." Fong Ting's calls continued, ringing 4 times in succession, each met with Gao Ran's indifference. Once his phone fell silent, within a minute, Yi Ching Kong's number illuminated the screen. Gao Ran still refrained from answering, sitting immobile in the lobby, exuding an air of determination not to leave until this matter was settled. During this interval, the internal phone at the service window rang twice. Each time, the officer would glance at Gao Ran before muttering something inaudibly, then hanging up. Presumably, the call was from upstairs inquiring about whether Gao Ran had departed. Thus, after an additional 40 minutes, several familiar faces flooded into the precinct. Yi Ching Kong, Yu Bowen, Fong Ting, along with relatives previously seen at the Yi family gathering, unfortunately. Chen Bachin and his spouse were absent. They all entered, scanning the area, and upon locating Gao Ran, rushed towards him. Ran, son, what are you doing here? Why did you come? Ran, your grandfather's blood pressure spiked dangerously. We should not cause a scene and return home. Cousin, granduncle has been quite unwell. Upon hearing that you insisted on reverting your name at the police station, he fainted right there. Let us return home and discuss matters there. Ran, you must not be foolish. You are a member of the Chen family. If you do not bear the Chen surname, you risk severing your grandfather's lineage. Let us go home. We can address everything there." Gao Ran was genuinely taken aback. To his astonishment, when their attempts to persuade him over the phone proved futile, they resorted to making an appearance in person. Suddenly, he found himself surrounded by numerous hands grasping at his arms, back, and shoulders, some tugging, others pulling, and yet more pushing him forward, all united in their determination to escort him towards the entrance of the police station. Gao Ran exerted all his strength to resist, attempting to anchor himself to the ground, unwilling to be taken away. However, it was not long before he was hoisted up by this group of individuals. With a rather ungraceful demeanor, he was escorted out of the police station by his relatives. "Let me go? You can't do this. You are infringing upon my personal freedom. Release me." Gao Ran protested vehemently. He was then unceremoniously shoved into a vehicle, where a hand delved into his trouser pocket, extracting the key to his Qian. Yu Bowen smirked mischievously at him, declaring, "I'll drive your car back. Behave yourself. Both your granduncle and grandaunt are waiting for you at home. When we return, just speak your mind to them. After all, we are family." Chapter 075, The ace up one sleeve Gao Ran sat in the car, utterly exasperated. On his left was his mother, and on his right sat his aunt, Qin Jiang. Yu Qingkong, driving, cheerfully attempted to console him, dispensing platitudes that Gao Ran had long since internalized. A middle-aged relative in the passenger seat chimed in occasionally. If Gao Ran remained silent, they assumed he had yet to be persuaded, prompting both his mother and Qin Jiang to press him from either side. Gao Ran felt as if the world around him was an unbearable cacophony, his head ready to explode. Clenching his fists, he could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Enough noise." The car fell silent, but only for a fleeting moment. "Why are you throwing a tantrum, dear? It's such a hot day, and we are only concerned for you." Ran, you may not know this, but this is your Uncle Omian. He is the father of Ouyang, your cousin who accompanied you to the police station last time to bring your mother home. Yes, Ouyang is my son. Your mother is my sister. So just call me Uncle. Ran, you mustn't be ungrateful. So many people have come to see you out of love. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Yet they have paused their important work for your sake. I've consumed more salt than you have rice, so you must heed my advice. Right now, you may feel that love is paramount, but as you reach middle age, you will realize how appealing it is to have a wealthy grandfather from Hong Kong. If I were you, I would have already rushed into my grandfather's arms, yet here you are, sulking and throwing fits. Alas, you seem to have experienced too little of the harsh realities of life. You are far too idealistic and naive. Gao Ran felt he was on the brink of madness. At last, they arrived at Ziyu Villa. Yi Bowen parked Gao Ran's Cayenne directly at the entrance of Villa number 16. Following closely, Yu Qingkong and other relatives also parked their vehicles there. Qin Jiang, smiling, said, Ran, this is your mother's new home. Come down and take a look. There are many beautiful vases and decorations inside, all personally selected by your grandmother and mother at the mall yesterday. We have even reserved a room for you. You're welcome to stay the night. One by one, everyone exited the vehicles. Fangting gave Gao Ran a gentle pat and whispered, your grandparents owe you nothing. They have worked hard all their lives. When you decided to change your name back, your grandfather nearly fainted, so you mustn't worry him further. Yi Qingkong interjected, come on. With so many of us watching, this little 11T escape. Gao Ran stepped out of the car. Yu Bowen immediately approached him, wrapping an arm around his shoulder, cheerfully guiding him toward the house. The original owner of Villa number 16 had been a dancer, and the decor exuded a romantic, artistic flair, enveloping visitors in a luxurious French ambience upon entry. However, Gao Ran had no time to appreciate these details. He was surrounded by a throng of people, with no avenue of retreat. Before him stood an elderly man with flowing white hair. The old man appeared vigorous, his face glowing with excitement and a triumphant smile. He spotted Gao Ran and swiftly approached, seizing both of his hands, scrutinizing him meticulously from head to toe. Splendid! Splendid! He exclaimed, nodding fervently, repeatedly proclaiming, wonderful, wonderful, absolutely marvelous, my dear grandson. What a good child you are. You resemble me. You bear a striking likeness to my youthful self. Ha ha ha. In truth, everyone believed that Gao Ran's appearance was even more handsome than Qin Bachin at a similar age, although their general features were akin, being of the same lineage. It was evident. Yet, all around, people flattered Qin Bachin, eager to shower him with compliments. Indeed, the first time I laid eyes on Ran, I felt he looked familiar. Me too. I thought he seemed quite recognizable, but I couldn't place where I had seen him before. Turns out, he resembles our great uncle in his youth. Ran is your grandson. Who else would he resemble? Ha ha ha, this is excellent. With Ran back, uncle, you have a worthy successor. You can rest easy now. Such a handsome young man must surely belong to the Qin family. Ran, you really mustn't be so thoughtless. No more frightening your grandfather by changing your name. In my opinion, he shouldn't call him grandfather. He ought to call him grandfather. The Gao family has gained a grandson without spending a dime. Why should that be? He should carry our surname and address him as great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Yes. Let us call them grandfather and grandmother. The crowd's banter grew increasingly ludicrous, yet Qin Bachin reveled in it. He gazed longingly at Gao Ran, eagerly imploring, Ran, call me grandfather. Just once. The bystanders erupted in laughter, chanting, call him grandfather. Call him grandfather. Call him grandfather. Gao Ran, however, felt a deep sympathy for the elderly man as plight of losing his daughter. He harbored no animosity towards him. Yet he struggled to comprehend the old man's presumption of dominion from his elevated position. He felt as though he were being bullied. Particularly upon witnessing the victorious smile at the corners of the elder's lips, he experienced no joy of recognition, only resistance and anguish. In this moment, he felt utterly alone, devoid of allies. Outnumbered and outmatched, he realized that confronting them head-on would yield no benefits and would thwart his desires. Suddenly, the cunning words of Qu Yimian resurfaced in his mind, and he resolved to give it a try. Grandfather, I can call you grandfather. And I can change my surname to Chun, but not at this moment. The instant he spoke, the smile on Chun Bachan's face noticeably faded. Gao Ran quickly shifted his tone. Mian is pregnant. I promised her that among our children, a son would carry her surname, Chu. If I change my surname to Chin now, it might lead to her misunderstandings and unease. The doctor mentioned that the first 3 months of pregnancy are crucial, and it is vital to ensure the well-being of the fetus. Should anything go wrong, it could jeopardize the child. Therefore, I hope we can postpone the matter of changing names until Mian safely delivers this baby. Gao Ran's words struck like thunder on a clear day. Fong Ting was the first to react, joyfully grasping Gao Ran's arm. Son, are you serious? Mian is pregnant? Gao Ran gazed at her, affirming. Of course it is true. There is no need to conceal such matters, for soon her belly will gradually round out, and without my words, you will inevitably come to know. Yet in his heart, he mused that once Mian returns from Suzhou, they must seclude themselves and fervently procreate. Otherwise, this deception is bound to be unveiled. Fong Ting hastily turned to Qin Bachan, exclaiming, Father, since Ran has already consented to change her name, it is merely a matter of time. Perhaps we should postpone the change until after Mian has given birth. Wu Xiaoye also grew fervent, addressing the elder. What were you thinking? Your granddaughter-in-law is pregnant, and you had the audacity to confront her upon your first meeting, creating an unpleasant atmosphere. What if this causes her distress? Chapter 76. Preliminary objectives achieved. Chun Bachan's expression was somewhat peculiar, neither radiating joy nor discontent. After a prolonged gaze at Gao Ran, he managed to utter, boy or girl. Wu Xiaoye, exasperated, playfully struck the old man again, retorting, how could one tell at this point? Oh, please stop talking. She then stepped forward, taking Gao Ran's hand and declaring, Ran, I am your grandmother. I am your mother's mother. Gao Ran politely greeted, hello, grandma. Tears of excitement shimmered in Wu Xiaoye's eyes. Looking at her grown, handsome, and wonderful grandson filled her heart with immense joy. She continued, you might not recognize these folks yet, so let your grandmother introduce them to you. Before she could proceed, Qin Jiang interjected, and allow me to first provide a brief introduction to our Chun family background, so that he may remember it more vividly. Wu Xiaoye replied eagerly, yes. Ying is right. Ran, listen to your aunt's explanation. Meanwhile, Mian, bemused, pointed to the sofa, suggesting, shall we all sit down? It feels a bit odd to stand while conversing at home. Indeed. Let us sit. Wu Xiaoye exclaimed. Ran, you should sit beside your grandmother. The others, observing Wu Xiaoye's exuberance, found it amusing. It appeared that with the arrival of her grandson, her husband, whom she had cared for over the years, seemed to fade in significance. Even her newly acknowledged daughter felt less important. Gao Ran settled beside Wu Xiaoye as everyone gradually took their seats. Chun Jiang smiled and began explaining, Ran, our Chun family's ancestors had 4 children. The eldest, second, and fourth are boys, while the third is a girl. Their names were derived from their birth times. For instance, your grandfather, the eldest, was born during the Qin hour, hence named Qin Bachan. Your grandmother's name is Wu Xiaoye, and she gave birth to your mother, followed by you. Your second uncle, born during the Qin hour, is named Chun Bushing. I must mention that your second uncle and his wife have passed away, and their children now reside in Canada. We will introduce them to you when the opportunity arises. Your aunt, the third child, was born during the Wei hour, hence named Qin Bowie. She married your uncle O Su, giving birth to your cousin O Mian, who in turn has a brother named O Yang. Your little uncle is my father, born during the Hai hour, named Qin Bo Hai, while my mother is named Chu Yue. They have only one daughter, which is me, and I have only one son, Bowen, with your uncle, as Qin Jiang elaborated. The relatives being mentioned raised their hands or stood to assist Gao Ran in identifying them. Once Qin Jiang concluded her explanation, Wu Xiaoye took it upon herself to reiterate the introductions. Before long, Gao Ran had a clear understanding of who was who in the room. Despite this clarity, he still felt ill at ease in such a setting and longed to depart. Conversations with his grandfather felt like exerting force against cotton. Hence, he turned to Wu Xiaoye and asked, Grandma, may I keep my name unchanged? Could you kindly request the police station to temporarily restore my name? After Mian safely delivers, I shall personally take care of the change. My sole desire at present is for this child to arrive into the world in good health. Mian Mian and I undoubtedly envision more than one child. As long as Mian Mian bears a son with the surname Chu, the subsequent children, regardless of gender, may all carry the surname Chun. Grandmother, dear grandmother, please assist me in reverting my name. Gao Ran can only plead with Wu Xiaoye for leniency. How could Wu Xiaoye resist such heartfelt entreaties from her grandson? She promptly agreed, saying, "Very well, I shall take charge of this matter. We shall postpone the name change for now." Wu Xiaoye glanced at Qin Bachan, whose expression was less than favorable, yet he refrained from voicing any objections. This tacitly indicated his consent. Wu Xiaoye exhaled in relief and turned to a relative nearby. "Xiao Mian, I entrust this matter to you." Oh Mian immediately rose to make a phone call. Shortly thereafter, he returned, giving Gao Ran an affirmative thumbs up. "It's all set. You can proceed with your ticket booking without any delays." Gao Ran felt a wave of relief wash over him. With the matter resolved, he prepared to take his leave. "Esteemed elders, I must attend to obligations at my studio. I have a contract with my employer, and having already delayed in Suzhou for 2 days, I cannot afford any further postponement, or I shall incur penalties for breach of contract. I bid you farewell for now, but I shall find time in the future to properly host you all." He bowed deeply to the assembly before turning to depart. Several individuals wished to retain him. Yet recalling his reasonable rationale, they refrained from insisting. Fong Ting stood up, saying, "Everyone, please remain seated. I wish to speak with Ran Ran for a moment." Fong Ting followed Gao Ran outside. Once they had exited the hall, Fong Ting inquired, "Ran Ran, when will Mian Mian return? Now that she is pregnant, when her belly grows, will you still maintain a secret marriage? That may prove difficult to conceal. Previously, your status was insufficient, but now with your grandfather's support, perhaps you should consider making it public?" The midday sun poured down from above. Gao Ran, having been wearied by the morning's events, felt slightly dazed by the heat. However, his mind remained clear. "Mother, we promised Mian Mian that the timing of any public announcement would be determined by her. We cannot be unfaithful to our word. Furthermore, I have a nagging feeling that the Chu family is not as straightforward as it appears. Since Mian Mian has orchestrated things this way, she must have her reasons. If we disrupt her plans, we could unintentionally hinder her progress. I may not become Mian Mian's greatest ally, but I certainly do not wish to be a burden to her. I know you are thrilled about grandfather and grandmother's return, yet I hope we can remain true to our principles and not disappoint those around us." Fong Ting replied, "Very well, I shall heed your words. However, when Mian Mian returns, you must inform me. I will prepare nourishing soup for her." Gao Ran nodded in acknowledgement. Yi Bowen emerged to hand over the car keys. After receiving them, he entered the vehicle and drove away. Inside the villa, Yi Qingkong advised Chen Bochuan, "Uncle, since Mian Mian is pregnant, this is indeed a joyous occasion. Let us take our time." Chen Jiang seized the moment to advocate for Qu Yimian, adding, "Indeed, what if this child is a girl? She could carry the Chen surname from the moment she is born." "Uncle, Aunt, Haven T, you always lamented not being able to raise Sister Ting personally. If we could have a little great-granddaughter, bringing joy to your lives, wouldn't T that compensate for the regrets in your hearts?" Upon hearing this, Chen Bochuan felt a surge of vitality within. He was filled with anticipation, yet tinged with anxiety. "You do not understand," he replied. "I am primarily concerned that this young one might be swayed by Qu Yimian's persuasion and deceive me. What if I relent, only to find that Qu Yimian is not truly pregnant? Wouldn't that turn my joy into a futile endeavor?" Chapter 077. The one he likes. Oh Mian smiled and said, "Uncle, there's no need for concern. Once Mian Mian returns, we can have Ting Ting accompany her for the prenatal checkup. Isn't it only natural for a mother-in-law to accompany her daughter-in-law for such a visit? We shall soon ascertain the truth of the matter." Yi Qingkong nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is an excellent idea. Oh, I almost forgot." Chen Jiang opened her bag and retrieved 2 invitations, handing them to Qin Bachan. "Uncle, these are 2 invitations sent by Qu Yimian to our home. One is for me and Qingkong, and the other is for you and Aunt." A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the living room for a fleeting moment, as Qu Yimian was none other than Qu Yimian's father. What could be the reason for his initiative in sending 2 invitations? At that moment, Fong Ting had just finished sending Gao Ran off and was chatting merrily with Yi Bowen as they entered the room. Qin Bachan opened the invitation, glanced at it, and scoffed. "The Chu Group's 70th anniversary gala?" Fong Ting and Yi Bowen entered, settling onto the sofa. Yi Bowen asked, "What gala? Is it entertaining? If it is, be sure to take me along." Seeing her son, Chen Jiang felt a headache coming on. "Now that there is nothing pressing here, once you're done, You should return to your studies. Yi Bowen disregarded her, grabbing a piece of fruit and biting into it. I just returned from the set. And you want to even let me rest for a couple of days? Qin Jiaying urged, you need to study diligently. In 3 months, the National Civil Service examination will be upon us. If you give it your all, you might just succeed. Otherwise, once you turn 30, who will still want you if you decide to apply then? Yi Bowen was taken aback. Why bring this up again? Wasn't it said that you wouldn't hinder my development in the entertainment industry? Qin Jiaying looked at him with exasperation. But you must achieve something, right? Your own father tailored scripts for you, yet you still flounder. Since your debut, you've merely been coasting along. Despite the numerous connections in the industry, you remain obscure. It would be better for you to return and take the civil service exam and pursue a stable path. Yi Bowen was astonished that his mother would air his shortcomings in front of so many relatives. His face flushed crimson as he attempted to counter. I'm not acting for fame. I do it out of passion. Omion interjected, Bowen, you must heed your mother. She only wishes what is best for you. Her concerns are valid. Acting is a fleeting career, and if you fade before achieving recognition, it signifies that perhaps this path is not meant for you. It would be wise to return. Look at my son Yang. He passed the civil service exam and worked as a village official for 3 years before being promoted to deputy district head. I no longer worry for his future. But, Uncle, that's not the case. Yang has always excelled in his studies and has a knack for politics and history. I've always struggled with textbooks. I'm simply not cut out for academia. Yi Bowen protested. Fong Ting chimed in. Bowen, there was a time when Gao Ran concealed his skills in artifact restoration from me. I hoped he would secure a position as a traffic officer, ensuring a stable life. As parents often think deeply about their children's futures, your mother, too, has your best interests at heart. If Gao Ran didn't possess such skills, I would never have agreed to his resignation. However, since your acting career has not flourished, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity of your youth and swiftly pursue a public service examination. You are nearing 30. Do not let your mother continue to worry over you. Qin Jiaying. Indeed, it seems you lack understanding. Yi Bowen, what I require now is an opportunity, when it arrives. Qin Jiaying. Since your days as a child star, I have been providing you with opportunities, yet after more than 20 years, you remain unrecognized. How many 20-year spans does one have in life? You cherish acting and have experienced it. It is time to find a more stable path. Focus on the public service exam, secure a position, and seek a brilliant girlfriend within the system, then marry and have children. This is the path you ought to follow. Yi Bowen, Wu Xiaoya. Bowen, your mother speaks wisely. Do not provoke her anger. She has sacrificed for you. Yi Bowen. He nearly burst forth from Villa 16 as if fleeing for his life. As he ran back, he passed by Villa 19. After a moment's contemplation, he approached and rang the doorbell, then ascended to the 2nd floor, settling onto the sofa in room 1 of the restoration studio, quietly enjoying the air conditioning while observing Gao Ran intently restoring a painting. By noon, after Qin Jiaying finished her meal at Villa 16 and returned home to find her son absent, she called Yi Bowen. Just as he answered, she unleashed a torrent of reprimands. Yi Bowen tossed his phone onto the sofa, covering it with a cushion. Once silence fell on the other end, he hung up. He approached Gao Ran, who was meticulously filling in a statue with vibrant turquoise powder, and inquired, Gao Ran, you must feel quite stifled these past few days, haven't you? Gao Ran, carefully painting, did not lift his gaze. I've reverted to my original name. I feel somewhat better now. Yi Bowen remained silent. Gao Ran continued his quiet artistry. The two kindred spirits sat together in silent companionship for several hours. Once the turquoise paint was fully applied, Gao Ran began cleaning his tools. Then retrieved some particularly exquisite pieces of vibrant south red agate from the drawer. Yi Bowen, this stone is breathtaking. It must be persimmon red, right? Gao Ran, persimmon red is not as stunning as this. This is the finest south red available on the market. I ordered a batch, if you like. Choose a piece and I can carve a seal for you. There are other stones in that cabinet, turquoise, lapis lazuli, various crystals, gold and silver, and even a couple of blocks of Shoshan stone. Yi Bowen, intrigued, stood up to open the cabinet. There is nothing I cannot see, is there? Gao Ran, no. Yi Bowen grabbed a basket, filling it with an array of colorful organic gemstones, then joyfully approached. Gao Ran, make me a bracelet. There was a guy in the crew with a particularly clean and beautiful turquoise bracelet, claiming it was worth over 100,000. He kept flaunting it. Create something even more impressive for me. Gao Ran regarded the heap Yi Bowen gathered. Were it not for the studio's newfound prosperity, he would hesitate to purchase such fine materials. Yet, this was his craft, and he needed to maintain a stock of various materials. Gao Ran, you truly are not holding back with me. Yiboen, I'm paying, after all. If it's too expensive, I'll opt for installment payments. Heh. You're certainly wealthier than I am at present. Gao Ran lowered his head, meticulously grinding the exquisite red agate in the mortar, sifting it slowly, immersing it in water. Watching him engage in this artisanal work, Yiboen felt his once tumultuous heart gradually find solace. Gao Ran, you are remarkably diligent. Were you a woman? I would undoubtedly take you as my bride. Gao Ran's hand trembled slightly as he held the brush. Yiboen suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. What kind of paper is this? It appears somewhat unusual. Gao Ran, with an impassive expression, replied, it is human skin. From a millennium ago, crafted into a wealth-attracting green terra thanka after being peeled from the body of an enlightened monk. Yiboen. His body bristled with unease, and he felt utterly overwhelmed. Desperately, he sought to change the subject. Gao Ran, could you create a pair of couple bracelets for me? Unique ones. Gao Ran, I can certainly design something special for you. Suddenly, he looked up, a sparkle of surprise in his eyes. Brother Bowen, do you have a girlfriend? Yiboen's expression grew awkward. I have someone I like. Gao Ran, a one-sided affection? Yiboen's gaze shifted. Not exactly. I can sense that she harbors feelings for me as well, yet she seems to be avoiding me. Gao Ran sensed there might be a story behind this. But he hesitated to pry further, respecting the privacy of emotions. Conversely, Yiboen continued to divulge. Honestly, there is no harm in sharing with you since you don't know her. Her surname is Wan. She is Wen Xiongyin, a distant descendant of Wen Zhengming, reputedly closely related. She teaches classical etiquette in our troupe and is a year younger than I. In private, she is a Wensu instructor and even runs a Hanfu shop. She is exceptionally beautiful, the kind I am drawn to, yet despite several encounters, she continues to evade me. Gao Ran stared at him, momentarily taken aback. How do you know she is a descendant of Wen Zhengming? Chapter 078. It truly is her. Yiboen smiled as he observed the complete family tree copy elegantly framed on the wall of her Hanfu shop. Gao Ran's gaze shifted to the adjacent workbench, where an unfinished painting lay awaiting completion. Within the layers of that artwork, a small script passed down from the Wen family's ancestors remained. Gao Ran's eyes flickered with contemplation, given the multitude of branches within the Wen lineage. It was entirely plausible that Wen Xiongyin was not a descendant of that particular ancestor inscribed in the small letters. If she were, what if Qu Yimian inadvertently unearthed and appropriated something that belonged to her forebears? Should Wen Xiongyin eventually enter the Yi family, he, as her cousin-in-law, would be guilty of pilfering a treasure from his sister-in-law's family. How exceedingly awkward that would be. What's wrong? Yiboen inquired, noticing his distraction. Gao Ran, Brother Bowen, do you have any plans today? Yiboen replied, nothing scheduled. Gao Ran continued, does her Hanfu shop open in the evening? I wish to purchase a couple of exquisite Hanfu for Mian. Could you accompany me to have a look tonight? With a smile, Yiboen agreed. Of course. I was just lamenting my lack of an excuse to visit the enchanting lady. Gao Ran hastened his coloring tasks, while Yiboen, in a buoyant mood, settled onto the sofa to browse various lovely couple bracelets. He also called Wen Xiongyin to inquire if she would be at the shop that evening, mentioning that he would bring his cousin along to shop for clothing. Everything was arranged for their outing at 7:30 that night, with Gao Ran driving Yiboen to their destination. The two brothers parked the car by the roadside, and, upon disembarking, Yiboen led Gao Ran to the shop. The location was superb, and it was more than just a small storefront. It boasted 2 levels. The Hanfu on the first floor were available for rent, complete with dedicated makeup artists and photographers. Customers could select their attire, receive makeup, and venture out for photo shoots, with the option to wear the outfits throughout the day or rent them long-term. The second floor exclusively featured Hanfu for sale, not available for rental. Clearly a regular patron, Yiboen was greeted warmly by the staff as they entered. Mr. Yi, Sister Wen is waiting for you on the second floor. With a smile, Yiboen led Gao Ran upstairs. Observing the bustling crowd on the first floor, Gao Ran instinctively glanced at Yiboen, pondering how the female proprietor, financially independent and pursuing her passions, could possibly harbor feelings for him yet choose to remain elusive. It truly seemed unfathomable. For a fleeting moment, a look of sympathy shone in Gao Ran's eyes as he considered whether the female owner was genuinely indifferent to Yiboen, suspecting that perhaps it was Yiboen's unreciprocated affections at play. Shoo, keep it down, we're going upstairs, Yiboen urged as they ascended. Upon reaching the second floor, an immediate tranquility enveloped them, with significantly fewer customers selecting Hanfu compared to below. By the window, lush greenery and beautiful hydrangeas adorned the space. Qu Yimian had designed a cozy relaxation area complete with a sofa and coffee table. Upon spotting them, she approached with a welcoming demeanor. I have prepared some pu'er tea. Allow me to brew it for you. Gao Ran finally discerned that Qu Yimian truly embodied the essence of a remarkably graceful classical beauty. She must have been trained in dance from a young age, possessing an aura that set her apart from other girls. In ancient times, she would likely have been well-versed in poetry, music, and the arts. This is my cousin, Gao Ran, Yibowen introduced with a smile. Qu Yimian turned her gaze towards Gao Ran, smiling slightly. Your cousin is quite handsome. Yibowen quickly added. He is married. He is here today to purchase hanfu for his wife. Qu Yimian's eyes lit up with understanding. I shall prepare some tea for you. There are the latest seasonal magazines on the tea table. Feel free to browse through them. If you find anything you like, I can show you the actual items. Thank you, Gao Ran replied. Thank you, Yibowen echoed. The three of them settled by the window. Qu Yimian, a true connoisseur of classical etiquette, poured the tea with fluid grace, creating a visual delight. She placed the brewed tea before Gao Ran and Yibowen. Gao Ran leafed through the magazine before him, which specifically showcased the styles from this shop, likely printed internally. Contemplating the elegant charm of the garments, he selected 2 outfits. Hello. May I take a look at these 2 sets? Qu Yimian responded, let me see. Ah, your taste is quite discerning. Yibowen, intrigued, asked. What do you mean? Qu Yimian explained, the materials for these 2 sets are of the finest quality. Other fabrics in the collection use chiffon and synthetic fibers to cut costs, but these 2 are made of pure mulberry silk, designed by our shop's most esteemed designer. Yibowen chuckled. Why not just say he chose the 2 most expensive sets? Qu Yimian replied, you get what you pay for. His selection of the priciest options indicates his sharp eye for quality. With a smile, she rose and approached the rows of garments, retrieving the 2 outfits. Here they are, just as you see in the magazine. Gao Ran inspected the pieces, confirming they matched those in the magazine. Qu Yimian stated they were one size fits all, and Gao Ran decided to purchase them. The cash register was located on the 2nd floor. Cousin, you stay here and enjoy your tea. I'll settle the payment with her, Gao Ran suggested. Yibowen nodded, remaining seated, reluctant to leave just yet. Gao Ran followed Qu Yimian to the register, where she handwrote the receipt and warranty card, explaining the cleaning method for the mulberry silk, and offered Gao Ran a 20% discount. After completing the transaction, Gao Ran quietly inquired, Sister One, have you seen this painting? He turned his phone screen to reveal the artwork brought by Mr. Liao. Qu Yimian leaned in for a closer look, her expression brightening with recognition. This is a painting my father sold a few years ago. It's rather peculiar. A strange piece that clearly resembles a handmade counterfeit from ancient times. We needed money at that moment, so he decided to sell it. What is the matter? Chapter 079. It is time for us to marry. Gao Ran feigned calmness, a polite smile gracing his face as he remarked. I noticed the Wen family genealogy on your wall earlier. Coincidentally, I am a relic conservator. Some time ago, I came across a fascinating painting, and the owner claimed it was sold to him by a descendant of the Wen family. I couldn't help but inquire, and what a delightful coincidence it is. Qu Yimian gazed at Gao Ran in astonishment, her face illuminating with excitement. So you restore artifacts? How impressive. Gao Ran smiled subtly. My skills are rather average. Suddenly, Qu Yimian covered her mouth in laughter. Then we are somewhat colleagues, both dedicated to the promotion of traditional culture. Gao Ran accepted the receipt she had prepared, responding, I suppose so. Qu Yimian suggested, let us exchange WeChat. If I ever need your assistance in the future, it would be convenient to reach you. Gao Ran agreed, and they exchanged WeChat IDs. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Ran inquired, once I restore that painting, its quality will surpass its former state. The owner may sell it for a price exceeding the initial purchase, thus making a substantial profit. Wouldn't you feel regretful? Qu Yimian chuckled nonchalantly. There is nothing to regret. Once it has been sold, it is no longer our concern. Should I sell it and later find its value has appreciated? It would be unwise to retract my decision. That would betray the trust expected of a merchant. Mr. Gao, as a businessperson myself, I understand the principle of finality in transactions. Gao Ran nodded slightly. Indeed, you were correct. They returned to the sofa to chat with Yibowen for a while. By the time the brothers headed home, it was already 10:30 in the evening. The car stopped in front of the Yi residence. Yibowen squinted, peering through the car window towards his home. Observing the brightly lit living room, he hesitated to enter. Gao Ran, could you possibly accompany me inside? Gao Ran, lost in thought, did not respond. Yi Bowen called out again. Gao Ran. Finally turning to face him, Gao Ran asked, "What is it?" Yi Bowen's expression was somewhat timid. "Could you walk me in?" Gao Ran replied, "Huh?" Yi Bowen, feeling compelled to be honest, confessed, "My father is quite subservient to my mother. Whenever she reprimands me, he doesn't dare to utter a word. I came to your place to escape their nagging. Returning this late, I can only imagine my mother is waiting for me in the living room." Gao Ran showed signs of internal conflict. "I'm also not keen on encountering the Qin family." He too was reluctant to enter. The two young men sat in the car, exchanging glances for some time. Finally, Gao Ran suggested, "How about you stay over at my place for the night?" Yi Bowen eagerly accepted. "I would love that." Once Gao Ran led Yi Bowen back to his home, Yi Bowen unexpectedly initiated a video call to Qin Jiang. As soon as she answered, she launched into a barrage of questions. "You actually remembered to call me. Where on earth have you been? I went through great lengths to secure several sets of civil service exam papers for you. The tax bureau has informed you of several vacancies. While you are away, seize this opportunity to study diligently." "You, Ran?" Qin Jiang, halfway through a reprimand, caught sight of her son. As the camera shifted to her nephew, Gao Ran. Instantly, Qin Jiang donned a cheerful visage. Ran, why are you still with Bowen at this late hour? He hasn't caused you any trouble, has he?" Gao Ran replied, No, auntie. I'm just discussing a few matters with my cousin. He'll be staying over tonight." Qin Jiang was thoroughly pleased with Gao Ran, wishing her son would emulate his grounded work ethic and industrious spirit. "Very well, you two converse at length. Ran, please encourage your cousin a bit more. After all these years, he ought to consider taking the civil service exam. Otherwise, in his current state of indecision, what respectable young woman would want to date him? Some of his classmates' children are already in elementary school. I understand. I'll talk to him. Good night, auntie." "Good night, Ran. Make sure to rise early tomorrow and join your grandfather and the others for a meal." "Mom, Gao Ran and I have things to discuss. I'll talk to you later. Sleep well." Yi Bowen promptly hung up the phone. The two troubled youths exchanged glances, each recognizing the sentiment of despair reflected in the other's eyes. The next moment, they both succumbed to laughter. The brothers set up their bedding in the living room on the second floor. The overhead crystal chandelier was turned off, replaced by a soft ambient light. Qinli brought up a case of beer, and the chef prepared grilled skewers and fish for them, filling the coffee table with an abundance of delicious food, while a large projection screen displayed their favorite comedic Korean variety show. As the brothers indulged in food and drink, they shared laughter and light-hearted banter, feeling utterly at ease. During this time, Yi Bowen confided his troubles to Gao Ran, who offered him solace. As he concluded his tale, Yi Bowen remarked with a laugh, "You know Ouyang, right? You met him last time. Ouyang has always excelled in the humanities. His essays read beyond his age, and his answers to political essay questions seem like templates. Throughout elementary, middle, and high school, he achieved admission to the city's key institutions based solely on merit, and he attended a prestigious university for political science and law. A continual pride of the family. Our cousin, Omiyan, whom you met today, is Ouyang's father. Every time we meet, he steps on me to praise his son. I've truly had enough of it. Every family gathering, he insists on overshadowing me with compliments for his child." Yi Bowen let out a burp and took a swig of beer. "And today it's the same. Now that you're in the family, you restore antiques and can earn a living. Everyone praises you endlessly. Today, when my mother spoke of me, Omiyan was there, embellishing the narrative, using his son to belittle me. My mother remarked on the skills I possess, suggesting that I could earn a living and implying that she would never have allowed me to abandon a stable career path otherwise. My mother, oblivious, resembles a fool. Her cousins praise the accomplishments of their own children while belittling hers, and she naively believes they are advocating for her. My father is even more insufferable, remaining silent throughout, afraid to voice a word. Can you fathom the indignity of my existence?" Gao Ran patted his back, offering consolation. "Regardless, I lack the standing to mock your plight. I am fiercely opposing the status quo, striving for the freedom I desire, yet my mother insists over the phone. Ran, you mustn't be so unreasonable." Upon hearing that, I nearly exploded. How am I being unreasonable? Am I to remain a puppet, manipulated by others, and that constitutes understanding? Yi Bowen erupted in laughter. "Come, let us raise a glass. We are a perfect match. In my opinion, you ought to divorce Qu Yimian, and we shall obtain a marriage certificate together." Gao Ran, this fellow must be quite tipsy. Chapter 080, a grand undertaking. As the sun reached its zenith, Qu Yimian returned and gently pushed open the door to the living room. She beheld Yi Bowen and Gao Ran, both slumbering soundly, one firmly occupying the left side of the floor mat, while the other guarded the right side. Between them lay 2 or 3 empty beer bottles, creating a chaotic scene on the coffee table. The air was thick with the mingled aromas of barbecued delights and alcohol, a concoction that had brewed overnight, rendering it rather unpleasant. Qu Yimian tiptoed inside, unfurled a small blanket from the sofa, and draped it over Gao Ran's abdomen. Then did the same for Yi Bowen. She activated the indoor ventilation system, quietly refreshing the air, before stealthily making her way out. Suwei stood in the corridor. Ms. Chu, for the group's annual gala in 3 days, Mr. Chu has sent invitations to the Yi family and Mr. Chunbachan. Qu Yimian was not taken aback. It was only natural that her father would extend an invitation, especially given the recent news of Chunbachan residing at Ziyu Villa. Suwei inquired, "Shall we wake up the son-in-law to inform him?" Glancing back at the sliding door, Qu Yimian lightly stepped away. There is no need. This matter does not concern Gao Ran. Moreover, he has few friends, and it is likely that such moments of relaxation are rare for him. Let him rest well. Understood. Suwei replied. At noon, Chunli came to knock on the door. Yi Bowen and Gao Ran slowly roused from their slumber. After washing up, Gao Ran found a fresh set of clothes for Yi Bowen to wear. Just as they were about to head downstairs in search of food, Chunli smiled and said, "The young mistress is waiting for you both in the dining room." Yi Bowen, feeling a wave of embarrassment, stammered, "My sister-in-law is back? In that case, I should return home." Chunli reassured him, "The kitchen has prepared lunch for 3. Young Master Yi should stay and eat before heading back." A smile crept across Gao Ran's face as he draped his arm over Yi Bowen's shoulder. "Cousin, haven't you always felt somewhat constrained living at home? Would you like to undertake something significant that would earn the admiration of the entire family? Wouldn't it be delightful to silence your mother, our uncle, and my mother all at once?" Yi Bowen regarded him with suspicion. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Gao Ran grinned. "Let us go." Qu Yimian sat in the dining room, perusing current events on her tablet. Upon seeing the two approach, she greeted them with a warm smile and stood. "Cousin, darling, please take a seat. I noticed you both seemed a bit overheated from last night's indulgences, so I asked the chef to prepare something light. Let us eat and chat." Yi Bowen was genuinely taken aback by Qu Yimian's beauty and her gracious demeanor. She appeared gentle and amiable. In that moment, he felt a pang of envy. Truly, he envied Gao Ran. Sister-in-law is wonderful. Gao Ran is indeed fortunate. Gao Ran embraced Qu Yimian, planting a kiss on her forehead, his joy at her return illuminating his face. Qu Yimian sat beside Gao Ran, with Yi Bowen across from them. The table was adorned with delicacies: white-cut chicken, steamed grouper, boiled geoduck, stir-fried shrimp with lily, eggplant and garlic sauce, and boat porridge. Suwei and Chun-Li served the 3 of them their porridge before discreetly exiting the dining room. Yi Bowen noticed a large sea cucumber in his porridge. He took a bite, savoring the chewy and springy texture. After indulging for a while, he turned to Qu Yimian and inquired about the investigation on the ancestral home of the Wen family. Qu Yimian, with complete transparency, revealed that they had traced the family's journey through many cities before ultimately settling in the capital. Since the inscriptions indicated an ancestral home, she had focused her inquiries on the cities they had resided in along the way. Finally lifting his head from his meal, Yi Bowen directed his gaze at Gao Ran, asking what they were investigating, whether it concerned Wen Xiongyan's ancestors. Qu Yimian, taken aback, asked who Yi Bowen was referring to. Gao Ran raised his hand, smiling as he explained the situation regarding Wen Xiongyan to Qu Yimian, also clarifying the details about the inscriptions in the paintings to Yi Bowen. Yi Bowen was struck dumb. So, the ancestors of Wen Xiongyan had left behind wealth, with a note hidden within the artwork, only to be sold by her father? Now, a Mr. Liao was searching for the Wen family's ancestral home, and both siblings were on the hunt as well. Did they all intend to seize this fortune? Qu Yimian smirked, asking, why not? Gao Ran had also consulted Wen Xiongyan, who had stated the matter clearly. Once purchased, the deal is sealed. Is there any issue with that? Yi Bowen pondered for a moment, then replied, No issue. It's just a bit regrettable. He then shared an idea that could fulfill the wishes of their ancestors while elegantly addressing the current predicament, to outpace Mr. Liao and uncover these treasures first. Gao Ran, not one to keep secrets, elaborated, let us collaborate. Wen Xiongyan will provide the locations of her ancestors' homes. You will conduct on-site investigations, while Qu Yimian will assist you through her connections. Once you uncover leads, I will help with the excavation. Artifacts cannot simply be unearthed at will, often. Specialized tools are required to preserve their utmost value. After we find everything, we shall sell it all, with Qu Yimian and me each taking 30%, while you and Wen Xiaonin will each receive 20%. Together, we shall seize this opportunity. Yi Bowen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this what you mean by a big score? Gao Ran responded. If the items we unearth are worth 5 billion, your share of 20% amounts to 1 billion. Isn't that significant? The Wen family's ancestors date back over 1,000 years. They were contemporaries of Tang Bohu and Zhu Zhishan, once close friends. If any of their original works are among the treasures, their worth would be incalculable. I estimate the value at 50 billion, perhaps even conservatively. Qu Yimian smiled, initially. I plan to claim it all for myself. Yet, even without the assistance of Miss Wen and you, finding these items before Mr. Liao was merely a matter of time. However, since Gao Ran wishes to elevate you and is keen on sharing the bounty with the Wen descendants, I shall honor his intention. If you or Miss Wen find this distribution unreasonable, you are free to withdraw. Fair enough, Yi Bowen exclaimed, his eyes aglow with anticipation. He was eager to accomplish a feat so astonishing that it would leave his mother utterly astounded. Unexpectedly, Gao Ran provided him with an unexpected opportunity. Yi Bowen hastened his pace at the dining table, determined to speak with Wen Xiaonin about this matter as soon as he finished his meal. Rest assured, I will find a way to persuade her. Gao Ran observed his cousin's spirited demeanor, his heart swelling with pride and contentment. Meanwhile, Qu Yimian gazed at Gao Ran's warm smile and couldn't help but reflect on his kindness. Gao Ran had his own plans. Over the next few days, I will focus on restoring the tankas and calligraphy, refraining from taking on any other work for the time being. Our priority is to locate and sell the Wen family's possessions. However, before that, I urge my cousin to keep this information strictly confidential. And Miss Wen must also maintain discretion. Yi Bowen replied, you can count on me. Leave this matter in my hands. Chapter 081. Do you understand the concept of flattery leading to demise? Yi Bowen quickly finished his meal and left. Qu Yimian, however, savored her food leisurely when a slightly anxious voice suddenly reached her ears. Mian, yesterday I made quite a scene at the police station to preserve my name. But in the end, my family had to haul me out of there. Qu Yimian abruptly set down her utensils. Covering her mouth and nose as laughter bubbled up within her. The image of Gao Ran in that moment painted him as frail, helpless, and utterly desperate. Yet she could not help but find amusement in it. Gao Ran's ears flushed with embarrassment as he continued. Eventually, I had to resort to that trump card you suggested. So, given your current condition, do you think we should? Qu Yimian placed her hands down and looked at him with a playful smile. I am fully prepared. This time, I am certain I will conceive. She had undergone a thorough examination at a private gynecological hospital in Suzhou, confirming her health was impeccable, and had received an ovulation induction injection. The doctor had also prescribed 2 pills, instructing her to take one on the night of their intimacy and the other the following day. Thus, if fortune favored her, she could expect a multitude of blessings in one pregnancy. If luck were not on her side, surely she would bear at least one child, wouldn't she? As for why she had not insisted Gao Ran undergo a medical checkup prior to their marriage, the reasoning was simple. Gao Ran was an auxiliary police officer, and the standards for his examination were exceedingly stringent, particularly concerning physical health and fitness tests. Qu Yimian chose not to disclose this to Gao Ran, to spare him any undue pressure. Nevertheless, she felt assured within herself, you shall work hard now. Gao Ran's handsome face turned crimson in an instant. He wished to express his eagerness, but found himself unable to match her audacity. He replied softly, lowering his head to take a few bites. Yet his mind wandered elsewhere. In an effort to focus on work for the afternoon, he shifted the topic. What if, in the next few days, my grandfather happens to encounter us? Qu Yimian interjected, the anniversary celebration of the Chu group. My father sent an invitation to your grandfather. Furthermore, numerous dignitaries have been invited, including several officials from the Yi family. Gao Ran appeared taken aback. Your father sent an invitation to my grandfather? This is the first time I've heard you mention your family. Qu Yimian pondered seriously. If your grandfather were not in the capital, that would be one thing. However, since the word is out that he is, my father would undoubtedly extend an invitation. Gao Ran inquired, will my grandfather attend? Qu Yimian affirmed, he will. His secretary has reported the guest list, and your name is included, though it is listed as Chen Ran. Gao Ran exclaimed, huh? Qu Yimian cast a knowing glance at him, remaining silent for a moment. This look made Gao Ran somewhat anxious. It's not me. I didn't know. I didn't insist my grandfather bring me. Qu Yimian lowered her gaze, delicately picking a pristine lily and placing it in her bowl. Do you know why I insist on our secret marriage? Gao Ran remained silent. Qu Yimian continued. If I were to choose someone with a significant background, such as your current status as the heir to Hong Kong's richest family, and we were to marry publicly, the entire company would rejoice. A business alliance through marriage could, statistically speaking, mitigate future risks for the Qu family. However, my father would undoubtedly be displeased, and my stepmother and stepsister would also share in this discontent. They are likely to conspire against me, and my grandmother, who is over 80 years old, can only protect me temporarily. She cannot shield me for a lifetime. Furthermore, most commercial marriages lack genuine affection, being driven solely by self-interest. I refuse to live my life as a mere instrument, a victim of ulterior motives. If my counterpart possesses a sharper intellect and a more ruthless disposition than myself, I am at great risk of losing everything, becoming merely a pawn in another's game. Moreover, there are many endeavors I have yet to pursue. My wings are not yet fully formed. I fear that aligning myself with a powerful ally would only hasten my father's machinations against me, and I may not be adequately prepared to confront the ensuing challenges. Thus, considering the overwhelming disadvantages, it is imperative that I refrain from seeking a partner of notable background. Gao Ran seemed somewhat perplexed. Why would your father target you? Qu Yimian offered a bittersweet smile. Throughout my life, my father has shown an inexplicable favoritism towards me, devoid of any apparent reason. His affection, often masked as a tribute to his memories of my mother, has led to both reverence and animosity towards me within the Qu family, including from my stepmother and stepsister. Upon returning to the country after graduating from university, I intended to commence my career from the grassroots level within the group. However, my father appointed me directly to the management tier of Qu Corporation, despite my complete lack of experience, granting me considerable authority. He praised my capabilities across the board, expressing his high hopes and fondness for me. Consequently, the shareholders harbored significant resentment towards me, believing my success was solely attributable to familial connections. Many were hostile, refusing to cooperate with me, and even scheming to undermine my efforts. Qu Yimian's beautiful lashes glistened with mist. When I first arrived in America at the age of 16, a bodyguard dispatched by my family attempted to murder me in the dead of night. Fortunately, my grandmother had arranged for the Qu family to provide covert protection, ultimately saving my life. In less than 6 months, during a study tour organized by my school, our group was intercepted by a caravan of gypsies, who abducted several of my attractive classmates, myself among them. Thankfully, my class teacher, a remarkable yet unassuming Californian woman, arrived with a gun just in time to rescue us. It was after these 2 harrowing incidents that I dedicated myself to mastering Taekwondo and close combat for 5 long years, enduring every conceivable injury and sparring with every available instructor. Eventually, when I faced further ambushes, my strength, coupled with the support of those my grandmother had arranged to protect me, rendered those attempts futile. Su Wei's father uncovered that all the ambushes during my time in America were orchestrated by my stepmother. One particularly heinous plot involved arranging for thugs to assault and gang rape me, with the intention of filming the act. Alarmingly, this was orchestrated by my stepsister, who was merely 14 at the time. When all evidence was presented to my father, my stepmother, holding my stepsister, knelt down in tears, confessing her wrongdoings. My father, too, pleaded for forgiveness before my grandmother, expressing his desire to strangle my stepmother as an act of atonement. Yet, considering the legacy of the Qu family and the implications of divorce rumors affecting the group, he chose to forgive her. As Gao Ran absorbed her narrative, it felt as if a heavy hand had grasped his heart, filling him with profound sympathy for her plight. With a hint of bitterness in my eyes, I pondered the concept of killing with kindness. For years, Qu Yimian has engaged in such treachery against me. However, my resilience has allowed me to break free time and again, surpassing his expectations. He seeks to torment me through my stepmother and stepsister, while also utilizing me to eliminate obstacles within the organization. I suspect he is paving the way for another. Not for myself or my stepsister. It is highly likely that he has an illegitimate child outside, yet I have been unable to uncover the truth. Thus, my current endeavor is to undermine his influence within the group before he reveals the existence of this illegitimate child, and to further expand my own sphere of power. I now find myself akin to a tightrope walker suspended precariously between 2 cliffs, appearing to stand tall while in reality teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 082. So handsome. As my grandparents grow older, I cannot burden them any further. My uncle is merely 17. I must not involve him in my troubles. Apart from my grandmother, who is in her 80s, I have no one else to rely on. Qu Yimian's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Gao Ran could discern the hoarseness in her voice. It was truly unimaginable how much hardship and pressure this young girl had endured throughout her life. With a faint smile, Qu Yimian recalled their first encounter in a CAF, where she had expressed her admiration for the love and unwavering support from her mother. Gao Ran. Those few days spent alone with you were the most relaxing moments of my life. Gao Ran stood up and gently embraced her, tenderly stroking her hair. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted the moment. Dad, you saw on the screen. Furrowing his brow, he watched as Qu Yimian answered the call. Hello? Her voice was soft. On the other end, the warm and affectionate voice of Qu Yimian resonated. Mian, Dior has sent this year's new haute couture collection. When are you coming home? Hurry back and choose. Your stepmother and Jiao are anxious, but I won't let them touch anything until you have made your selections. Haha. Qu Yimian replied with a hint of joy. I'll be back soon. Thank you, Dad. Foolish girl. Our hearts are connected. There is no need for thanks. I'll be waiting for you. Okay. The call ended. Yet Qu Yimian's expression bore no trace of joy, only a subtle frown and disdain. In that moment, Gao Ran felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He realized he could neither alleviate her burdens nor shield her from any crisis. He could only watch in despair as she remained ensnared in her struggles. Mian, what can I do to help you? He suddenly grasped her shoulders, gazing intently into her eyes. Can you tell me? I have my grandfather and the Qin family. Qu Yimian could not help but chuckle. Have you lost your freedom and pride now? Seeing her feigned strength, Gao Ran found his previous resolve laughable. Mian, in the face of survival, all dignity becomes trivial. Does it not? He yearned to protect her, to see her thrive in an environment devoid of pressure and conflict, to witness her genuine smile. Yet, Qu Yimian seemed to have come to terms with her fate. She rose and said, Destiny has never been within my control. Every time I devise a plan, unforeseen circumstances arise to thwart me. Therefore, I intend to let things unfold naturally from now on, tackling challenges as they come. With a gentle kiss on Gao Ran's cheek, she picked up her phone and departed. I will return tonight. As Qu Yimian left, a sense of desolation enveloped Gao Ran. He retreated to his studio, diligently working on his painting. At the Qin villa on the 16th, the Qin couple and Qin Ting truly relished the joys of family life. Every morning, Qin Ting rises early to accompany the elderly couple on their morning exercises and leisurely strolls. Upon returning home, they are greeted with the delectable homemade delights of Qin Ting, including large meat buns, vegetable buns, and small wontons, along with chicken soup dumplings. They also made a trip to the local 7-Eleven, where the elderly couple settled in the dining area, observing Qin Ting as she managed the store. The bustling crowd within the supermarket demonstrated their fondness for Qin Ting's buns, with even students purchasing grilled sausages forming long queues. Inspired, Qin Bachin eagerly joined the line and returned with 2 sausages, sharing one with Wu Xiaoya as they enjoyed their treats together. Once Qin Ting finishes work, she leads them on leisurely outings nearby, often purchasing vegetables and fruits to prepare meals for the couple. The 3 of them lead a simple yet fulfilling life. And Qin Bachin finds himself reluctant to return to Hong Kong. Sitting on the sofa of Villa 16, sipping the Angie white tea brewed by his beloved daughter, he reflects. Which family's patriarch in their 80s is still working? In my opinion, Ran should promptly take over. How many more years do I have left? Let her take the reins, and I can enjoy a leisurely life at home, free from worry. Wu Xiaoya interjects, I find Ziyu Mountain Villa quite appealing. When Ran has children, we can raise them here. The community resembles a wildlife park, with fresh air and abundant joy. It's perfect for retirement and child rearing. Yet, Qin Ting harbors some apprehension, but Ran is too soft-hearted. I know he isn't cut out to be a boss. Don't dramas often say that to be a ruler, one must be ruthless and cunning to maintain their position? Qin Bachin chuckles at his daughter's words. What kind of drama are you watching? Moreover, I believe your understanding of Ran is somewhat skewed. I am quite satisfied with him. He possesses his own principles and aspirations. If he were to simply acquiesce to my every demand like a sycophant, I might not value him as much. Wu Xiaoya rolls her eyes at her husband. I won't be attending the Chu family's banquet. At my age, I prefer to stay home and converse with Ting. Ran needs to gain exposure to such events. And this is the perfect opportunity for you to guide him and help him network. You two should go. Junin. Qin Bachin calls out twice. Zhu Junin enters. Chairman Qin, how may I assist you? Qin Bachin instructs, prepare the attire for Ran to attend the Chu family banquet, and coordinate with the steward there to inform Ran about it. Understood, Zhu Junin replies, first contacting Qinli. Qinli mentions needing to consult Gao Ran before confirming. After 5 minutes, Qinli returns the call, indicating that Gao Ran has agreed to attend the banquet. At 4:30 p.m., various luxury brands delivered their bespoke menswear to Gao Ran's residence at Villa 19. Some brands even sent designers to adjust the fit of the formal wear on site. Gao Ran cooperated throughout the process, ultimately selecting the outfit he would wear for the evening, along with several accessories. A stylist, after scrutinizing Gao Ran, mustered the courage to ask if she could trim his hair. Gao Ran was acutely aware that it had been quite some time since his last haircut. He settled onto his stool, allowing the stylist the freedom to work their magic. After an extensive period of meticulous grooming, dyeing, and curling, the stylist transformed Gao Ran into a figure more handsome than a movie star. Additionally, they adorned his right ear with a piercing, showcasing a magnificent cornflower blue gemstone. Clad in a white shirt, as he turned his face towards the sunlight, his youthful silhouette was bathed in a golden hue. His black pupils sparkled with clarity, and the striking blue gem on his ear shimmered enchantingly, making Gao Ran appear as if he had stepped straight out of a comic book. Both the stylist and Gao Ran were thoroughly pleased with the outcome. After leaving contact information with Qinli, the stylist gracefully withdrew. Later that evening, Qu Yimian returned home. Upon seeing the remarkably transformed Gao Ran, she momentarily lost her composure, exclaiming inwardly, "How strikingly handsome he is." Chapter 083 Mr. Chu, this is my grandson. Qin Ran. Qu Yimian gazed at the striking figure of Gao Ran, momentarily lost in thought. Gao Ran, feeling somewhat bashful under her gaze, explained, "I had my stylist do my hair in preparation for the Chu family's banquet." He extended his hand towards her. Qu Yimian smiled and jogged forward, placing her hand in his palm. "Have you decided to attend the banquet?" Indeed, Gao Ran held little interest in such social gatherings and felt a touch of trepidation. Yet, considering it was a gathering hosted by the Chu family, he was anxious about his inability to assist her, thus he thought it prudent to at least gain some understanding. Who knows, perhaps there might be an opportunity to lend her a hand in the future. Qu Yimian nestled against him like a delicate bird, and together they ascended the stairs. "Shall we retire early tonight?" "Certainly. Shall we bathe together?" "Of course." A night of fervent intimacy followed. 3 days later, Gao Ran arrived at Villa number 16 by noon, dressed in formal attire, to dine with Chun Bachin and his wife, as well as Chen Ting. In the afternoon, Chen Bachin led Gao Ran to a tea room for a private conversation. What appeared to be a casual chat was, in truth, a rare masterclass. Chen Bachin elucidated the current commercial landscape to Gao Ran, drawing from his experiences in Hong Kong, where his market perspective transcended domestic confines. He not only discussed the domestic market but also provided insights into international markets. He analyzed various prominent families, such as the 4 distinguished clans of the capital, the Chu family, the Zhao family, the Guan family, and the Chiu family. The Chu family is your wife's lineage. Previously, due to a lack of heirs, they became the target of the old shareholders and various factions, all vying for a piece of the pie. However, since your wife returned from her studies in America, she has taken charge of the group, revealing her ruthless and formidable nature. Grandfather. Ahem. I apologize for the inappropriate terminology. It is more accurate to say that she displayed her unyielding determination and restructured the Chu family, showcasing her capabilities, which instilled both trepidation and respect within the organization. As long as she is present, the Chu family will face no significant issues. Conversely, the Zhao family, despite the abundance of male heirs and thriving descendants, lacks any standout leaders among the mid-level and younger management. They are all rather mediocre individuals. Moreover, a significant number of their women and children have relocated abroad, investing heavily in real estate overseas. Do you truly believe the nation would be oblivious to this? I dare say, within 3 years, the Zhao family will be finished. And then there is the Guan family, descendants of former royalty. Chen Bachin spoke freely, without preparation or a rehearsed script. He shared his thoughts with his grandson as they came to him. As the time drew near, the grandfather and grandson changed into formal attire, and the stylist arrived to assist them in their preparations. Once they were in the car, Chen Bachin handed Gao Ran a box of business cards. Keep this in your pocket. Present it when you encounter significant figures. Though you have only recently returned home and lack extensive education and work experience, your lineage is indisputable. Do not falter, just by standing there. Embodying the identity of Chen Bachin's sole heir, with confidence and poise, you will undoubtedly command respect from many. Gao Ran accepted the box of cards and, upon opening it, was astonished to find it adorned with platinum and diamonds. A slender piece, yet not inexpensive. The name card bore the name Chen Ran. Gao Ran took a deep breath, showing no reluctance. He was acutely aware that his name would eventually have to be changed. His struggle had never been about the name itself, but rather about rights, freedom, and respect. As long as they refrained from providing a stifling family atmosphere and did not compel him to undertake tasks against his will. He bore no deep-seated animosity towards his relatives. Naturally, he preferred a harmonious family life. Qin Bachin observed his silence as he placed the name card holder into the pocket of his formal attire, a smile illuminating his aged eyes. Gao Ran said, "Grandfather, Yimian is facing difficulties at the Qu family. We are still in a concealed marriage. I wish to keep our relationship private to avoid disrupting her existing plans. Therefore, I hope you can assist us in maintaining confidentiality." Qin Bachin was somewhat reluctant. What shall we do when she shows signs of pregnancy? My great-grandchild cannot be born out of wedlock. Gao Ran replied, "We will address that when the time comes. In the first 3 months of pregnancy, it is typically unnoticeable." Qin Bachin pouted, displaying a hint of childishness, and fell silent. The venue for the Qu family's banquet was the opulent Golden Hall at the headquarters of the Qu Corporation. From the entrance of the group, colorful decorations adorned the surroundings, accompanied by vibrant dragon and lion dances, creating a lively atmosphere. Vehicles were registered at the entrance. And beyond the grand doors lay an extensive red carpet that stretched for hundreds of meters, leading to a magnificent building where the cars followed suit. As the car came to a halt, Gao Ran peered through the window. Witnessing the frenzy of the media and the invited guests pausing to take photos and sign autographs at the signing wall, a thought struck him. Wasn't it said that the Yi family was also invited? Qin Bachin gazed at the tumultuous scene outside the car window. Clearly fatigued by the visual chaos, and remarked nonchalantly, "They must have arrived with the officials who were equally invited. Although we are relatives, we carry too many topics of discussion. They, as public officials, must maintain a modest demeanor when attending a business banquet, representing the official support for corporate development." Gao Ran felt that despite having accomplished nothing yet that day, he had already gleaned a wealth of knowledge. In the car ahead, Zhu Junan and Qin Li exited. They exchanged words with the security personnel from the Qu family waiting at the entrance. Shortly after, a security guard ran to speak with Su Jingshan, who then relayed the message to Qu Yimian. During this time, Qin Bachin remarked from the car, "That man is Su Jingshan, the father of Su Wei, who was by Qu Yimian's side. The Su family has sworn unwavering loyalty to the matriarch of the Qu family for several generations, serving directly alongside the heirs. Look, your father-in-law is coming. We need to get out of the car. Be prepared, and remember to greet him." Gao Ran responded with a silent nod as Zhu Junan and Qin Li approached to open the car door. However, Qu Yimian circumvented everyone, beaming with joy as he rushed forward, exclaiming, I'm coming. He displayed remarkable insight, knowing that Zhu Junan was Qin Bachin's personal assistant, and thus made his way directly to Zhu Junan. As the car door swung open, Qu Yimian looked inside at the quietly seated Qin Bachin, his face lighting up with happiness. "Old Qin, it is indeed an honor for the younger generation to have your esteemed presence. A warm welcome to you." In matters of betrothal gifts, the Qu family is not inferior to the Qin family. However, with numerous media representatives present today, it is a remarkable tale for a younger member to personally greet the elders. Qin Bachin smiled, placing his hand upon the one extended by Qu Yimian, and stepped forth, utilizing the other's support to alight from the carriage. Simultaneously, Qin Li opened the door on the opposite side. As Gao Ran exited the vehicle, he was met with the frenzied screams of the media. "Oh my! It's Qin Bachin! Quick! Hurry! Follow the cameras! Qin Bachin has arrived! Qin Bachin is here!" Countless flashes illuminated the scene, momentarily blinding Gao Ran. Qu Yimian had intended to assist Qin Bachin into the building, yet Qin Bachin stood firm. Turning slightly to point at Gao Ran, "Director Qu, allow me to introduce my heir, Qin Ran. This is my beloved grandson." Chapter 084, Brother Qin Ran. Let Jiao be your dance partner. The scene was not solely electrified by Qu Yimian, even the thronging media were astounded. What an extraordinary international spectacle. The venerable patriot, Qin Bachin, in his 80s, astonishingly revealed the existence of a long-hidden grandson. Gao Ran approached Qin Bachin, extending his hand under Qu Yimian's astonished gaze. "Uncle Qu, greetings. I have long admired your esteemed name." Qu Yimian burst into laughter, grasping Gao Ran's hand with both of his. "Qin Lao's confidentiality efforts have truly been impeccable. The entire world speculated about your lack of heirs, and suddenly, a grandson of such stature emerges. Ha. This young man appears quite promising. Qin Lao has a worthy successor. Congratulations." Qin Bachin, his face aglow, laughed heartily. Today marks the 70th anniversary of the Qu family. You are the true star. Congratulations. Qu Yimian exclaimed. Let us proceed inside. We can converse further. The media went into a frenzy, rushing forward with microphones aimed at Gao Ran. Mr. Chen, how old are you this year? Are you from Hong Kong? Young Master Chen. Look here, at the camera. Young Master, may I inquire about your parents? Were you born in Hong Kong? However, despite the media's fervor, the security personnel formed a barrier, keeping the reporters at bay, accompanied and safeguarded by his close assistant. Qu Yimian led Chen Buochuan and Gao Ran across the red carpet, navigating through the human wall. Chen Buochuan, alongside his grandson, signed his name with a pin at the Qu family anniversary celebration signing wall, subsequently returning the pin to the MC and posing for a few photographs with the media before entering the grand hall. Qu Yimian had primarily come to receive Chen Buochuan. Now that he had done so, he naturally accompanied him to the elevator, personally escorting him to the banquet hall. Within the elevator, Qu Yimian regarded Gao Ran with curiosity. Inquiring, young Master Chen, you appear rather youthful. Gao Ran replied candidly, I am 23 this year. A glimmer of surprise sparkled in Qu Yimian's eyes. Ah. My youngest daughter is 21, just a year your junior. You two might find much common ground. I shall introduce my daughter to you shortly. Gao Ran offered a polite smile, yet a sudden unease gripped his heart. He recalled that Qu Yimian had mentioned her mother passing away when she was just 13, after which her father discreetly brought her stepmother into the Qu household. Yet, Qu Yimian's youngest daughter was now already 21. What could this mean? Gao Ran realized that Qu Yimian had likely only shared part of her family's story with him, or perhaps even less, as those elements involved her privacy and scars, which she had chosen not to disclose at this time. As the elevator doors opened, Qu Yimian cheerfully guided them outside. Chen Lao, this way please. Chen Buochuan, amused, looked at Qu Yimian. I have heard that your eldest daughter is exceptionally talented. Why not introduce her to my grandson? Qu Yimian maintained a smile upon his face, his tone casual. She is getting older, somewhat eccentric in her personality, and I worry she might inadvertently offend others in inappropriate situations. Therefore, I generally prefer to keep her away from social gatherings. In contrast, my youngest daughter is lively and charming, exceptionally beautiful, and I believe she would have much more in common with young Master Chen. Chen Buochuan remained outwardly composed, yet internally he was quite astonished. Wasn't Qu Yimian regarded as Qu Yimian's most valued heir? Typically, a union between heirs of powerful families would be seen as a beneficial alliance, a prospect welcomed by those in positions of influence. Why, then, did Qu Yimian speak of his eldest daughter in such a manner, while offering better opportunities to his younger daughter? At that moment, Chen Buochuan sensed that Qu Yimian's affection for Qu Yimian may not be as profound as the rumors suggested. Indeed, the descendants of Xiaowani were cunning, each possessing more guile than the last. As Chen Buochuan led Gao Ran into the banquet hall, the atmosphere instantly transformed with vibrant energy. Guests who had previously lounged on the sofas sprang to their feet, gazing at Chen Buochuan with looks filled with admiration. Taking a seat on a sofa, Chen Buochuan had a personal assistant bring him a modest glass of red wine, while Gao Ran settled beside him. Soon, a long line of individuals approached to offer their greetings. Chen Buochuan's presence overshadowed that of Qu Yimian. Yet, Qu Yimian remained unperturbed, smiling as he scanned the room for his youngest daughter. Not seeing her, he promptly made a phone call, and shortly thereafter, the elegantly dressed Qu Yimian arrived. Fearing she might end up wearing a hand-me-down from Qu Yimian, she had requested Du Hongning to custom tailor a stunning lotus pink gown for her. After her meticulous preparations, she appeared as enchanting as a fairy. Her smile radiated sweetness, and one could easily mistake her for an 18-year-old rather than a 21-year-old. Her seemingly innocent demeanor and naive smile greatly pleased Qu Yimian. However, Gao Ran merely glanced at her before hurriedly averting his gaze. He recalled Qu Yimian mentioning that her sister had hired someone to harm her when she was merely 14. The thought of the suffering Qu Yimian might have endured made Gao Ran fear that if he looked at Qu Yimian any longer, he would betray his contempt and hatred for her. How could a girl so cunning and malicious possibly appear as innocent as she seemed? Perhaps she had meticulously crafted this naive persona to survive or to deceive Qu Yimian and protect herself. Daddy, why did you call for me? Qu Yimian exclaimed as she rushed over, her expression adorably naive. Before Qu Yimian could respond, she glanced down and spotted Gao Ran seated on the sofa. Instinctively, she gasped, "Oh my, what a handsome young man. Where did such a dashing young man come from? Daddy, Daddy, hurry, introduce me to him." Qu Yimian laughed heartily and promptly introduced her. "This is Chen Ran, the the grandson of your grandfather Chun, aged 23. He is the sole heir of the Chen family and an exceptionally talented young man. You are of similar age, you should get to know each other. Qu Yijiao hurriedly approached, bashfully exclaiming, "Hello, brother Chen Ran. My name is Qu Yijiao. You can simply call me Jiajiao." Gao Ran, with an expressionless demeanor, replied, "Hello." Qu Yijiao then pulled up a chair and seated herself beside Gao Ran, saying, "Brother Chen Ran, do you have a dance partner today? If not, I would be delighted to be your partner and dance with you later." Qu Yimian greeted Chen Bachan before attending to other guests. Meanwhile, not far away, Du Hongming observed her daughter engaging in conversation with Gao Ran, a smile of delight gracing her face. A nearby socialite inquired, "Hongming, who is that handsome young man by your daughter's side?" Du Hongming responded, "He is Chen Bachan, the grandson of Elder Chen. Jiajiao and I just discovered this through the trending topics on Weibo. I must say, this young man is quite handsome. It seems he is a good match for my Jiajiao." Chapter 085, Disdain for Conversing with Unattractive Women. Brother Chen Ran, are you still in university? Qu Yijiao, noticing that Gao Ran was entirely ignoring her, leaned forward, resting her hands casually on the back of his single sofa chair. From an outsider's perspective, it would appear as if they were already acquainted and shared a close relationship. Moreover, should Gao Ran turn his head, his gaze would inevitably fall upon her low neckline. Chen Bachan was engaged in conversation with those nearby, discreetly observing the interaction between Qu Yijiao and Gao Ran. With a glint of amusement, he winked at Gao Ran, as if anticipating a spectacle. Gao Ran did not turn around. His tone was frigid. "I apologize, Miss Qu, but I find conversing with unattractive women rather unappealing. Upon seeing you for the first time, I was struck by your lack of charm. Out of courtesy for our host today, I refrained from embarrassing you publicly. I kindly ask you to leave." Qu Yijiao's smile froze upon her face. Yet, she was acutely aware of the many eyes upon her, particularly those of several socialites. Preserving her dignity, she feigned a warm smile. "All right, Brother Chen Ran, I understand. I will go greet my friends and return to speak with you shortly." With that, she rose with a smile as though nothing had transpired. Once she had distanced herself, Gao Ran finally turned to gaze in her direction, inhaling deeply twice. Her presence had rendered the air foul, nearly suffocating him. To his surprise, a steady stream of individuals approached, leading their eligible daughters and granddaughters towards him, all seemingly following a rehearsed script. After conversing with Chen Bachan, they introduced their young kin to Gao Ran, encouraging them to interact. Several enthusiastic young women even extended their hands towards him. Gao Ran was aware that declining a handshake might be deemed impolite. Yet he felt uncomfortable engaging physically with other women. Thus, he uniformly addressed them. "I'm afraid I do not believe we share any common ground or topics of interest." Some girls in attendance deemed Gao Ran pretentious, scoffing audibly and remarking, "What is so impressive about him?" To which Gao Ran remained indifferent, as their opinions held no significance for him. Soon, the music in the banquet hall softened, and the lights dimmed completely. In the enveloping darkness, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. The starry ceiling above came alive with ethereal beams of light, crystal reflections dancing in harmony with the lyrical music, creating a romantic ambience. The resonant voice of the male host echoed from the speakers. "Let us extend a warm round of applause for the CEO of Qu Group, Miss Qu Yimian." With a flourish, a beam of light illuminated the stage, enveloping the young woman in its glow. The applause erupted like thunder, reverberating throughout the hall. As many cheered, "CEO Qu, CEO Qu, CEO Qu." In a fleeting moment, Gao Ran felt as though his breath had ceased. The large screen magnified the close-up of Qu Yimian's entrance. Atop her head, she wore a stunning, radiant tiara, and her crimson gown, crafted from sumptuous fabric, enveloped her pristine porcelain skin. Her elongated arms held a microphone in one hand and a cue card in the other, while her flowing dress obscured her feet. Yet hints of shimmering silver sparkled beneath, as if she walked upon a resplendent galaxy. She resembled a bold red plum blossom blooming amidst the purest of snows. Vibrant yet refreshing. The camera shifted from her full figure to her face, revealing her exquisitely enchanting features, a beauty that seemed untouched by the mundane world. Like many others, Gao Ran could not help but rise, clapping fervently. He yearned to draw nearer. Casting a glance back at Chen Bachan, he murmured, "Grandfather, we." Chen Bachan had already discerned his intentions. The young man's gaze upon Qu Yimian mirrored Chen's own admiration for Xiaowani in his youth. The wheels of fate had, after all, turned back to their original course. With a resigned wave of his hand, Chen Bachan encouraged, "Go on, go on. You young folks squeeze forward. I shall rest here. Gao Ran swiftly turned and advanced. Many people were now pulling out their phones, capturing Qu Yimian in constant snapshots. Gao Ran was no exception. Just moments earlier, he had maintained a cool detachment, keeping socialites at bay. Yet now, he transformed into a fervent admirer, recording solely Qu Yimian, his lens fixated upon her. Standing on stage, Qu Yimian was unable to distinguish the faces below. With a warm smile, she greeted, "Good evening, esteemed guests, leaders, and friends from all walks of life." The audience erupted in applause. Qu Yimian continued, "Time slips by like a fleeting horse. Success comes hand in hand with hardships, joy intertwined with sweat. In the hustle and bustle of our daily lives, we at the Qu family proudly celebrate the 70th anniversary of our group today." For 20 minutes, Qu Yimian delivered her speech. During this time, she reflected upon the passage of years, chronicling the origins of the Qu family, beginning with her great-grandfather. Unveiling the century-long history of their enterprise and diligent endeavors with clarity and evidence, she expressed gratitude to the guests present at the gala, acknowledging the support and understanding of leaders and friends from various sectors over the years. Subsequently, she invited Qu Yimian to the stage. The applause thundered once more. Once Qu Yimian took the podium, Qu Yimian stood quietly by his side. From any perspective, it was clear that Qu Yimian stood as his equal. Given her role as the spokesperson for the Qu group and her leadership of the entire assembly, it was evident to all that Qu Yimian was undoubtedly the heir to the Qu legacy. The more Gao Ran observed, the more astonished he became. He recalled how Qu Yimian had tirelessly introduced Qu Yijiao to him earlier that day, and the heartfelt words Qu Yimian had once shared with him. If Qu Yimian indeed has an illegitimate child and merely wishes for Qu Yimian to solidify the foundation of the Qu family, clearing obstacles for a brother he has never met and serving as a stepping stone, then Qu Yimian is truly excessive. Gao Ran put away his phone. He stood amidst the crowd, his gaze gentle and filled with affection as it rested upon Qu Yimian. Following Qu Yimian's remarks, an official representative took the stage to express their support for the Qu group. Shortly thereafter, Qu Yimian announced the commencement of the ball. He and his wife, Du Hongning, took to the center of the dance floor to initiate the festivities. Meanwhile, in the buffet area, hot dishes began to be served in succession. Some individuals were preoccupied with socializing, others were busy guiding their partners onto the dance floor, and some headed directly to the dining area, selecting food with plates in hand before sitting down to enjoy a meal while engaging in conversation with friends. As Gao Ran observed the dispersing crowd and the bustling scene, he slowly turned around. He intended to return to Chen Bachen's side, but upon raising his head, he noticed a young man blocking Qu Yimian's path. "President Qu, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance?" Chapter 086. Chen Ran, you are not an outsider. Gao Ran was taken aback by the scene before him. It was impossible to claim his heart was untroubled, especially considering the man before him exuded an impressive aura, stirring a sense of rivalry within Gao Ran. He hastened forward, addressing her, "President Qu." Qu Yimian, startled by Gao Ran's voice, turned to face him. She observed him, weary from travel, as he stood before her, promptly retrieving a business card holder from his pocket and presenting her with a card. "President Qu, I have admired you for quite some time. Might I have the honor of sharing a meal with you to converse?" Qu Yimian accepted the card, scrutinizing it earnestly before responding with a smile, "Certainly. When shall we meet?" The young man, with a watchful gaze, directed his attention towards Gao Ran. "Sir, may I inquire as to your identity?" He presumed Gao Ran would reciprocate with a business card of his own. Instead, Gao Ran dismissed him with 4 curt words, "No comment." Subsequently, under the astonished gaze of the young man, he embraced Qu Yimian's delicate shoulders and guided her towards the dining area. "President Qu, let us dine now." Draped in a strapless gown, Qu Yimian felt the warmth of Gao Ran's hand upon her soft skin, rendering her momentarily speechless. "Mr. Chun, this is a ball hosted by my family. Is it not rather dismissive of you to invite me to dinner here?" Gao Ran released her and led her toward the dining area. "I have numerous inquiries I wish to discuss with you, President Qu, and I hope you will indulge me. Once the ball concludes, I shall arrange for a proper meal at a later date." They arrived at the dining area, which operated on a self-service basis. Each took a plate and filled it with their preferred dishes before searching for a place to sit. As they completed their selections and turned to find a seat, a waiter approached, pushing a beverage cart, inquiring if they desired any drinks. Both Qu Yimian and Gao Ran opted for a glass of red wine. However, before they could begin their meal, several individuals approached them in quick succession. Some greeted Qu Yimian with their glasses raised, while others directly invited her to dance. A few even took seats at their table, engaging in conversation despite the lack of a common topic. Among them was a well-mannered gentleman who took a seat beside Qu Yimian, attempting to ingratiate himself. Yimian, shall we dance together shortly? I have not seen you during my recent visits to your home. I can tell you work very hard, but do take care of your health. After all, I am your cousin. We are family. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. Gao Ran discerned that Qu Yimian was merely responding with polite platitudes. Yet the man persisted in his relentless pursuit. Unable to contain himself, Gao Ran interjected, "Are you from Suzhou? I recall President Chu's grandfather hails from there." Du Qi's expression faltered momentarily, but he quickly regained composure to clarify, "Oh, no, I am not. My surname is Du." He believed that it was a universally acknowledged fact that Mr. Chu's second wife bore the surname Du thus, when he mentioned it. Others would undoubtedly recognize him as a relative of Mianmian's stepmother. Yet, to his surprise, Gao Ran innocently pressed further, "Oh, is her surname Du? Could it be that you are a relative of Mr. Chu's wife? In that case, you shouldn't be considered Mr. Chu's cousin, as there is no blood relation." Du Qi insisted, "Nevertheless, we are still family. He is legally my cousin. What is wrong with my concern for Mianmian?" Gao Ran immediately grasped who Du Qi was. When he first met Qu Yimian, she had mentioned that her stepmother intended to introduce her cousin from her maternal family to seize her inheritance. It must be this gentleman before him. Gao Ran felt a disinclination towards him and spoke without courtesy. He shook his head in disagreement. "Actually, you needn't force the connection. It seems that Mr. Chu has never acknowledged you as her cousin, and if you truly were family, how well do you know each other?" Du Qi stammered. Qu Yimian interjected, "Not well. In fact, we hadn't met until today. My stepmother has only mentioned him a few times at home." Du Qi's face shifted from pale to flushed. Gao Ran understood and remarked, "So today is your first meeting. It seems rather odd for Mr. Du to be so familiar. As the ancients said, uninvited attentiveness is either deceitful or greedy. Given how beautiful and charming Mr. Chu is, one should exercise caution." Qu Yimian stifled a laugh and replied earnestly, "Yes, I am aware. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chen." The others at the table sensed the awkward atmosphere and fell silent. However, whether it was those who invited Qu Yimian to dance or those who asked Gao Ran, both were met with rejection. The pair did not draw attention to themselves by dancing together. Instead, they remained seated, enjoying food and conversation. Throughout the event, when business partners approached to chat, Qu Yimian engaged politely, and if the topics veered too long into commercial matters, she would deftly steer the conversation to include Gao Ran, ensuring he was not neglected. Such thoughtful gestures delighted Gao Ran, making him feel as if he were being tenderly cared for by her. "Brother Chen Ran." The call caused Gao Ran's expression to freeze instantly. He noticed the change in Qu Yimian's demeanor and instinctively furrowed his brow as he turned to see Qu Yijiao, her face beaming with a simple smile, running over. She had brought along 2 other girls. With a laugh, she exclaimed, "Sister, I didn't know you were here." "Brother Chen Ran, what were you and my sister talking about? These are 2 of my good friends. Let me introduce you." Qu Yimian glanced at Gao Ran with a teasing smile. "It seems Mr. Chun is quite familiar with my sister. Jiao Jiao rarely calls others brother so affectionately." Gao Ran felt unjustly accused and was about to clarify when Qu Yijiao, somewhat bashful, explained, "Oh, sister, please don't expose me in front of others. I seldom call anyone brother, but Brother Chen Ran is no outsider." Her words evoked envious glances from the 2 girls accompanying her. They all believed that Qu Yijiao's life was nothing short of perfect, having such an impressive father and sister, and maintaining such a close relationship with Chen Bachen's grandson. "Jiao Jiao, could you introduce us? Jiao Jiao, please let us meet Master Chun." It was evident that Yijiao relished the admiration from the 2 girls. Just as she was about to speak with unwavering confidence, she heard Qu Yimian lazily introduce, "Mr. Chen, these 2 are good friends of my sister, both youthful and beautiful. It's apparent that they are quite fond of you. Perhaps you could greet them and get to know each other." Chapter 087, His Discovery Chen Ran. "This is my dear friend Dong Qingxue, and this is Fang Jieqi. They are both from the capital and are my classmates and good friends." Qu Yiji was dissatisfied with her sister speaking on her behalf, as it implied that Gao Ran was only acknowledging them out of respect for her sister, leaving her feeling embarrassed in front of her companions. Thus, Qu Yijiao hurried to introduce them herself, while Gao Ran showed no interest in engaging with her. The fact that she called him brother in front of Qu Yimian only exacerbated his irritation. "Why are you here again?" Gao Ran said irritably, glancing at Qu Yijiao. "I told you before that I dislike conversing with unattractive individuals. Given that the Chu family is hosting today, I have refrained from making you uncomfortable. However, I have warned you, and yet you persist in approaching me. Are you intent on repulsing me? His expression was one of barely contained frustration, which rendered the two girls beside Qu Yijia speechless. Qu Yijia's face froze instantly. Qu Ran, why do you speak to me like that? Yet you still converse with my sister, and seem to be enjoying their company. Why do you hold a grudge against me? Did my sister say something that led to this misunderstanding? Qu Yimian merely smiled without responding, while the others at the table wore varied expressions. Particularly, Du Qi immediately turned to Qu Yijiao. Jia, Yimian did not speak ill of you just now. You are mistaken. As for Mr. Chun, he has a peculiar temperament. If he wishes to avoid you, perhaps you should take your friends and leave. Du Qi did not hold a favorable opinion of Gao Ran, but he was acutely aware of his own lack of background, forcing him to swallow his pride. He sat there, enduring humiliation, merely to be closer to Qu Yimian, seeking opportunities to showcase himself. Initially, he had been motivated by his aunt's wishes to marry into the Qu family for a life of comfort. However, after witnessing Qu Yimian's beauty in person, surpassing even her photographs, he found himself utterly captivated. She was a truly magnificent woman. Marrying her would make him, Du Qi, feel that being a lifelong son-in-law was worth it. Qu Yijiao's audacity to approach Gao Ran again after his initial rebuff stemmed from the side of Qu Yimian and Du Qi engaged in conversation. She believed that Gao Ran would show her some courtesy out of respect for them. To her dismay, not only did Gao Ran disregard her, but even her cousin publicly urged her to leave. Qu Yiji was displeased. Cousin, why don't you defend me? Du Qi maintained a stern demeanor. I speak the truth. This is a formal occasion. Jia, do not cause a scene. Take your friends and go elsewhere for now. Qu Yijiao glared at Qu Yimian in frustration. Sister, you aren't going to help me either? Qu Yimian replied, I have tried to help, but if Mr. Chun does not show me any respect, what can I do? As she concluded her remarks, she rose gracefully and addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, I have other engagements to attend to. Please continue your discussions at your leisure. Qu Yimian will remain to host on behalf of the group, especially for our esteemed official partners and familiar collaborators. It was already quite a feat for her to spare time to dine with Gao Ran. Upon her departure, Du Qi's gaze followed her closely. Gao Ran shot a cold glare at Du Qi before rising and leaving in the opposite direction of Qu Yijiao. He swiftly returned to Chen Bachen's side, who was presently encircled by numerous affluent businessmen, all complimenting him in an attempt to cultivate a closer rapport. Upon Gao Ran's return, Chen Bacchen cheerfully gestured, Allow me to introduce my grandson, Chen Ran. He and his mother have lived quite modestly until now, which is why you may not have met them. Chen Ran is my sole heir. Gao Ran felt weary from the social obligations, yet he had no choice but to engage. The venue was bustling, and it was a rare occasion for someone like Chen Bacchen to turn another's anniversary ball into a banquet for announcing his heir, introducing his grandson to everyone. Du Hongning discerned Chen Bachen's regard for Gao Ran and looked at her husband with delight. Dear, do you think our Zhao Zhao might have a chance to marry Chen Ran? Qu Yimian replied, That depends on the children's fate. He then added, If it is meant to be, it would be splendid. If Zhao Zhao marries into the Chen family and becomes the matriarch, our Qu family will gain a formidable ally. Du Hongning beamed with joy, also preoccupied with her daughter's matrimonial prospects. If her daughter could secure a powerful family, the distinction of being the Qu family's heir would seem inconsequential. Du Hongning mused, I wonder where they reside in the capital? I shall pay them a visit tomorrow with some gifts. Qu Yimian replied, They reside at Ziyu Mountain Villa. The Yi family lives nearby, and they have recently purchased an independent villa adjacent to the Yi residence. Ziyu Mountain Villa sounds wonderful. Du Hongning suddenly recalled her mother-in-law's private property and couldn't help but feel a spark of inspiration. Dear, if this marriage materializes, could you persuade my mother to grant Zhao Zhao the villa at Ziyu Mountain as her dowry? This way, she could be closer to the Qin family relatives and foster good relations, which would greatly assist her in securing her position as the matriarch. Qu Yimian contemplated this. Indeed, if that day should come, I would certainly advocate for Zhao Zhao. Du Hongning was elated. Thank you, dear. Meanwhile, Chen Bacchen, having fulfilled his duty of introducing his grandson to the guests, felt disinclined to linger any longer. After consulting Gao Ran, he instructed his assistant to convey a message to Qu Yimian before taking his leave. As Qu Yimian intended to follow and bid farewell, Chen Bacchen had already descended the stairs and departed in his vehicle. On the way back to Ziyu Mountain Villa, Chen Bacchen turned to Gao Ran. Ran. Did you gain any insights or reflections from this banquet? Gao Ran solemnly nodded. Indeed, Mian's stepmother's nephew has not given up on her and continues to pursue her. Mian, The seemingly innocuous stepsister presents herself as simple-minded and lacking in empathy. However, this is merely a facade she meticulously crafts to lower the guard of those around her. Furthermore, her father may not shower her with affection as the outside world suggests. Qin Bachan pondered silently, concluding that Mianmin's journey was not without its challenges. After a considerable pause, he sighed and asked, "What I meant to inquire was whether this banquet has contributed to your growth and broadened your horizons. Have you gleaned any insights? Why do you constantly speak of Mianmin in such a roundabout manner?" Gao Ran's handsome face flushed slightly as he replied, "Oh, I feel that I have learned quite a bit." Qin Bachan nodded. "Such as?" Gao Ran contemplated for a moment. "I cannot articulate it precisely. It is a feeling that is understood rather than expressed." Qin Bachan remained silent.